Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 104. The piercing alarm sound resounded in the sky above Jingling Court, making people panic. All the high-ranking officers and vice-captains, and even the active ones, were called to instill the spiritual power of the Kido guns together. The rest of the Shinigami can only tremble in the Jingling Garden, waiting for the end of the world to come. Hey! Look at you! What is that? As the gravitational force of the valley is getting stronger and stronger, the vision in the sky is also expanding. Suddenly, many Shinigami noticed, and the vision began to appear again. Valley. Kuroishi Mayuri raised his head and said clearly, "It's probably called the scene in the valley?" Hi. Zaraki Kenpeki raised his eyebrows and said, "Is it because you are too close, you can see it?" This time, Captain Zaraki's simple mind really got it right. Kuroishi Mayuri let out a weird laugh. "That's right. If you say that." Hichugaya Toshiro also looked up. The place where the most congregated souls gather is the place where the prayer beads and the dragon of the Dragon Temple are located. Not only that. Broken Bee suddenly said, "Look, the captain of the great god is also there." Not only these captains, but the Shinigami in Jingling Court are basically looking up at the sky at this time. Since it was equivalent to the trial of the Soul Society's survival, they naturally noticed that familiar figure. Captain God! It's Captain God! Did the captain of the great god break in? In the hearts of many sharp-eyed Shinigami, there is a sense of hope. It must be successful, Captain Great God! Ise Nanao was also watching this scene and couldn't help but pray secretly. Although his captain was beaten badly by the Shenchen, if this strength is turned into the strength of his own survival at this moment, it becomes extremely reliable. Called the Valley. Looking at the Shenchen with the word invincible written all over his face, Akane Shizuka's pupils reappeared with brilliance. "It's you." And Longtang Temple Yanlong looked at the figure that appeared in front of him, his eyes filled with gloomy color. "I'll only say it once, let go of Akane and I'll be captured." Da Shenchen said lightly, "I will spare your life and take you back to Soul Society for trial." "Do you think this is possible?" Yanlong shouted loudly, "My clan has been framed for thousands of years, and the anger of revenge against the Soul Society, how can it be so easy to stop?" "That's none of my business, it's not my job." Da Shenchen interrupted him bluntly, making Yanlong blushed. His chest went up and down for a while before he said, "I admit that you are very strong, maybe you are also very top among the captains. But don't underestimate me too much. I just didn't fight you in this world because it was my first priority to bring back the rosary beads." 99. Yanlong's confidence is not without reason. In his opinion, what if Da Shenchen is a captain? His Dragon Temple, Yanlong, is also a formidable combat power at the captain level. Judging from Da Shenchen's understanding, Yanlong can vomit blood after Kurosaki Ichigo, who beat Bankai twice, undoubtedly has the strength equal to an excellent captain. It's a pity that this is still far from enough to see in front of Da Shenchen. Humph. I can probably guess what you're thinking, maybe you're still delusional about being able to fight against me? Da Shenchen sneered, but unfortunately, this is just your sitting and watching the sky. You are the one who sits and watches the sky. 35. Yanlong pulled out the blade from his waist and pointed at Da Shenchen. "For the past 1,000 years, my clan has been wandering in the broken world, so I have acquired the ability to control the wandering soul. This gives me enough fighting power to match Bankai even without Bankai. This is definitely a power you've never seen before." "Sorry," the Mangekyo Sharinon in Da Shenchen's eyes began to spin, "I've seen it before. And time is running out, I have to make a quick decision, so. Amaterasu Black Flame Dragon Mode. Ask for flowers." The black fire was released and absorbed, and turned into a raging jet black dragon flame wrapped around Da Shenchen. "What kind of trick is that?" Yanlong was taken aback, "It's neither Bankai, nor Shikai, nor Kido." Soon he shook his head, his expression firmed again. "No matter what the opponent's tactics are, just kill the enemy directly." SHH-35. Yanlong slashed out a sword from the air, and a large amount of soulless turned into a white fluid and attacked de Shenchen. De Shenchen raised his hand and waved, and a black flame wall rose up, directly blocking the white fluid. It's not over yet. Yan Long condensed a large number of golden lightsabers, and charged towards de Shenchen continuously, and even had an aura of 1,000 arrows. Bang 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 bang. 35. The lightsaber kept falling to the ground, blowing up countless smoke and dust. It was as if the ground in a radius of 1,000 meters had been washed again. Good, it's amazing. The Shinigami in Soul Society were all stunned. The power and scope of this attack is definitely comparable to Bankai, right? Yan Long also had a grim smile on his face, but the smile soon froze. I saw that the sound of the lightsaber landing quickly diminished, as if all of them were eliminated halfway. You're disappointing me, is that all it takes? De Shenchen's voice sounded coldly, and the giant flame wall surrounding him expanded rapidly, unswervingly nibbling away at the encirclement of the lightsaber group. It's actually burning the lightsaber. Yan Long's pupils shrank. What kind of flame is that? In just a stunned time, the lightsaber rain he shot was basically burned out. From the very beginning, I just controlled the shape of the flame, and I didn't even use a single move, and I didn't need to use it. De Shenchen said with a sigh, his tone seemed extremely sigh. What other powerful nobles have participated in the Soul Society's power struggle? Stop laughing. Can't you even do this little thing that makes me feel a sense of urgency? UBD. Chuan. G. Chapter 105. These words made Yan Long's chi and blood surge, and he almost went mad with anger. How can I, the noble Longtang Temple family, allow you to be despised? I want to kill you, disrespectful person. He instilled all the spiritual power and gathered a long white torrent like a dragon. Then hit with a mighty force. Boom! The place where the long dragon landed was at de Shenchen, and the ground suddenly cracked, and the smoke and dust soared into the sky. This trick! In the jingling court, Abarai Renji looked at this move thoughtfully. Renji always felt that something vaguely appeared in his mind. It was like a hidden move engraved in the depths of his soul. Perhaps, my Bankai could be a similar type? What a powerful force! On the other side, Komamura Seijin, who was recovering from her injury, muttered to herself in surprise. With such power, even the leader of the violent Bankai had to admire him. Yan Long was also very satisfied with his attack. Now you should pay the price for your disrespect. He excitedly looked at the big hole, trying to see the tragic state of de Shenchen. But what Yan Long saw was that de Shenchen held the white long dragon with one hand without moving a single step. How is this possible? 39 Yan Long screamed out. With the sound of hum, the Amaterasu dragon flames on de Shenchen's hand erupted, following the trajectory and igniting the entire long white dragon on the spot. Hateful! Yan Long came back to his senses immediately, and Zanpakuto waved again. In an instant, the ground beneath de Shenchen's feet surged, and countless white torrents drilled out from all directions, tightly wrapping de Shenchen like adhesive. How? How can it be used like this? Yan Long laughed wildly, and continued to generate new white torrents without interruption. He just wanted to bury de Shenchen as deeply as possible. Although he didn't want to admit it, deep down in his heart, Yan Long was already extremely afraid of this man. It turns out that it seems that when you go all out, it's still a bit worth seeing. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Yan Long always felt that the voice of the man who had disappeared, but his voice lingered around him. The next moment, violent vibrations came from the ground. Black flame dragon's broken tooth. I saw that the ground suddenly cracked, and a pitch-black flame tornado erupted from it. Those frozen white torrents were torn apart by all the rotations, and de Shenchen, like a world-destroying devil, was in the center of the eye of the wind. If that's the case, then I'll pay back a little. 99. De Shenchen raised the corner of his mouth, and there was already a trace of black flames emerging from it. Black flame dragons! He opened his mouth wide, roaring. 39. Boom! A large black sea of fire swept over, like a natural disaster. Damn it! Yan Long panicked in his heart and tried his best to gather a white torrent to block it in front of him, forming a city wall-like shield. But these are all in vain. In less than half a second, the white city wall was completely washed away. Black Flame Dragon's Iron Fist. Shenchen flashed out from behind the crumbling city wall at extreme speed, with black flames on his fists. Boom! All Yanlong could do was to barely raise his sword to block, and then he felt an irresistible force that almost broke his skeleton. Cough! 35. He flew out like a missile, directly smashing the valley behind him. Boom rumble! The valley collapsed and Yanlong was buried alive. This scene also fell into the eyes of almost everyone in Soul Society. 1. Has Captain Great God won? We stopped that Yanlong. It happened so fast that many people couldn't even react. Seeing that a captain-level combat power that can match the power of Bankai, he was killed in 2 or 3 moves. Really? 1. Matsumoto Rangiku sat on the ground feebly. At this time she only felt that Shenchen had this strength. It was great. And beside her, the Shinigami who woke up from their dreams all cheered. Yet, Doomsday is stopped. Long live Captain God! It's really amazing, Captain Great God! There was a series of cheers in the jingling court, but Yamamoto Shigekuni, who was sitting on the high platform, frowned. Will it be that simple? At this moment, in the buried mountain. At the critical moment, Yanlong created a large number of lightsabers, which was extremely thrilling to prop up a space for himself. That guy, just like a monster. Yanlong gritted his teeth and moved his arm. He felt that his hand bones had been broken. At that moment just now, Yanlong even had an illusion, as if he was really hit by a giant dragon. Looking at Zanpakuto again, there was still a black flame burning on it, which could not be extinguished no matter what. Good pervert ability, can even Zanpakuto burn? Yanlong had to reluctantly throw away Zanpakuto, but fortunately most of his powers had nothing to do with Zanpakuto. It seems that I can't beat him no matter what, but I haven't lost yet, I still have a trick. That's right, Yanlong's real master's trump card is the ability that even Yamamoto is afraid of. The ability to control countless armies of soulless souls. This place is called Valley Space, it can be said to be so large that it has never been seen before. Under Yanlong's full power, the boundless souls appeared on the ground and marched towards Shenchen 4.4 in unison. Seeing the vast army of soulless souls, the Shinigami of the Soul Society showed despair on their faces. No way! It's not over yet. Many of them didn't even switch from cheering. I just kept celebrating, staring blankly at the sky that was dyed white. It's really not that easy. Yamamoto Shigekuni involuntarily clenched Ryujin Jaka's hilt, which is why he felt that even if Godi I-13 were all dispatched, it would be difficult to break through. After all, how big is the soul base going back and forth between the entire present world and the Soul Society? Even if only 1/1000 th or 1/10,000 th of it becomes a soulless soul, it is enough to make the quantitative change reach the qualitative change. Chapter 106. There are too many, even after Bankai, I'm afraid. Byakuya Kokaki, who had been watching the battlefield closely, sank. His Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi itself is particularly suitable for ranged group attacks, but even so, it still feels powerless in the face of this white army. Although the individual strength of the soul is not strong, the terrible thing is that there are too many. Looks like it's inevitable to fire Kido in the end. Yamamoto Shigekuni said to himself in a deep voice. Zaraki Kenpeki also stared at the scene and murmured, "You're not a boring man who's going to die for this, are you?" Shenchen. Whether he was drowned by the soulless army at the end, or destroyed by the Kido cannon along with Kalu Space, now it seems that Shenchen is sure to die. Maybe the only way to survive is for Shenchen to escape from the space called Valley in advance, right? Ah Chen, run away! Rukia shouted in the streets of Jinglingting, but unfortunately her voice could not reach Shenchen. It's just that Shenchen isn't the kind of person who can run away even if it does. If you look at 28 like this now, the crisis is enough, which is very good. On the contrary, Shenchen commented in a leisurely manner. Let me see, just based on the amount I've seen so far, it is estimated that at least 7 or 8 Byakuya Bankai will be able to stop it, right? Unknown to be Akia Kukaki from the Soul Society, he has now become a unit of measurement. Yan Long also escaped from under the gravel, and he has no need to hide anymore. If you want to say why, because Yan Long feels that he is already winning. Ha 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 ha. How is it? This is the grudge that the Longtang Temple family has accumulated in the Broken Realm for thousands of years. 5. Even 10 more of you will never be able to stop this monstrous rage that is enough to destroy the Soul Society. Shenchen said coldly, perhaps others are like that, but you may not know enough about my abilities. Yan Long snorted coldly and said, what's the use of being stubborn now? It's not an existence that can be easily wiped out just by being a soulless person. You must know that there is no fear, and there is no vital point, they will not retreat, and they will not stop moving forward because they are cut off. This makes the army of Old Souls the most difficult army to defeat in the world. It is much more difficult to deal with each Old Soul than to deal with other enemies. I said it all. Shenchen's hands lit up with dark flames. You know nothing about my power. After saying that, Shenchen jumped down and rushed straight into the army of Old Souls. What does he want to do? Yan Long narrowed his eyes. Did he commit suicide because of despair? But that's fine, hum, it fits the miserable end of the disrespectful people like you. Boom dash. At this very moment, a monstrous noise broke out in the army of the Old Souls. The profound truth of Dragon Slayer change Black Lotus blazing blade. The black tornado soaring into the sky exploded, and while clearing the Old Souls within a radius of 100 meters, it also rushed straight to the sky called Gu. What is he doing? Isn't that most of the power lost? Yan Long stared at this scene in a stunned manner, unable to understand it. I saw the Dragon Slayer profound truth rushing into the sky, exploding like fireworks at the highest point, which can be described as the most powerful nuclear fireworks in history. The countless scattered flames are all scattered by the spiral power of the Black Lotus blazing blade, like raindrops, all over the place called Gu. Buzz. 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 Next, a shocking scene appeared. Everywhere in the valley is like a black lotus in full bloom. The black flame lotus is spreading and blooming at an amazing speed. Even a tiny bit of Amaterasu sparks, when it touches something, it starts to burn endlessly. Then they became bigger and bigger, and finally connected into a vast sea of fire. What? Seeing this, Yan Long has completely understood. He held his breath and felt like his heart stopped beating. Indeed, your army of Old Souls is numerous and difficult to deal with, no matter who comes over, it will be a headache. But it's a pity. Shenchen's voice sounded, I am the natural enemy of the soulless army. After the fusion and sublimation of Dragon Slayer magic, Amaterasu Dragon Flame has two particularly powerful characteristics. One is the original Amaterasu fire's effect that it will not be extinguished until the target is burnt out, and the other is the terrifying ability that can be ignited whether it is energy or matter. That's it, it's still so useful. The captains of the Soul Society understood it completely. Even if the soul is chopped into several pieces, it can still move, and will not flinch or be afraid, but Shenchen does not need to do this. All he needs to do is to infect a soul with even a little fire, and eventually Amaterasu will burn it into a prairie fire. It's all over, it's you who lost. 623 Shenchen kicked off the restraint on Akane Shizuka's body, protected it, and stared at Yanlong quietly. Yanlong stared blankly at the scene in front of him, only feeling that the heat in the air could not warm his already cold heart. At a glance, the current Haigu was filled with a magnificent sea of pitch-black flames, but it also declared that his army of Old Souls was completely wiped out. The sad wish of the Longtang Temple family along with it is also officially bankrupt. I won't admit defeat. Even in the face of an outrageous monster like you. After a while, Yan Long of Longtang Temple condensed a large number of lightsabers and roared at Shenchen. Facing this desperate gesture, Shenchen looked indifferent, but raised his hand to condense a larger and larger black fireball. Really? Then please die. As soon as he finished speaking, Shenchen threw the little black sun at Yan Long. The brilliance of the black flame dragon. Yan Long also tried his best to fight with countless sword lights. However, this power, which can be evenly matched with crescent moon sky chong, could not even weaken the attack. In the end, Yan Long was exposed to the dark fire, and the high temperature ignited his robe and hair. Boom! The explosion swept the valley, and everything was over. Chapter 107. Akane woke up in a sea of fire. Although the air she breathed in was extremely hot, Akane Shizuka felt that the embrace she was in was very warm. She opened her eyes, and what she saw was Shenchen, who was holding her in his arms, and that determined face. "Did you save me?" Akane said subconsciously, "Thank you, Mr. Ogame." Shenchen smiled slightly and said, "It's okay, the duty is 99. Where's the Ryatang Temple Yanlong?" Akane asked. "Mum. I think it's probably been burned to ashes." Akane Shizuku tilted her head and saw that most of the Guda was covered with dark fire, and there was almost no place to rest except here in Shenchen. Looking back at Shenchen again, Akane felt like he was in control of these black flames. God! Is it a real win this time? There will be no more reversals, right? Soul Society, the Shinigami who watched the whole battle were all terrified. They were afraid that Yanlong would suddenly deceive the corpse in the next moment, and now there is a psychological shadow. The enemy must be finished. Believe in Captain God. Yet, look at the situation of Gugu, the enemy is still alive to have a ghost. Captain God is really super strong. Gradually, they were convinced that this was Shenchen's absolute victory. It was an overwhelming, unquestionable victory. Is it all over? At the Kido gun, Yamamoto Shijikuni turned back and asked Kuroashi Mayuri. Yes, in theory it's all over. 35. Kuroashi Mayuri checked the data on the machine in front of him and said, because the ritual of merging the missing soul with the prayer beads has stopped. In addition, the Ode soul was almost completely burned out by the captain of the great god, so this name Gu will probably disappear automatically soon. Broken Bee showed a relieved expression on the side, finally overcame this crisis. Yeah, I didn't expect that Captain Great God actually did it. Toshiro also expressed his approval. Although this man usually paddles and fishes, he is still very reliable at critical moments. The old man has to admit that it seems that Shenchen made the right choice in the end. Yamamoto Shijikuni shook his head and sighed. What are you talking about? Zaraki Kenpeki asked, why hasn't that thing disappeared from the sky? Only then did the captains notice that the image of Guyu in the present world did not disperse from the sky. Nirvana, what's going on? Hearing the shouts of the crowd, Kuroashi Mayuri also oozes a cold sweat. Just as he was about to check it out, the instrument automatically issued a loud alarm. Warning! Warning! There are still 5 minutes left for Soul Society to collide with the present world, please prepare for the impact. What? Even Kuroashi Mayuri was taken aback, so much faster than expected. 99. I asked what's going on with you. Pushing the wheelchair, Toshiro stepped forward and grabbed Kuroashi Mayuri by the collar. Kuroashi Mayuri's eyes swept across the screen, and said, so it is, I understand. 35. Although the effect of calling the valley has disappeared, the gravitational force of the two worlds still exists between the Soul Society and the present world. 35. This is the gravity that attracts each other, making Soul Society and the present world like two magnets, continuing to rapidly approach each other. What? Everyone's expression changed when they heard it. If the gravitational force of the two worlds is at work, wouldn't it do nothing at all? Even Bankai, who is as strong as Yamamoto, can't do anything to gravity. Anohanaretsu asked, so is there any way to stop this? Kuroashi Mayuri mused, if you have to say it, the closer the gravitational force is, the greater the effect, so. As long as the gravitational force is not so strong that it is absolutely unstoppable, the two worlds can be separated again with a shock beyond the current gravitational effect. Kuroashi Mayuri's method is undoubtedly feasible. In the original history, it was Akane Shizuka who sacrificed herself and brought countless Ode souls to self-destruct in the broken world, which interrupted the Soul Society's approach to the world. It's just that now everyone hears this plan, but they feel even more desperate. Although the gravitational force has not yet been maximized, it has already reached the point where it can attract two worlds. Broken Bee said in a daze, even if you say there is an impact beyond this level, but how? What about the Kido cannon? Toshiro asked, now firing the Kido cannon to blow up the Gugu, will it work? Yes, as long as the captain of the great god is evacuated quickly, and then we. The proposal seemed to raise a ray of hope, only to be mercilessly crushed by Kuroishi Mayuri. It's useless, the essence of the Kido cannon is to bury the space, and it was originally a special attack that could completely smash the valley and the surrounding space. In other words, the Kido cannon does not produce a big explosion in the conventional sense, and naturally there is no shock wave violent enough to counteract the gravitational force. 35. Then what do you say? Broken Bee said angrily, I'm running out of time. Kuroishi Mayuri shook his head and said, there's nothing to do. There are less than 5 minutes left, and even if we want to, the king is good, to rush to the border, it is too late. 55. These words made all the captains sink in their hearts, and they managed to stop Yanlong from Longtang Temple, but in the end they still want to watch the world go to ruin. Don't despair. How can you control the garden? Just then, Yamamoto Shijikuni slammed Zanpakuto. We still have one last hope, don't forget, the great god is sitting in the valley, the boundary between the two worlds. 55. If it was him, after exerting all his strength, he might be able to do such a thing. This is the conclusion that this old man has personally confirmed with his own strength. Yamamoto's words are full of recognition and trust in De Shenchen's strength. Putting everything on De Shenchen's unparalleled combat power, the life and death of the Soul Society and the present world are all up to him. Chapter 108. I am the captain of Godi I-13, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni, and I am here to announce the Quanjingling Court, and even Rukanga, and even the entire Soul Society. In the Jingling Garden, Yamamoto Shijikuni's voice suddenly sounded through Kido and the radio, and spread so far that even Rukanga heard it. Although it is unfortunate, the current reality is that the Soul Society may only have the last few minutes of its life left, and we are facing a crisis that is about to collide with the present. 35. Hearing this, the Shinigami who were celebrating also stopped to celebrate and stared blankly at the sky. Only then did they realize that the phantoms of the present world and the valley had not disappeared because of the end of the ritual. In this last time, I don't want you all to die with ignorance and fear. Even if you fail to resist your fate in the end, the Shinigami of Godi I-13 must hold their heads high with honor before they die. The history of the Soul Society may have come to an end, but hope is still alive, all eyes are on the moment of the end, and all possibilities are left to Captain de Shenchen. Is it an honorable death, or can save the world? Success or failure is here. Yamamoto Shijikuni ended his speech with a sigh. Next to the Kido gun, the captains all looked heavy. Tisk, this kind of feeling of entrusting 623's life and death to others is really bad. Zaraki Kenpaka snorted. Anohanaretsu also sighed, if we had chosen to go with him at the beginning, maybe we could figure out a way to get through this crisis together. Her words also made Toshiro and Broken Bee grit their teeth, how they wished they could go back in time and attack with De Shenchen themselves. Yamamoto Shijikunideo, there is no if in the world, Captain Nirvana, can Captain Great God still be contacted now? Kuroishi Mayuri shook his head and said, no, we don't have the corresponding means to contact him, but I believe that with the wisdom of Captain Great God, he should have known for the first time what he should do, right? Called the valley. With the death of a large number of souls, the entire space is collapsing. De Shenchen took Akane through a space crack and came to the broken world. The present world and Soul Society are still getting closer. As soon as he entered the breaking realm, De Shenchen felt a huge, pulling force coming from both ends. This is the gravitational force of the two worlds, and it is already so large that it can affect the boundary. I think so too. In the end, we have to rely on other means to end this matter. 39. De Shenchen put down Akane Shizuku, and Akane Shizuku had already understood what was going on. Is the world about to be destroyed? Aizen Sōsuke stared blankly at the gradually disintegrating land, her eyes dropped. Unexpectedly, although she was rescued, she still couldn't go to the new world in the end. After all, the end of the world is already coming. Speaking of which, it all started because of me. If it wasn't for my role as a rosary for a while, Soul Society and this world wouldn't be here. Aizen turned to Shenchen with a forced smile, and said, I also thank you for saving me, so I won't let your world be destroyed, and I won't let you die because of it. 5. Although the Old Souls in the valley have disappeared, there are still a lot of Old Souls wandering in the broken world, and I still have the ability to control the Old Souls. As long as I detonate the broken world with my Old Soul, the huge power generated can definitely push the two worlds away. This can be regarded as my repayment. As she spoke, a tear rolled in Aizen's eyes. It was clear that she was finally saved. She really didn't want to die, but there was no other way to do it. What are you talking about? Shenchen said lightly, have you forgotten that I haven't shot yet? Aizen looked up, and saw that Shenchen was gradually levitating, surrounded by a huge force. It seems that time is running out, so let's fight. Aizen Sōsuke can be used as a last resort, but it is not the one that Shenchen must use now. Thinking of this, the thunder fruit in Shenchen's body seamlessly merged with the fire dragon slayer magic, transforming him into his most explosive state. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode. At the same time, Shenchen also pulled out the Kunkin mirror. Mirror it, Kunkin looks in the mirror. After Shikai, another Shenchen with the same strength appeared, and together with the main body, began to gather a lot of thunder and flames. These two bursting elements merged together, and eventually turned into two larger and larger lightning fireballs, which stayed in the sky, like two suns in a broken world. After doing all this, the clone Shenchen also disappeared, but Shenchen liberated Zanpakuto again and continued to repeat the process just now. With Shenchen's double efforts, in a short while, the brilliant flames of 6 thunder flame dragons had already stayed in the broken realm. Hi, this is my biggest contribution of consuming air spiritual power, I hope it can be done. Shenchen was a little out of breath, although this Lei Yanlong's brilliant flame might not be his highest attack quality, but it was definitely his attack range. After all, this is quite a fusion of thunder fruits Lei Ying and fire dragons Huan Jun, and in terms of power, it even surpasses Natsu's original thunder flame dragon. It's the limit. So, get on it. Immediately afterwards, Shenchen waved his hands, and 6 huge lightning fireballs exploded simultaneously within the boundary. Boom! 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 For a time, unimaginable power swept across the entire boundary, and a large area within the boundary evaporated out of thin air. The dazzling light even penetrated the space, illuminating the entire jingling court from the sky, making many people unable to open their eyes. It's an exaggeration, Kojiro Sōsuke blocked his eyes in awe, this will definitely destroy the entire jingling court to the point that there is no slag left. He is very fortunate now that he used Bankai to temporarily seal Shenchen's thunderbolt. Otherwise, Shenchen will use this power to fight with the commander-in-chief, then Jingling Court will probably be wiped off the map. Chapter 109. Success, is it successful? In Soul Society, countless people are watching this scene closely. By the Kido gun, everyone looked at Kuroishi Mayuri. Hey, what's the matter? Talk. Kuroishi Mayuri looked at the screen for a while with a heavy face, and then heaved a sigh of relief. It was detected that violent fluctuations were generated in the boundary, surpassing the existing gravitational force in an instant, and successfully pushed the two worlds away. These words made all the captains feel relieved, and even felt a little fatigued for the rest of their lives. I can't even dream of it, that Shenchen actually did it. Broken B-side. Yeah, this is something that pushes both worlds apart. It's too outrageous to be able to do it. Toshiro is also full of emotion, meaning. Kuroishi Mayuri smiled and said, this is also the time of the captain of the great god, thanks to his sensitivity to power. He broke out his tricks before the gravitational force exceeded his limit, otherwise, if it were any later, the gravitational force would be so strong that no one could save him. But fortunately, from the results, the captain of the great god was successful, not only preventing the conspiracy of destroying the world, but also making the Soul Society and the present world harmless. Only Zaraki Kenpei spat in boredom. Cut, whether this kind of thing is successful, do I still need to ask? Just look at the sky and see that there is no vision in the sky, you should understand everything. As Zaraki Kenpei said, even without Yamamoto's announcement, the Shinigami of Jingling Garden saw that the vision in the sky had disappeared, and they knew that de Shenchen had succeeded. Yay! 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 Long live Captain God! Long live Captain God! 35. It's too strong, I rely on it. It turns out that Shinigami can really be so powerful. 35. It's a shame that Captain God can really do it. From now on, he will be my idol. Countless Shinigami were celebrating frantically, as if to vent their emotions for the rest of their lives. Some of them ran around in circles, some hugged each other, and their emotions had fluctuated too many times in this short period of time. Everywhere in the Jingling Garden, Godi I-13's vice-captains felt their whole bodies go limp. I survived. Matsumoto Rangiku wiped his sweat, it's really not easy. Renji was also shaken, and before he knew it, his lifelong pursuit goal had changed from Byakuya Kukiki to de Shenchen. Even Byakuya Kukiki himself now has to admit that he was shocked. With this level of strength, it can be considered enough qualifications to make me condescend to be the vice-captain to assist him. Even if he is the head of the 4 aristocrats, he has to show enough respect for such a powerhouse that surpasses the norm. In the broken world, Akane Shizuka felt that after a brief roar, she could neither see nor hear anything. This is because the brilliance of the 6-shot Lei Yanlong is so powerful that it even caused her to be temporarily blinded and deaf. It's all right, let's go back. 35. After Akane Shizuka finally recovered, this was the first sentence she heard. She looked up at de Shenchen, and it was de Shenchen who protected her with his last strength, preventing her from being wiped out by Yu Wei. Akane nodded obediently and was brought back to Soul Society by de Shenchen. As soon as he set foot on the land of Jingling Court, de Shenchen saw that there were already 2 Shinigami standing like long dragons, standing on both sides to greet him. Thank you for your hard work, Captain God. They bowed together and said in unison. This sound resounded throughout the world, and de Shenchen was quite satisfied with the battle. The only thing that annoyed him was, "Hey, come and help me quickly. I'm almost too tired to stand without looking at me." 10. I'm so sorry. 35. The Shinigami were in chaos after hearing this, and Rukia rushed out and quickly supported de Shenchen. But then, she saw Akane also supporting de Shenchen from the other side. For no reason, Rukia suddenly felt unhappy in her heart, and felt a sense of crisis from nowhere. "Akane, let's go and take you home to sleep." Seeking flowers. Although Rukia's original intention was to give de Shenchen a good rest, the words she said were full of ambiguity, which made Akane's cheeks flush. De Shenchen didn't care much either, he was in a rare state of almost losing his strength, and he didn't have any extra energy to think about. After a night's sleep, de Shenchen woke up refreshed. Ah! Speaking of which, it seems that this is the first time I haven't specifically waited for the survival reward at midnight. De Shenchen scratched his head and quickly remembered something important. I looked at the system panel again, and sure enough, yesterday's lottery was lying there quietly. Since I didn't smoke in time, there's no rush. 35. De Shenchen got up and yawned, washed up and went out. He first found Byakuya Kukiki and asked, "Byakuya, is that girl I brought back yesterday?" Byakuya said, "Are you talking about the missing rosary called Akane? She was temporarily imprisoned, and the commander-in-chief said that he would wait for your opinion to decide what to do with her." 39. This can be said to be the great respect shown by Yamamoto Shigekuni. Basically, he is saying in disguise that how to deal with Akane Shizuku is entirely up to de Shenchen to judge. In addition, even as the captain of Godi I-13, he will not intervene. "All right." De Shenchen nodded and said, "You take me to see her first." On the way to Akane Shizuka with Byakuya Kukiki, Shenchen mentally brought up the system panel again. Let's just take the reward along the way. Yesterday, the world was going to end, so the probability must be super high, right? Shenchen clicked on the lottery interface with hope, and as the light flickered, a prompt popped up immediately. Chapter 110. Congratulations to host for drawing excellent white hits. Looking at this reward, Shenchen's expression was a little weird. It's not that the excellent white hits are bad, but it doesn't seem to match the crisis of world destruction. If you think about it carefully, it's not that the bigger the crisis, the better the reward you can get. After thinking about it, Shenchen sighed. In the final analysis, the survival crisis can only increase the probability of the lottery, not to mention that the skills obtained this time are also very practical. White hits is also a part of Taishu, and with Shenchen's peak-level fusion talent, he can seamlessly enhance his overall strength. In addition, Shenchen's two strongest modes are basically physical combat, so strictly speaking, white hits is exactly the skill that 640 Shenchen needs. Speaking of which, the excellent class is already a very high class, right? Shenchen reflected, I was just a little disappointed with the excellent class for a moment. Is it too inflated recently? No, you have to think about it. Thinking about it all the way, Shenchen came to Akashi Shizuku's prison. Mr. God! Akane Shizuku, who was still sitting quietly, stood up excitedly when she saw Shenchen, like a puppy who saw its owner come home. Calm. 99. Shenchen reached out and pressed it and asked, Chien Shizuku, do you have any plans in the future? What are your plans for the future? Are you asking about your plans for the future? Akane Shizuku's expression was a little confused, and there was confusion in her voice. I don't know, I still don't even know who I really am. Is that so? Shenchen asked, then are you interested in working under me? Really? Akane suddenly became excited. Shenchen nodded and said, of course, as the captain of the two divisions, I still have this power. Let me think about it. Why don't you join the third division to do things? The third division is also under my jurisdiction. Although Akane Shizuku is not particularly strong now, at most it is similar to a high-ranked Shinigami, but at least he can be regarded as a Shikai talent. Coupled with Akane's special status as a missing rosary, which allows her to control the soul, this ability makes Shenchen particularly interested. Therefore, Shenchen naturally wanted to bring Akane and Shizuku under his command, so what surprises could he bring to him in the future? So, what is your reply? Akane nodded again and again, I do. Of course I do. 35. The matter was settled like this, Shenchen asked Byakuya to go through the formalities for Akane Shizuku, and Akane Shizuku was directly assigned to the third division. After everything was arranged, Shenchen took Akane and Shizuku to the third division's station. On the way, there was a group of people talking. If you have any other needs, you can go to Kira, the vice-captain of the third division, and he will make arrangements for you. Akane nodded and hesitated a little. That. I want to go to the world to see, may I ask? Hi. Shenchen asked, do you want to visit Kurosaki Ichigo? It's not. Akane shook her head and said, Kurosaki Ichigo has known me for less than a day or two at best, but I haven't had a special relationship to visit him. I just want to visit the cemetery where I first met you. I always think there must be my gravestone there. You mean this? Shenchen thought about it for a while, and said unabashedly, I guess there is no way, that cemetery was blown up long ago when I was fighting. Akane, 66. Think about it too, she was also present at that time, there shouldn't be any fantasy of cemetery and surviving. Alas, it's a pity, obviously there should be there. 35. Shenchen denied it, no, there must be none there. Even if you go to see it, it's meaningless, it just adds to the disappointment. After all, don't you already know that you are missing the rosary beads? You are just a collective of missing souls. Chien Shizuka was stunned for a while, then lowered her head and said, my lord, can you just say something nice and appease me? Shenchen stopped and looked at Akane Shizuku, who was also slightly surprised. I don't think I'm not saying good things, Shenchen said. Is the past so important? You have the memories of all kinds of people who have lived in this world, so you should know that there are many people in this world whose brains are injured after a car accident, leading to the loss of their past memories, right? Akane nodded dazedly, and Shenchen continued, then what do you think they will do? Don't they have to live? Of course the answer is no. Even if you don't know who you were in the past, as long as you are alive, because what matters is the present and the future. It doesn't matter what your previous status is, you just need to know that now your name is Akane Shizuku, and it's enough that you are an official Shinigami of the 3rd Division. The sun shone through the wall and slanted onto Shenchen. Akane stared blankly at this scene. The person standing here now with a clear self-awareness is undoubtedly you, right? In this case, why do you have to doubt who you are? Even if you can't remember the past, how about a new life and new memories, can't you just create them from now on? Shenchen thought for a while, then said 4.4, let's start with your new identity. From today, your name is Great God Akane Shizuku. Akane lowered her head and kept muttering the name, a line of tears streaming from the corner of her eyes. Being hired by Shenchen and given a surname by him gave Akane Shizuku a strong sense of belonging for the first time. Thank you, Lord God. After filling Akane Shizuku with chicken soup, Shenchen went to the world without stopping. He still has something to do on this trip. Since Kurosaki Ichigo showed up in advance, Shenchen wondered if Jinjo Kyujo and the others were trying to do something. In addition, there are indeed several good abilities in fulfillment, so Shenchen plans to meet them, and if possible, take them all together. Chapter 111. Kurosaki Ichigo, do you want to be stronger? When he just returned to the world from Soul Society, a man named Jinjo Kongo came to him. Of course. But who are you? Jinjo Kongo said, we are two of the same kind. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned at this instructive answer. Are you also acting as Shinigami? Jinjo Kyujo smiled and did not respond to this sentence. He said, I mean. Saying that, he showed the ability called Complete Revelation. How is it? Do you want to consider cultivating this with us? No amount of power is too much, right? In Kurosaki Ichigo's mind, the extreme powerlessness of Soul Society facing Shenchen flashed. I watched helplessly as my companions were killed one by one, and even I was almost killed, and finally Ishida Yulong lost the ability to destroy the Quincy. All because of their own lack of strength. I want to try. 28. Dreaming of this, Kurosaki Ichigo opened his eyes on the sofa. The entrance is the ceiling of the bar, here is the stronghold of Skyushin. Did you dream about past memories? Kurosaki Ichigo stood up shaking his head, next to a new Orium who looked concerned. Kurosaki-san, is your body okay? Ah. It's still a little sore, but the other injuries have been healed by you. Kurosaki Ichigo shook his arm, thank you, Inu. 35. MMMM. Inu Orium said, thanks to Kurosaki-san for bringing me to Skyushin, I can improve my full brow ability even more. 35. Sato Yasutara, who also followed him and finished presenting, frowned and said, is that Shinigami called Shenchen doing it again this time? Anyway, he's doing too much, right? It's obvious that every household is already an agent Shinigami recognized by Jing Lingting. The Shenchen you were talking about, can you tell us about it? Suddenly, an elegant voice came from the sidelines. The speaker is named Shikuro Tsukishima, the current leader of Skyushin. If Kurosaki Ichigo came to Skyushin after the final battle with Aizen, then Jinjo Kyujo had already played against Tsukishima Shikuro, and in order to deceive Kurosaki Ichigo, he replaced the leader with Jinjo Kyujo. Then relying on Tsukishima's ability, he fabricated the story that he killed his companion and agent Shinigami as the former leader, and then defected. It's just now. Because Kurosaki Ichigo urgently wants to become stronger due to the external factor Shenchen, there is no need for such an operation. Moreover, the actual situation is no different, Jinjo Kongo is still the hidden real leader, and Tsukishima is just the leader on the table. Shenchen is a Shinigami of Jingling Court, and he seems to be a captain, very powerful. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. How strong? Tsukishima's little follower Shishikawara hummed, can Mr. Tsukishima be as powerful? This is. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little embarrassed and said, it's hard for me to tell the truth, but he's probably the most powerful Shinigami I've ever seen. Huh? I remember you seem to have learned Bankai, isn't that the highest level of Shinigami? No matter how powerful he is, can he surpass this category? A female voice came in, it was a girl with 2 ponytails called Lilica of the Poison Peak. Kurosaki Ichigo sighed, that said, he beat me who used Bankai without even using Bankai. What did you say? Now, everyone is shocked. I haven't heard you say it so carefully before, but I heard that Chikai can't fight Bankai, right? Said Jackie Tristan, the black-skinned royal sister. Kurosaki Ichigo hesitated and said, theoretically, I don't know how he did it. Forget it, let's stop asking about this kind of nasty thing. The bartender who was wiping glasses at the bar, Huan's Tongzi, reconciled. Of course it doesn't feel good to be defeated, but isn't it just to defeat him that you came here to finish your demonstration? Shui Ou, who was playing games on the other sofa, said while playing, your full bring is already very good now, and you will seek revenge on him next time. 5. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled wryly, I've already used the present technique this time, but I didn't even hold out for half a minute in front of him. Huh? How is that possible? This time, Shuesu didn't even care about playing the game console, and with everyone present, his eyes widened. Half a minute? In terms of Kurosaki Ichigo's current strength, even if he only used the present technique, few people on the scene would dare to say that they could beat him in half a minute. Not to mention that Kurosaki Ichigo will also match the power of Tensei Zanjutsu. Anyway, Kurosaki Ichigo said, if you encounter Shenchen in the future, be careful. This guy is really not very friendly, but he still has a very strong strength, this is. Dong dong dong. 35. Before Kurosaki Ichigo finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of 640 at the door of the bar. Who is it? Everyone was stunned. As the stronghold of Skyushin, this place is generally not open to the public. I saw a figure dressed in modern clothes, and Shiren walked in. Is this place still open? I want to come over for a drink and talk about something by the way. Seeing the man in front of him, Kurosaki Ichigo and Sato Yasutara all jumped up like cats whose tails were stepped on. Shenchen. What? Jackie was taken aback, is he that Shenchen? Lilica also looked at it several times, and secretly said, look carefully, he's still a great handsome guy. Hey, you're not welcome here. Shishihawan had already greeted him, get out of here. 5. Which rude dog was this out of? Shenchen glanced at him, and Shigahara subconsciously broke into a cold sweat. I originally wanted to go first with the rituals and then with the soldiers, but now it seems that which one should come first depends on whether you are educated or not. As soon as Shenchen's voice fell, the bar immediately stood up crashing, and everyone began to flash the light of the complete show. Chapter 112. Seeing how everyone was looking forward to it, Shenchen clapped his hands. It seems that this is your choice? It's really ignorant and disappoints me. Lilica snorted, you are very loud, do you think there is still hope to win in the face of the siege of so many of us? So many people. Shenchen stretched out his fingers and pointed them one by one. 1, 2, 3, Mum, are there 10 people besieging me in total? The number is indeed quite a lot. He smiled and said, but it has to be turned around 100 times or so before it can barely threaten me, right? UBD, are you too arrogant? Shuesu, who had high self-esteem, couldn't take it anymore. Jinjo Kyujo also said, looking at your current appearance, you should be wearing a Shinigami skeleton, right? This means that you are currently in a physical state and cannot use Zanpakuto, you really made a bad move. I see, Kurosaki Ichigo said, clenching his fists, although it's just your carelessness, but it seems that I can take the opportunity to beat you up. The users of Full Show are basically fighting with their bodies, so they are extremely confident in this regard. Hi. 99. Shenchen lunged forward and punched Kurosaki Ichigo in the face. Unpredictable Kurosaki Ichigo flew upside down and became the first step to shatter their confidence. UBD. Everyone was furious. How dare you make the first move? All of a sudden, everyone surrounded Shenchen. It seems that you may have misunderstood. Shenchen dodged Shikawara's punch and kicked him out. Shinigami's lifespan is very long, and it can last for hundreds of years. Jackie kicked Shenchen in the air after launching the present technique, but this gimmicky attack was obviously useless. Before she could slash, Shenchen kicked her thighs one by one, kicking her back into the air. The captain-level Shinigami has even lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Tongza threw the wine bottle in hand, was borrowed by Shenchen and threw it back, smashing his face with blood. It gives them plenty of time to hone their craft. Shenchen dodged to avoid Lilica's gunshots, and quickly moved to her, slapped her and slapped her. And my white hits are the best among the captains. Sato Yasutara and Inu Orium both attacked. Shenchen grabbed his joints and fell down, directly throwing the shield towards Gushinzenshidan. With your mere 10 or 20 years of fighting experience, even if it is purely physical fighting. Jinjo Kongo and Tsukishima jumped up and slashed together. Shenchen moved sideways and dodged, and both fists hit them in the abdomen at the same time. How could it be my opponent? Everything happened in the blink of an eye. At this time, all the talents fell to the ground, smashing the tables and chairs in the bar. What? What? At this time, Shuesu, who had never made a move, reacted and widened his eyes dully. Actually, one person killed almost all the opponents? It hurts? Lilica gritted her teeth while covering her red and swollen cheeks. This guy, don't you know how to keep hands with ladies? Kurosaki Ichigo also stood up from the smashed table and chairs and looked at Shenchen in surprise. Before he became Shinigami, he was a person with a high value of force, and even bad students and gangsters were afraid of Kurosaki Ichigo. Didn't expect it to be enough to sweep the school's street fighting experience, so childish and poor in front of Shenchen. Is this the skeleton used by the captain-level Shinigami? It's really high performance. Jinjo Kyujo also stood up, clutching his shoulders. It seems that if he doesn't use his full power, he may not be his opponent. This has already been recognized by everyone. Originally, although they had activated the full bring technique just now, they were not able to go all out because they did not want to destroy the stronghold. But now it seems that even a siege against Shenchen may not be enough. Book of the End. Tsukishima responded first. Fist of the Stake. Cross Gallows. Dollhouse. 35. There are no lies. Invaders must die. Dun Shun Lu Hua. The devil's left arm. The giant's right arm. After a series of full-blooming spells, Kurosaki Ichigo went one step further and transformed himself into a Shinigami form. Bankai. Tensazanjutsu. All of a sudden, all kinds of Reiatsu filled this bar, and many glasses burst because they couldn't bear it. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shenchen also smiled slightly and got out of the corpse. It seems that if you don't move, you won't understand the difference. Lightning and flames rose from Shenchen's body, and Shenchen decided to teach them a lesson they will never forget. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode. As soon as this form appeared, the unparalleled pressure immediately enveloped everyone's heart. What kind of trick is this? Shishikawara was horrified. How could he suppress all of us just by his aura? Electric field teleportation. Shenchen just took a step forward and instantly came behind Kurosaki Ichigo. Although Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't keep up with this speed, he had seen it anyway, and he managed to react with the bonus of Tensazanjutsu, the king's. I can still fight back against him. Just don't look him in the eyes. Kurosaki Ichigo's fighting talent is very high, and after listening to the fat retainer's words after he suffered a loss last time, he immediately figured out what was going on. However, just as he moved, a terrifying lightning strike drowned him in an instant. The lightning beam made Kurosaki Ichigo paralyzed, and he could only watch Shenchen throw a punch while screaming. Lei Yanlong's Iron Strike. Two violent elements erupted on his chest. Kurosaki Ichigo opened his mouth and spurted blood, and he was severely injured in one fell swoop. With a bang, Kurosaki Ichigo fell to the ground, sending a chill behind everyone's back. Shenchen was right under their noses and instantly killed one person as soon as he made a move. Chapter 113. And they haven't even responded. Too fast. Tsukishima's pupils shrank. What kind of trick is that? He and Jinjo Kongo were the best among the people present, and they were confident that they would be able to fight or even win even if they met the captain-level Shinigami. But even with their strength, they couldn't see how Shenchen moved. Kurosaki-san. Inu Orium's pupils shrank, and he wanted to go forward for treatment, but Shenchen blocked Inu Orium's face. I advise you not to move around, otherwise, if you are accidentally killed by me, no one will be able to treat you. These words made Inu Orium feel cold all over, and he didn't dare to move a finger. UBD. Sato Yasutara rushed to Shenchen, Jackie also accelerated with his dirty boots, and besieged Shenchen from left to right. At the same time, Lilica fired a bullet in the distance, Kiriko also took out her pocket watch, and the number on it turned into a bomb to surround Shenchen. All of a sudden, the four attacked, wrapping the surrounding airtight, and it seemed that there was nowhere to escape. But Shenchen is faster than them, a lot faster than everyone. Whoosh dash! Everyone only heard the sound of wind and thunder in 640, and then Sato Yasutara and Jackie all felt a sharp pain in their bodies. Boom! Boom! 35. The two flew out at an extremely fast speed, and they couldn't even see how they were hit. And Lilica and Kiriko's attacks failed directly, unable to keep up with Shenchen's movement speed. Damn! 99. Shishikawara, Ginchinj Kongo, and Tsukishima were about to charge when Shenchen, who had stopped, pointed at them in the air. Go away! 35. The next moment, manic lightning and flames filled the bar. Boom! The bar was blasted open from the inside out, and Shishihawan was covered in blood and rolled over 100 meters away. Tsukishima and Yinchinj also groaned and withdrew from the smoke. Who do you think paid for this bar, BD? 35. Shuesu hid in the game space ashamed and roared at the outside world, but he really didn't dare to come out and face Shenchen. In just a few breaths, several of their all-out companions were eliminated by Shenchen. It's too strong, isn't it? As expected of the captain, no. Even a normal captain is not as strong as you, right? Jinjo held his sword and squinted his eyes. As Shinigami, the agent of the first generation, he knew the strength of Godai 13 very well. What should I do, Yinchinj? Tsukishima asked. Yinchinj shrugged and said, based on the current situation, he only needs a single blow to deal with anyone other than the two of us. Originally, one household can actually carry it, but unfortunately it was killed too quickly, even if we finally won't be able to win him. Of course, this is only based on current strength, so, it's time to remind them, Shiguro. 35. Tsukishima nodded, and immediately activated the ability he had already prepared. In the midst of the ruins, Kurosaki Ichigo, who felt that he did not know how many bones were broken, crawled out with difficulty. Hi, BD, it hurts. I have to get Inu to help me get some treatment so I can keep fighting. Kurosaki Ichigo now feels that it is difficult to move a single step, and finally finds Inu Orium who escaped from the explosion. #F. Inu Orium, who was in a daze for some reason, suddenly shuddered and turned to look at Kurosaki. This look made Kurosaki Ichigo feel a little strange, and suddenly there was a flash of light in front of him. The lonely heaven slashes the shield. Kurosaki Ichigo was blown away by the repaired lone sky shield, which surprised him. See, what? Inu, what are you doing? Sorry, Kurosaki-san, but you have done such an unforgivable thing in the past, I can only do it according to Mr. Tsukishima's plan. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't understand a word of what Inu Orium said. What the hell are you talking about? Is this related to Tsukishima? What's going on? One household. Sato Yasutara came behind him, and Kurosaki Ichigo said quickly, Sato. Look at Inu, how strange. As soon as he finished speaking, Sato Yasutara also shot decisively, and his strong arms restrained Kurosaki Ichigo on the spot. Why even you? Under the serious injury, he was really powerless to resist, and he saw that Ginchenge had already come to him and pierced his body with a sword. Pfft! Kurosaki Ichigo coughed up another mouthful of blood and looked at Jinjo in confusion. Why are you Shunpo? Who are you? Inu, Sato, you've done a great job. Jinjo said lightly. Next, we just need to draw out Kurosaki Ichigo's power. Boom! Behind him, Tsukishima was instantly knocked off by Shenchen and crashed into a residential house, causing countless screams. Hey, hurry up! Tsukishima wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I can't stop him at all. Already done. Tsukishima drained all of Kurosaki Ichigo's full-bloom power, and let him fall to the ground indifferently. Has the goal been achieved? Tongzi crawled out of the ruins. Hurry up, distribute the power to us as agreed. 35. You don't need to talk too much, I will do it naturally. With a quick dodge, Jinjo Kongo slashed almost everyone except Inu Orium and Sato Yasutara. Boom, one by one. The next second, a violent Reiatsu rose from everyone's body. Oh! Is this Kurosaki's spiritual power? It's amazing. Even my injuries have been repaired a lot. Even the person who was injured by Shenchen before, now has a rosy complexion, as if he has received a big boost. With their full bring-in appearance, they dodged to Ginchenge Kongo's side and looked at Shenchen coldly. Now, we've got Kurosaki's full bringing power of exposing power out of the body. This can be described as an epic enhancement. You no longer have any chance of winning, Shenchen. Shuesu said excitedly. No, I made you stronger, not for you to deal with Shenchen. Ginchenge suddenly said. I want you to successfully escape from him. Chapter 114. Lilica said puzzled, Huh? What do you mean? Tongzi and Jiaji, who were originally full of confidence, also frowned. We've become so much stronger, why do we have to run away against him alone? Ginchenge rode, you better not underestimate him too much. From my point of view, his strength is the top of the captain-level Shinigami. If we go together, it can indeed kill him, but we must also pay the price ourselves. For example, it is very likely that several people will die because of his counterattack. Ginchenge glanced at them coldly. Then, who of you would like to be the dead ones? If not, just leave. As expected of Shinigami's agent of first generation, he is a bit self-aware. Shenchen stood in the distance and applauded, and immediately heard that Shuesu, who had a high self-esteem, was not happy. Ginchenge, in my opinion, you are really overthinking things, or you have no idea how terrifying our power is. He took out the game console and pointed at Shenchen. Invaders must die. Immediately, the sky and the earth turned into pixels, and Shenchen was surrounded in an instant. A huge black box appeared in the air, and Shuesu pointed at it. Look, I can even do this kind of thing. After getting stronger, I can already expand the game space outside the body, and it's even easier to lock Shenchen. And I have just attached unbreakable game rules to the black box, so as long as I don't disarm the ability, he will never be able to get out. Boom! A violent roar suddenly interrupted Shuesu's words. He looked over in horror, and saw that the black space was full of cracks, and countless golden lights penetrated from it. It's impossible. Shuesu said in shock. He actually shattered the space with an attack. The brilliance of the holy sword answered Shuesu's doubts, and the crack soon shattered completely, causing the entire space to turn into ashes. Not only that, but the aftermath of the holy sword's eruption also swept the surroundings, causing Shuesu, Lilica, and the others to stand unsteady. Is that his Zanpakuto? Tsukishima's pupils shrank. Could it be his Bankai? How powerful! At this time, the explosion here has attracted a large number of police, and the sound of police cars came from a distance. This changed everyone's expressions. Unlike Shinigami, who can't be seen by ordinary people, they all have flesh and don't want to cause trouble in the real world. Let's go. Ginchenge greeted him, and Shuesu and Lilica shot at the same time. using 2 space abilities to surround de Shenchen again. They knew it might be useless, but they only needed to trap de Shenchen for a few seconds. I have slowed down the internal time flow rate, let's take the opportunity to run. In fact, Xuesu knew that he might not be able to sleep even for a moment, so he could only make this moment as long as possible on the time scale. Jinzhou nodded, and immediately ran off with Inu Orium, Sato Yasutara, Shishikawara, and others. Aren't we going to bring one? Sato Yasutara asked. Have you forgotten how Kurosaki Ichigo and Jinglingte used to get in trouble? Don't worry, that de Shenchen won't kill him. Tsukishima spoke words that reassured them, and recklessly spread the false past fabricated with his abilities. It happened to be true for Inu Orium and Sato Yasutara, so after a little thought, they left with everyone. Boom! Not long after the few people left, the double space had reached its limit and was torn apart from the inside by a huge force. Huh? Has it disappeared without a trace? Feeling the distance between them in observation Haki, de Shenchen was startled. So that's the case. Although I only spent a second inside to blow up the double space, has it been a long time since I was outside? He looked left and right and saw only the dying Kurosaki Ichigo lingering. Because Kurosaki Ichigo is currently in a Shinigami state, the ambulance personnel who came over cannot see him, and Kurosaki Ichigo's body has long run away under the control of the soul. Ask for flowers. God, dust. Seeing de Shenchen come out, Kurosaki Ichigo shouted with the last of his strength. What, do you want me to save you? 35. De Shenchen looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, in Rukia's face, it's not impossible. What the hell does this happen? Kurosaki Ichigo's most urgent idea now is not to live, but to know the truth. Why, they're all talking about things I haven't done. It's almost as if there is a false past. Haven't you already guessed it? De Shenchen said indifferently, what kind of full-bring ability is possible? 0. This time, Kurosaki Ichigo was silent. Thinking of the previous ones, Kurosaki Ichigo understood that this must be Tsukishima Shuakairo's ability. He is the one who made up a non-existent past for Inu Orium and Sato Yasutara. Suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo said something in a low voice. Huh? What did you say? Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth and said loudly while coughing up blood, please help me defeat Tsukishima Shuakairo. 35. Please help me, defeat the bastards who took my power. Please. For Kurosaki Ichigo, turning to the opponent he most wanted to defeat was undoubtedly an extremely humiliating thing. But now the pain of his partner being taken away has already destroyed his self-esteem. No matter how you look at it now, only de Shenchen has enough strength to do such a thing. You don't need to tell me, I can do it too. De Shenchen said lightly. At this moment, in his observation Haki field, Urahara Kisuke and Kurosaki Ishine are rushing in. Is it because of Reiatsu who feels Kurosaki Ichigo is rapidly weakening? This time, even if he leaves it alone, he should be able to be saved, then the next step is. De Shenchen looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who had passed out in a coma, and looked at the direction Jinjo Kyujo and the others fled. It's time to collect interest. Chuan. Chapter 115. Damn, that guy is just like a monster. On the outskirts of the city, Jinjo Kyujo and Tsukishima managed to escape to a new base. This is a huge abandoned mansion, and everyone sat down and rested. Hey! If he escaped so far, he shouldn't be able to find us, right? Tongzi asked. We are different from Shinigami, who is a spiritual body, because we have a physical body, so as long as we don't activate the full present, we can easily hide ourselves, Reiatsu. Jinjo Kongo said, so we should be safe, he can't find us by tracking spiritual power. Tisk, but we have become strong enough to fight him, but we can only choose to escape, which is really annoying. Xuesu spat. Speaking of 640, how strong is de Shenchen? It feels like there is never a specific concept. Lilica complained. Speaking of which, Jackie turned to Inu Orium and Sato Yasutara. Inu, Sato, you should know better. How to say? Inu recalled diligently, actually, we didn't meet him very often, but we only knew that he was super amazing. I remember when we were in Soul Society, Miss Shihaura and Yoriyuki and Kurosaki-san and Ishida-san fought him together, and they all died in the end. Yeah, we were all taken aback. Sato Yasutara nodded. Both Ichido and Yoriyuki-san almost died, and Ishida-san also lost his ability as a Quincy. It's a huge loss. However, when it came to this, both of them paused for a while, always feeling that there was something inconsistent with the memories in their minds. The rest of the people didn't care about the difference between the two of them, but frowned. Shuin Yoriyuki? Who is that? Jackie asked. Jinjo Kyujo said, I've heard of her. She used to be the captain of Godi I-13, which means she has captain-level strength without a doubt. He asked Sato Yasutara again, did Kurosaki Ichigo learn Bankai at that time? Yes. 99. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? Was beaten to the point of death. No wonder that guy's power is so exaggerated. 35. Isn't this a normal Shinigami? Can Shinigami be so strong? Jinjo Kongo knew the seriousness of it even more. It seems that he is more powerful than I imagined. This is no longer the level of a senior captain, but at least the combined power of two Captain Shinigami. Shuesu was extremely annoyed and said, what's the use of saying this now? Is it just to advertise to us how awesome he is? What we should do now is to discuss countermeasures, right? We can't stop fighting back for a lifetime. Anyway, I can't swallow this breath. Speaking of countermeasures, but there are, and it's very simple. Jinjo Kyujo looked at Tsukishima. Tsukishima immediately understood and said, the reason why we became stronger is because we absorbed Kurosaki Ichigo's full bloom, right? Yeah, Lilica said, so what's your method? Tsukishima smiled and said, can't we just repeat this process? As long as we become stronger, we can deal with that de Shenchen. Repeat this process. Everyone was surprised, you want to? Tsukishima has already looked at Inu Orium and Sato Yasutara, and said gently, to sum up, in order to fight against demons like de Shenchen, are you willing to sacrifice a little? Both Inu and Sato were stunned, and subconsciously flinched a little. Tsukishima pressed step by step, now that the enemy is in front of you, are you not willing to make even a little sacrifice? Are you people like this? Or, have you all forgotten my great kindness to you? Both Inu and Sato were already in cold sweat, with expressions of pain on their faces. Of course I remember Mr. Tsukishima's kindness, so I will repay Tsukishima-san. I will. Under the confusion of memory, the two people's mental defense lines are very fragile, and they agreed after a while. Seeing this, Jinjo showed a sneer without mercy, and walked over to steal Inu Orium and Sato Yasutara's full bloom with one sword. Okay, now we can all look forward to it. The rest of the people are also full of eyes, just one Kurosaki Ichigo has made them so much stronger, then repeat it twice, how powerful will they be? This is a whole triple enhancement. Swish, 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 swish. Between swinging the great sword, Yinchench has once again distributed these two forces to everyone. Oh. Getting stronger. I can feel it. It feels like I'm stronger than ever. 35. Power is pouring out continuously. Everyone showed excited expressions, and even intoxicated with this terrifying increase. It's hard to imagine. I never thought before that my abilities could be strengthened to such a level. The corners of Shuesu's mouth were constantly raised, and now let alone de Shenchen, even with the rest of Godi I-13's captains, he has the confidence to deal with it. Boom! At this time, a large hole suddenly broke through the ceiling of the mansion, and de Shenchen fell from the sky. 4.4? Are you chasing after him so soon? Jinjo Kongo narrowed his eyes. How did we find us? Could it be that there is no need to sense Reiatsu's peculiar secret technique, so we can search in a large area? I have to say, Jinjo Kongo was half right. But what is the real answer? In fact, they have no interest in knowing. Forget it, it's not important. The members of Skyushin stood in front of de Shenchen eagerly. It can only be said that you came at the wrong time. It seems that your confidence has greatly increased now. Da Shenchen saw a new Orium and Sato Yasutara lying on the ground, and basically understood what happened. He smiled lightly, I hope, you can really let me enjoy myself. Chapter 116. That's it. Xuesu said savagely, it's you that makes me particularly unhappy. Invaders must die. Xuesu instantly activated his ability, and the game space that was countless times faster than before enveloped De Shenchen. He has been locked up by me now, what should I do next? Up to now, the triple-strengthened Xuesu is extremely calm, confident that the space will no longer be broken from the inside. Just send someone to deal with him. Lilica waved her hand, and now that she has become stronger, she doesn't pay much attention to De Shenchen. Who is going? Tsukishima smiled and glanced around, I think there are quite a few people who want to kill him. 99. Let me go. Tong's stout fist clenched his pocket watch, and grinned, I've been unhappy with his face for a long time. Let me tear up his hateful mouth and his calm expression. 35. Okay, let's go to the show then. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. You have to thank us for giving you this opportunity to vent your anger. That's for sure, Tongzi sneered. 28, I will repay you with the most wonderful killing performance. 99. Then let me look forward to it. After Xuesu finished speaking, she waved Tongzi into it. In the game space, De Shenchen came to a wide blank space. Well, it seems that it has indeed increased a lot, and the density feeling that the surrounding spirits give me is not so easy to be broken. De Shenchen felt it with leisure. Soon, Tongzi entered it. There's only one person here. De Shenchen raised his eyebrows. Just me alone is enough. Tongzi showed a hideous smile, of course, I haven't been dazzled by the power, and I still understand that you are also a strong man. So, I will use my strongest trick to kill you. There is no slander. As soon as the words fell, the power of the complete revelation turned Tongzi into a burly man with dark skin, and his height was directly raised by 2 or 3 times. How? My Fullbring can even do such a thing? Kiriko laughed wildly. As long as the content of my contract with the God of Time is simpler, the greater the power I can obtain. The current posture is the reinforcement of the extremely simple desire to become stronger. Today I am unmatched. But De Shenchen, who was in front of him, had a boring look on his face. What are you doing? Haven't the tricks changed after the triple enhancement? De Shenchen remembered that when facing Zaraki Kenpeki, he was instantly killed by one move. What Zaraki Kenpeki can do, De Shenchen can do with ease. I'm really disappointed. De Shenchen waved his sword decisively, die. Boom. The next moment, 2 palms slammed into the air, and the huge force directly emptied the surrounding air. And De Shenchen's blade also stopped in mid-air, and was firmly clamped by this empty-handed white blade. Oh? Has it really become several times stronger? De Shenchen was slightly surprised, although he was just a casual sword, but not anyone could stop him. Tongzi, who took De Shenchen's move, was even more proud and laughed wildly, ha 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 ha. Your attack is nothing more than that. Are you afraid? The people onlookers from the outside world were more confident when they saw it. It seems right, De Shenchen is no longer an opponent in the face of today's triple strengthened us. Just as Jia finished speaking, a scream came from the screen. That was the scream of Tongzi. Ah 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 ah. I saw that the blade of the holy sword directly lit up with radiance, and the high temperature and heat instantly vaporized the flesh and blood of Tongzi's hands. Of course, the palm with only bones could not hold the holy sword, and De Shenchen's sword cut off a small half of his body. Pfft! Ah! Tongzi staggered back a few steps, his internal organs and blood sprayed all over the floor. How come? Under the severe pain, he looked at De Shenchen in disbelief. De Shenchen said indifferently, even if he becomes several times stronger, it is only a drop in the bucket compared to me. I only need to increase the power of the slash, and I can easily defeat you, but I am a little surprised that you are not dead yet. He carefully looked at Tongzi's stump and broken arm, and found that the flesh and even the internal organs were wriggling to repair and grow. Similar to Minos Gran's high-speed regeneration? No, it seems a little different. After looking at it, De Shenchen understood. Jinzhou Kongo's ability to capture other people's full brings will increase in 2 ways after he distributes his power to everyone to strengthen it. The first aspect of the increase is purely to strengthen their own full display. The second aspect of the increase is to add some of the features of the captured full bloom to their full bloom. For example, Kurosaki Ichigo's full representation is essentially to manifest one's own power in the outside world. Therefore, after obtaining Kurosaki Ichigo's full appearance, Yukio can display the game space of invaders must die outside the body. Combining Inu Orium's and Sato Yasutara's full bloom, they have improved your attack, defense, speed, vitality, self-healing, and stamina respectively, right? 35. Does Shenchen tutate his tongue in his mouth? In addition, after your own full representation has undergone a triple upgrade, you have used this to strengthen your body and enhance the various abilities of your body. This allows you not only to block me, but also to stay immortal and heal quickly after suffering such an almost mortal injury, isn't that right? At this time, Tong Zi's body has basically returned to its original state, but her face is extremely ugly. Because does Shenchen explained the essence of his ability completely and thoroughly in just a few words. What if you know? Tongzi roared. No way, does Shenchen sneered, I just want you to understand one thing. With such a strong self-healing power and vitality, it is not a good thing when the opponent is me. Chapter 117. What's the meaning? Tongzi just raised doubts when he saw a flash of sword light in front of him. With a swoosh, Tongzi's shoulder and right arm flew high together. Ah! The severe pain dominated Tongzi's brain, causing him to cry incessantly. Whoosh dash! Another sword struck. Tongzi finally found out, the sword was not so fast that he couldn't react. But the swordsmanship has reached a certain level, so that no matter how he changes or responds, it is impossible to dodge Da Shenchen's sword. Another arm. %*Z%. Da Shenchen said lightly, the one that fell with the voice was Tongzi's left arm. Blood spurted wildly, and fear occupied Tongzi's mind. The golden light on that sword directly doubled the power of the blade several times. Even my body couldn't prevent it. After making this judgment, Kiriko turned around and fled. The initial calmness has long since disappeared. It's still running around? It's really bad. Da Shenchen is another superb sword that cuts off Tong Zi's legs at the same route. Ah! Tongzi's screams resounded through the space, and Da Shenchen walked over step by step in the blood on the ground. Look, after breaking your leg, you finally learned not to run around, right? Tongzi was shocked and angry when he heard this. He was driven to the extreme by fear and waved his newly regenerated arm. He turned around and wanted to give Da Shenchen a hard blow. However, the oncoming one was a flash of sword light, and Tongzi's arm disappeared once again. Swexu! Get me out now! Swexu! Kiriko, who had been cut into a stick, was so frightened that she squirmed and yelled on the ground. Did you hear Yukio? Let me get out of this damn place! Da Shenchen stabbed him with a backhand sword and pinned him to the ground through Kiriko's chest. Do you understand what I mean now? Da Shenchen whispered. You can't beat me, but you have a strong self-healing power and vitality, it just means that you will be tortured for a longer time. 5. After all, the Wind King's enchantment broke out in an instant, and the spreading wind blades smashed the Tongzi like a meat grinder. The flesh and blood debris flying all over the sky dyed the entire space red, and only 1 meter around Da Shenchen remained clean. Ouch! 35. Outside, the mansion had already vomited into pieces. This cruel and bloody scene made Lilica and Shishikahara and others vomit in disbelief. How have they, who live in modern society, ever seen such a scene? Even Xuesu was lying on the ground, retching so pale. From the first time when Tongzi was cut off by Da Shenchen, he couldn't take it anymore and started to vomit, so he missed the opportunity to send Tongzi out. Tongzi, he's dead. Jackie said with a pale face, what should I do next? It seems that Da Shenchen's strength is still beyond imagination. I am afraid that only one person can't beat him. Jinzhou Kongo said with a gloomy face, at least 3 people have to go together. Who's going? Everyone looked at each other, all at a loss. Who wants to go? The battle just now is enough to become their nightmare, and no one wants to face the dream of de Shenchen. Mr. Tsukishima, let me go. 35. Shishikawara, as Tsukishima's number 1 younger brother, mustered up his courage and said. Tsukishima looked at him and said to Yinchenj, is it enough for 3 people? I think it's safer for us to go together. Yinchenj shook his head, motioning him not to speak. He said, to be on the safe side, let the 4 of you deal with him together, Xuesu, and you will also shoot together 5. This game space was originally Xuesu's ability, so it was understandable that he participated in the battle. Moreover, Xuesu was arrogant and did not want to admit that she was afraid of de Shenchen, so she had to bite the bullet and nodded in agreement. The rest. Lilica, Jackie, you go with Shishikawara. Jinjo Kongo began to exert his power as a hidden leader, and said, don't worry, if I see something bad, I will let Yukio release you out of space. Lilica and Jackie hesitated for a moment before sighing, well, we also want to avenge Kiriko. After the battle was arranged, Xuesu sent Lilica, Jackie, and Shishikawara in together, and then entered the game space himself. Although his invaders must die can be activated outside the body, only when he himself enters the control room in the game space can it exert its greatest power. After everyone went in, Tsukishima asked, Yinchenj, what do you think? 35. Yinchenj said, this battle is not without a chance of winning, after all, you should know that I didn't plan to give Shigegawara my ability. Because his ability will be very troublesome after strengthening, I even killed him after I wanted to succeed, but now, in order to deal with de Shenchen, he has also been triple strengthened by me. Hearing this, Tsukishima pondered, and said, it is true, his ability is already very powerful, and it is even more unimaginable after the triple enhancement. If he joins, maybe it's possible to defeat de Shenchen. But wouldn't it be more certain if we both go together? This is where Tsukishima is most puzzled. Wangs, Yinchenj shook his head and said, no, we don't go just to be on the safe side, I mean the insurance on the premise of being responsible for our lives. Tsukishima was a little stunned. Yinchenj explained, just think about it, the current 4-person lineup is strong enough. Not only has the stronger Shishikawara joined, but Yukio is almost equivalent to a god in the game space. In this case, killing de Shenchen is the normal situation we expected, but otherwise. Yinchenj said with a serious expression, if you can't kill de Shenchen even this way, it means that de Shenchen's power has reached a level that we can't understand. This realm is like an unknown field, and maybe even if we participate in the battle, we can't change the battle situation, so we should hurry up and run. Chapter 118. This sentence surprised Tsukishima, but it made some sense when he thought about it carefully. Because if that happens, it means that de Shenchen has become stronger than common sense. It's just that after de Shenchen appeared, Yinchenj Kongo's strategy was basically to retreat again and again, but it also surprised Tsukishima. Yinchenj, why are you so afraid of this de Shenchen? It's not like you. You know I used to be the agent Shinigami, right? Jinjo said, so I know a little bit about Godi I-13 of Jingling Garden. But have you seen Captain Haori on de Shenchen? I've never seen a Captain Haori with 2 squad numbers written at the same time. Tsukishima said strangely, I have noticed that the slightly strange Captain Haori, but at most this means that he may be the captain of 2 divisions, right? Jinjo said loudly, that's right. Soul Society has never seen such a double captain from the past to the present. I know very well how stubborn Yamamoto, the old man who ran Godi I-13, has been stubborn for thousands of years. However, even he acquiesced in condoning the existence of this 640 breaking captain, which means that there must be something in de Shenchen that he has to compromise. Having said that, Tsukishima understood completely. One of the most probable points is that de Shenchen has a powerful strength that even Yamamoto Yuanyujai Kongwo cannot ignore. The strong always have privileges, and in order for Godi I-13 to keep the super skilled, even the stubborn such as Yamamoto is willing to make concessions. In the game space, Xuesu entered the control room and said to Lilica and others, next, I will concentrate on assisting you. I will first switch the battlefield to the modern city you are familiar with, and then you will do your best to attack him. Oh! Good. Shigehara agreed. On the other side, Shenchen's eyes flashed, and the surrounding scene also changed. High-rise buildings, busy with traffic. This is Karakura town. Shenchen looked around, it turned the battlefield into a city. See? Then, on the rooftop of the building in front of him, Lilica, Jackie and Chijkawara appeared. Let's go together. Lilica said, I'll assist you from the back, the two of you melee attack. 99. This is still very reasonable according to the distribution of ability, neither of them refused. It is good. Jackie nodded, raised her head and shouted, Shuesu, get me dirty. The more dirty the body is, the more powerful Jiuji's full representation is. As soon as Shuesu controlled it, countless mosaic stains appeared on her body. It's a little disgusting, but forget it, I am undoubtedly the strongest now. Jackie's confidence immediately increased. Lilica also said, give me a lot of dolls and tools such as water tanks, you know what I'll use. Needless to say, Shuesu had already prepared the tools needed for her abilities and asked, the rest, what do you want? Shishai Heiwen said, I only need backbone and blood. I don't need anything else. His self-confidence is not without reason. First of all, Shigehara's Fullbringer is very strong, but he had a weakness in the past. That is, the main body of Shishi River is very weak, and the battle relies entirely on the complete reveal technique. Now that after the triple enhancement, Shigehara's body already has a superhuman physique, and his ability to control probability has also been increased. He feels better than ever. Suffer to death. The initial preparations have been fully prepared, and the Lion Kawara and Jackie instantly approached Shenchen and attacked. In an instant, the two surrounded Shenchen at an extremely fast speed. Shenchen's eyes narrowed, he drew his sword in his left hand, and held a sword in his right. Lion Kawara's attack is very troublesome, it's best not to be touched, Suddenly, Shenchen frowned. After an instant analysis of his Mangekyo Sharinan and observation Haki, they both told him that there is no way to escape Shishikawara's attack. This is not because of how powerful Shikawara's punches are, but because he has adjusted the probability of hitting Shenchen to the maximum. As expected, it is the most troublesome full-bring ability, but Shenchen stabbed with his sword without hesitation, I don't need to dodge or block, just let you find a way to retreat. At the same time, Shenchen's Zanpakuto also moved upwards in a mysterious trajectory, making Jiuji's pupils shrink. Varied. For a moment, Jackie's heart was full of warning signs, and she tried to step back before she kicked Shenchen, but she still felt a pain in her cheek. Shishikahara was also startled, and with an extremely incredible change of body, he also retreated. Just as soon as he stepped back, Shizi Heiwen felt a severe pain in his shoulder, and he was obviously scratched. What? What just happened? Shuesu was puzzled, only Jackie and Shishikahara knew what was going on. Why? Shigehara murmured incredulously, if the probability of evading his attack is increased to the maximum, it will definitely affect the probability of hitting him. It's as if the two are absolutely impossible to have at the same time. It's his swordsmanship. Jackie exclaimed, his swordsmanship is even more powerful than his physique. If I hadn't been in the strongest state now, I might have been decapitated the moment I hit him. Shishikawara said in astonishment, you mean his swordsmanship is so strong that I can't hit him while avoiding his attack anyway? Jackie gritted her teeth and said, yes, even if you can control the probability, if the probability is 0, you can't do anything about it, right? Is there still such a sword technique that is almost like a god in the world? In the outside world, Yinchenj and Uedao also looked at each other in horror, this realm has already exceeded their imagination. In the face of two powerful and maximized full-bring abilities, he can actually complete the counterkill only by pure swordsmanship. Chapter 119. It's really useless, you two, look at me. 39. Lilica shouted, and an army of countless dolls swarmed up. Roar of the dragon. Shenchen shook his head, and the sea of fire swept across, directly igniting all the giant dolls. Damn, Don't underestimate me. Lilika slapped the water tank next to her and pointed to Shenchen, you have already obtained permission. Amaterasu. 35. Shenchen just stared into the air, and all the props that Lilika used to use her abilities were roaring. Seeing that the black flame was about to burn to Lilika, Xuesu hurriedly created an iron wall to block her. Death to me! Immediately afterwards, Xuesu built a huge passenger plane, which fell from the sky and smashed into the big Shenchen. In this space, Xuesu is almost the creator, which is also the source of his confidence. However, Shenchen didn't even look up, just the light on the holy sword showed, then raised his hand and waved. Excalibur! A violent golden beam of light engulfed the entire plane, and after it was completely dissolved, the remaining sword slashes slammed into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the whole city shook. It's impossible. Xuesu in the control room was stunned. After Shenchen's attack smashed a plane, Yu Wei almost broke his space. To be honest, your abilities are really annoying, so I'll get rid of you in an instant. Shenchen turned Zanpakuto upside down and opened his mouth slowly. Invert it, mirror it. The universe looks in the mirror. Under the double Shikai, the two Shenchen immediately faced the Lion Kawara and Jiaji respectively. Ah! Clone! Shishi Kawara shouted, do you think you can kill us one-on-one? Shenchen answered him with action, and lightning and flames suddenly rose from the surface of his body, and they blended with each other. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode. Flame Control. Facing Jackie's Shenchen clone, he opened his mouth to attract the fire of Amaterasu that was burning the Lilika prop, and ate all of it into his own power. Black Flame Dragon Mode. In an instant, both the main body and the clone have reached the strongest state. Dragon Slaying Profound Truth. Dragon Slaying Profound Truth. The two of them burst out with monstrous spiritual power at the same time, causing everyone present to shrink their pupils. Coming! I saw Shenchen's main body and avatar moving, the main body quickly rushed in front of Shishi River, and the avatar jumped on the spot. Red Lotus Thunderbolt Blade. Black Lotus Phoenix Sword. Shishi Kahara greeted him from the front, I'm not afraid of the right move. Watch me blow your head off. His probability control must be in contact with the opponent to maximize the effect, and it can almost kill the enemy 100%. However, as soon as Shishi Kahara's fist touched Shenchen, he felt that his hand was empty, as if he had pierced through a phantom. Although your probability control is not bad, if the object you cast is just an illusion, it's useless at all. After Shenchen used Kinkin's ability to look into the mirror to confuse Shiji Kawara, he had already appeared on his side, and the thunder and fire on his hand were all torn apart. On the other hand, Shenchen's avatar also turned into a jet black meteor, and attacked Jackie's full force kick with the momentum of going straight into the sky. No, I feel like they shouldn't be able to stop it. To be on the safe side, Xuesu quickly built a thick iron wall in front of the two of them, just to weaken Shenchen's attack. In the next second, the iron wall in front of Lion River was torn apart by the violent elements, and the iron wall in front of Jackie was directly burned through a big hole. Boom! Boom! The attacks from both sides all hit the front, and the air waves generated by the explosion shattered all the glass in the surrounding blocks. The spreading shock wave even swept down the wall blocking Lilika, causing her to stare blankly at the scene in front of her. I saw that the body of Shishi Heiwan has long been turned into coke, no matter how strong the self-healing power and vitality are, it will not help, and Jackie is even more tragic. She was not killed on the spot because she was a body-strengthening type, but the blazing black flames had burned all over her body. Kill me! Kill me! The never-extinguishing Amaterasu dragon flame makes Jackie constantly regenerate and burn, repeating the endless cycle of pain. Flowers! Look, I said it all. Shenchen sneered, when you are against me, it is a big bad thing to have too much vitality and self-healing power. 39. Jackie's miserable howl resounded all around, turning into a struggling fireman, and her voice became weaker and weaker. This deeply stabbed Lilika's nerves and made her tremble uncontrollably. You, don't come here. Don't come near me. She shook her gun and pointed it at Shenchen. She had long lost her will to fight, and what was left was deep fear. However, Shenchen just glanced at her, and she was so frightened that she couldn't even grasp the gun. With a pop, the toy gun fell to the ground, and Lilica also slumped down like mud. She knew very well that Shenchen's gaze was a warning. Do you want to end up as miserable as them? Tisk, Lilica is obviously useless, she can no longer fight. Seeing this, Xuesu slammed the table anxiously. In the end, I still have to do it myself. The one named Xuesu, Shenchen's voice sounded, don't worry, it's your turn next. 99. Damn. I said don't be too arrogant. A hole. Xuesu's roar swept the entire city, but there was a sense of panic that he didn't even notice. I am God in this space. I am the creator. You can never fight against God. 35. To show this, Yukio built several missiles on the spot and fired them at Shenchen from all directions. However, the ability of Qinqin's mirror is still activated. Shenchen doesn't even need to move the position, those missiles are all distorted, bypassing Shenchen and hitting the building. Boom! 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 35. Countless firelights and roars rose around Shenchen, but they didn't hurt him in the slightest. Obviously, you don't understand how powerful the real power of gods is, so you dare to call yourself a god. Shenchen raised Zanpakuto in the strong wind and said coldly, I'll use Bankai to show you this mighty power. Chuan. Chapter 120. Bankai. Ha 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 ha. Xuesu laughed, what do you mean by that? It sounds like you think your Bankai is comparable to me, the creator god who created the world. 35. You're really right, I did get a world of my own after Bankai. Shenchen said lightly, under the talent of Zanpakuto at the peak level, he had already mastered the Bankai that belonged to him in just a few days. It's just that because of this super high Zanpakuto talent, Shenchen vaguely appears to have the same feeling as Shikai. This Bankai is similar to Daigyuren Hierin Meru, and is there an ultimate form beyond it? This is not to say that the Bankai of Qinqin Mirror, like Shikai, has not fully developed 733, but it means that this Bankai still has room for a higher level of evolution. Therefore, the Bankai that Shenchen has learned now is already in a complete state, and even Shenchen is shocked by its power. Ridiculous! I am the true almighty creator. Xuesu roared and started to create meteorites and bombs all over the sky. Even if a missile with an attack trajectory can't hit Shenchen, the aftermath of multiple explosions can always be enough. If you die because of his attack, remember to go to Jingling Court with your companions to find me. Shenchen said to Lilica, who was absent-minded, that he still had the intention of subduing these full-bloom users. In this case, the great god sits down and shows no mercy, just because they will all go to Soul Society after they die. When the time comes, they will not only quickly become famous in Rukanga, but also retain their memories of their lifetimes. For example, after Tsukishima and Ginchinj died, they could both help fight the Invisible Empire in Soul Society, which proves this. As soon as Lilica uttered a question in doubt, she was engulfed by the explosion made by Yasuo. In the city where the sky is crumbling, Shenchen is like a god standing in the apocalypse, with a Reiatsu that can overwhelm the explosion. Bankai de Luiyang Bronze Heaven and Earth Mirror. Shenchen shouted out Zanpakuto's real name, and a huge beam of light penetrated the sky and the earth. According to legends, the Deluo Heaven is the top of the sky, and the Bronze Hell is the bottom of the earth. It can be said that the two surround the entire world. This makes Shenchen's Bankai even include an entire new world. The light dissipated, and Shenchen's figure was revealed. The blade of Qinqin's mirror is no longer like metal, but has changed into a glass-like texture. It looks like a precious work of art, but if you feel it carefully, you can find that its edge is still the same. And behind Shenchen, like the halo behind the true god in mythology, a circular mirror like a huge halo is condensed. The circumference of this round mirror is dotted with complicated stripes and totems, which looks simple and noble, and around the round mirror of the light wheel are also surrounded by 8 small mirrors. It is the Daluyang Bronze Heaven and Earth Mirror. That's his Bankai? Both Yunchinj and Tsukishima couldn't help holding their breaths, and Shuesu felt a little nervous for no reason. What kind of abilities can such a strong Bankai have? Be honored, since I practiced Bankai, you are the first person to meet my Bankai, and you will be the first person to die under my Bankai. Da Shenchen said indifferently, making Shuesu instantly furious. Stop being arrogant. Watch me level the entire city. Shuesu exhausted all her spiritual power and actually produced a nuclear bomb, which was about to be detonated on the spot. However, at that moment, the light of the round mirror behind Da Shenchen flashed, and his entire body slowly submerged into it. Afterwards, the entire big Luoyang bronze mirror disappeared, causing Shuesu to be stunned for a while. Where did he go? Shuesu was horrified to find that the game space that should have completely fallen into his master, he couldn't even detect where Da Shenchen was. At this moment, an unusual light suddenly lit up on the screen that Shuesu was staring at. Before Shuesu could figure out what was going on, an exquisite glass sword slashed out and directly cut off Shuesu's head. Pfft! 35. Blood spurted high from the neck. Shuesu never thought that he would die so fast. What the hell is that? Both Yunchinj and Tsukishima looked shocked. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they had to escape now. Where are you going? As soon as the two men moved, Da Shenchen's figure flashed past the window on the side. Seeing this scene, Yunchinj completely understood. Your Bankai ability, combined with what you said, can you enter the world inside the mirror? Obviously, this mirror is not limited to real mirrors, as long as it is a material that can reflect light to a certain extent. For example, Shuesu's screen, such as window glass, such as their metal weapons. It's not too late for you to understand. Da Shenchen slowly emerged in front of them. Unless Da Shenchen hadn't locked them on before, or didn't know where they were, no one could escape Da Shenchen's pursuit within a certain distance. After all, the reason why people can see things is because natural light is reflected on everything. And to escape from Da Shenchen's Bankai, he must ensure that he does not have any 4.4 reflective objects on his body. How can this be possible? It's my mistake, I didn't expect your Bankai ability to be so terrible. It seems that you can only fight to the death. 35. Both Yunchinj and Tsukishima thought of this, so they both stopped and pulled out their weapons in preparation. They are the strongest duo in Skyushin, and now they have been strengthened by the triple full present. Even so, the two of them are completely clueless about whether they can defeat Da Shenchen. Looks like you all know that it's impossible to escape in front of me, Da Shenchen said suddenly, then do you know? My Bankai doesn't have only this ability. Chapter 121. More than one ability? Tsukishima was obviously taken aback. The ability of this mirror world alone is enough to pervert. Don't be frightened. Yunchinj said solemnly, it is possible that he is bluffing. After all, Mirror World's move was almost the most mobile ability he had ever seen. Such an incomparably powerful move alone is enough for Bankai as any captain-level Shinigami. Even if it's just a trick to prevent the Mirror World, there's almost no good way. Yunchinj thought hard, and after looking at Tsukishima, suddenly the sword light flashed. A huge Reiatsu gathered on his great sword, and the slash that erupted directly blew up half of the mansion. Boom! For a time, smoke filled the sky. After feeling Da Shenchen's Reiatsu disappear, Jinzhou clicked. Sure enough, as soon as you hide in the mirror, you won't be attacked. It's really a trick to the extreme. Tsukishima also gritted his teeth and said, this is already an invincible state of invincibility. As Tsukishima said, as long as Da Shenchen enters the Mirror World 28 realm, there is basically no attack that can hit him. This is the horror of the Daluyang Bronze Heaven and Earth Mirror. So that's the case, is it relying on smoke to block my sight? The Mirror World where Da Shenchen lives is basically the same as the outside world. The only difference is that there is only Da Shenchen in the Mirror World. And if Da Shenchen wants to observe the real world, he can only see through the reflection objects one by one, such as glass or mirror, which will constitute a channel to observe the real world. But this also creates a problem, that is, the less things can be reflected in a clear image, the less clearly does Shenchen's viewing angle can see things. Now that the surroundings are full of smoke, does Shenchen can only see Yinchenj and Youhabach through the reflective objects on their bodies. For example, the metal buckle on the belt, or the blade of the sword, but such clarity is undoubtedly extremely poor. And, the harder it is to reflect things, the slower I will travel to and from the mirror world through it. It seems that my ability is not absolutely invincible. Shenchen pondered quietly, and Yinchenj and Youhabach outside were also very nervous. In this smoky state, he's most likely going through us or something very close. So be careful. Jinzhou reminded loudly. Immediately, both of them were extremely aware of the things on their bodies that would reflect light, and removed everything that could be removed. After being on alert for more than half a minute, there was no movement. I said. Tsukishima couldn't help but say, that guy won't just leave, right? No, it won't. He's not the type who can easily let go of the enemy. Yinchenj said, this is absolutely paralyzing us. 35. Shenchen in the mirror world wanted to laugh seeing how the two of them had been waiting for each other. After leaving them in place for a minute, seeing that the smoke was about to dissipate, Yinchenj felt that he couldn't wait any longer. Let's go. If he's still watching us, he'll definitely attack when we're leaving. Yinchenj made a decisive decision, pulling Youhabach to run away, otherwise after the smoke cleared, they might not even be able to get out of the ruins of the mansion. He was right, Shenchen attacked immediately. But not from anything in them. Excalibur. 35. Shenchen flashed out from the window on the side, the lightsaber in his hand had already reached its peak, and it was cut down with one sword. Boom! The dazzling golden torrent submerged the entire ruins of the mansion and turned into a huge beam of light rising into the sky. Yinchenj was wrong, that Shenchen's strength far surpassed them, so there was no need for a surprise attack at all. He only needs to leisurely charge up the liberation of his real name in the mirror world, and then come out at random, and just shoot Yinchenj and Tsukishima directly. Cough cough. The sword of Oath of Victory blasted a huge crater directly on the spot, and at the edge of the crater, both Yinchenj and Youhabach coughed violently. Although they narrowly escaped, their bodies were covered in charred burns that were rapidly healing under the influence of Anu and Sato's full bloom. Oh? You can run away like this? It seems to be very fast. Shenchen raised his eyebrows in surprise, and only showed a clear expression after seeing Yinchenj. No wonder, it turns out to be Bankai. It can indeed have a top speed that exceeds Tensā Zanjutsu. As Shinigami, the agent of first generation, Jinzhou seems to have captain-level strength. And after absorbing Kurosaki Ichigo's fullness, his Bankai can even be compared to the enhanced version of Tensā Zanjutsu. This is undoubtedly the strength of a senior captain. Now that after the enhancement of triple complete representation, Shenchen 733 believes that Yinchenj can fight Anohanaretsu a dozen times. So strictly speaking, in fact, the current Silver City is already very strong, but unfortunately his enemy is Shenchen. Shuakairo, let's go. 99. Even after Bankai, Yinchenj still didn't have the confidence to face Shenchen head-on, and he was about to run away when he pulled Youhabach. Tsukishima said blankly, but facing his trick Bankai, what should we do? Our stronghold is surrounded by no man's land, and there should be nothing in the forest that can reflect objects for him to use. I have to say that Yinchenj's judgment is very fast and correct. But unfortunately, how could Shenchen let them go? It's a good idea, but have you forgotten what I said? Shenchen said indifferently, my big Luoyang bronze heaven and earth mirror does not only have one ability. 55. Refractive flash. In an instant, a light channel seemed to form between the circular mirror of the light wheel and the great sword of Yinchenj. However, this light channel is so fast that ordinary people can't see it at all. What they can see clearly is only Shenchen that appears next to Yinchenj's ape in an instant like a light, and then slashes with one sword. SHHH. The blood is flying. Chapter 122. The lightsaber is down. What speed is this? 35. The holy sword illuminated Yinchenj's horrified face, and directly cut off his arm completely. What? Blood splashed, Yinchin shouted, and fell to the ground in pain. This trick refractive flash is the same as electric field teleportation. It moves forward at the speed of light, going back and forth between two reflective objects, and no one can react. However, compared to the electric field teleportation, the refraction flash is no longer troubled by the violent energy interference electric field, and can be activated as long as it is within the field of view. So fast! At this time, Tsukishima was splattered with blood on half of his face and froze in place. Ha, so I'm too scared to move. Does Shenchen mocked Tsukishima jokingly, it's really boring. Does Shenchen raised his great sword again, and was about to slash at Yinchin, giving him the final fatal blow. The strong wind brought by this sword slapped Ginchin's clothes, and Tsukishima lowered his head bleakly, looking as if he had given up. However, at this moment, Tsukishima's sword slowly sank into the ground. The Book of the End. Tsukishima activates his ability, sandwiching Tsukishima's past here in the ground, and the trap he planted in the past is triggered on the spot. Boom! The ground beneath De Shenchen's feet trembled violently and cracked. The intense flames exploded, De Shenchen's eyes narrowed, and his mouth continued to absorb the flames of the explosion. Although the shock wave still made his body crooked, De Shenchen's vowed sword of victory did not stop, and the sharp blade was only an inch away from the Silver City. Tisk! Can you just ignore the trap? Tsukishima clenched his teeth and swung his long sword, grabbed the neutral position where De Shenchen's body was tilted, and forcibly blocked the gap between Yinchin and the Sword of Oath of Victory. The next moment, the Sword of Oath of Victory and the Book of the End will face each other. Chiang! The Sword of Oath of Victory stopped in the air in a daze, and Uedao was also shaken by a powerful shock wave with severe pain in his 5 internal organs. Clang, clang, clang. 99. De Shenchen didn't stop at all, and he continued to chase after the victory. The shock wave from the collision of the blades directly knocked down a lot of the surrounding trees. Hi! De Shenchen frowned, can you continue to take my swordsmanship? In an instant, many memories that did not exist appeared in De Shenchen's mind, making him immediately understand what was going on. Relying on the neutral position of the trap just now, although he could not really stop De Shenchen, he also created a chance for Tsukishima to hit the Sword of Oath of Victory. Under the full-bring technique of the Book of the End, Tsukishima forcibly inserted a new past into the Holy Sword. You have been practicing swordsmanship with me for decades. De Shenchen sneered, how could such a thing happen? It is precisely because De Shenchen's swordsmanship comes from survival rewards, as well as the Mangekyo Sharinan and observation Haki that he combines with his fusion talents, so he can distinguish false memories with exceptional clarity. Aren't you confused and hesitant at all? Tsukishima was also surprised when he saw this, it was the first time he had seen an opponent who was hardly troubled by false memories. Die! De Shenchen answered him without hesitation, the Wind King's barrier fell and exploded, and the strong wind swept the broken wood into the sky. However, after this false past, De Shenchen's sword skills were all imported into Tsukishima's mind. As someone who experienced De Shenchen's swordsmanship for decades, Tsukishima actually learned the exact same swordsmanship. He avoided all the wind blades so skillfully that he grabbed Yinchin with one hand, blocked with the other, and rushed out like a fly. After the two stopped in the distance, they stared at De Shenchen breathlessly. Okay, so dangerous. Even if he had obtained the same level of swordsmanship as De Shenchen just now, he almost failed to deal with De Shenchen's attack. Well done, we have a better chance of winning now. Yinchin also reacted quickly. Seeing that De Shenchen was not chasing after him, he immediately began to recover from the injury with all his strength with his triple enhanced characteristics. The severed arm also regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tsukishima stood quietly in front of Yinchin, but instead of simply waiting for Yinchin to recover, he stabbed into Yinchin with a sword. The Book of the End. The full bring was activated instantly, and Jinzhou was also caught in a false past, and he acquired the same level of terrifying swordsmanship. It's really a convenient ability. I want to bring you under my command more and more. De Shenchen said indifferently that the reason why he didn't pursue the victory just now was because he wanted to inquire about their intentions. How? Be loyal to me, so that I don't have to kill you. Otherwise, even after you die, you will still be in the Soul Society, and you will still not be able to escape from my palm." While Shenchen was talking, the sword of victory was always shining with golden light, and the pressure it radiated made Tsukishima feel uneasy. "Humph! You don't even think about this kind of thing. I don't want to be under people." Yinchen stood up and stretched, his bones rattling. Hearing this, Shenchen sighed and shook his head. Although he had expected this for a long time, after Zhao Hao actually heard it, it still made him a little disappointed. Tsukishima has no problem with being subjugated by others, but Yinchen is different. He is a man who is extremely ambitious and is not willing to be controlled by others. In the original history, there was no special reason why he set a trap against Kurosaki Ichigo and seized his power. Jinjo Kongo simply wants to become stronger and gain more power, so as to escape the Soul Society's control over the agent Shinigami. It seems that this battle must be fought, and you are more ignorant than I thought. 99. Hearing the words, Yinchen stretched out a hand and put a hand on Tsukishima's shoulder, and slowly stepped forward and stood side by side with him. "Now that we have obtained all your sword skills, we have enough chances to win even against you." Chapter 123. It's really incredible self-confidence. Do you really think your swordsmanship can match mine? Shenchen in the distance opened his eyes and looked at the two of them with indifferent eyes. Yinchen slowly drew out the great sword, and Tsukishima also clenched the hilt. Of course. After speaking, Yinchen and Youhabach rushed over together. They raised their weapons a few meters away from Shenchen and slashed hard. The sword energy condensed into a solid body and went straight to Shenchen. Seeing this, Shenchen opened his palm, held the sword of oath victory, twisted his wrist, grabbed Kinkan, and looked into the mirror. One knife and one sword slashed in the air, and one after another sword energy rushed out. The pale yellow sword energy looks unpretentious, but the energy hidden in it is very terrifying. Boom! In an instant, the two exploded, and the roar of tigers and dragons filled the entire forest. The tyrannical force was raging, and the ground cracked a big hole, with Tsukishima and Yinchen on one side, Shenchen on the other. Sure enough, there is some progress. But with your strength, how can you possibly compete with me? After speaking, Shenchen flashed again and went straight to Yinchen and Youhabach. He's coming to 733. Combining the divine swordsmanship with their defenses, the two reacted worthy of being able to take Shenchen's thunderous strike. After that, the sword, light and sword shadow swept through everything. Clang, 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 clang. The pressure released from Shenchen's sword made both Yinchen and Youhabach sweat profusely. Why is this? Yinchen gritted his teeth. It's clear that our swordsmanship should be at the same level. He waved his great sword and fought hard. Seeing this, Tsukishima stepped forward together and used his strength to resist the sword energy together. In this flickering storm of sword energy, Shenchen's blade slashed like a ghost, leaving a wound on the two of them. Damn! In what point is he stronger than us? Youhabach was also puzzled. Why did he and Yinchen have to join forces to withstand Shenchen's onslaught? It's as if Shenchen's melee strength is not just because of the exquisite swordsmanship. Can he be so oppressive alone? 35. Yinchen is also not good in secret, but they are not weak after getting the triple reinforcement, and they resisted Shenchen's continuous attack. Shenchen also frowned, thinking to himself. Although I'm still better at melee because of the observation Haki and Mangekyo Sharinon, they can make up the difference with their numbers. Between the changes in Shenchen's eyes, both observation Haki and Mangekyo Sharinon opened to their maximum in an instant. This kind of concentrated combat has brought even more pressure to the opponent. Tsukishima and Yinchen are fighting under this kind of pressure, and their physical strength is rapidly depleting. However, the strengthened Yinchen was originally a physical augmentation system, so the attack power had reached an incredible level, and every attack made Shenchen a little difficult to deal with. Moreover, the auxiliary control of Tsukishima on the side also perfectly offset the disadvantage of not having observation Haki and Mangekyo Sharinon. Anyway, at least we can already fight him. Shenchen shouted, as long as he tightly entangles him and prevents him from entering the mirror world, he can block his Bankai. Annoying ants. Shenchen knew that it would be difficult to get results in a short period of time if he continued to fight. We're chasing. Shenchen gave an order and took the lead. If Shenchen re-entered the mirror, it would be troublesome. However, Shenchen had no such intention at all, but swung his holy sword against the incoming Silver City and Sea Island. Excalibur. A roaring golden sword light swept down, but Jinzhou and Tsukishima were both stronger than the top captain Shinigami at the moment, and they were easily dodged. Oh, where are you aiming at? Shenchen didn't answer, but opened his hands at them again. 8-dimensional re-entry. Another Bankai's new ability appeared, and the 8 small mirrors around Shenchen immediately surrounded Shenchen and Tsukishima. What is this for? In the blink of an eye, Shenchen and Tsukishima have no idea what power Shenchen's Bankai has. But now they are very close to Shenchen. As long as they cut him, no matter what the tricks are, it won't work. Boom! In an instant, a golden light burst out from one of the small mirrors. Shenchen and Tsukishima slashed each other in the air, and both avoided the blow with the help of the mutual force. Haha! It's really hard to guard against, but it's useless to me who has been guarded for a long time. After successfully avoiding, Shenchen laughed wildly, and was about to continue his fierce attack, when Tsukishima suddenly rushed over and kicked him away. What are you doing? Before Shenchen could be surprised, another golden light shot out from another small mirror. This time Shenchen was able to see clearly, only to see that after the golden light shot out, it directly disappeared into the third small mirror, instead of emptying it to other places. Could it be that? In an instant, Shenchen seemed to understand the terrifying truth of this move. Sure enough, the golden light burst out from the fourth small mirror, and the process was repeated almost infinitely. Boom! 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 The roar is endless. It is just an attack of a torrent of golden light, but it is constantly looping back and forth between the 8 small mirrors, forming a natural cross-enchantment. Shenchen said indifferently, aren't you curious, where did the holy sword slash that I made just now go? Shenchen and Youhabach were stunned for a while at the same time, and then they remembered the golden sword energy that hit the air, and it didn't seem to cause any explosions on the ground. Because that destructive spiritual beam of light has all entered my mirror world. As soon as he finished speaking, Shenchen controlled the 8 small mirrors to move continuously, causing the crossed golden light barrier to change rapidly. What? Tsukishima screamed in agony. He was only slightly rubbed by the beam of light whose real name was Liberation Barrier, and suddenly half of his body became charred black. Chapter 124. The principle of 8-dimensional re-entry is actually very similar to refractive flash and mirror world, which is a combined application of the two techniques. Shenchen only needs to use the 8 small mirrors to connect light-like skills together, and the price paid is only that each refraction will cause some loss. It's like he just used the light cannon attack of the Sword of Oath of Victory, which refracts almost infinitely between different mirrors. Although there is a time difference between each strike, the speed of light travels, but in terms of effect, it almost exists at the same time. This allows Shenchen to construct a cross-slash enchantment composed entirely of the liberation of the true name of the Sword of Victory, even if he only uses the spiritual power of Noble Phantasm Liberation once. Then Shenchen only needs to move the 8 small mirrors arbitrarily to make the enchantment of 8-dimensional re-entry keep changing, making it impossible to guard against it. Shichiro. Obviously, Shenchen did not expect that Youhabach would be recruited so easily. He subconsciously rushed over, only to realize that something was amiss. The reason why Tsukishima was hit so quickly was mainly because his full reveal power was spent elsewhere. After Shenchen approached, Tsukishima's full bloom had accumulated to the extreme, and a sword stabbed into Genshin's body. Shenchen looked at Youhabach puzzled, and Youhabach said weakly, I've seen it for a long time. I'm afraid that even if we want to fight against Shenchen today, we will lose more and win less 5. So, I'm betting everything on you. This is something that my Book of the End can barely do after triple strengthening. Because this is not only a false past, but also a forcible fact, so you can only hold on to one battle at most, you must seize the opportunity. 99. After saying that, Tsukishima pulled out his long sword and fell down weakly. And Shenchen stayed in the air, and countless new memories appeared in his head. Huh? What happened? This sword came very quickly, and Shenchen didn't understand what Uedao wanted to do for a while. However, this did not prevent him from continuing to attack, and immediately began to encircle and suppress Shenchen by controlling the enchantment of the 8-dimensional return. Whoosh! But in just an instant, Shenchen's figure suddenly disappeared, and then came behind Shenchen at an incredible speed. Boom! Shenchen's expression changed, and he suddenly hit him, feeling that his wrist was hurting. Why is it so much stronger? Silver City has raised his hand, invaders must die. The game space unfolded countless times faster than Shuesu, taking him and Shenchen away in one fell swoop. There was only Tsukishima, where life and death were unknown, and there were potholes and messes all over the ground. In the game space, Shenchen and Shenchen came back to the city, and after seeing this move, Shenchen also understood. So that's the case, can Tsukishima's ability even be able to do such a thing? Shenchen squinted his eyes and was a little surprised. It seems that you guessed it. That's right, Tsukishima temporarily turned the new past into reality, and you are no longer my opponent. Shenchen took a deep breath and said, now I have received the power of 9 full bringers at the same time, reaching the ultimate 9-layer enhancement. Tsukishima gathers all the power of full bring, and the past that Jinjo is sandwiched by this is exactly. All Skyushin members, including Kurosaki Ichigo, handed over their full bloom power to Jinjo Kongo. This allowed Jinjo Kongo to achieve an unprecedented 9-fold enhancement, and even Shenchen had a hard time judging how strong he was. It's just that after the first level of strengthening, he can be comparable to the senior captain, and the strength after the third level of strengthening is not even much worse than that of Anohanaretsu. If he has undergone the 9-layer reinforcement, could it be that he has already been able to wrestle with Yamamoto Yuanyushai Shijikuni? Shenchen's mind twitched. Before Shenchen could confirm this, Shenchen had already attacked. I saw that he showed the ultimate speed that even surpassed Shihaoran Yoryuaki, and instantly came to Shenchen and swung his sword down. Susanoo. Shenchen's reaction is not unpleasant. The purple giant appeared out of thin air, but it began to crumble the moment he touched the giant's sword. ###pound. Shenchen's pupils shrank, the sword of Oath of Victory had already lit up with golden light, and greeted him from the front. Boom! Just a touch, the air waves have already formed a whirlwind among the high-rise buildings. What a powerful force! Shenchen thought through gritted teeth, after destroying Susanoo, can it still match the holy sword that I infused with spiritual energy? 35. Since Shenchen may have the ability of Shigehara, Shenchen originally did not want to confront him head-on. But at this time, Shenchen is really too fast. But fortunately, the sword of victory was not broken. No. It doesn't seem right. This can't help but surprise Shenchen, but based on the previous situation, he quickly deduced a conjecture. Looks like I'm being too wary. You can only gain some of the opponent's full display abilities by taking the enhancement of the full display technique, rather than fully gaining the opponent's full display ability. For example, after Kurosaki Ichigo's full bloom was captured, it didn't mean that everyone could use the Scarlet Black Crescent Moon spiritual power, they just got the characteristic of showing power beyond the body surface. Even Jinjo Kyujo himself, because his full bring technique originally belonged to the type of releasing spiritual power in the form of slashing, and finally obtained the skill of the Crescent Moon. I couldn't avoid your sword just now, not only because of your speed, but also because you adjusted the probability of hitting me by relying on the characteristics of Shishi River. But even so, Shenchen said affirmatively, you still can't do the meticulous probabilistic manipulation of make my weapon just H9. Oh? I didn't expect that you would be able to infer so many things in just one fight. You really deserve to have a fighting mind. Hearing this, Shenchen raised his eyebrows in surprise. I'm not afraid to tell you that you did think right, because I don't care about the disclosure of this situation at all. 99. Shenchen said in an extremely cold voice, after all, I am now invincible. Chuan. Chapter 125. It's really a frog in the bottom of the well, is invincible such a good self-proclaimed. Shenchen laughed, even if he was as strong as Yamamoto Yuanyuji, he was defeated and died in the end, and it can only be said that Shenchen was too arrogant. Don't be stubborn, just feel my power for yourself. Shenchen laughed wildly and continued to swing his great sword. Unparalleled spiritual power burns on the blade, constantly colliding with Shenchen. Boom! 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 The fierce roar resounded between the high-rise buildings, and the cyclone between the buildings has gradually intensified into a hurricane, sweeping everything. Susanoo couldn't unfold because of being pushed to a very close distance by Shenchen, but fortunately Shenchen had other ways. 733 relied on the extremely powerful talent. Shenchen combined the driving force of the Wind King's enchantment and the liberation of his real name, which doubled the power of the Holy Sword. Win evenly. This guy. He has already reached this point, how can he still compete with me? 9. It has to be said that in the process of slashing, Shenchen changed from the previous arrogance to surprise. He knew very well that this was the ultimate power that only lasted for World War I, and it was only temporary, but Shenchen usually had such a strong power. This is already the maximum power of my ordinary sword swing, and I can only catch up with his attack power. Likewise, Shenchen was secretly surprised in his heart. It seems that there will be no results in continuing the melee combat. At this moment, there is almost no difference between him and Shenchen in terms of swordsmanship and power. Then keep your distance. Amaterasu. At the same time as the next blow, Shenchen's eyes smeared a trace of blood, and a dark flame ignited in the focus of sight. Originally, Shenchen aimed at Shenchen's head, but the 9-layered Shenchen's reaction was not unpleasant. After tilting his head to dodge, the black sparks could only fall on his shoulders. Even so, the black fire that won't go out until the target is burned, still makes Jinzhou secretly complain. He snorted and was finally forced to retreat, but then without blinking, he slashed his shoulder with a sword. Before even the blood spurted out, the wound had stopped bleeding and regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that even a fatal injury may be useless to you. Shenchen squinted his eyes. Shenchen already possessed the power of emptiness, and after the 9-layer enhancement, the high-speed regeneration is even more exaggerated than the Vasto Lord level Minos Grande. Now you finally understand, Shenchen said with open arms, why do I dare to call myself invincible? Even if you can match me for a while, so what? We're far from being resilient. If I hit you, it will be a heavy blow, but if you hit me, it will be invalidated by my high-speed regeneration. Shenchen snorted coldly, even the high-speed regeneration of the Vasto Lord level Minos Grande has a limit, let me see where your limit is. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode. In an instant, Shenchen turned on his current strongest state. He waved his hand and let it go, the sword of Oath of Victory had turned into a spiritual child and disappeared, and the Kinkan mirror had been sheathed again. Oh? No more weapons. Shenchen raised his eyebrows, or, you are now more powerful when you don't have weapons than when you have weapons. He remembered this form of Shenchen, once in their bar stronghold, killing them without resistance. But now that the situation has reversed, what will happen? Silver City is very interested to know this. Hi! Whoosh! 35. The next moment, both of them moved at the same time. Shenchen swung his sword out in the aura of the sky, and Shenchen threw his fist between the thunder and the sea of fire. Boom! 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 I saw all kinds of explosions blooming in the sky, and the flames burst out, rolling up the sky. This air pressure is like an overwhelming natural disaster, sweeping every corner of Karakura town. It seems that even if you can create a game space, you can't create things arbitrarily in it like Yu-Gi-Oh! In the collision of various magnificent tricks and skills and the strange and dangerous ability Sword Slash, Shenchen once again touched the details of Shenchen. The unparalleled power collided and strangled each other in the high sky of the city, enough to blow up the power that destroyed several blocks one after another. Boom! Within a few thousand meters of the two people fighting, it is already a piece of scorched earth, and from time to time, you can see flames and tornadoes emerging. The buildings within this range were already smashed to pieces in the aftermath of the battle. Lei Yanlong's brilliant flame. De Shenchen gathered a huge fireball of lightning and slammed it down, causing the surrounding to heat up. Thousands of substances ignite spontaneously without fire and turn to ashes in a blink of an eye. However, Yinchenj was able to resist the drastic change in temperature only by relying on his powerful body. After a rampage, several spiritual power slashes erupted, directly piercing the lightning fireball. Your model was really strong in the past, but it's not enough for me now. 99. Yinchenj laughed wildly, and De Shenchen was also thinking quickly during the battle. Although I haven't fought Yamamoto Kongwo in Lei Yanlong mode, the combat power in this state should be no less than that of Tian 4.4 Zhao He Yanlong, so it seems. Undoubtedly, only relying on Lei Yanlong mode can't beat Jinzhou at all. Jinzhou Kongwo is so strong. You said to find out my limit? Now it's better to say that I figured out your limit. Yinchenj raised his hand and turned it over, and a circle of clock-like runes appeared on the palm of his hand. Now, it seems that your limit is only like this, and on the other hand, I still have the ability of the body strengthening system that I have not used. Just like other full-bring skills, although Jinzhou cannot activate effects at will, it can display some of its characteristics. For example, the strongest move of Tongzi Fuse, there is no slander. Chapter 126. Under the contract with the God of Time, Yinchenj's body doubled again, increasing his strength and speed to an extremely terrifying level. It's a little troublesome now. De Shenchen saw Yinchenj turned into a black line and stabbed straight, his strong body smashed into the atmosphere, so fast that De Shenchen didn't even have time to enter the mirror world. Boom! The black lightning pierced through the atmosphere, and De Shenchen also slammed, raised his fist and collided with it. Lei Yanlong's iron strike. The surging air waves gushed out from it, showing transparent ripples visible to the naked eye. With De Shenchen and Jinzhou Kongwo as the center, a catastrophic storm suddenly spreads out. Well! De Shenchen groaned and was defeated for the first time in a head-to-head confrontation. Come again! 99. Yinchenj laughed wildly and continued to attack. De Shenchen had to fight against it. The vacuum they exploded pushed the atmosphere to spread, and finally turned into an impact of air waves, sweeping away all the clouds in a radius of 10,000 meters. We've already reached this point in 28, yet this game space hasn't collapsed yet. De Shenchen realizes that although Yinchenj can only display the game space, and can only restore the last world created by Xuesu before his death, it is an epic improvement in terms of firmness compared to Xuesu himself. I saw countless buildings in the entire Karakura town, and the surfaces were all buzzing, and the small buildings near De Shenchen and Yinchenj Kongwo a certain distance were all collapsed. The surrounding green belt has also become bare, because the shrubs and trees in it have long been uprooted by the storm and rushed directly into the sky. What's wrong? Yinchenj slashed De Shenchen into the air with one sword. It seems you can't hold it anymore. Hearing a boom, De Shenchen crashed into the office building, knocking over many desks, chairs, and cubicles along the way. Yinchenj rushed in the air, and wanted to pursue the victory, but the oncoming one was a thunder and fire laser. Lei Yanlong's roar. This elemental beam of light swept along the office building, and suddenly the entire building was cut off from it. Yinchenj swung his great sword in one of them, and the blasting airflow swept away the smoke and rubble, but De Shenchen was nowhere to be seen. So that's the case, did you take this opportunity to escape into the mirror world? I have to praise it, the combat experience and combat wisdom are quite good. Yinchenj glanced around coldly. Unfortunately, even so, it can't change the gap in strength, it's just a temporary survival. Although he said so, Jinzhou was a little anxious in his heart. He knew that the full-blooming technique that condensed all of Tsukishima Shuakairo's power, the effective time could only support him to finish the battle. If De Shenchen can't come out, wouldn't it be possible to drag his power to dissipate? Hurry up and get out! Yinchenj shouted loudly, could it be that you are such a cowardly mouse like a shrunken turtle? If you don't come out, I will go to the real Conqueror town to kill. I will even go to Jingling Court to kill your squad. You should know that in terms of my current strength, I am the strongest before my ability expires, and even Yamamoto Shijikuni can't stop me. 5. Inside the mirror world, Shenchen looked at this scene and snorted coldly. I've already said it, at your level, you can't be called the strongest at all. A stronger enemy than Yinchenj, Shenchen knew that it would appear in the future. However, he entered the mirror world not to avoid his life, but to better combine his own battle with Bankai. 8-dimensional re-entry. A new thunder flame dragon roar shot out from the window of the building on the side, and then submerged into the small circular mirror, repeatedly creating a cyclical laser enchantment. SHH-. The laser barrier swept past, and Yinchenj avoided it at a very fast speed, but immediately there were several small circular mirrors that changed positions to drive the beam barrier to move and pursue. Yinchenj dodged left and right to avoid all of them, and the empty beam of light was cut around the street, causing the bus to burst from it, and the foundation pillars were also swept away in 2 sections. Ha 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 ha! What's the point of doing this other than sabotage? Yinchenj sneered disdainfully and said, with my current speed and reaction, as long as I take precautions, it is impossible to be hit. 35. I didn't expect to hit you with 8-dimensional re-entry, I just wanted to force you into this position. The road was covered with shards of glass falling from surrounding buildings, and Shenchen's icy voice came from it. The liberation of all spiritual power, Dragon Slayer Profound Truth, Shiranui Type, Double Lotus Phoenix Sword. The 2-color fire lotus formed by lightning and dragon flames is like a flame thruster, making Shenchen rush out of the ground glass like a shooting star. What? At this time, even Yinchenj couldn't dodge in time, so he could only gather the maximum spiritual power of 733 to deal with it with a terrifying slash. The crescent moon rushes into the sky. The two collided with each other in an instant, and a tornado was born on the spot, sweeping in all directions with a destructive and violent hurricane. The diffused air alone carries the pressure of Mount Tai. This directly caused the high-rise buildings several blocks away to scream, and the glass on the surface shattered. What a powerful blow! It's amazing! 35. Shenchen and Yinchenj were both startled, and just a single encounter was like a natural disaster. This is the power of the two of them at the moment. It really startled me a little bit, but the situation you painstakingly created still can't overwhelm me at all. Yinchenj swung his sword arrogantly again, but Shenchen's figure was already beside the glass that was swept up into the sky. Refraction flashes. At this moment, the high space of Conqueror town is full of broken glass. In another sense it can be said to be the home ground of Shenchen. You really shouldn't have fought me in a city full of reflective objects. Shenchen whispered, and turned into light again, and instantly came to Yinchenj's side and slammed it. Chapter 127. Boom! Layers of flames and lightning shrouded Yinchenj, pouring out all the power in a space of hundreds of meters in an instant. However, within the explosion, the light of spiritual power flickered violently, which was undoubtedly the strong counterattack of Yinchenj. SHH-. The terrifying slashes that swept past cut off the tall buildings, like the roar of naval artillery, but Shenchen used higher mobility to shuttle between attacks at will. Drink. At the same time, Shenchen is also in his Hind's second use, manipulating the enchantment of the 8-dimensional re-entry to chase the Silver City around. Boom! 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 The Hilton Hotel in Conqueror town is unfortunately in this range. From the bottom of the building to the top of the building, it was cut off layer by layer, and it kept collapsing and breaking down. Lei Yanlong's roar is about to run out of power. Then replace it with this one. Taking advantage of the chaos of the collapse of the hotel, Shenchen regained his grasp on the Sword of Oath Victory and charged for the liberation of his true name. Excalibur. The vast slash of the light cannon shot up into the sky, and the ground floor of the Hilton Hotel began to sag downwards even more intensely. The laser barrier turned into a golden light barrier, and coupled with Shenchen's ultra-high mobility, it actually restrained Yinchen's for a while. Although Yinchen's frontal attack power is higher than De Shenchen's, but Nei's speed can't be compared to the speed of light by any means, so the two of them fought while moving, and quickly traversed more than half of Karakura town. Boom! In the roar of the battle between the two, another building was squashed by an incomparably violent force, and the rubble and steel bars quickly fell toward the sidewalk. Between the azure blue and crimson rays of light, there were a few more charred scars on Yinchen's body, but they were completely healed in the blink of an eye. It's all said, even if you hurt me, it's useless. Yinchen swept down with the monstrous Reiatsu, and the high-rise buildings next door were directly blown up by him. The fiery blasting flames also rose from the civic square, wantonly expanding towards the surroundings. Then try this again. The half of the residential building that was broken in the middle was knocked into the air by De Shenchen, and he used the power of Lei Yanlong as the propelling fuel to forcibly shoot it out. At this moment, this behemoth turned into a cannonball weighing hundreds of thousands of tons, smashing into the Silver City like a meteorite. Yinchen didn't show weakness either, and the residential building shattered when the spiritual power exploded, blasting out countless fireballs. The escaping power of the two flew around in Karakura town, like a fire and rain meteor, making the earth roar and tremble. AAA. De Shenchen had just landed at a crossroads to catch his breath, and the oncoming was a large amount of sword light from Yinchen, which almost drowned the mountains and seas. Bang 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 dash dash. 35. The crossroads were smashed beyond recognition by this ground-washing attack, and the pitted ground was filled with smoke and dust, as if to cover the entire sky. Did he disappear with the smoke again? I shouldn't have given him a chance to enter the mirror world. Yinchen landed and frowned. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, countless extremely fast arrows were shot from a distance, and each arrow was accompanied by a blazing black flame that never went out. This bow and arrow artifact is so fast that even Yinchen feels a little troublesome. He was chased all the way up into the sky, and finally saw De Shenchen, who was standing on the roof of the building sniping at him. Chong! Yinchen swung his sword to cut off the arrow with the Amaterasu attached, and said coldly, De Shenchen, I must admit, you are much trickier than I imagined. I didn't expect that I couldn't easily solve you after going through the 9th layer enhancement, but the game has to end here. Having said that, De Shenchen saw that the body of Yinchen was covered with dust and black soil at the intersection just now. Is this deliberately spreading the stains all over the body? De Shenchen's pupils shrank slightly. Obviously this is the last body strengthening ability of Yinchen that needs to be activated. Then this obviously means that the Silver City at this moment has reached the ultimate strength that he can reach. SHHH. Just thinking about this, the jet black slash ripped through the air and turned into a restless torrent that swept across the rooftop where De Shenchen was located. Silver City's attack has undoubtedly become a higher level. If anyone is within a radius of dozens of miles, they can definitely see this dazzling attack. I almost didn't escape just now. De Shenchen fell to the roof of another high-rise building, and Susanoo had already been chopped off more than half. De Shenchen had just poured in his spiritual power to restore Susanoo when Yinchen's icy voice suddenly rose from behind him. Originally, this dirty boot was a little disgusting because of the activation conditions, but I never wanted to use it, but now I have to do it. The King of Wind Hammer. De Shenchen's turnover is a sword, and Yinchen has already slammed it out with one move, as if the attack that can split the sky into two rushes out hundreds of kilometers away. Looking at De Shenchen again, although he successfully landed on the roof of the third building, Susanoo was completely scattered. The two looked at each other like this, and the battle stopped for a while. What an intoxicating power! Look at this messy city, the battle between us can cause such exaggerated destruction. Yinchen glanced at the broken eaves and broken walls around him, and smiled proudly, so what reason do I have to surrender to you? Don't you, Zhao, have no self-knowledge? De Shenchen sneered, you can have this power, but it's only temporary. Yinchen said, you are right, but the virtual will not stop their attacks, so the full bringers will always appear continuously. Since I already know how powerful the 9-layer enhancement will be, in the future, I just need to do my best to find the complete revealer, and continue to cultivate them and capture their ability. One day, Shenchen clenched his fist at De Shenchen, I will get this invincible power like a god again. It's really a headache. De Shenchen sighed and said, just like your dirty boots, there is actually a stunt in my Bankai that I don't really want to use 5. But now, it seems that I have to use it to shatter your boring fantasy. Chapter 128. What did you say? Yenchen's face sank when he heard the words. Judging from the previous battle experience, Yenchen is now quite sure that De Shenchen will not bluff. Because De Shenchen has enough strength to not need to bluff. Then, it means that if he said that, it means that he is very sure that his move can really beat me. 99. Yenchen thought to himself, although he didn't know why De Shenchen didn't want to use it before, it was undoubtedly a danger that could not be ignored. Your biggest mistake is that you shouldn't have given me a warning. Yenchen jumped high, and the violent spiritual power on the ape was constantly being swallowed. Otherwise, do you think I will let you use it successfully? Looking at the silver city high in the sky, De Shenchen's hands also gathered the highest output of Thunder Fruit and Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Even if you know, you can't avoid it, it's that simple. 35. De Shenchen said lightly. The next moment, the two of them shot at the same time. The crescent moon rushes into the sky. Dragon Slayer Profound Truth, Red Lotus Thunderbolt Blade. The terrifying spirits in the sky swept down, and De Shenchen created a fiery red thunder cloud at a low altitude. Accompanied by bursts of thunder and explosions, the sea of energy where the blue and the fiery merged burst out in a fierce spiral. And the crescent moon of Ginchenge has been raised to the point where Kurosaki Ichigo can't match, enough to easily smash several skyscrapers. Boom, one by one. The two terrifying energies pierced the air, blasting unimaginable shock waves in the air, causing the surrounding roads to be shaken like a carpet. Hundreds of houses collapsed directly on the undulating ground, and the two-color thunder and fire tsunami was still competing with the crescent energy that fell like a mountain, and the violent hurricane swept across Karakura town again. Drink ah. This is the final decisive blow. Yenchen raised his head and screamed. His superhuman physique made him go beyond the limit, and in a very short period of time, he swayed a crescent moon and the sky was superimposed. Double crescent moon. The whole city suddenly ushered in a big earthquake, and the torrent of energy like mountains and seas finally broke through the blockade of the Dragon Slayer Profound Truth, submerging and sweeping down. Boom boom. The entire high-rise building where De Shenchen was located disappeared in an instant, and was abruptly melted into molten iron by this terrifying slash. Looking at the big pit on the ground, Yenchen breathed a sigh of relief. This time, De Shenchen has to die, right? Yenchen firmly believed that even if he was as strong as De Shenchen, he would definitely not die or be seriously injured under this blow. After all, at the moment when he was fighting with all his strength, De Shenchen couldn't have retreated into the mirror world in time. I'm sorry to disappoint you. De Shenchen's voice rose not far away, causing Jinzhou Kongo's pupils to shrink suddenly. When exactly? Yenchen turned back suddenly and found De Shenchen standing opposite him unscathed. Although it looks a little embarrassed, it is obviously not hurt by the double crescent moon just now. The way you are now. Jinzhou frowned. Did you relieve Bankai just now? So that's the case. It seems that you instantly returned to the Shikai state, and then what ability did you rely on to save your life? Indeed, at a critical moment, De Shenchen relied on the space exchange of the avatars of Kunken's mirror, sacrificing one avatar to save himself. But what's the point of doing this? Jinzhou Kyujo snorted coldly. Does it make sense to stay alive? De Shenchen said lightly, of course it makes sense, because you will die next. Ha! Ridiculous! Yenchen laughed wildly with disdain, opened his hands and said, not to mention whether you can hit me, what if you hit me? It's not like you didn't see my strong resilience, I've been injured many times by you and quickly recovered. In other words, you don't have any means to defeat me at all. All your attacks are useless to me. Your inhuman resilience is really annoying. De Shenchen sighed. However, it's very easy to crack, and as I said just now, you can't escape this trick. Having said that, Shenchen raised the sky and looked into the mirror again, and the few remaining Reiatsu performed a second Bankai. Bankai to Luiyang Bronze Heaven and Earth Mirror. The round mirror of Nimbus reappeared behind Shenchen, but the 8 small mirrors suddenly burst and floated around Shenchen and Ginchenj Kongo. To make it impossible for you to recover, Shenchen said coldly, it only takes a moment to kill you completely. Unlimited, mirror, slash. With Shenchen's word-by-word voice, the whole world seemed to stop. And yet it's not because the world is slowing down, it's because Shenchen is fast. Just as he performed refractive flash, he kept jumping back and forth at the speed of light between the broken mirrors. It's just that every time he travels, he will pass through Ginchenj Kongo and give him a savage knife. It's not that Shenchen doesn't want to do other things, it's just that the process of this move is so fast that he can hardly use any other moves except subconscious slashes. In this way, Shenchen will briefly materialize the attack on the way of transforming light, and, Zhao Ma Zhao, will conduct a multi-angle all-round attack through countless mirrors. This almost infinite number of attacks that appear at almost the same time will continue until Shenchen's spiritual power is exhausted or he stops voluntarily. Swish, 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 swish. In a very short time of 10,000th of a second, Shenchen has already cut out an unknown number of knives. Although there is a slight error in crossing this distance depending on the speed of light between each knife, in the eyes of ordinary people, it is like an infinite number of Shenchen attacking together countless times. Whoosh! In the normal real world, the appearance of this move is that Shenchen's figure flashed, and he went behind Yinchenj. But immediately, there were so many sword slashes that it was almost surrounded by an airtight sphere of light, instantly drowning Yinchenj into the endless sword light. Chapter 129. At that moment, Jinzhou Kongo just froze in place. He didn't have time to make any sound or make any expression. He didn't even have time to figure out what happened. Thousands of knives have been put on him more and more. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Thousands of knives were cut like a meat grinder, and in just an instant, Ginchenj Kongo had burst into a mass of blood. His whole person seems to be chopped repeatedly. Just turning into minced meat is not enough, because the number of attacks applied in this moment can repeatedly chop the minced meat into minced meat, and then repeatedly chop and destroy. This is Shenchen's strongest move in the current Bankai, and it is also his move with the highest attack power per unit area. Just within a square inch, even the most basic constituent particles of matter seem to have been chopped into powder, not to mention the city of silver that has been repeatedly smashed. This is the infinite mirror slash. To be honest, I really don't want to use this move unless I have to. Shenchen turned around and said lightly. This move will not only consume a large amount of my spiritual power, but most importantly, it will also cause great harm to my body. Shenchen sighed as if talking to himself, and frowned slightly, only to feel extremely sore all over his body. 747 Infinite Mirror Slash will cause a huge load on Shenchen's body because the number of attacks is too many and the frequency of attacks is too fast. Just the act of turning around made Shenchen feel that the muscles in his whole body were tearing, and even his bones were groaning. However, the power of the tricks to bear such a lot of pressure is unprecedented. At least Shenchen believes that a Vasto Lord level Minos Grande is here, and it has already been chopped to pieces. Just in case, I'd better use the last spiritual power to make up for the knife, it just so happens that you won't be able to resist. 99. After thinking for a while, Shenchen stretched out his hand and pressed on the pool of blood-colored minced meat, and dragged it into the round mirror. Mirror World Seal. This can be regarded as draining the last trace of Shenchen's spiritual power, and the game space begins to collapse, but Shenchen has also entered the mirror world. After recovering some spiritual power, Shenchen returned to the real world, and separated the mirror world where the Ginchenj Kongo meat foam was stored, and closed all the passages. This is the truth of the mirror world seal. Even if Jinzhou Kongo can be resurrected, unless he has the same type of ability as Shenchen, it is impossible for him to come out of the mirror world anyway. After doing all this, Shenchen looked around again, and was still in the ruins of the former mansion. But Tsukishima, whose life and death were unknown before, has now disappeared, and even observation Haki has not scanned where he is. It actually ran so far. Shenchen shook his head, but now, even if he found him, Shenchen didn't have the strength to pursue him. After a short break, Shenchen returns to Soul Society. That night, Shenchen tossed and turned in his bed. At this moment, he was like someone who had not exercised for a long time, and suddenly experienced a violent exercise, and he only felt uncomfortable. It's just midnight, let's see what the survival reward is today. Shenchen turned on the system and wanted to do something else to distract him. Congratulations to host for successfully surviving one day and get a lottery reward. Looking at the system prompt, Shenchen felt a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. Today's Ginchinj Congo is not weak, so this means that the probability of today's lottery draw will be bizarrely high. Start the lottery. 99. Shenchen gave an order, and the turntable that only he could see began to glow. Congratulations to host for drawing Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. Hearing this, prompt, Shenchen was overjoyed, and even the pain in his body felt less severe. Finally, I got the advanced skills of Mangekyo Sharinon. To be honest, before this, Shenchen didn't dare to use Mangekyo Sharinon very often. After all, if Mangekyo Sharinon is used too much, it is easy to lose sight. Shenchen still knows it. Who knows, one day when he uses it, he will gradually become highly short-sighted, and finally he can't see anything clearly. Now that he has obtained the Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, Shenchen finally doesn't have to worry about such things anymore. And the benefits of Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon don't stop there. Eternal Mangekyo Sharinon not only greatly increases the pupil power, but also greatly enhances the pupil technique, and also obtains a stronger Susanoo. That is the full-body Susanoo. The terrain can be changed with just a swing of the knife. With a happy mood, Shenchen fell into a deep sleep. Although yesterday's harvest was not bad, Shenchen, who was resting at ease the next day, didn't get any decent rewards. On the third day, Hell Butterfly suddenly brought the summoning order for the captain's meeting. Shenchen reluctantly came to the temporary station of the first team, and found that he was the last one to come, and basically all the captains who could come except him had arrived. Captain God, why are you late again? Should you correct this habit? Broken Bee raised her eyebrows. I'm not feeling well recently, I can't help it. Broken Bee pouted, not believing Shenchen's nonsense. Yamamoto Shijikuni didn't bother to scold Shenchen, and said directly, the main discussion in this team's first meeting is about Wang Yin's escort. Wang Yin? Hearing this term, Shenchen's heart moved, and he quickly remembered what it was. The so-called King Seal is the treasure of the royal family, and it is said that it can master the power of time and space. Shenchen remembers the task of escorting Wang Yin, which was supposed to be done by Hitsugaya Toshiro leading the 10th Division, but now. Shenchen glanced at Toshiro, who was still in a wheelchair, and sure enough, Yamamoto Shijikuni said, this escort plan has already been arranged. It was originally planned that the 10th Division would be the escort, but since Captain Hitsugaya is not physically fit for combat, a new man is needed this time. Having said that, Yamamoto Shijikuni's eyes suddenly turned to Shenchen. Chapter 130. Feeling this gaze, Shenchen was stunned. Huh? You don't want to have anything to do with me? Sure enough, Yamamoto Shijikuni said, in view of the importance of Wang Yin, this old man thinks that the captain of the great god is the best person for this escort mission. What's going on? Why did you find me all of a sudden? Shenchen's head was full of question marks, and he couldn't help but say, I'll interrupt, in fact, my body is also ill. Hehe, Toshiro sneered, you don't look like you have any wounds, where is your body? As he spoke, Toshiro was a little indignant. You know, all his injuries were caused by you, Shenchen. Now Shenchen is also sticking with him and saying that he is a wounded person, which makes Toshiro feel that Shenchen is mocking his face. No. That, although there is no trauma, I have strains and sprains all over my body. Shenchen said innocently, this kind of thing only needs to be checked by Captain Uzawa. Anohanaretsu waved his hand and said, Captain God, please stop joking, how could anyone hurt you like that? 35. Da Shenchen. I rely on, why no one believes the truth. Just as Da Shenchen was about to say something, Yamamoto Shijikuni coughed, okay, this is your responsibility. After all, it was you who seriously injured Captain Hichugaya, so the task he should undertake must naturally fall on you. When Yamamoto Shijikuni said this, Da Shenchen was speechless. He could only murmur, who told him and Broken Bead to come over to arrest me? I clearly said at the time that I wanted a peaceful solution, and I also said don't blame me for disregarding the feelings of my colleagues. Both Broken Bee and Toshiro heard the blue veins on their foreheads, which was like exposing their dark history in public. Da Shenchen. Broken Bee said angrily, we were just following orders, we were carrying out our mission. Toshiro also twitched his lips and said, it's because you once proposed a peaceful solution, so even if you were hit hard, wouldn't I be calm when facing you afterwards? All in all, Captain Great God has a strong enough strength to convince people, and it is imperative to escort Wang Yin 9. Seeing that the scene was about to become chaotic, Yamamoto Shijikuni quickly summed up the wave. The final decision was that Da Shenchen reluctantly took on the task of escorting Wang Yin this time. The heir of the world. A group of people with their faces covered, carrying several large sedan chairs, walked among the clouds. Such a splendid outfit was undoubtedly the official escort of Wang Yin. The third division is the escort, and the Shinigami are scattered all over the place. Originally, this mission was originally scheduled to be completed by only one division, so Da Shenchen only brought the third division to do it. After all, Jinglingting is currently in short supply, and it would undoubtedly be a great waste to bring in the sixth division. Captain, are you sure that this will not be a bad influence? The great god Akane Shizuku, who has been assigned to the third division, looked at Da Shenchen with a complicated expression. I saw that the current Da Shenchen is not so much performing an escort mission, but rather like a traveling uncle. He was yawning while lying on a big floppy bed, which was being carried by several Shinigami from the third division. Akane Shizuku didn't know whether to call Da Shenchen an abuse of power. It's okay, anyway, when someone comes to attack later, they won't care about this little thing. Someone will attack soon. Togakoshi Rikyu, the third seat of the third division, frowned, Captain, how did you know about this? The great god sat on the bed and waved his hand, saying, guess what, it's intuition. After all, the king's seal is very precious, and Godi I-13 needs to be escorted, which means that someone will definitely want to snatch it. Everyone was speechless, what kind of fallacy is this? At the very least, Kira Izuru, the deputy captain of the third division, was very confused. He really didn't know what to do with his new captain. After taking office, the general new captain will try to eliminate the influence of the former captain, let alone a former captain who defected. Ask for her flowers. However, after Da Shenchen took office, he never said anything bad about Ichimaru Jin, which made Kira more favorable. But if Da Shenchen is a good captain, is a captain who is lazy and becomes the norm a good captain? But anyway, Da Shenchen is also his immediate boss, and he doesn't want to make the relationship so stiff. So Kira took the initiative to say, I don't know what this king seal is. He clearly asked us to escort us, but he kept his mouth shut. After finishing speaking, Kira was still waiting for Da Shenchen to answer, but there was no response after waiting for a long time. He couldn't help but looked up and saw that Da Shenchen was already asleep. Accurate. Kira complained in her heart, and the corners of her mouth twitched. But then, Da Shenchen suddenly opened his eyes. Coming. Ah! Everyone was a little confused, what's coming? I mean the attackers are coming. What? Everyone was shocked, and at this time, a violent lightning attack flew from outside the sky, and one of the sedan chairs was blown up. It really came. Togakoshi Rikyu was surprised, how did the captain know? You go to stop them, the leader of the attackers will be dealt with by me. Da Shenchen yawned again and gave orders. Just looking at his appearance, he didn't mean to get up from the bed at all. Yes. Since the captain's order has been issued, everyone can only follow it even if they are confused, so they got up and dispatched. As for De Shenchen, he looked at the sky and muttered, "My body is so sore that I really don't want to move. But this is just right, let me try what it's like to be a real hero killing the enemy with his eyes." De Shenchen knew that the mastermind of this time, another Hiren master, Grass Crown, would come, and it just so happened that De Shenchen could also take the opportunity to test his own eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. Chuan. Chapter 131. Is this Wang Yin's bodyguard? Humph. It's too weak. In the distance, Cao Guan looked at the officials who had been beaten and sneered disdainfully. "You go and stop those Shinigami." 35. He ordered the two Arankars under his command, a red-haired Arankar and a blue-haired Arankar, to respond in unison. "Yes." 39. Immediately, violent flames and fierce lightning surged out, rushing towards the soldiers of the 3rd Division. This is a power similar to that of the captain. Akane was taken aback. Now, when it comes to fire and lightning, almost all of them have become De Shenchen's signature skills. However, the users are two suspected Shinigami characters. Look at their words carefully. All the Shinigami were amazed. What kind of situation is this? Kira was surprised. Why do they wear virtual masks? 35. Arankar has not yet appeared, so after seeing these two Arankars, all Shinigami feel that their worldview has been refreshed. It's just that there is no time to think now. Arankar, as a virtual evolutionary body, is extremely powerful, and only 2 people can contain the entire 3rd Division. Boom! 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 A fierce roar erupted in the clouds, and the Grass Crown looked far away. Is it the 3rd Division? Isn't their captain? Take action! Then, Grass Crown saw the body of the captain of the 3rd Division, De Shenchen, who was still in bed. Grass Crown, 66. What's going on? Why does this captain still look unhurried, as if he is completely out of the situation? Never mind, this is better. 55. Grass Crown quickly gathered his mind. His goal is Wang Yin, and it is best without the obstruction of a captain-level powerhouse. Thinking of this, the Grass Crown quickly liberated Hiren Meru, and took the ice dragon straight to the king's seal. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of breaking the air quickly came. A purple arrow flew over and directly blocked the Grass Crown. Not only that, there are several purple arrows in the follow-up attacking at an unimaginable speed, so that the Grass Crown can only swipe the knife bitterly to resist. Clang! 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 After finally cutting off all the arrows, the Grass Crown also felt numb in the wrist. What a fast attack speed! Grass Crown gritted his teeth and looked at it, and sure enough, a purple half-length giant appeared around the captain lying on the bed, and was setting up a bow and arrow to aim here. Sure enough, it's not that easy, so I'll have to kill you first. Thinking of this, Grass Crown manipulated Hiren Meru to condense an ice dragon, roaring towards De Shenchen. My quilt is not thick enough, so don't come near me, it's cold. De Shenchen wrapped the quilt a little tighter, and just glanced at the Grass Crown from a distance. Amaterasu. In an instant, the grass-crowned ice dragon with his left arm was on fire. Ah! The Grass Crown paled in shock under the severe pain. If the ice dragon hadn't blocked it just now, maybe the black flames would have burned his head. After Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power evolved, Amaterasu became stronger as pupil art. With just one look, it burns through Shikai's attack directly, and the remaining Yue can continue to hit the enemy. Go out! Go out for me! The Grass Crown spurts the chill of Hiren Meru frantically, but nothing can stop the fire of Amaterasu. In the end, in desperation, Grass Crown could only reluctantly cut off his left hand, and quickly sealed the wound with ice. This BD. 35. In an instant, Cao Guan looked at De Shenchen with hatred in his eyes. But having said that, when he felt De Shenchen's eyes swept over, Cao Guan still didn't dare to look directly at him. Facts proved that Grass Crown's judgment was correct. De Shenchen launched Amaterasu again, and the black flames chased all the way along De Shenchen's line of sight. The grass crown had to run forward quickly, and Amaterasu chased behind him and burned a path of flames. However, no matter how fast the grass crown ran, it was still not fast enough for Shenchen to move his eyes. Even Shunpo can't escape the lock of observation Haki. So in just a few seconds, the grass crown is about to be caught up with the fire of Amaterasu. Feeling the scorching heat coming from behind, grass crown's pupils shrank, and spiritual energy surged from her body. Bankai. 35. In an instant, a large amount of cold air sprayed out, actually blocking the burning path of Amaterasu. Oh! 35. Shenchen was slightly surprised when he saw this. He clearly remembered that the grass crown is not Hiren Maru's Bankai. Grass crown was a contemporaneous student of Hitsugaya Toshiro, but the two realized the same Zanpakuto Hiren Maru. But this is not allowed by Central 46, even though this is simply a stupid rule in Shenchen's opinion. Isn't Zanpakuto, the strongest of the two ice and snow types, fragrant? In the end, it was precisely because Toshiro's talent was above the grass crown, and he won the grass crown in the duel, that he obtained the right to use Hiren Maru. This is how the same thing. Shenchen finally sat up from the top of the bed and looked at the scene under the cold air. Daiguren Hiren Maru. 35. Although the color of the ice is different, there is no doubt that that pose is Hiren Maru's Bankai form. Forcing me to use, Zhao Zhao, Bankai. Cao Guan gritted his teeth, but heard Shenchen speak. I said you, the Bankai who didn't understand Hiren Maru, right? Could it be that someone helped you recently and made you become a master of Daiguren Hiren Maru? As soon as this statement came out, it could be seen from the terrifying insight in Shenchen's eyes that Grass Crown's expression became slightly unnatural. Looks like you guessed right. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Stop looking down on people. Cao Guan was still stubborn. With my talent, Bankai who wants to be Master Hiren Maru is simply outstanding. Forget it, Shenchen rolled his eyes, it's better to take you and interrogate slowly. Flame control. The next moment, the road of black fire that was blazing suddenly deformed, and countless spikes burst into the grass crown. Make up. Chapter 132. In the blink of an eye, Daiguren Hiren Maru's wings were shaved off. What? Grass crown was taken aback, dodged left and right, and finally managed to dodge the flame control outbreak in embarrassment. But this is not over yet. A large number of black flames are controlled by flame control, madly chasing towards the grass crown. Hateful. The grass crown keeps waving Zanpakuto, the power of ice and snow of Daiguren Hiren Maru swept across a kilometer. Tisk, I knew I had brought a bed of winter quilts here. Shenchen made a cut and used the Dragon Slayer magic of fire to keep himself warm. It can only be said that Daiguren Hiren Maru is worthy of being the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow category. Even Amaterasu and Flame Control, who were boosted by the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, would not be able to defeat him at all. Then, let's add this. Shenchen's eyes narrowed, and the half-length Susanoo reappeared, shooting arrows continuously. It's just that the fire of Amaterasu is attached to each arrow, which immediately makes the grass crown cry secretly. Damn! Why don't these flames go out at all? Under the double attack, the grass crown was beaten miserably. Although he has let the cold wind roar all around, he can't blow out these dark flames at all. Not only that, even if the grass crown cuts out icicles, or wants to freeze these flames, Amaterasu will be transformed into a blade of flame control, completely dismembering and cutting the ice. It's clear that my ice and snow ability should be the nemesis of flames. Why did it become like this? Grass Crown feels that his tricks are almost exhausted. These intractable and thorny black fires are simply like inextinguishable flames. It seems that the captain has to be dealt with. Cao Guan couldn't help looking at Shenchen from the air, but quickly dismissed the idea. Although it was very unwilling to say it, and it made him feel very ashamed, but Grass Crown did not think that he would be the opponent of that captain. After all, that captain didn't even get off the bed, and he was already devastated with just a few glances. I have already made Zanpakuto Bankai the strongest of the ice and snow type, why is there still such a monster-like existence that can suppress me? The grass crown became more and more angry, but his reason told him that getting the king's seal is the most important thing now. Stop messing with those Shinigami and cover me with all your might. Thinking of this, the grass crown gave orders to the two Arankars. The red-haired Arankar and the blue-haired Arankar immediately left the Shinigami of the 3rd C division and flew towards the grass crown. Hey! Don't run! Kira, Togakoshi, and others are chasing behind, and at the same time, the grass crown also goes straight to Wang Yin. Don't get in the way. Shenchen narrowed his eyes dangerously, raised his hand to play a judgment of the gods, and opened his mouth to spit out a fire dragon roar. These two moves are sent out at the same time, turning into a pillar of thunder and a pillar of fire to attack the two Arankars. Varied. When the two Arankars saw such a powerful homologous attack, they had to use all their spiritual energy to defend them. However, their interference is not meaningless. Grass Crown seizes this neutral position and pours out all the power of Daigyuren Hyarin Meru at once. The celestial phenomenon is coming. This is Hyarin Meru's most basic and most powerful ability, turning into a huge cold current near absolute zero, colliding with all Amaterasu flames. OM. In an instant, massive amounts of water vapor erupted and swept across a radius of several kilometers. In this space, everyone's view is blocked, but Shenchen's observation Haki is completely unaffected. There! Shenchen snorted coldly, and activated the electric field teleport to come behind the grass crown. At this time, the grass crown was about to touch the king's seal. Die! At this moment, the various skills in Shenchen's body erupted. Strong winds, thunder, blazing flames, golden light, violent elements mixed together to form an extremely terrifying powerful attack. But at this moment, the two figures rushed behind the grass crown without delay. It was the two Arankars. They were surging with all their spiritual power to take Shenchen's powerful blow. Boom! Wind King's Barrier, Thunder Fruit, Fire Dragon Slayer Magic, Sword of Promised Victory. These terrifying forces converge into a devastating storm, tearing apart everything in front of you. Even if they were as strong as Arankar, the two of them together couldn't stop it for even half a second, and they were completely burned to fly ashes. The violent explosion also blew the grass crown into a mouthful of blood, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Not good. Shenchen's observation Haki moved and found that countless ice flowers had quietly fallen from the escaping cold current. Because of the water vapor obscuring the vision, and the two Arankars, Kira and Akane Shizuka who were patronizingly chased after them, they did not realize that the ice flower had fallen on them. Frozen in 100 Flowers Burial. Daigyuren Hyarin Meru's strongest trick is activated. What? 35. Oops. 39. What the hell is this? Damn it! Frozen. Kira and Togakoshi let out roars of rage and rage, but nothing could stop Frozen from quickly blocking them. This freezing is not an ordinary trick. Once it is blocked, even if it is stronger than the second espada, it will die on the spot. Tisk. Reflect it, Kyunkin looks in the mirror. 35. Shenchen instantly Shikai, the main body directly rushed down with raging flames to save people. Under Shenchen's superb control, the intense heat just melted the ice without hurting the Shinigami in it. And Shenchen's avatar is condensed on the grass crown's side, and it is cut down with a sword. SHH. The dazzling sword light split the sedan chair in two, but the traces of the grass crown and the king's seal disappeared. Obviously, taking advantage of Shenchen Shikai's gap just now, the grass crown finally succeeded in getting the king's seal. He used the power of Wang Yin to make a space jump. No wonder he tried his best to meet Wang Yin first. Feeling that there was no one in observation Haki's field, Shenchen frowned. He knows the truth about Wang Yin, and it is said that Wang Yin has a legend that he can control time and space. Then, it is not impossible for Grass Crown to use the secret method to control Wang Yin's spatial displacement. Therefore, for Grass Crown, even if he paid the price of destroying his subordinates and being seriously injured, as long as he could touch the king's seal, all the sacrifices were worth it. Because it represents the only hope of escaping from Shenchen. Captain, I'm very sorry, it's all our fault. After the water vapor dissipated, Kira and Togakoshi saw this scene, and they all reacted that it was their fault. Chapter 133. If it weren't for the fact that they failed to stop the two errand cars, if it wasn't for Shenchen needing to be distracted to save them from the accident. Otherwise, with the obvious strength of Captain Great God, it would be impossible for the bandits to escape. Very sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Many high-ranking officers of the 3rd Division felt ashamed, so they almost apologized to Shenchen on the spot. Okay, go back and report first. Shenchen waved his hand. What did you say? In the emergency team meeting, Yamamoto Shijikuni's roar resounded through the entire conference hall. Even with your care, Wang Yin is actually lost. Be quiet, your ears are deafened by you. Shenchen covered his ears and said angrily, I clearly told you that my physical condition is not good, and you still insist on escorting me, who is to blame? Are you still right? Yamamoto Shijikuni's scolding made the other captains sweat, but they rarely saw Yamamoto Shijikuni so rude. In the past, Yamamoto Shijikuni has always been a majestic and calm image, but when they think about it carefully, it may be mainly because no one dared to talk back to Yamamoto Shijikuni before. Forget it, Yamamoto Shijikuni reluctantly restrained his anger, who the hell dares to hijack Wang Yin? Regarding this point, the secret mobile unit has already investigated. Broken B immediately said, according to the battle traces left on the scene, although it is quite unbelievable, but, that is Reiatsu left by Hiren Meru. 95. And it's also mentioned in the eyewitness reports that they witnessed this Bankai form of Daiguren Hiren Meru. What? When this statement came out, the audience was shocked. Especially Toshiro, his pupils shrank, recalling his past memories. Could it be that it's him? But how is that possible? It can't be Hitsugaya, right? Zaraki Kenpaka said, look at him, how do you fight the great god? 35. Shenchen said, of course not him, the prisoner of this trip, the owner of another Hiren Meru. Sujiro Kusanagi. Sure enough. Toshiro bit his lip. Sujiro Kusanagi, he should be dead. Yamamoto Shijikuni closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them again. Could it be? Was it the power of Wang Yin that resurrected him? Yamamoto, who knew the role of Wang Yin, came up with this guess. Wang Yin could restore a dying person to a prosperous state by reversing time. It's just that now, even if you know who the culprit is, it's useless, and it's impossible for him to be caught with the king's seal. After all, Wang Yin can move in space, and the power of this maneuver is too high. Everything is your fault, God. Broken B snarled. No. It's not Captain God's fault. Ignoring Shinigami's obstruction at the door, Kira forced his way in. It's my fault, it's all because of us. That's why the captain failed to keep the enemy. Everyone fixed their eyes and saw that at the door there were the other soldiers of the 3rd Division, all kneeling. We failed to complete the captain's order, but we still needed the captain to save us at a critical moment, and this is what happened in the end. 39. Kira also fell to her knees and pressed her forehead deeply to the floor. Therefore, as the vice-captain of the 3rd Division, I am willing to take all the responsibilities. It's all my fault. Nonsense. Yamamoto Shijikuni scolded, Wang Yin's loss of a felony crime, can you afford to be a vice-captain? Yamamoto's long-standing prestige, coupled with the terrifying Reiatsu of Soul Society, made the entire 3rd Division team members sweat instantly. They just felt as if they were being crushed by the sea, as if they were about to die in the next second. Okay, don't get so nervous, won't we get Wang Yin back and we're done? Shenchen's voice sounded like the sun splitting a dark cloud, and everyone's pressure was instantly relieved. Seeking flowers. Yamamoto Shijikuni snorted coldly and said, it's easy to say, but what exactly are you going to do? I have clues about this. 99. Shenchen pointed to Toshiro and said, actually, this grass crown has a heart for Captain Hitsugaya. Ha? Toshiro's head was full of question marks, and an aversion to the cold welled up behind him. What are you kidding? I'm not that kind of relationship with Grass Crown. And I don't have that hobby either. Shenchen said contemptuously, "What are you thinking about? Did I say which aspect of the thief's heart is immortal? I'm referring to the wonderful friendship that emerged because of competition. In fact, Captain Hichugaya, don't you feel very complicated about the grass crown yourself? The same is true for the crown of grass. Whether he wants to take revenge on the Soul Society or create a new world, he hopes that Captain Hichugaya can witness it together." Toshiro was silent for a moment, and Shenchen continued, "So the grass crown will definitely come to you, just use you as bait." Kuroashi Mayuri sneered, "Sounds good, but will the grass crown fall for it so easily? Actually, I know a little about what Wang Yin is and what it does." Shenchen said, "Now that the grass crown has learned Bankai, it is enough to control the king's seal of liberation. So, grass crown must feel that he is invincible in the world, and even if he guesses that there may be some traps, he will definitely not care." "That's right," Kuroashi Mayuri mused, "where he's most likely to notice. Of course it is Sokyoku Hill. After all, he is going to challenge the ruling class of the Soul Society, so he must choose a very representative and conspicuous place." Shenchen laughed, "We just need to let Captain Hichugaya go there and release Reiatsu casually, and the grass crown will definitely come to us. Wait until then, I will kill him myself." Chuan. Chapter 134. So the plan was settled. The matter cannot be delayed. Yamamoto Shijikuni mobilized many forces of the Jingling Court and ambushed together at Sokyoku Hill. On the other hand, Hichugaya Toshiro was in a wheelchair and released Reiatsu wantonly on Sokyoku Hill. Sure enough, whether or not Godi I-13's ambush is discovered, the confident grass crown will show up now. "Hichugaya, you look really miserable now. Who was injured?" "I saw a flash of golden light, and the figure of the grass crown has appeared out of thin air on the hill of Sokyoku. However, his broken arm, and the injury that was severely injured by Shenchen, have now all disappeared. Obviously, the grass crown used the power of the king's seal to heal all of itself." "Grass crown, it really is you." Toshiro gritted his teeth and said, "Now that you have taken the king's seal, it's already a big crime. Stop it, grass crown. Don't make another mistake." "Ha ha ha ha." Cao Guan laughed loudly, "It's ridiculous. What big crime? You can convict me? Ever since I was betrayed by Soul Society 28 and reborn as Hueco Mundo because of Wang Yin, I have sworn to destroy the entire Soul Society." Saying that, Grass Crown reached out to Toshiro. "Come on, Hichugaya, I can accept you, and let's witness the birth of the new world together." Toshiro gritted his teeth and said, "You know it's impossible for me to do this. On the contrary, I'm going to stop you. Grass Crown, I can give up the status of the captain of Godi I-13 and fight you again, as long as you can stop." "Why are you talking nonsense with him?" Zaraki Kenpake's unhappy voice sounded, "Just kill him directly." Yamamoto Shijikuni also snorted coldly, and asked in a cold voice, "Sojiro Kusanagi, where is Wang Jian?" "Wang Yin." The grass crown coldly swept the Godi I-13 around him and sneered. "Do you think that something so important? I will do nothing, just bring it here stupidly." "What?" Yamamoto Shijikuni's pupils shrank, "Could it be that you already?" "That's right." Grass Crown laughed wildly, "I used Bankai to cut open the king's seal before I came over, and obtained its power from this." In the original history, the reason why the Grass Crown has been waiting for Toshiro is because only Bankai can master the power of the king's seal. But now, Grass Crown has also learned Bankai. Then there is no need for the existence of Toshiro at all, he can absorb the power of the king's seal by himself. Oops! Everyone listens to the order and shoots immediately. Yamamoto Shijikuni shouted decisively, and he cut himself out. Boom! Ryujin Jaka's flames spanned the void, turned into a fire blade that was thousands of meters in length and width, and slashed towards the grass crown with the mighty power that ripped apart the sky and the earth. Yamamoto Shijikuni's knife was just a head start, and all the Shinigami present immediately launched their own attacks. During the boiling of spiritual power, countless Kido of various colors all hit in the direction of the grass crown. "Let's start destroying you," the grass crown said coldly, and saw him slash out. Heiran Meru's powerful sword light far surpassed the power that Toshiro could display, and with the rising trend of the sun and the moon, it stopped directly in front of the flames of Yamamoto's heavy country. The ice blocked Yamamoto's fire blade carving, and after consuming the high temperature and heat in the blade, it shattered and dissipated into the atmosphere. Immediately afterwards, the golden light representing the power of Wang Yin flashed rapidly, engulfing all the Kido who came in the other dimension. As expected of the captain of Godai 13, even if you are strengthened by the king's seal, you can't overwhelm you. But what if this is the case? 35. The next moment, the grass crown's expression condensed, and the monstrous cold swept the jingling court. Bankai Daiguren Heiran Meru. 99. Under the ultimate boost of Wang Yin, Daiguren Heiran Meru has been completely completed, and has obtained the ultimate power in line with the name of Zanpakuto, the strongest ice and snow system. Not good. Yamamoto Shijikuni grasped the hilt of the knife and used all his mind to subtly differentiate the flames, preventing the entire stillness from being frozen in an instant. But in this way, the position to compete with the grass crown is vacant. Go to hell. The grass crown rolls up the chill of extinction and kills Godai 13. Fortunately, this position is filled immediately. The roar of the black flame dragon. Amaterasu dragon flames rolled towards the ice blade, and the two collided and exploded, like a sun rising in the sky. I saw that de Shenchen has entered the mode of Amaterasu black flame dragon, and the rung is in front of the grass crown. It seems that the power of Wang Yin is not absolutely invincible. At least the power of space can't pull too large an attack into a different space. 99. De Shenchen said indifferently, just a few short rounds just now, you have exposed a weakness, you can't do this Shinigami. You again. The grass crown was said to have a fire in his heart, and he shouted in the sky, and countless chills broke out again. It's just that 747, this time it is not to freeze the jingling court, but countless virtual figures emerge from it. What? The vice-captains, such as Kojiro Sasuke and Matsumoto Rangiku, were taken aback, and they had been informed of the power of the King's Seal before the battle. But they never imagined that Wang Yin could actually do such a thing. Tisk. Kira snorted, is this using Wang Yin's space power to connect Hueco Mundo? 35. As a result, there will be an endless army of virtual swarms to attack the Soul Society. Don't stand still. 9. De Shenchen shouted loudly, and immediately everyone was shocked, and they all came back to their senses and went to meet the virtual army. All of a sudden, Sokyoku Hill and the surrounding space are constantly being hit by various Zero and Kido, and they are in chaos. Boom. 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 It doesn't take long to see Minos Grande chopped off by Zanpakuto, or Shinigami blown away by a raging Zero. The gust of wind swept up the broken forest, making Sokyoku Hill look like it was in the end. The decisive battle between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo seems to have started here in advance. Chapter 135. Boom. At Sokyoku Hill, the battle has suddenly reached a fever pitch. I saw the flickering ice and black flames, the sword energy and the light of the sword, and de Shenchen and the spirits around the grass crown stirred as if they were about to burn. Boom. The entire Sokyoku Hill was blown up in half, and this place turned into a space of destruction that shattered everything. Aren't you going to help them? The grass crown fell on the remaining half of Sokyoku Hill, and asked de Shenchen, who was opposite. De Shenchen snorted coldly, there are several captain-level combat powers present, and there is no need for me to take another shot. 35. All I need to do now is to kill you. Ha 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 ha. If you can do it, try it. Grass Crown waved a knife in the midst of laughter, and the majestic knife swept the entire battlefield. And de Shenchen also snorted, and the Dragon Slayer profound truth has gathered in his hand, turning into a black vortex across the sky. Boom. During the violent collision between the two, it was as if the entire sky turned bloody and pressed down toward the ground. In this earth-shattering loud noise, a large number of buildings in Jingling Court collapsed directly under the wind pressure. Those weak Shinigami who did not participate in the battle fled to the shelters everywhere in embarrassment. Your flame seems to be stronger than the last time. You can even burn ice? Cao Guan squinted his eyes. He really did not expect that he had already achieved unprecedented strength with Wang Yin, but he would still be stopped by the Shenchen. There is not only his flame here, but also the flame of the old man. Yamamoto's gloomy voice accompanies Reiatsu to fall, and the majestic sword intent swept across the battlefield. Bankai remnant fire blade. The instantaneously high temperature made Daiguren Hiren Meru begin to melt a little, and the grass crown also condensed. It seems. I can't hide it anymore. The voice fell, and the blade of the grass crown bloomed with the golden brilliance belonging to the king's seal. What? Does he still have hidden strength? It's obviously already so strong. At this moment, whether it is the captain or vice-captain, or the chief officer and ordinary Shinigami, their hearts are all tight. In the next second, the translucent chill space expands rapidly. This. Except for the top powerhouses such as Yamamoto Shijikuni and Shenchen, every Shinigami present felt their movements froze. They only felt as if their bodies were frozen, they could only think, but could not respond. However, the Hueco Mundo army that was their enemy was specially taken care of by the grass crown, and they still maintained their original mobility and killed the Shinigami who could not fight back. Oops! Yamamoto Shijikuni was taken aback when he saw this, and the residual flame was thrown into the ground, and the high temperature spread all over the earth in an instant. Remnant Huo Tadeo South, Huo 10 trillion dead Great Burial Array. Countless armies of charred skeletons crawled out of the ground, entangled with the Hueco Mundo army in place of the Shinigami. And Shenchen condensed the power of dark flames, offset the cold effect with just the right high temperature, and the Shinigami suddenly felt that they could start their activities again. This is the tacit cooperation between Shenchen and Yamamoto Shijikuni. With the power of Yamamoto Shijikuni's Bankai, while offsetting the effects of the cold, the Shinigami will suffer heavy casualties due to the excessively high temperature. And because of the enhanced flame control, Shenchen's control of the Amaterasu dragon flame has been meticulous, just to accomplish this feat. Che, what two tricky guys! The grass crown continued to release the Hueco Mundo army, but the translucent huge space enchantment did not stop spreading. What's going on? Has Wang Yin's power gone berserk? Toshiro asked next to Kuroishi Mayuri, who shook his head. If it was Wang Yin's runaway, then this space barrier should be pitch black, but it doesn't seem to be the case now. Actually, with his Bankai's power now, he is enough to master the King's Seal, so this is the normal liberation of the King's Seal. Broken Bee's face changed, and he said, doesn't that mean that he is close to a god in this space enchantment? Kuroishi Mayuri nodded and said, that's right, so once he spreads the space enchantment to the entire Soul Society, we're all screwed. In the presence of his power like a true god, it is impossible to wipe out the existence of Godai 13 and destroy it. 66 Everyone obeys orders. All Shinigami who can use a little free hand will release their spiritual power to fight against the enchantment and prevent it from spreading. Yamamoto Shijikuni made the exact same judgment as him in the original history. The only way to curb the spread of space enchantment now is to simply rely on spiritual power to suppress it. But there's no way to go on like this. As long as you don't kill that guy, this barrier will not stop. 35. Zaraki Kenpeki unleashed a powerful golden Reiatsu that collided outside the space barrier, but it seemed like a drop in the bucket. The old man goes in and kills him. Yamamoto Shijikuni, who can be called the strongest player on the scene, is undoubtedly the best candidate. Yamamoto Shijikuni's expression changed immediately. No, he closed the connection between the inner and outer space. 33. Zhao. Zhao, the rising sun blade, which is enough to vaporize everything, only has no effect on the space itself. Now that the grass crown has completely mastered the power of Wang Yin, he can naturally do this. And he is not stupid. How could he open up the space so that people can enter the barrier and get in the way? How is this good? Even Anohanaretsu's expression turned ugly, so wouldn't there be nothing he could do? Unless someone can break through the space blockade of Wang Yin. Everyone invariably raised this idea, but at the same time felt that it was impossible. After all, that's the king's seal. At this moment, Shenchen quietly pulled out the Kunkan mirror. Let me do it, Reiatsu burst out from Shenchen, I'll use Bankai to invade his space enchantment. Chapter 136. Bankai. The captains and vice-captains at the scene were shocked when they heard the words, and even Yamamoto Shigekuni was not exempt. Captain Great God, you master Bankai? Toshiro asked subconsciously. Before that, Shenchen had never used Bankai, and no one had ever seen what his Bankai looked like. Naturally, no one knows what Shenchen's Bankai is capable of. Captain Great God, Yamamoto Shigekuni asked solemnly, are you sure your Bankai is enough to break through the space barrier of the King's Seal? Shenchen nodded and said, if it's just me entering, it's definitely fine. 35. Yamamoto Shigekuni pondered for a few seconds, then held Zanpakuto and said awe-inspiringly, very good. I hereby order as the captain of Godai 13, and all members of the Jingling Court, Shinigami, will fight against the spread of the space enchantment together. Do your best, at the very least, you have to wait until Captain God defeats the enemy and wins. I'll leave everything to you, Captain God. The last sentence, Yamamoto Shigekuni turned around and said to Shenchen solemnly. Shenchen smiled slightly and said, don't worry, I'll go back when I go. The rest of the captains also looked to 747 to come over, and the bees gritted their teeth and said, then it's up to you, you must win. Similarly, the vice-captains such as Kira and Matsumoto also cast their gazes over with hope in their eyes. With everyone watching, Shenchen took a deep breath. Bankai de Luiyang Bronze Heaven and Earth Mirror. The sky-high beam of light reflects on everyone's retinas, and the godlike aura is displayed in front of Godai 13 for the first time. Just hold on, I'm going. Shenchen held the glass-like mirror of the universe and faced the space enchantment. Just as he was about to step out, Anohanaretsu said, Captain God. Shenchen looked back and saw Anohanaretsu nod heavily. Please, be sure to come back alive. As long as this is the case, no matter how many injuries, I can heal you. Shenchen smiled wordlessly, and in the next second, he was completely submerged in the circular mirror. It didn't take long for everyone to see through the translucent space barrier, that Shenchen escaped from the glass of a building inside the barrier. He really got in. 99. Everyone was shocked by this scene, and then we just need to believe in Shenchen. Yamamoto Shigekuni once again faced the Hueco Munda army and space enchantment, and said coldly, kill. Godai 13 was strangled together with the virtual army, and the captains and vice-captains, as the strongest among the Shinigami, roamed the entire battlefield. They shuttled between Minos Grande again and again with the mighty Bankai, carrying out powerful blows, smashing the Minos Grande, who were invincible to ordinary Shinigami, to death. The entire battlefield is like a giant grinding disc of flesh, crushing one hero or Shinigami after another. However, within the space enchantment, there are also many Minos Grande attacking mightily. Facing them, Shenchen is the only one. Ah-chen. Rukia from the outside world was in a hurry, but Byakuya Kukaki, who was fighting on the side, stretched out his hand to hold her down. Trust the captain, an enemy of that level, he won't take it seriously. Rukia turned her head in surprise, she had never heard her eldest brother praise her like this or trust someone's strength. And Shenchen lived up to expectations, he looked coldly at the Hueco Munda army in front of him, and just raised his hand. 8-dimensional re-entry. The Thunder Flame Dragon, which had been shot into the mirror world long before the battle, roared and roared out, forming a laser barrier that smashed the Minos Grande into pieces. The momentum here quickly alarmed the Grass Crown. It was actually invaded by someone. The Grass Crown is a little surprised. Is there still Shinigami in Godai 13 who can break through the space blockade of the King's Seal? Who is it? He glanced over and his pupils shrank when he saw Shenchen. It's UBD getting in the way again. 9. Shenchen also noticed him, raised the blade in the air and aimed it at the Grass Crown. You will surely die today. There was thunder in the sky, and the dark clouds in the space barrier swallowed almost all the sunlight. The thunder is brewing in it, and Lei Ying has already locked the target on the grass crown. Double thunder! Shenchen did his best as soon as he came up, but at the same time, a dragon roar sounded from the grass crown. Daiguren Hieron Meru condensed 9 huge dragon bodies, which directly blocked the 2 violently erupting lightning balls. Boom! Intense explosions and shock waves swayed inside the barrier, and the thousands of Hueco Mundo troops inside came to a standstill. Immediately after, they disappeared directly into the atmosphere as if they had been erased by an invisible eraser, vanishing into ashes. It seems that even if the Thunder Flame Dragon mode or the Amaterasu Black Flame Dragon mode is used again, it is estimated that there will be no results. Shenchen frowned upon seeing this, and had roughly estimated the current strength of the grass crown. Although the after effects have not been completely cured, it seems that there may be no way to do it now. It must be used again. Shenchen clicked his tongue and rushed towards the grass crown in the air. He wants to create an opportunity for launching Infinite Mirror Slash again. In the space of Wang Yin, I am a god. Is your brain still normal? Do you still want to fight against my god? Grass Crown looked at Shenchen who was rushing, and sneered disdainfully. Shenchen shot directly, and the thunder and flames shuttled through the space like a tsunami and rushed to the Grass Crown. Do you know what happened to the person who claimed to be god in front of me last time? Shenchen shouted, they are all dead, not even the scum is left. Arrogant! Why do you think you can fight against me? Grass Crown obviously didn't believe it at all, raised his hand to create a distorted space, and resisted Shenchen's fierce attack. Although the two were still separated by a certain distance from each other, their respective strengths were already smashing and fighting, and the aftermath of the spread directly leveled the entire Sokyoku Hill. Chapter 137. The fierce friction between the ice and the thunder and fire is like a violent storm unfolding in the sky. In this instant, it seemed that an invisible gust of wind swept through every corner of the space barrier. Suddenly, like a tsunami, endless power erupted within this range. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! 35. The roar continued to come, and the shock wave also made the Grass Crown frown to resist. However, it was this chaotic moment that allowed Shenchen to seize the opportunity, and the broken lenses were already surrounded by the Grass Crown. Infinite Mirror Slash! 9. Shenchen shouted, turned into light and left. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared on the other side of the Grass Crown. What happened? 5. The Shinigami, who were constantly watching the battle, widened their eyes, not knowing what was going on. The next moment, the more and more powerful knife light densely drowned the Grass Crown. SHH, 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 SHH. This shocking density of knife cuts completely slashes the Grass Crown into the tiniest particles. What? What kind of trick is this? Can't even resist as strong as a crown of grass. 747 Kenpei, Anohanaretsu, and others, and even Yamamoto Shijikuni, can't help but widen their eyes. In their eyes, the Grass Crown, which had reached a certain level of strength, was actually strangled by Shenchen in an instant. The point is that no one can see how Shenchen did it. Who? Shenchen, who fell to the ground, gasped heavily and looked back with difficulty. Originally, the sequelae of the last time were not completely complete, but this time it was directly aggravated. Today's Shenchen only feels that the pain all over his body is worse than last time. He had already made up his mind to take a good rest after the war. Puchi puchi puchi. Suddenly, an extremely disgusting sound came from the flesh behind him. Isn't it? Shenchen twitched the corners of his mouth. Is it possible to recover after being beaten like this? The people outside the space enchantment are even more eyelids jumping. It's already been chopped into pieces, no matter what level Minos Grande should be dead. The broken bee screamed out. Not to mention he's not a Minos Grande at all. This kind of resilience is out of the realm of biology. Shenchen's eyes were also solemn, and he reached out to seal the Grass Crown into the mirror world. But then, Shenchen understood the difference between Grass Crown and Silver City. I saw a piece of space blocking the Shenchen's touch, and then the minced meat of the grass crown was like a time reversal, and it was directly restored to its original state. Isn't this a high-speed regeneration like Silver City's, but going back in time? De Shenchen's expression turned gloomy. He didn't expect Wang Yin to be so troublesome after being completely liberated. 59. The grass crown, which had just recovered, screamed miserably. Between the twisting of the limbs, the grass crown spit out a large mouthful of blood, and the expression is extremely distorted. It hurts, UBD. It hurts? Although the physical state has been reversed by time, the grass crown is completely immune to the pain that can be killed by a method like Ling Qi. This is the kind of pain that even a staunch as Hein's vengeful man like him can't bear. After all the pains burst out almost at the same time. This made the grass crown even more angry, staring at De Shenchen. UBD. Since your trick is useless to me, then I will return the pain to you 1,000 times over. De Shenchen clicked his tongue, barely controlled his numb body and put on an alert posture, and there was a blood red in his eyes. Give me death Grass crown roared and swung the knife, but just halfway through, he suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood. At this moment, Grass crown only felt that her spiritual body and spirit were rapidly exhausted. It seems that the recovery of the king's seal is not infinite, but requires a great price and consumption. In just an instant, De Shenchen sorted out Wang Yin's shortcomings. If you think about it carefully, if Wang Yin is really invincible, and he only needs to be able to master Bankai, how can he still remain in the same state without someone taking his power? Obviously, Wang Yin is not absolutely infinite resurrection. Looking at the grass crown after being resurrected, it took an unknown number of years to return from Hueco Mundo, and the price behind it must be not small. Not only does it have a huge cost and consumption, but from the perspective of the grass crown, the user's body and spirit will also bear a huge burden. Ha. Grass crown smiled unhurriedly, reaching out and wiping the bloodline from the corner of his mouth. Your power of observation is not bad, but unfortunately this is only a trivial shortcoming of Wang Yin. I can still accept the price paid now. 35. However, looking at your appearance, the cost of the move just now must be unimaginable, right? How many times can you play it again? He raised the knife and pointed at De Shenchen. The one who is cornered now is you. As Cao Guan said, De Shenchen's unsteady posture caught everyone's eyes. Isn't even the captain of the great god not his opponent? How can this be? Kira muttered to herself in pain. Should Soul Society end here? Yamamoto Shijikuni also sighed. The eyes of Rukia, Anohanaretsu, Matsumoto Rangiku, etc. are all extremely dark, and now no one knows how to solve this extremely desperate situation. Apparently, De Shenchen's body is already struggling to continue fighting. What did I say? All my powerful tricks must be released close to the battle. De Shenchen smiled in the breath, and the mysterious pattern of his eyes kept spinning. Even if I don't use Thunder Flame Dragon mode and Black Flame Dragon mode, I can kill you again. Again and again. 35. Until the power of the king's seal is exhausted, or you collapse. Chapter 138. You're still stubborn when you're about to die. The grass crown roared, golden light flashed in his hand, and Zanpakuto was violently swung by him. The 9 days of ice erupted in unison, turning into waves of shock waves that swept toward De Shenchen. Full body Susanoo. A purple giant far exceeding the size of the past appeared. It was dressed in armor and had wings on its back. Boom! After the earth-shattering blow from the grass crown hit De Shenchen, it had no obvious effect. It can be seen that this giant's defense is strong. What trick is this? Grass crown was taken aback, and the Shinigami who were fighting outside were also very surprised. That posture is even bigger than that of the Black Rope Scourge. 35. Komamura Seijin, who was still recovering from injuries, was forced to release his spiritual power to fight the expansion of the enchantment. Susanoo said in shock when he looked at the complete body. The strength of his Bankai lies in his huge size, and his every move has great power. This is the first time Komamura Seijin has seen a behemoth bigger than his own Bankai. Come and experience this power for yourself. Shenchen controlled the whole body Susanoo with a sword, and the piercing sword light spanned the sky, as if to split the entire sky in two. Just listening to Shenchen's blow, the loud noise of boom rumble spread. Well! The grass crown was taken aback, resisted it with all his strength, and was swept away by the sword wave. The 4 towers behind him were directly cut open by this sword. What a mighty power! Byakuya Kokaki said in awe, and Abarai Renji opened his mouth in shock. This is just an ordinary slash, isn't it? That's right, a full-body Susanoo is enough to sever mountains with just one blow. This is enough to overwhelm the 5 shadows and rival the mightiest power of the strongest tailed beast, 9 tails. And Shenchen is still a double-edged sword. Hi! 39. Shenchen then pulled out the full-body Susanoo's big knife on the other wing and chopped it off again. What? The grass crown exclaimed, and saw Shenchen's 2 knives slashing in a row, causing him to spurt blood and retreat under this tremendous force. Don't underestimate me! The grass crown roared wildly, and saw his figure suddenly swell. Under the power of Wang Yin, the ice on the grass crown turned into various giant dragons, tearing apart the atmosphere with fierce power, and pounced towards the complete body Susanoo. Shenchen's offensive was immediately overwhelmed, and Daiguren Hierin Meru and Wang Yin joined together, turning into an airtight offensive. Seeing this, Shenchen shouted loudly, his swords were swung even faster, and a large number of slashing and rock-breaking smashed the air strikes. But at this moment, without the interference of other Shinigami, the power of the grass crown broke out completely, and the offensive was several times faster. What's even more terrifying is that because of Wang Yin's ability, the space is directly twisted and deflected by the power of the grass crown. This directly turned into a huge cage, locking up Susanoo in full, leaving him nowhere to escape. Boom! 99. The next moment, the two touch, and a loud noise erupts. These 2 monster-like existences met head-to-head, and the momentum was too shocking. The sky in the entire space barrier seems to have turned into a piece of iron, and the spirits in a radius of 100 miles seem to have been evacuated by this blow. Pieces of buildings on the ground collapsed and shattered directly because they couldn't stand the aftermath of this pressure, turning into pieces of ruins. The aftermath is still like this, of course. Shenchen, who suffered the blow head-on, couldn't feel better. Only to see Shenchen resisting the black sword light, quickly retreating, and the armor on his body was torn one by one. In the end, even the complete body of Susanoo was crushed by the grass crown's full blow. It looks as if Shenchen is completely powerless in front of Wang Yin's grass crown. Is it still too hard? Madarame Ikeko looked up at this scene with shock in his eyes. Originally, Shenchen's Jedi counterattack was beyond the scope of ordinary Bankai's power. I didn't expect the grass crown to be more terrifying. ####pound. It is said that the manipulator of Wang Yin is equivalent to a god in space. Now it seems that it is not an exaggeration at all. Kuroishi Mayuri was also deeply stimulated by the scene in front of him, and muttered in cold sweat. Get away from me! The next moment, Shenchen's voice exploded out of desperation. The Sword of Oath of Victory, the Wind King's Barrier, the Dragon Slayer Magic of Fire, Thunder Fruit, the Flame of Amaterasu, the Daluyang Copper Heaven and Earth Mirror. Shenchen burst out with all his power in an instant. Boom! 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 The next moment, the fire whistled, the thunder flickered, the beam of light was magnificent. Various skills and tricks, like raindrops, slammed into the grass crown. How can you still have this spare power? The grass crown's pupils shrank, and it felt that the whole air seemed to be full of fiery spiritual power. This extremely close blasting made the grass crown even feel a needle-like pain from every inch of the skin, and was drowned by the torrent of energy casually. Ah! The grass crown screamed out in severe pain, but the constantly damaged flesh and blood quickly recovered, and the power of the king's seal was constantly exerting its effect. Grass crown opened his hands, stepped on the void, and faced the attack with a wild laugh. My complete body Susanoo can also be regenerated. The Mangekyo Sharinon in Shenchen's eyes circulated wildly, and spiritual power was instilled in it as if he didn't need money. In just an instant, the tall and perfect Susanoo is reborn. It's useless. The grass crown held up Zanpakuto, infused with the power of the king's seal. In the next moment, all things stand still. The clouds in the sky, the sword light on the battlefield, and the shattering rock formations on the ground were all motionless, like a video where the pause button was pressed. This is the power of absolute zero. It completely freezes the motion of all elementary particles. In this still world, only the grass crown is laughing wildly in the sky. I can even simulate the effect of time stopping with this trick. Single G. Chapter 139. At this moment, Daiguren Hyeren Meru erupted with unprecedented intensity. An invisible force was like the wind, blowing up in the still world, like a pair of invisible big hands stroking the atmosphere. This huge force pinched Susanoo's body, and cracks appeared on Susanoo's body along with this force. You will die before you know it. Grass Crown said lightly, just as he was about to kill the killer immediately. SHH. A shocking sword light erupted in silence. It was the complete body Susanoo that was about to shatter, and it was a full-strength knife under the control of Shenchen. How can that be? The grass crown was taken aback and was cut off in 2 pieces. 747. Until he died, he still didn't understand why Shenchen could act in a world where time stopped. Why? What is the reason? Does time stand still? What a powerful ability! The round mirror behind Shenchen flashed violently, accompanied by Shenchen's voice spreading all around. Although I have neither a world nor a platinum star, nor a stand-in of the same type, obviously you haven't learned the theory of relativity. The moment I reached the state of the speed of light with Bankai, the world was also a state of still time for me. This can be said to be the pinnacle of confrontation between the pseudo-time stop that was forcibly achieved through 2 different methods. In the next second, everything started flowing again. In the entire Soul Society, no Shinigami finds that the world is still for a moment. For Godi I-13 and the army of Hueco Mundo, their battle never stopped for an instant. However, right afterward, under the shocked gazes of the captains, Grass Crown's figure froze abruptly. He was split into 2 without warning, and once again died in the hands of Shenchen. But at the same time, large cracks also appeared on Susanoo's body. Next, the complete body Susanoo's entire body shattered into pieces and gradually dissipated into the air. Just, what happened? This time, even Zaraki Kenpake, who has a big personality, widened his eyes in shock. It was completely incomprehensible, and could not be observed at all. It seemed like a scene of a fierce battle. Where did it happen? Just like in the long river of time, a piece of history was forcibly intercepted, or simply disappeared. How can? Rukia gritted his teeth. Even so, it still can't kill the grass crown completely. As she said, under everyone's attention, Wang Yin's power was activated again, and the body that was cut in half by the grass crown was healed again. This scene can simply make anyone who sees it despair. Obviously, the captain of the great god is already so powerful, so strong that he has killed the grass crown several times in a row, but all of this seems to be useless. Even if you are resurrected in front of me, I will immediately kill you to scum. Shenchen, who has no full body Susanoo for the time being, is still strong, and he burst out with all the elemental power of thunder fruit in his body. Rumble rumble rumble. The devastating thunder beam descended, completely covering the grass crown in front of him. This is pure power that surpasses all Shenchen's thunder and lightning tricks, and only pursues the ultimate killing. Ha 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 ha. I'm absolutely invincible. No matter what tricks you use, it's useless. In that dazzling thunder column, is an extremely violent, extremely crazy, full of morbid and crazy aura. Immediately afterwards, a manic laughter could be heard from the thunder and lightning, and a distorted figure emerged from the pillar of thunder. I couldn't tell if I was killed again just now, but it doesn't matter. It seems that you will be killed by me first. Just because you want to use up my spiritual power, it's still a long way. Shenchen condensed Susanoo again, cultivation for another 10,000 years, 99. The purple sword light slashed with the double knives, rolling towards the grass crown like a tide. The escaping sword energy slashed through the sky, leaving deep ravines that were several kilometers long on the ground. Grass crown was not a vegetarian either, and thousands of ice dragons swept out from his body, fighting fiercely against de Shenchen. Even with the help of Wang Yin's space power, the grass crown's figure flashed continuously, and finally invaded de Shenchen's side. The extreme cold spread instantly, and even Suzanu's movements were frozen for a moment, and then violently torn apart by the grass crown. Can Daiguren Hiren Mara be that strong? Toshiro looked up in horror, and at this moment, Daiguren Hiren Mara was already worthy of being ranked as the strongest Zanpakuto in the Ice and Fire series alongside Ryujin Jaka. This time it's my turn to kill you. Grass Crown grinned, but de Shenchen didn't panic even if he lost the protection of his complete body Suzanu. It's a pity that now it seems that it is only me who kills you. While speaking, de Shenchen opened his mouth, dragon flames gathered in it, opened his eyes, and divine fire circulated in it. Roar of the fire dragon. Amaterasu. The power of the two flames swept out, worked together to break the chill, and successfully repelled the grass crown. After the confrontation this time was fruitless, de 4.4 Shenchen once again instilled spiritual power to gather the purple light giant, and the grass crown also showed the icy wings behind him, and the two directly fought to the sky. Bang! Boom! Boom! Bam! 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 Whether it is de Shenchen or grass crown, the movements and reactions of both sides are lightning quick like thunder and lightning. In just a few seconds, the two fought to the stratosphere, and then fought back to the ground. With the collapse of large tracts of buildings, as well as the fragmentation and cracking of the earth, the Jingling Court in the space enchantment seems to have turned into a hell. Half of Jingling Court has been completely destroyed. After Kojiro Sasuke liberated Bankai and killed several Minos Grande in an instant, he said with a pale face. Chapter 140. Just like what he said, even if the space barrier that has been spreading has been suppressed to the slowest speed, it still devoured half of the range of Jingling Court. In this half of the Jingling Court, the aftermath of the battle between de Shenchen and the Grass Crown almost wiped out everything, and the Jingling Court in the past is now just a big Tian Kang. Wherever the two giants passed, the atmosphere shattered, and thousands of miles of rubble in the sky turned into a meteor shower, and sputtered out within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Crack! The complete body Susanoo doesn't know how many times he was smashed, but fortunately de Shenchen doesn't have only this kind of power. Every time at this thrilling moment, de Shenchen's other abilities will save the field, and even seize the opportunity to fight back. Boom! The grass crown was smashed into the ground, and the soil 747 exploded like a turbid wave emptied, like a pouring black rain. However, from the smoke and dust, the golden light mixed with the ice dragon also roared out, and the sky suddenly opened up. Boom! 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 The big explosions rising from the sky continued, but de Shenchen's counterattack came immediately, and two giant great fireballs fell like meteorites. The brilliance of the black flame dragon. Lei Yanlong's brilliant flame. De Shenchen's two consecutive strikes surpassed the limit and fell with super high temperature. This made Grass Crown feel as if he was getting closer to the sun, and the high temperature and heat made his body continue to burn, as if to melt his bones and flesh. The Grass Crown quickly inspired the chill of Daiguren Hiren Mara to stabilize everything, and then burst out with the power of the King's Seal. The space was distorted, and de Shenchen's blow was like being transferred into the void through a portal. It was as if the two little suns were struck in a bottomless black hole, and the enormous power was absorbed and engulfed. However, as de Shenchen said, such a huge force cannot be completely transferred by Wang Yin, and the aftermath of the big explosion still begins to sweep the ground. Boom! Boom! The endless sand rose into the sky with the blast of power, and gradually turned into dust that enveloped the audience. Ow! The roaring sound of the ice dragon suppressed the roar and shot back into the sky. The grass crown was constantly BG against de Shenchen. From the outside, it looks like there are huge forces constantly echoing between the sky and the earth, and the violent collision explodes. The space barrier has spread out over half of the jingling court. Yamamoto Shigekuni's forehead also began to have a cold sweat, and now the expansion of the space enchantment is no longer the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that this means that there is a new jingling court complex to be destroyed in the battle between the Shenchen and Grass Crown. Boom! Sure enough, the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth continued to break out with the battle between the two, which was an earth-shattering movement. Just the impact caused by the air shock wave caused the newly included jingling court area to be destroyed. Pieces of buildings were blasted from the air and turned into debris and powder. They fought more and more fiercely, and the earth at a distance of thousands of meters collapsed in an instant. Then several kilometers, dozens of kilometers of ground were torn apart one by one. You can even see the magma rising up under the flipping of the rocks. This is too exaggerated. The hearts of all the captains were inexplicable. After the last battle between Da Shenchen and Yamamoto Shigekuni, they once again saw Da Shenchen fighting with all his strength. It's only been a while, and Da Shenchen is stronger than the last time he showed. Come down for me too. The crown of grass leaped to the sky, and this time Susanoo was shot to the ground for the huge complete body. This behemoth fell to the ground, causing the entire land to be severely hit. The violent shaking even spread out of the jingling court, causing a lot of earthquakes in Rukanga. This is a flaw I deliberately exposed to you. In the dust, Da Shenchen slashed at the grass crown that was impacting down, and the grass crown's body was instantly torn into hundreds of pieces by the sword net. But in the next moment, the grass crown in front of him instantly recovered, and it fell on the perfect body Susanoo like a spark hit the earth. Boom! The powerful defense of the purple light giant is useless, as if it was directly erased by some kind of terrifying power. 200 million volts Thor. Da Shenchen, dressed in lightning, turned into another giant, and used a pair of huge palms to tear open the wings of the ice dragon, revealing the true body of the grass crown. Kill you again! Da Shenchen's extreme pupil power, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's illusion made grass crown's body stunned, and was immediately engulfed by lightning. With a boom, the void is agitated, and the earth is broken. Hateful! The grass crown was reborn in a miserable howl, and his eyes were full of blood. How many times is this? How dare you let me die so painfully? 95. Along with his howling, a huge crack spread out from the sky above the jingling court, and countless virtual groups poured out from it. Why does he still have power? This made all the Shinigami despair to the extreme, and only Da Shenchen still didn't let go of his fighting spirit. How could such a mere scoundrel be my opponent? Da Shenchen retreated back to Shikai in an instant, displayed a mirror image clone, and cut out two holy swords together. The fiery sword light lit up, and under the oppression of golden light, the Wu 4.4 cloud formed by the Hueco Mundo army shattered and spread all the way. No matter how much emptiness it is, it can't resist the liberation of the true name. Boom! 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 The high altitude oscillated, the clouds seemed to burst, and a large number of flesh and blood voids fell from the air and turned into ashes. Don't give up hope! Da Shenchen's loud shouts spread throughout the audience, shocking every Shinigami from Godei 13. I can feel that his strength is getting weaker. He can't hold it anymore. Da Shenchen's unyielding voice was like the light of hope. No matter how unreliable it is on weekdays, Da Shenchen at this moment has become everyone's support, igniting the fire of their inner war. Chapter 141. Cao Guan became angry when he heard the words, and roared, "You should put this sentence on yourself. Your Reiatsu is rapidly weakening, and your body movements are not as agile as they used to be. After all, the grass crown has already controlled the remaining virtual army to swarm up. Not only that, even the Hueco Mundo army outside the space barrier was able to freely pass through the space barrier under the guidance of the grass crown and rushed towards Da Shenchen. That's right, playing Godei 13 these days is not the most important thing for the grass crown. The thing he most wants to do now is to kill Da Shenchen. Captain God! All the captains and vice-captains who still had spare energy shouted out in shock. Now they don't say help Da Shenchen to share the pressure, at all, even their pressure is transferred to Da Shenchen together. In the blink of an eye, the sky and the earth were engulfed by the endless black tide. More and more virtual groups rushed over, and de Shenchen was like a lone hero facing 1,000 forces alone. Excalibur. The surging sword light once again lit up from the holy sword, and the brilliance of collapse shone with a surging explosion. The power and scope of the noble phantasm of the city was extremely powerful, and a large number of virtual groups were wiped out in an instant, but there were still virtual ones who rushed forward one after another. Ha 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 ha! Cao Guan laughed wildly upon seeing this. The situation has now settled, obviously you are dead. No, de Shenchen said coldly, it should be said that your situation has been confirmed by me. 35. You are obviously so angry, but you still didn't do it yourself, but let the virtual group do it for you. Isn't it just a further sign that you are indeed weakened? You. What did you say? Grass Crown glared angrily, but saw that de Shenchen had rebankai, and entered the mirror world without delay. Boom bang 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 of. In the next second, the power of the virtual group drowned here, and various zeros erupted in turn, knocking the entire ground down 3 feet. How can you do that? The blue veins burst out on the grass crown's forehead, but sneered in anger. Hum. It seems to be some kind of space ability, right? However, I have the King's Seal, even if I pull you out of that space, there is no problem. Excalibur. There was no need for the grass crown to make a move, de Shenchen had already taken a step forward. The reason why he entered the mirror world is just to get the neutral gear of charging. 8-dimensional re-entry. In an instant, the enchantment formed by the light of the holy sword wiped out the virtual group, and de Shenchen opened the full body again Susanoo. Boom. 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 The two fight back together, and de Shenchen is alone against both Grass Crown and Hueco Mundo. The battlefield soon spread to tens of thousands of meters away, countless voids were engulfed by brilliance, and the melted ice was evaporated by flames. The crust was shattered under the fierce fighting, and all kinds of magma rose into the sky. SHH. De Shenchen slashed towards the grass crown, and wherever the sword passed, everything was torn apart. The grass crown also shot icicles all over the sky, and the huge mass turned into a huge force to invade, and the air was squeezed dry in an instant. At this moment, de Shenchen seemed to be in a vacuum. Boom! Under the unknown number of collisions, everything collapsed and decomposed directly, and the explosion released infinite light and heat. Electric field teleportation. Refraction flashes. De Shenchen used the two extreme speed skills alternately according to the situation, and his body turned into a heavy phantom, stabbing straight at the end of the space like a purple lightning bolt. The complete body Susanoo slashed down brazenly, and the roaring thunder was wrapped around the knife, as if to crush and destroy all the enemies that were intercepted in front of him. Whoosh! The dark eyes of the grass crown looked at the thunderlight and the giant blade that fell in front of him, and punched out. The two domineering forces held each other for a moment, and then the grass crown's body was penetrated instantly, and the complete body Susanoo also shattered inch by inch, dissipating in the air. A thunder light burst out from the broken purple giant, and then a thunder and lightning giant descended from it. 200 million volts Thor. De Shenchen's body was covered with blazing thunder, and he clenched his fists with layers of thunder, and slammed into the grass crown. The grass crown that was revived in the wailing also turned into a giant palm with ice, slapped de Shenchen heavily, and then shattered. Your resurrection speed has slowed down. De Shenchen stepped out in one step, turned into a blue lightning bolt, ripped apart the ice wall, and rushed in directly. Flame control, 9. Immediately afterwards, the complete body Susanoo condensed out in de Shenchen's roar, and slashed out with a huge blade of burning black flame. Deo black fire was born, and the ice formation defense in front of him seemed to be cut open by an invisible sharp blade, melting left and right, rolling away. Damn! Damn! Damn 747! Grass Crown was shocked and angry. Why was he still unable to defeat de Shenchen? Obviously he has completely mastered the power of Wang Yin, obviously he has died so many times. Boom! 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 The dark fire blade and the white ice collided violently, under the unreserved confrontation between De Shenchen and the grass crown, the earth-shattering power erupted in it. The atmosphere was quickly expelled, the clouds rolled open, and all the tricks of the grass crown began to fall into the wind, until they were suppressed. The power of the King's Seal has even begun to fail, and the power of the Bankai of Daiguren Hierin Meru has gradually stagnated. Captain God! Go! Kill him! In this situation, I can see that all the Shinigami in the outside world are full of enthusiasm. Under their shouts and gazes, De Shenchen completely suppressed the grass crown. Complete body Susanoo's every knife penetrated the defense, smashed the ice, and slashed directly on the grass crown's body. Drink ah! De Shenchen completely squeezed out the last spiritual power and pupil power, and repeatedly killed the grass crown like a crushing, until Wang Yin let out a cry of grief and lost all luster. Chapter 142. Last blow. The complete body Susanoo no longer has the strength to maintain it. De Shenchen rushed out from the dissipated purple light, and cut the newly resurrected grass crown in half with a sword. Buzz! At this time, Wang Yin had lost all of his strength, recondensed into a solid body, and fell out of grass crown's body. However, although the King's Seal at this time has been restored to its integrity, it no longer glows, and it is obviously completely exhausted. Not one by one. Impossible. Grass crown looked back in disbelief, and reached out to touch De Shenchen, the enemy of life and death. But his hand was only stretched halfway, because the King's Seal that supported his repeated resurrection failed, and it turned into pieces and dissipated away. With the disappearance of the grass crown, the space barrier was instantly broken, and even the crack in the sky leading to a Hueco Mundo was closed. The long-lost sunlight shone on the broken ground of Jingling Court again. De Shenchen supported his body with Zanpakuto, raised his head and let out a long sigh of relief. On this broken earth, only De Shenchen stands alone. The sun shone on him and covered him with a layer of gold. At this moment, De Shenchen was like a real god in the sky. Dazzling bright. At this moment, the world between heaven and earth also fell into tranquility. Those rays of light have not dissipated, and De Shenchen stood tall. This figure looks tall and majestic, and the members of Godai 13 are all excited and full of enthusiasm. Captain God, the strongest. 9. After a long time, bursts of shouting erupted from the scene. Abarai Renji's eyes were fiery, and he set De Shenchen as a benchmark to catch up even more firmly. It was Captain Great God who won, that's great. Matsumoto Rangiku was also impressed and admired. It was the captain who saved all this. Kira was even more excited. Countless Shinigami also erupted in tsunami-like cheers. How could they not be excited? De Shenchen single-handedly showed the power of a god and saved them. It was De Shenchen who stopped Grass Crown's conspiracy, otherwise this time I'm afraid Soul Society will be completely broken and Shinigami will be replaced. The captains and vice-captains were exhausted after the battle, and Reiatsu was almost exhausted. If it weren't for De Shenchen's victory, the consequences this time would have been unimaginable. Is the Grass Crown still dead after all? Toshiro had a complicated expression, and he no longer had any sympathy for this former contemporaneous student. After all, if it wasn't for De Shenchen's comeback, and if Grass Crown's conspiracy succeeded, then the entire Godai 13 would be history. Captains like Komamura Seijin, who were still recovering from injuries but were forced to fight, also showed respect at this time. This colleague who turned the tide deserves their highest respect. Isn't even the Grass Crown that absorbed Wang Yin his opponent? De Shenchen, I will definitely catch up with you. Even as arrogant as Byakuya Kokaki, at this moment, he secretly swears in his heart, his eyes blazing. It can be said that the Shinigami of Godai 13 have been shocked by De Shenchen's strength at first, and now it has become a mess of worship. The Master of the Eyes has longing and reverence, as well as admiration and admiration. However, at this time, De Shenchen's eyelids were heavy and his heart was bitter. After using all his spiritual and physical strength just now, he felt as if he had been drained of his strength, and felt an unprecedented exhaustion. It's going to be bad. Shenchen's body couldn't support it anymore, and the breeze was blowing, and he slowly fell down like a straw. All the Shinigami are discolored, among them Rukia is the sharpest and bears the brunt. Ash! Rukia was the first to react, rushed up and supported Shenchen. Fortunately, I just used up my spiritual power. Now I'm out of physical strength. I fainted temporarily, and it's fine 5. After Anohanaretsu came up to check it out, he breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me. Fortunately, Captain is fine. I'm too weak. I must become stronger in the future. I want to be able to help Captain Great God. When the Shinigami around him heard the words, they all looked relieved. At the moment when Shenchen fell, everyone present was slammed into the heart. The members of Division 3 and Division 6 were the most excited, and Shenchen is now undoubtedly a captain they recognize and respect. To say that it was only a seed that took root in their hearts before, it is now deeply ingrained, and it has gradually grown into a towering tree. It was also after this time that many people felt inadequate for their abilities for the first time. Even the captains are no exception. In the face of the sense of crisis in the space barrier before, they were helpless. The moment when that feeling of powerlessness arises spontaneously, only they know how tormented it is. Although the faces of the captains did not have too many expressions, in their hearts they had already established Shenchen as a benchmark of strength, and it was also the goal they wanted to pursue and achieve. After I go back this time, I will all strengthen my training. If the inspection, Zhao, fails at that time, Broken Bee snarled at his members with a blank expression, and those team members were all mourning in their hearts. They knew that it would be a day in and day out of torturous training, and that kind of training made them suffer. This time, it was not just one captain who was aware of the inadequacy. The captains of many other divisions were the same, and they began to instruct their subordinates one after another. However, this also inspired the fighting spirit of many people, and the spectacular scene of this battle undoubtedly inspired them secretly. Chapter 143. In particular, the 11th Division, who was a full-time battler, not only did not have any fatigue after seeing Shenchen's battle, but their blood was boiling. All eyes fell on Shenchen, who was standing high above the ruins. Now, in their eyes, there is only this radiant man. They worship only the supreme powerhouse, and the current Shenchen undoubtedly interprets this identity to the fullest. After this incident, it was as if a new prelude had been opened. Godi 13, who had high self-esteem in the past, knew their weakness, and some people started to reflect. How will they deal with this problem in the future? This time, Shenchen was fortunate to save them, so will it be the same next time? People felt their own insignificance and vulnerability, which also caused many Shinigami to think deeply. Although the grass crown is dead, it does not mean that all the enemies have disappeared. No one knows how powerful the next enemy will be. The next crisis is unknown, and everyone secretly thinks that it is time to re-prepare, and there is a more difficult and dangerous road to take. In the hospital of the 4th Division, Anohanaretsu put her hand on Shenchen's body, and a faint fluorescence radiated out. She personally used Kaido to help Shenchen heal his wounds. Okay, your injury has almost recovered, and you can fully recover after a few more days of rest. Anohanaretsu stood up from Shenchen's side and said softly. Although he used Kaido to treat Shenchen, Anohanaretsu also secretly lamented Shenchen's physical fitness. After such a high-intensity battle, Shenchen's injuries were not as serious as she imagined. If it were someone else, even with Anohanaretsu's treatment, they would have to stay in bed for at least 10 or 8 days. But Shenchen is different. After treatment, his injury has almost recovered. Even with just a little more rest, he can fully recover. Captain Anohana's skills are really consummate, thank you. Shenchen also woke up, felt the condition of his body, and was very satisfied with it. The battle with Grass Crown had completely exhausted Shenchen's strength. However, after Anohanaretsu's treatment, he has recovered most of the time so quickly. The therapeutic effect of super high-grade Kaido is undoubtedly still obvious. Captain God is too polite, this is what I should do, I won't disturb your rest. Anohanaretsu said with a smile. Looking at the slowly closing door, Shenchen breathed a sigh of relief and changed to a more comfortable position on the bed. The physical injury has recovered, but the exhaustion in his heart still exists. Even with Shenchen's current super strength, the fierce battle with Grass Crown was still exhausting. Let's wait until tomorrow for the lottery draw. Let's go to sleep first. Shenchen was planning to draw a lottery, but he was too tired and his eyelids were heavy. After a while, Shenchen fell into a deep sleep. Outside the window, night bugs chirped. The Soul Society, which had just experienced a great battle, fell into silence. Everyone is very tired and resting. As for the damaged place, it is not important for the time being, and we will talk about it after the rest. Ah, comfortable. The next day, Shenchen stretched his waist and sat up from the bed. After a night's sleep, Shenchen now feels refreshed and fully recovered. After his thoughts were settled, Shenchen opened the system and clicked the lottery draw. Yesterday, Shenchen experienced a great crisis. According to the conditions of survival difficulty, there is a high chance of getting good things. As the turntable stopped, a line of text appeared in front of Shenchen. Congratulations to host, you got the excellent grade Kido. Although Shenchen's strength is already very strong, Kido's cultivation level is not very strong. Unexpectedly, the excellent Kido was drawn this time, which can be said to completely make up for the only shortcoming of Shenchen. Kido can have an excellent level, and among all the captains, it is an outstanding level. With this skill, Shenchen's strength is undoubtedly stronger. Excellent Kido, makes up for my weakness in Kido, it's not bad. After checking it out, Shenchen thought to himself. Compared with the skills of other levels possessed by Shenchen, the skills of the excellent level are not too strong. But Kido contains too many skills, and both Heido and Bakudo have many practical abilities. Another example, Kaido, which Anohanaretsu treated Shenchen, is included in Kido. This will definitely diversify Shenchen's fighting style. However, whether all of this can increase his strength well depends on Shenchen's proficiency in using Kido. Shenchen is confident that with his peak fusion talent, he will soon be able to perfectly integrate Kido into his combat mode. Present, Karakura Town. Shenchen, hum. In the darkness of the street, Tsukishima Shikuro's figure slowly emerged. And Jinjo? Where the hell are you now, Jinjo? Why can't you sense your Reiatsu everywhere? Have you been killed by Shenchen, Zhao Ma Zhao? You can't die. How can you die? I will never accept it. With a haze on his face, he whispered softly in his mouth, as if he had gone mad. At this moment, Tsukishima's previously depleted full-bring power has been fully recovered. Although he was reluctant to admit it in his heart, Tsukishima knew that Jinjo Kongo had probably been killed by Shenchen. But even if Uedeo wanted revenge, Shenchen's strength was really too strong. Tsukishima Hidekuro knew that he could not be Shenchen's opponent, and also understood that with his current strength, he could not avenge Ginchinj Kongo. So Tsukishima Kyashiro needs strength, and he understands that he needs more and stronger companions. A plan emerged in Tsukishima's mind, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Who will die in the end? Let's wait and see. Chapter 144. It took nearly a week for Tsukishima Kushiro to visit almost half of Karakura town. If Tsukishima wanted to implement the plan he made, he could only come step by step. Although it should be here, but I don't know when I will find it, Kido's hiding is really troublesome. Tsukishima Kushiro slowly walked on the streets of Karakura town, with a hazy look on his face, releasing his ability to complete the art. A samurai sword appeared in Tsukishima's hand and slashed across the ground inch by inch. He added his own existence to the past of the soil, looking for everything that had happened on this land. As Tsukishima Kushiro slowly moved forward, all the past that had happened on this land flashed through Tsukishima's mind as if it had happened in a movie. Karakura town says that it is not too big, but not too small. But it takes a long time to search the past inch by inch like Tsukishima Juxi era. As time passed slowly, Just when Tsukishima Juxiura was a little impatient, he finally found what he was looking for. Although the hiding place of the Masked Legion has not been found, if you have her information, it is also possible. Through his 747 ability Book of the End, Tsukishima Kushuro finally succeeded in discovering the trace of Saragaki Hiri in the memory of the earth. His plan was simple and simple. As long as there is this clue, Tsukishima Kushuro can use the control of Saragaki Hiri to find the location of other Kamen core. Then he used the ability of Book of the End to turn them into his subordinates. Soon after, Tsukishima Kushuro came to the place where Saragaki Hiri is currently. This is an abandoned factory, and Hiri is sitting alone on a bench drinking a drink. There is only Saragaki Hiri alone here, and no other people have been found for the time being, so it is just right for a sneak attack. So slack, do you think no one will come? Tsukishima Kyashuro hid in the dark, staring at Saragaki Hiri not far away, his eyes cold, waiting for the opportunity to shoot. After a short wait, Tsukishima Juxiuro suddenly shot, and the long knife in his hand drew a cold light. Like a dragon coming out of a hole, he stabbed Saragaki Hiri with lightning speed. Who is it? At the moment when Tsukishima Kyashuro shot, murderous aura erupted, Saragaki Hiri's face changed in surprise, and he exclaimed. She pulled out Zanpakuto directly, dodging the blade's attack by a tight margin. You seem to be the leader of the team that was defeated by that de Shenchen recently. After seeing Tsukishima Kyashura, Saragaki Hiri exclaimed, but he didn't expect it to be him. Although Tsukishima Juxiura has not had any friction with Soul Society, de Shenchen's single-player Skyushin is not small at all. Karakura Town is the base camp of the masked army, and the new captain de Shenchen is definitely a dangerous person, so the members of the masked army are paying close attention to this matter. Because of this, many materials on Tsukishima were also investigated by them. I didn't expect Tsukishima Kyashura to appear here, it's obviously a bad visitor. You actually escaped? As expected of the former vice-captain of Godi I-13. Tsukishima Kyashura was slightly surprised, but Saragaki Hiri escaped his sneak attack. If this is the case, it can only be fought head-on. Fortunately, there are no people here, so I'm not afraid of attracting other members of the masked corps. Whoosh! Tsukishima's figure must have disappeared, and he disappeared in place in an instant. The sword drew a mysterious arc and slashed towards Saragaki Hiri. Boom! Saragaki Hiri didn't dare to slack off, and the big snake crossed his chest. The sword fell, and a muffled sound came out. Saragaki Hiri's arms shook, and his body flew out. This guy is obviously human, but his strength is so strong. Saragaki Hiri rubbed his feet on the ground and drew a distance of several tens of meters. He looked at Tsukishima Kyashura with a shocked expression, and said to himself. Tsukishima Kushuro not only stole peak-level swordsmanship from de Shenchen, but also enhanced his strength after triple strengthening. Saragaki Hiri, who does not have hollow, is no match for him. Don't struggle anymore, you are not my opponent. Tsukishima Kushide looked at her indifferently. Although the sneak attack failed, it did not hinder Tsukishima's plan. Humph, who would be caught without a hand? Bald man. Saragaki Hiri is obviously not going to be caught off guard. The amazing Reiatsu is released from her body, she has put on a mask and entered a state of hollow. A gust of wind blew across the earth, raising dust in the sky. After hollow, Saragaki Hiri's strength has been increased, and his attack power has increased a lot. Hollow is nothing compared to that man's strength. Tsukishima Kushuro looked at Saragaki Hiri's appearance, and showed a playful sneer. He was completely unafraid of Saragaki Hiri Hollow's increased strength, and turned into a shadow and rushed to her side. The sword pierced through the sky, and even though Saragaki Hiri defended with all his strength, he was still beaten and retreated, completely suppressed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of swords were slashed out, and Saragaki Hiri's mouth went numb, unable to grasp Zanpakuto in his hand. Boom! A muffled sound came out, and Tsukishima Kushuro seized the opportunity, turned over and kicked Saragaki Hiri's chest, kicking her out. Do you know that if it weren't for the fact that it was still useful to save your life, I would have killed you with just the first few cuts. The sword in Tsukishima's hand slid across Saragaki Hiri's arm, and the Book of the End ability was activated, adding a false past to Saragaki Hiri's memory. Ah! Tsukishima-san, why are you here? The movement in Saragaki Hiri's hand stopped instantly, and a confused look appeared in his eyes. After a while, Saragaki Hiri looked at Tsukishima Kushiro with a surprised expression. There are spies within you, and I need your help. Tsukishima Kushiro looked at Saragaki Hiri with a solemn expression and said. Chapter 145. Although Saragaki Hiri was controlled through the Book of the End, it was not enough. If you want to defeat the Shenchen, you need more power. Although Tsukishima Joshua can beat Saragaki Hiri, there are a few people in the masked army who are not easy to mess with. To be on the safe side, Tsukishima decided to use Saragaki Hiri to attract the members of the Kamen Corps at the vice-captain level. Then Tsukishima controls them through the Book of the End, which is undoubtedly the best choice. In a forest, Yadumaro Lisa followed behind Saragaki Hiri and asked a little bored. I said, what are you going to say? You even brought me here? Not long ago, Saragaki Hiri found her and said there was something big to tell her, but couldn't let others know. Everyone was a member of the masked corps, so Yadumaro Lisa didn't suspect him, so he came over alone. At this moment, a flash of cold light flashed by. The knife light passed over the shoulders of the completely defenseless Yadumaro Lisa, but did not bring any blood. What a fast sword! Yadumaro Lisa also responded quickly and took out his Zanpakuto in an instant. Did I just get hacked? What's going on? Sarakini! Yadumaro Lisa drew an arc and pushed Saragaki Hiri and Tsukishima Kushiro back. However, it was too late. As long as he was hit by Tsukishima Kushiro, the ability of Book of End was activated. A look of confusion appeared in Yadumaro Lisa's eyes, and she shook her head involuntarily. After a while, she regained her clarity. Lord Tsukishima! Looking at Tsukishima Kushiro opposite, Yadumaro Lisa showed a respectful look on his face. Well, with the two of you joining us, our strength has grown a lot. 9. Looking at Yadumaro Lisa in front of him, Tsukishima Kushiro said with a chuckle. Because of Sally Yachimaru's trust in Saragaki Hiri, she was hit by Tsukishima Kushiro at the opportunity. Although there are also peak-level swordsmanship skills crushing, but it is still a lot easier than when controlling Saragaki Hiri. But even so, Tsukishima reckoned that if he faced a captain-level opponent, even if he made a sneak attack, it would not be so easy to succeed. But I don't need to control them anyway. Before the plan starts, there is one more person to try. After thinking for a while, Tsukishima Kushiro murmured softly. Captain-level masked corps members are not easy to deal with, but other levels are okay. Lisa, why did you ask me to come here? The innocent and lovely Kuna Mashiro followed behind Yadumaro Lisa and said suspiciously. Saragaki Hiri has already appeared once, so this time Tsukishima Kushiro let Yadumaro Lisa pass. Compared with the first two, Kuna Mashiro, who has a more outgoing personality, is better to deal with. I'm sorry, but I have to help Mr. Tsukishima, and this is for your own good. Yadumaro Lisa turned abruptly and grabbed Kuna Mashiro by the shoulders, immobilizing her. Lisa? What are you doing? Kuna Mashiro looked surprised and shook his body, trying to break free. She didn't know why Yadumaro Lisa was holding her suddenly, and she didn't think about what happened next. I'm going to be angry if I don't let go. Hollow's mask begins to appear, and Kuna Mashiro bursts out with a fierce Reiatsu to confront Lisa. However, at this moment, Hiri also Shunpo came over and punched Kuna Mashiro in the abdomen. Cough. 35 Kuna Mashiro was instantly suppressed by the two of them. Why even you? Yin dash. Tsukishima Kushiro, who had been hiding here for a long time, suddenly shot, and the sword slashed through the shadows and stabbed into Kuna Mashiro's body. I saw Kuna Mashiro's body trembled and stopped struggling. Tsukishima slowly pulled out the blade, and although it only pierced half an inch, the Book of Ending ability had already been activated. Under the perfusion of false memories, Kuna Mashiro is also controlled by Tsukishima Kushiro and became their companion. Mr. Tsukishima. Really, why did I forget such an important past? It's not your fault, we'll be here for the time being, that's enough. Tsukishima Kushiro looked at Kuna Mashiro with a respectful look, and said with a smile. The people who can control these three masked corps are already the limit that Tsukishima Kushiro can do now. After all, in his plan, it was enough to control some members of the masked corps and face the powerful masked army. If he can't end the battle quickly and attract other enemies, then Tsukishima Kyashura is likely to fall into a siege and put himself in danger. You go back first, everything is going according to the plan I explained, make sure not to let Hirako Shinji and other deceived people notice. By the way, Kurosaki Ichigo also has the strength of Bankai, and he can be regarded as the main force for us to deal with de Shenchen. You have plans to contact him who can be hollow, right? 35. So you have to train him as soon as possible to improve his strength. Tsukishima Kusuhide instructed the three of them. Kurosaki Ichigo's strength is still very good, and Tensou Zanjutsu's ability is also very strong, and he may be useful in the future. That guy de Shenchen is so nasty, it's all because of that guy's fault that we became like this. Saragaki Hiri said angrily, if I meet him, I will kill him. Kuna Mashiro and Yadumaru Lisa were also full of anger, and Tsukishima Kushiro added de Shenchen's evil past in the memory of the three. This caused the three to feel resentful towards de Shenchen, and even through the manipulation of memory, the anger towards Aizen was exerted on de Shenchen. Okay, let's go back. Tsukishima Kusuhide looked at the expressions of the three and smiled involuntarily. I will soon have enough strength to avenge you, de Shenchen. This is exactly the result he wanted. Chuan. Chapter 146. In Soul Society. On the ruins of Jingling Court, the position of the first team was rebuilt as a temporary station. De Shenchen and Yamamoto Uenyuji Shijikuni sat opposite each other, and they looked at Wang Yin on the table and pondered. Speaking of which, wasn't Wang Yin cut in half? De Shenchen looked at Wang Yin repeatedly, could it still be able to reverse time on itself? 99. After the original Wang Yin was cut open by the grass crown with Bankai, its power was completely liberated, but it has now been used up by de Shenchen. Therefore, after the grass crown was killed by de Shenchen, Wang Yin was restored to its original state. However, the spiritual power within Wang Yin has also been completely exhausted. Wang Yin is not a disposable product, said Shijikuni Yamamoto of 99-747. Otherwise, how could we not only know its capabilities, but also keep it as it is? That's right. De Shenchen nodded, affirming that someone used Bankai to manipulate Wang Yin in the past, and only then did he know Wang Yin's specific abilities. This means that the king's seal that was liberated at that time was restored to its original state afterward, and only then did the complete king's seal obtained by Grass Crown. In that case, the power of Wang Yin that was used up by me can be restored in the future. Yamamoto Shijikuni nodded and said, yes, but it is very difficult. After all, Wang Yin needs too much spiritual power. 35. If you want to restore the king's seal, you must put it in a place with a very high concentration of spirits, and absorb it for a long time before it can be fully restored. This is normal. No matter what, Wang Yin's ability is indeed very strong, so the spiritual power that needs to be spent must be astronomical. 5. De Shenchen said clearly, so, is Wang Yin now going to be sent to a place with a high concentration of spiritual children, such as the Ling Wang Palace? 33. Yeah, so Godi I-13 has to escort the king one more time, but you don't have to go this time. Yamamoto Genri Yusai looked at de Shenchen with admiration in his eyes. It's not that the old man doesn't trust your ability, it's just that after your previous battle, the sequelae of your body haven't been completely healed, right? So it's better to rest now. And the king's seal is absolutely not to be missed, just like the grass crown, it is up to you to solve it in the end, otherwise Soul Society will really be finished. When Cao Guan released Wang Yin in Jingling Court, Yamamoto Uenyuji Zongguo was really taken aback. After all, with the complete power of the king's seal, even if he wanted to destroy the entire Soul Society, it would be no problem at all. And the grass crown enhanced by the king's seal has directly skyrocketed, far exceeding the power that ordinary Captain Shinigami can have. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, Shenchen stepped forward and killed the grass crown by himself, and finally resolved the crisis. I am also responsible for this incident. After all, I am responsible for escorting Wang Yin, and I will be taken away by the grass crown. It is also my carelessness. 99. Shenchen didn't take credit for himself, but shook his head and said, Wang Yin was snatched from him by the grass crown, so he was responsible for killing the grass crown, which is also the task that Shenchen should complete. The specific situation, the old man has listened to Kira's report. You can't blame you for the mistakes at that time, otherwise the 3rd Division will suffer heavy casualties. 35. Yamamoto Yuanyuji Kongwo didn't care, and Shenchen was not because of arrogance, but because he wanted to save people, so the grass crown succeeded. And it seems that there are some black hands hidden in the shadows, so far they don't know who helped Grass Crown learn the Bankai of Hiran Meru. Okay, let's get down to business, this time the old man came to you with something to explain. As for Wang Yin's second escort, the old man decided to lead the first team in person. Shenchen said strangely, since you have already decided to escort Wang Yin yourself, what are you going to explain to me? While this old man is away, I want to entrust Jingling Court to you. Yamamoto's heavy national language does not frighten people to death. Shenchen was taken aback, and only then did he realize that what Yamamoto Shijikuni said before, it's not that I don't trust your strength, was not a polite remark. Where is the level of trust and distrust? It's just that the trust has exploded, okay? As the captain of Godiai's 13th First Team, Yamamoto Motoyanasai Shijikuni has absolute authority in Soul Society. Under normal circumstances, things like escorting Wang Yin would never be done by Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni himself. However, after going through this big crisis, Yamamoto Yuanyuji Kongwo didn't dare to gamble anymore, and Wang Yin absolutely couldn't make mistakes again. However, over the past thousands of years, Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni has guarded the safety of Soul Society with absolute strength, representing the symbol and authority of supreme power. So if Yamamoto Shijikuni leaves temporarily, then he needs to find a strong person who can guard the Jingling Court in his place during this time off. This candidate not only needs to have absolute strength far beyond everyone else, but also prestige, and prestige are indispensable. And Shenchen, who just defeated Grass Crown and saved Soul Society, is the most suitable one in terms of strength and prestige. So Yamamoto Genri Yusai decided it was Shenchen. Is this a designated one? Should I read a poem? Although the meaning of Yamamoto 4.4 Genri Yusai has been clearly speculated, Shenchen still showed a face ashamed. It's okay if you think so. Yamamoto Shijikuni nodded confidently, and slowly explained the reason for choosing Shenchen. This airborne leader, do the other captains have any opinion? Yamamoto Shijikuni said lightly, is it useful to have an opinion? Shenchen 6699. Since the old man said so, Shenchen could only nod his head for this arrangement. After all, this is not a bad thing, but an unprecedented good thing. Yamamoto Shijikuni continued, about this arrangement, the old man will hold the team's first meeting, announce to Quanjing Lingting, and announce the decision in public. Chapter 147. Shenchen nodded, Wu Yan made the promise. Captain's meeting. But all the team captains and even some vice-captains who could get off the hospital bed basically gathered together. Yamamoto Genri Yusai sat in the first place with a serious look on his face. This old man held an ad hoc meeting mainly to announce two things. The first thing is that I will be away from Jingling Court for a while, and the first team will go with me and make other arrangements after the meeting. 35. The other thing is that Shenchen will serve as the commander-in-chief of Jingling Court with the highest authority during the time when I lead a team away from Jingling Court. Yamamoto Shijikuni's speech made the following silence. Zaraki Kenpeki couldn't hold his breath the most, and first asked, where are you going? Yamamoto Shijikuni, Operation Secrecy. 35. Zaraki, why are you asking so much? Toshiro frowned. What does it mean that the captain of the great god has the highest authority as the commander-in-chief of Jingling Court? Byakuya, who had been silent in the past, asked a rare opening. In short, it is his authority to act as the commander-in-chief, and all the actions of the divisions listen to him. The captains were silent for a moment, and suddenly the pot exploded. Do you all listen to the great god? This isn't it. Where did the first team go? Only Shenchen sits there like a mountain. I'm fine. Byakuya Kokaki was the first to agree with Shenchen's leadership. He still had a cold and businesslike appearance, but he was the first to support Shenchen. I don't mind either. The second unexpected Broken Bee, she followed Byakuya Kokaki and agreed with the decision. Broken Bee and Byakuya are the same in difference. The rest of the other captains have not expressed their stance, and even began to whisper. Shenchen didn't respond to this, and he still sat still as calm as a mountain, but looked at Byakuya who supported him without hesitation, and felt a little emotional in his heart. He could feel that Byakuya Kokaki's attitude towards him was changing step by step. Everything is quiet. As long as doubters can think about it, during the period when this old man left Jingling Court, besides Shenchen, do you think there is anyone else who can lead Jingling Court? Yamamoto Shijikuni raised a rhetorical question in response to the weak voices of discussion below. Yes, besides Shenchen, who else has the qualifications to do it? After thinking about it carefully, everyone who has a little doubt, there is really no more suitable candidate than him. Compared with Shenchen leading Jingling Court, where the first team goes is more of a concern. Anyway, it's decided. After Yamamoto made the final decision, the people who left the first team, Byakuya and Sheibi who were the first to agree with Shenchen, and Shenchen himself, dismissed the meeting. The old man led the crowd to leave this time to escort Wang Yin. Wang Yin, you all understand, the grass crown is a lesson from the past. For the sake of caution, we will be escorted by our first team. In order to prevent unforeseen incidents, try to keep our actions secret, while Shenchen sits calmly in the spiritual court. Yamamoto Shijikuni explained the arrangement clearly in a few words. Everyone in the first team has great confidence in Yamamoto's arrangement and Shenchen's strength. And Broken Bee has a deep understanding of Shenchen's strength. During the departure of the first team, I hope you can cooperate with his work as much as possible. You two are the first to stand up and agree with him. With Broken Bee, you and Kokaki's approval, coupled with the Great God, I believe that Jingling Court will not have any problems, and the old man and the first team can also complete the task with peace of mind. Yamamoto Shijikuni said solemnly. In addition, regarding the whereabouts of the first team, I hope you can also keep it a secret. Yes. Broken Bee and Byakuya bowed back, and Yamamoto Shijikuni waved them off. Before leaving, Bro Bee glanced up at Shenchen as he passed by where he was. Then she nodded slightly and left after Byakuya. The remaining first team accepted the task assigned by Yamamoto Shijikuni Genri Yusai, and everyone knew the importance of this task. Captain, will the departure of our first team make Jingling Court even more understaffed? After the assignment was over, Kojiro Sasuke asked uneasy questions. The old man believes that the great god has his own arrangements. This is not up to our first team to worry about. You can complete the task with peace of mind. Yamamoto Shijikuni answered seriously. Jinglingting will be handed over to you, the old man trusts you very much. Shijikuni Yamamoto once said to Shenchen again. Shenchen looked directly into Yamamoto Shijikuni's eyes, he didn't speak, just nodded seriously again. The two looked at each other, and a wordless tacit understanding flowed during the period. Sometimes you don't need to say more, you will understand. After the meeting, Shenchen went straight back to his residence. For Yamamoto Shijikuni's arrangement, he has no opinion. It's just that Shenchen actually has some ideas about the shortage of manpower, and he also talked about this with Shan 747 Ben Zongguo. After all, Shenchen had injured a bunch of Godi I-13 captains before, and soon experienced the Grass Crown battle, resulting in even more heavy losses for Godi I-13. Although he relied on Shenchen to take back the King's Seal, the attack of the Hueco Mundo army also broke many people in. Today's Jingling Court is more and more understaffed. If someone commits a crime during this period, even if there is a great god in charge, I am afraid that Godi 13 will easily fail to turn around. Therefore, Shenchen proposed to replenish the manpower, and Yamamoto Shijikuni and Ryazai Shijikuni also agreed. Do you have any ideas? I decided to go and see the world. 35. As for manpower, Shenchen had some thoughts, and the masked army created by the Aizen incident should now be able to be used for himself. As long as you have an idea. Yamamoto Shijikuni could more or less guess Shenchen's plan. He trusted Shenchen, so he decided not to ask more. The members of the Masked Corps are basically the former captains and vice-captains of Godi 13. If those people can come back, it will be a great help. Shenchen decided to take a trip to the world and recruited the powerful Masked Corps. Single G. Chapter 148. This decision, after Yamamoto Shijikuni led the first team to leave, Shenchen also went to discuss with the other captains. Central 46 is reorganized, so Captain Yamamoto can persuade them, so there is no problem with the crime. They can master the power called Hollow. They are indeed powerful. If they want to fill the battle strength of Jingling Court, they are the best choice. After listening to Shenchen's explanation, Byakuya thought for a moment and agreed with Shenchen. So I decided to take a trip to the world, so about the captaincy. Shenchen concluded. In the meantime, leave the affairs of the squad to me. 35. Byakuya doesn't talk much, but his promises are as heavy as a mountain. The present. Shenchen followed the Hell Butterfly and once again set foot on the land of Karakura town through the piercing gate, but this time he did not use the skeleton. He needed to find the masked army. He looked up at the sky, it was still early. According to the king of the Masked Legion and Soul Society, Shenchen felt that it was not that simple to incorporate. What kind of fun would there be? 28. Shenchen chuckled. The luo of black and white, the bridge of 22, the crown of 66, footprints, far thunder, pinnacles, back to earth, nightfall, sea of clouds, blue array, paint the Taiyuan all the way to the sky. The next moment, Shenchen's excellent Kido was skillfully displayed. Tianting Kongluo's surge spread out. Shenchen wanted to directly lock the position of the masked army, but Hakugen's 8 lines and 2 cliffs was not so easy to solve. As expected of the former deputy chief Kido, this self-created Kido can actually escape my search. Shenchen frowned. If even he couldn't find the location of the masked army immediately, it would mean that it would be no use for most of the captains to come here. Fortunately, I have more than one method. With this in mind, Shenchen's observation Haki expands dramatically. However, before he could find his target, he saw a person who surprised him. Saragaki Hiri? And it's so close to me. Was he just waiting to ambush me? Shenchen's gaze penetrated directly into the space and looked towards the back of a house. There, Hiri was shocked and felt a terrifying aura that quickly locked him in. Why can he find me? 99. Now there is no time to think clearly about this matter. Hiri gritted his teeth and realized that it was useless to hide it. She stood tall, pulled out Zanpakuto and jumped in front of Shenchen. Although I don't know what means you used, Shenchen, your time of death has come. Saragaki Hiri said viciously. You know me? 35. Shenchen raised his eyebrows and said, but I'm not familiar with you guys, so is it necessary to yell and kill as soon as we meet? No need. How dare you say that? What you did to us, I will make you pay with blood. The irritable Saragaki Hiri roared loudly. I want to kill you, it is because of you that we are forced to this point. What did I do? Tell me about it, do you have any specific memories? Shenchen was calm, not flustered, but had a vague guess in his heart. You. Hiri opened his mouth, but suddenly got stuck, and always felt that his impression of Shenchen was a little confused. I don't want to remember those painful memories. Don't say more. Die. It's just that Saragaki Hiri has never been the type to think calmly, and immediately glared at Shenchen, as if Shenchen had a deep hatred for her. Is there a mistake? Shenchen rolled his eyes. Are you a combination of mindless and unhappy? To shut up. Saragaki Hiri didn't say a word, he directly threw his knife and threw himself up, and the big snake immediately rushed towards de Shenchen. Boom dash! The next moment, there was a loud noise, and the rays of light scattered. I saw a long sword inserted in the field, and the whole body was glowing with golden light, repelling the big snake that Saragaki Hiri charged straight up. It seems that I have to use violence to calm you down first. The holy light overflowed from the sword, the two lights collided, and the light points shattered. Dazzling light from the sky Madara shoots everywhere, and wherever the light passes, it smashes like a boulder. Cut him off, Orakai. Saragaki Hiri missed a hit, but was retreated by the lightsaber. Shikai Zanpakuto was worthy of the golden light. It's so powerful just by using a weapon to release spiritual power? Hiri was in shock, and de Shenchen couldn't help frowning when he saw this. I've been merciful enough, can I think calmly now? But Saragaki Hiri didn't answer him this time, but raised himself up again. I really don't listen. De Shenchen snorted coldly, and the lightsaber was raised high and dropped from the sky, slashing towards Saragaki Hiri. Boom! 35. A loud bang came, and the light curtain exploded. 747. Wherever the golden light went, the surrounding buildings exploded into rubble, and Saragaki Hiri, who was facing the slash, was injured by the light curtain. Ah! Hiri flew out a distance of dozens of meters, his body was covered with blood, and his expression was full of disbelief. You must know that she is a serious deputy captain. No captain has ever been able to hit her hard with just one or two moves. I didn't expect you to be so strong, there's nothing you can do. Saragaki Hiri burst out with all his Reiatsu, instantly hollow, and the mask floated on the surface. Seeing this, de Shenchen immediately released Reiatsu, and the peak-level Reiatsu made Saragaki Hiri's movements pause for a moment. Lei Yanlong mode, open. A thunder light mixed with flames rushed towards Hiri with a whistling sound. Wow! There was a huge bang, the thunder burst, and the red flames spread out. Boom! 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 Wherever the power goes, the land becomes dust and annihilates. And after this earth-shattering roar, there was only a giant pit in front of de Shenchen where Saragaki Hiri lay. She was lying there, not knowing her life or death. She was obviously killed instantly by de Shenchen. Chapter 149. Because of the possibility of fatal cuts with sharp weapons, I switched to using fists. Is it still too heavy? De Shenchen walked into the big pit and poked the motionless Hiri with Zanpakuto's scabbard. Forget it, de Shenchen looked up in another direction again, let's deal with the comrades who ambushed with her first. 99. Hisorai. Kuna Mashiro and Yadomaru Lisa arrived at this time, only to find Saragaki Hiri defeated and lying unconscious there. The two of them rushed up and looked at Saragaki Hiri, who was seriously injured, and Kuna Mashiro, who was always happy, with a serious face. In fact, although they were in a different ambush location from Hiri, they rushed over as soon as they sensed that the war was going on here. However, they did not expect that even so, it was still a step too late. It only took de Shenchen a few seconds to defeat Hiri. I will never let you go, de Shenchen. Yadomaru Lisa pushed her glasses, her voice extremely gloomy. Kuna Mashiro also put down Saragaki Hiri and turned to stare at de Shenchen viciously. You, die! A cold smile appeared on the corner of de Shenchen's mouth, and he looked at the two people in front of him with a hint of mockery. It seems that you are also the same as her. You are being manipulated without knowing it. It is extremely stupid. What did you say? Lisa and Kuna Mashiro both asked angrily. I originally wanted to take you back to Jingling Court, but it seems that you don't appreciate it at all. De Shenchen spread his hands. Now that I'm too lazy to negotiate with words, it's easier to just knock you all out first. Don't underestimate us. Lisa and Kuna Mashiro were all furious and came over. Clap. 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 All tricks are tough. It's better to give up, you are too weak in front of me, why don't you just be obedient? However, the combination of the two of them had no effect at all in front of Shunpo and observation Haki of de Shenchen. But even if de Shenchen said so, the two of them still showed no mercy in their attacks. Rather, they saw that de Shenchen was dodging and not fighting back, and they thought that de Shenchen had been suppressed. You should change your bad habit of not listening to people. After a few rounds, de Shenchen's patience ran out and decided to defeat them all before taking them back to Soul Society to make plans. With an idea in mind, de Shenchen stopped holding hands. Then de Shenchen stopped for a while and stopped retreating. Seeing this, Youhabach Lisa thought that de Shenchen had been driven to a dead end. He has nowhere to hide. Come on. What she didn't know was that Kuna Mashiro's combined melee attack was really nothing to de Shenchen. Lei Yanlong's Iron Strike. Lei Yanlong's Roar. De Shenchen used two moves in an instant, and their Reiatsu collided with intense thunder and fire at the same time, like a spark hitting the earth. Boom dash! Under the collision, with the sound of boom, the void is agitated, and the sky is full of fire. What? Lisa's pupils shrank. Destroy him, Iron Dragonfly. 35. Invasion, White Heart Demon. 39. Kuna Mashiro also freed Zanpakuto, whom de Shenchen had never seen before, and the Reiatsu of the two exploded at the same time, so he could successfully defend himself in the face of the terrifying explosion. Even so, the two of them were still in rags and panting. This is also because of de Shenchen's strength, and he didn't kill him. How is the normal Captain Shinigami so good? 35. Lisa is really unbelievable. She and Kuna Mashiro are the top powerhouses among the vice-captains, and they can fight for a while even with the real captain. You guys are stronger than Sarakini, but unfortunately you are still limited in front of me. De Shenchen also knows how powerful they are. Among them, Lisa will become the captain of the 8th division in the future, and Kuna Mashiro is also a strong person who can guide others to practice Bankai in the future. Therefore, they are now considered to be the top powerhouses that are extremely close to the captain level. Originally, no matter who the enemy is, the two of them have at least one battle strength under cooperation. However, today they are facing de Shenchen. You will regret this contempt. Lisa shouted, and Hollow's mask appeared on her face, directly entering the strongest state. Just as she was about to re-attack with Kuna Mashiro, she saw lightning and flames swarming up, as if to wrap them up. Not good. The two had to evacuate quickly, but the high temperature still made their faces pale. White Super Zero. Jumping up from the melting road, Kuna Mashiro also opened Hollow, and immediately Zero got close. Thousands of unloading. Horizontal slash. Youhabach Lisa also hits straight ahead with a horizontal knife, leaving no leeway. The huge sword, like a long spear, attacked directly at de Shenchen, carrying the momentum of the wind and lightning, and went straight to the key point. De Shenchen's attacks flowed like water without stopping. Dragon slaying profound truth, Red Lotus Thunderbolt Blade. De Shenchen let out a loud roar, and both Kuna Mashiro and Youhabach Lisa were shocked by his roar. Zhao ma zhao, I saw the momentum of thunder and lightning and the momentum of flames spread everywhere, and the sky flickered and dimmed. Can't let him let this move. A violent sense of crisis rushed over the two. Kuna Mashiro released Zero again, and Lisa followed closely. The two Zeros merged together and turned into a huge beam of light, which suddenly collided with the light of thunder and fire. Boom! A loud bang came out, and what made Lisa and Kuna Mashiro's pupils shrink was that their attack was suddenly swallowed up by the overwhelming energy. You pour a glass of water into the sea, and of course it turns out to be useless. Between de Shenchen's sneer, electric light and fire light alternately flashed, and it seemed that the surrounding space was all affected by this momentum. The difference in attack quality between us is the difference between clouds and mud. Chapter 150. De Shenchen clenched his fists with both hands, a huge amount of thunder and lightning condensed on his left fist, and the red fire on his right fist obscured the sky. He slammed his hands together, like a thunder and fire double dragon circling, forming a huge energy vortex. Then, hit out. Ugh! 9. Unstoppable. 99. At this time, Kuna Mashiro and Youhabach Lisa were both injured by de Shenchen, and before they could make a defensive move, de Shenchen was smashed towards them with a mighty thunder. If this blow is real, it is estimated that he will be seriously injured or die, or his life will be lost. Seeing that all the attacks were unable to stop this destructive move, the two of them subconsciously looked like dirt, full of horror on their faces. Even if their hearts didn't give in, their body instincts made them tremble. Are you going to be killed? Just when they felt they were powerless to fight back, they saw Shenchen's attack turned upward. After all, Shenchen didn't want to kill them, so at the critical moment, he blasted towards the sky instead. Crashed in an instant. Boom! 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 A huge explosion sounded in the ears of the two of them, and the endless shock wave spread out with the force. The violent energy gradually turned into a dazzling light, forming a hurricane that enveloped everyone present. Ow! A dragon roar ascends to the sky. In order to prevent killing the humans in the surrounding buildings, Shenchen blasted most of the power into the sky. Even if it was just brushed by Yu Wei, a deep pit still appeared on the ground, and the surrounding walls of the houses collapsed into broken eaves and broken walls. The remaining firelight flickered, and there was the sound of thunder and lightning tearing in their ears. Too strong. What a terrible guy. This was the last thought of Lisa and Kuna Mashiro. They just felt as if there was a whole mountain of Fuji on them, making them unable to move. Under the terrifying aftermath, the disgraced two people rolled their eyes and lost consciousness covered in injuries. Shenchen looked at the three figures lying on the ground and sighed, "It's really troublesome. Anyway, let's take it back to Jingling Court and lock it up." Soul Society. As soon as Shenchen returned to Jingling Court, he called out the secret mobile unit. "Captain God, do you have any orders?" The leader of them kneeled down with respect, not only because of Shenchen's power and status, but also because of Shenchen's achievements in saving Jingling Court several times. "Take them all down and lock them up first, and let them out when I say they can." After Shenchen finished his instructions, he turned to look at the three people who were supporting each other. "If there is any problem, wait until I solve Tsukishima Shikuro." Whether it was Hiri, Lisa or Kuna Mashiro, they all woke up quickly. After all, they were injured in hollow state, so they all have very strong resilience. Just because Kuna Mashiro and Lisa were too close to Shenchen's attack, even if Shenchen showed mercy, it was still partially affected. They were surrounded by the remaining electric light, and the lightning paralyzed the whole body, so until now they can only look at each other, unable to say a word. Just in the hearts of the three, there are thousands of doubts. The terrifying and powerful power just now. If they really dealt with them, I'm afraid that the three of them will be dead long ago. Looking at Saragaki Hiri's injury, it can be confirmed that Shenchen did not kill him at all, but instead took a little bit of strength. It's just, why is that? Why are you? Why show mercy? Why don't you just do it? Why don't you kill them? Wasn't he responsible for the whole tragedy of Masked Corps? Why would he do this? The three of them had a lot to ask, but looking at Shenchen who looked at them calmly, they couldn't ask anything. The more they think, the more they feel that the memory is extremely confusing. In the present world, Tsukishima Juxiuro stood on a roof, his deep eyes looked into the distance, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Everything is going according to his plan. Shenchen, someone will soon find you to settle the bill on my behalf. Tsukishima Kushiro looked at the resistance of the faint smoke flying in the distance, and whispered softly. There was the place where Shenchen met Hiri and their ambush, and Tsukishima Kushiro had already felt the movement of the battle. But you don't have to think about it to know that in Hiri, they failed. After all, Shenchen was terrible, and Uedao knew it. So Tsukishima knew very well that with the strength of the three of them alone, it was impossible to defeat Shenchen. However, this kind of situation is also expected by Tsukishima Joshua. Rather, it was Tsukishima who ordered them to ambush Shenchen in order to make them lose to Shenchen. At the same time, at the station of the Masked Corps, Kurosaki Ichigo is fighting a fierce battle, trying to master Hollow. Bam! A muffled sound came out, and Kurosaki Ichigo and Hirako Shinji separated from each other and drew a distance of dozens of meters on the ground. Ichigo, you have already started Master Hollow. Hirako Shinji said with a look of relief. After this period of training, Zhao Ma Zhao, Kurosaki Ichigo has initially mastered his hollow ability and his strength has been enhanced. Thank you again. Kurosaki Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief, and finally became the master with this ability that could easily go berserk. If he had mastered hollow before, his friends wouldn't have been hurt so badly. And they won't just watch them being deceived by Tsukishima. And Shenchen, that guy, trampled on my request after throwing away my pride. Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth and felt extremely irritable. He bowed his head to the opponent he wanted to defeat the most, and in Kurosaki Ichigo's view, Shenchen was definitely capable of suppressing his opponent. However, Kurosaki Ichigo finds out that Inu Orium and Sato Yasutara are still being controlled by Tsukishima. Chapter 151. Shaking his head, Kurosaki Ichigo made an effort to put the annoyance behind him. Since Shenchen is unreliable, then Uedao will be defeated by him. Be sure to remove the false memories Tsukishima implanted on his comrades. To be honest, you really shocked me when you came to contact me when you transferred schools. I hope you don't use such a strange way. Hirako Shinji laughed and said, for this matter, Hiri has already beat me, so don't worry about it. However, recently, Hiri's attitude towards this matter has changed a lot, even Lisa and the others are the same. A big change in attitude. Kurosaki Ichigo wondered, do you mean to touch me on purpose and train me Master Hollow? Hirako Shinji nodded and said, yeah, thanks to their positive attitude towards this matter, your training schedule can be brought up so quickly. 95. There is no doubt that Ichigo, who is now stronger again, has the power to protect others. If I see Shenchen again, I won't be seriously injured like last time, right? Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little guilty. Facing that unfathomable man, no matter how strong he became, 747 always felt a little lack of confidence. What? At this moment, the two of them turned their heads to look into the distance at the same time, all of them frowning. There were several violent waves of spiritual power in the distance, and someone unleashed a powerful skill in Conqueror town. Its power is so strong that they can feel the ground vibration here. Who is fighting? Hirako Shinji had a puzzled look on his face, and always felt as if some of them were familiar to Reiatsu. It's just that Hirako Shinji can't feel it clearly because it's too far apart. Let's go and see. Kurosaki Ichigo immediately suggested. Conqueror town is where he and his family live, no matter who, Kurosaki Ichigo will not allow them to do whatever they want in this world. As soon as the two figures moved, they immediately rushed towards the place where the battle took place. It was actually destroyed like this. It seems that the strength of the fighting people is very strong. After the two came to the battle scene, Hirako Shinji looked at the mess around him and said in surprise. From the destruction of the house, the strength of the battle can be roughly analyzed. What they didn't know was that this was the result of Shenchen's intentional use of all-powerful tricks into the sky in order to avoid casualties as soon as possible. Otherwise, the damage area would be 10 times larger than it is now. You are also attracted by this huge power? Have you seen who is fighting here? The figure of Urahara Kisuke appeared not far away and asked Hirako Shinji and Kurosaki Ichigo. I didn't see anything. By the time we came, the battle was over. It seems that the strength gap between the two sides is huge. 5. Hirako Shinji spread his hands and said helplessly. Although they came over immediately after feeling the movement of the battle, they still found nothing. At this time, who on earth is going to fight here? After Kurosaki Ichigo circled around the battlefield, he approached Urahara Kisuke and asked. I don't know if it's ours? To be honest, I feel more and more familiar with this Reiatsu remnant. After thinking about it for a while, Hirako Shinji's face became a little dignified. The masked army is active in Conqueror town, and the reason why Kurosaki Ichigo is trained is to improve his power. This battle, ended so quickly, and there were no clues left. Hirako Shinji was afraid that it was the Kamen Corps who were attacked. I can't rule out this possibility. Let's check the Reiatsu in the air first, maybe it's really your acquaintance. Urahara Kisuke said with a frown. Hirako Shinji's analysis is right. Now the first thing to figure out is, who are both sides of the battle. Okay, Hirako also nodded, then I'll be in charge of contacting the other members of the masked court to see if anyone can't be reached. I have bad news to tell you. After using the special Kido for testing, Urahara Kisuke looked at Ichigo and Hirako with a solemn expression, and said solemnly. Hirako Shinji's face also sank, because just now he found that 3 of his companions didn't respond at all. I detected the Reiatsu of Miss Saragaki Hiri, and the Reiatsu of Miss Kuna Mashiro and Miss Yadumaro Lisa were also mixed. And the one that remains the most of Reiatsu is the Reiatsu of Shenchen, the new captain of Godi I-13. No doubt he caused the horrific destruction. 99. They never thought that it was these 4 people who fought. With only the 3 of them in Ho, how could they be Shenchen's opponents? Did Shenchen come to arrest us? Hirako Shinji looked puzzled, otherwise, there is no reason to conflict with Hiri and the others. The people of the Masked Legion were once members of the Godi I-13 of the Soul Society, and also held important positions such as captain or vice-captain. Only later, because of Aizen's frame, they were sentenced to abscond because they wanted to get virtual power. This is also due to Hollow's reason. Central 46 decided to deal with them in the way they treat the virtual. In order to survive, the members of the masked army managed to escape to the world with the help of Urahara Kisuke and others. However, even so, they are all recorded criminals in Jingling Court, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are wanted criminals. Now Shenchen suddenly appeared in this world, and even shot at Hiri and others, and took them away. According to normal inference, could it be that Shenchen was ordered to arrest the masked army? Then after they are captured back to the Soul Society, I am afraid that Hiri and Lisa and Kuna Mashiro will all be executed. In other words, there is no doubt about death. It's such a tricky guy, why did he suddenly appear in this world? Chapter 152. Hirako Shinji's face was gloomy, and he was in trouble. Although I don't know the reason, they should have been captured by Shenchen and Hiri. What should we do next? Ichigo pondered. Hirako Shinji was silent for the segment, and said a little about the inference just now, but he still subconsciously wanted to refuse to believe it. That is to say, with the current situation of the masked army, after encountering Shenchen, they will be arrested, which is also your expectation. A family was stunned. Yeah, Hirako Shinji nodded. After all, Shenchen is also the captain of Godi I-13. His relationship with us is like a cop and a fugitive. Isn't that the same as Rukie back then? One household gritted his teeth. What are you going to do next? It's impossible to just watch them get executed. Nonsense. I'm definitely going to save them. With a firm look in Hirako Shinji's eyes, he aimed at Urahara Kisuke. Can you help us enter Soul Society again? Hiri and the others are their companions, and they decide that they can't see without saving. But now they are in the wanted state, and it is not so easy to enter the Soul Society, so they need Urahara Kisuke's help. I can help you enter the Soul Society, but are you sure you are going to do such a dangerous thing? That is to be an enemy of Shenchen. Urahara Kisuke asked in a serious tone. In terms of the level of danger, I personally think it is no worse than dealing with Aizen. After all, Shenchen's strength is not ordinary. You all know about the grass crown. If you want to save people from his hands, you must be mentally prepared to be wiped out. Helping Hirako and the others enter the Soul Society is not difficult, but how to save people is difficult. According to Urahara Kisuke's intelligence, Shenchen is now the acting captain of the Jingling Court. Then it shows that Shenchen not only has the highest power of Godi I-13, but also his own strength is extremely powerful. In this way, it is not easy to break into the Soul Society and save people from Shenchen's hands. Rather, this is simply as difficult as reaching the sky. I'm mentally prepared. I believe that my companions are all aware that they may all be destroyed. Hirako said flatly that he could not do it at all by asking him to give up his companions. Well, since that's the case, then I wish you a prosperous martial arts. Urahara Kisuke nodded and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo again. Then Kurosaki-san, are you planning to go too? Of course. Kurosaki Ichigo clenched his fists. How could I just sit back and watch this kind of thing? Anyway, one more person means more strength, and I will definitely go with them. 35. Urahara Kisuke sighed inwardly. This was indeed Kurosaki Ichigo's character, he knew it. The masked army taught Kurosaki Ichigo the ability to control Hollow, which is a kind of blessing to Kurosaki Ichigo. Now that they are in trouble, Kurosaki Ichigo must not be able to stay out of it. Are you really sure you want to do this? Last time, Jingling Court forgave you and gave you a Shinigami proxy certificate. It's not easy. 99. I'm not going to do anything bad. Kurosaki Ichigo exclaimed, and I'm getting more and more disliked by the Shenchen. That abominable BD, I had already given up my dignity to ask him before, but Sato and the others are still the same. Ichigo said with a stern expression on his face. When he was injured, he asked the Shenchen to deal with Tsukishima Q's hide, so that a new Orium and the others could be freed from Tsukishima's ability. But then Ichigo finds out, in New Orium they are still the same. This shows that Tsukishima's full representation has not been removed at all, and the Shenchen has not removed Tsukishima Kyashura at all. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't believe that Tsukishima had the strength to compete with the Shenchen, so the Shenchen made it clear that he was playing tricks on him. What's more, now that I can not only master Bankai, but also master Hollow, it is not a problem to deal with captains other than the Shenchen. 35. Kurosaki Ichigo said confidently, besides, I have invaded Jingling Garden once, so I am quite experienced. Good. 35. Hirako Shinji glanced at Ichigo and was relieved. It is extremely dangerous to go to the Soul Society to save people, and if Ichigo can go together, it will definitely increase their chances of winning. And Yuhu is right, don't you underestimate our masked army. Hirako Shinji smiled confidently again. After all, we are Masters Hollow, a powerhouse stronger than the General Captain Shinigami. Urahara Kisuke said clearly, indeed, except for Akita, each of the rest of you was originally the captain of Godi I-13. Even Yu Zhaotian is the former deputy head of the Kido community, and he also has the strength of a captain-level master. Plus they can all hollow, it's a lot harder to deal with than a normal captain-level Shinigami. Okay, call the others and let's plan. Hirako Shinji said coldly. They don't have much time now and must start rescue operations as soon as possible. After all, no one knows when Jingling Court will execute the death sentence on Hiri and them. After returning to the Kamen Core Station, Hirako Shinji and the others explained the situation. What? Hiri, they were actually taken away. Meguruma Kensei stood up straight and said angrily. Because the number of masked core is not large, and they still share weal and woe, everyone's feelings are very good. Now that someone has been captured and may be executed, this is absolutely unbearable for them. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo had a contemplative look on his face. After calming down a little, he suddenly realized something that might have been overlooked. Everyone wait a minute, I have something I want to confirm. Kurosaki Ichigo said slowly, none of you haven't been hit by Tsukishima Shikuro. Chuan. Chapter 153. Or should I say, do you have a person named Shikuro Tsukishima in your memory? Kurosaki Ichigo's words confuse everyone, and Meguruma Kensei said directly, Tsukishima Shikuro? What are you talking about at this time? If I have to say it, my impression of him is only the information when I collected information a while ago. You are not worried that we are controlled by his full display, right? Hirako Shinji also said, I only have this impression, you don't need to worry, after we know his ability, how can we not be careful of being cut by him? Only then did Kurosaki Ichigo feel relieved. He knew Tsukishima's ability, the Book of the End, and gave it to Almighty. Even if he wanted to add false memories and past to others, it had to be related to Tsukishima himself. If Meguruma Kensei and Hirako Shinji didn't change their memories of Tsukishima, then they shouldn't have been cut by Book of the End. Besides, Kurosaki Ichigo recognizes the strength of the masked army, he doesn't think Tsukishima can silently hit them when they are on guard. What we should focus on now is how to deal with Hiri and Lisa who were taken away. Shinji Hirako said heavily. The other people are also very gloomy, they are very clear, in their current status. After being captured by Shinigami, what kind of end awaits them? Can't abandon them. Love Ikawa, who is usually very cheerful, now has a serious expression. Kisuke promised to help us invade the Jingling Court, and then we have to rely on ourselves. Hirako Shinji explained the direction of the operation and also revealed the danger level of the operation. The Masked Legion had a small number of people, and this time they lost 3 more. In addition, the situation of Inu Orium and Sato Yasutara was unable to fight, and only a few of them went. Going to the Soul Society to save people with this amount of combat power, and also having to fight against De Shenchen, it can be said to be a near-death experience. It's not too late, I suggest leaving early. Hachijin, who had not spoken, spoke up. Saving people is something that should be done sooner rather than later. I don't think the Shinigami of Soul Society would have thought that they had just captured the culprit, and immediately the masked corps was there to save them. Okay. Ichigo will also go with us this time. Hirako Shinji was also very eager. Ichigo is going too. Have you made up your mind? This is our masked corps' business, you don't need to take risks. Love Ikawa and Hachijin asked in surprise, and the other 2 were also a little surprised. This action is no child's play, and it is possible to die in Soul Society with a little carelessness. You all know my character, I can't die without saving me. Ichigo stood up and said firmly. For whatever reason, Ichigo couldn't get away. Ha 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 ha, very good. You guy, it's not worth Shinji's hard work to help you cultivate. Meguruma Kensei laughed and patted Ichigo on the shoulder. Knowing that this time is very dangerous, Ichigo also decided to join them. Ichigo has already got their approval. Meanwhile, in Soul Society, Hisagi Shuei, the vice-captain of the 9th Division, is currently in charge of the prison team and has received information that De Shenchen brought Hiri and others back. Are these people the sinners who pursued the power of emptiness? The captain of the great god actually caught them all back when he went out this time. Hisagi Shuei looked surprised. After the previous order from Central 46, the Shinigami of Godii 13 launched a search for the Cayman army. However, even though the secret mobile unit has carried out many searches, they have all been unsuccessful and have not been able to find any trace of them. Who knew that De Shenchen had caught 3 of them at once? Hisagi Shuei has to admit that the speed is simply too great. You mean, the captain of the great god ordered the 3 of them to be locked up, and they are not allowed to be released without his order? Just after hearing De Shenchen's order, Hisagi Shuei was a little puzzled. What is he trying to do? What he didn't know was that De Shenchen had already speculated in his heart that it was estimated that Hiri and Lisa were controlled by Tsukishima's ability. Therefore, before killing Uedeo, these 3 people can't be used at all, and they can only be detained first. The present. I can only help you to get here, the rest is up to you. What are your plans? At the entrance of the gate, Urahara Kisuke looked at the 6 people behind him and said in a deep voice. The spiritual court saves people, and the fate is unknown. If it fails, it is very likely that they will meet for the last time. Although Urahara Kisuke was expelled from the Soul Society, he did not dare to blatantly oppose Godii 13. Thank you very much, let's do it next. Hirako Shinji expressed his gratitude to Urahara Kisuke. If it weren't for Urahara Kisuke, with their current situation, how to enter the Soul Society is a big problem. Mr. Urahara's base is closest to the west gate of Jingling Garden, so let's enter through the White Road Gate. Kurosaki Ichigo said. I think so too. Now we don't know where they are being held. We can only come step by step. Hachijin said, this was the plan they made before they came. No matter what De Shenchen put Saragaki Hiri and Yadumura Lisa where Kuna Mashiro is locked up, as long as their rescue team is exposed, Hiri, Lisa and others will definitely be moved. So in fact, it is the same from where the Masked Legion enters the Jingling Garden. The important thing is that before being besieged, or before De Shenchen himself comes to deal with them, complete the objective, find Hiri and Lisa and bring them out safely. I hope you can succeed. Urahara Kisuke said to himself as he looked at the few people who entered the gate of crossing the world. Chapter 154. At the west gate of Jingling Court, outside the Bidao Gate, Zaidan Fong was expressionless, quietly guarding the gate behind him. You, are you? Suddenly, Hirako Shinji and others appeared in the eyes of Seidenfang. Of course he knows Kurosaki Ichigo, who invaded Jingling Garden some time ago, and several former Godai 13 captains. Not good. This may be the strongest enemy faction that has invaded Jingling Court so far. After realizing this, Danfang's expression suddenly changed. This is equivalent to a team of 6 captain-level top powerhouses invading the Jingling Court. Just as he was about to sound the alarm, a figure came swiftly through the air. I'm sorry, but if you really informed de Shenchen, we'd be in big trouble. 747. Meguruma Kensei rushed to Seidenfang in an instant and punched him in the chest. Boom! A muffled sound came out, a painful expression appeared on the face of Danfang, his eyes were absent, and he slowly fell to the ground. To tell the truth, Danfang is very average in strength, facing the captain-level Shinigami, he can't even hold on to one move. Although Meguruma Kensei's speed was fast, the shock of Seidenfang's huge body as it collapsed caught the attention of nearby Shinigami. In addition, the door to the west gate still needs to be violently broken, and they really can't do it without disturbing the surrounding Shinigami. I didn't expect to return to Jingling Court again, but it was to save people. Meguruma Kensei looked at the tall gate of Jingling Garden in front of him, and said with some emotion. They used to be Shinigami, even captains, living in the Jingling Garden. But now, they have become criminals wanted by Godai 13. It's rare that you are still feeling emotional. Hirako Shinji looked at Meguruma Kensei with a smile and joked. Meguruma Kensei, who is carefree on weekdays, is also touching the scene. In fact, they are all the same, except for Kurosaki Ichigo and Ariakita. Several of the people present were once a member of Godai 13. Therefore, now I have to be enemies with my former companions, and I feel a little mixed in my heart for a while. Okay, we are here to save people, I'm afraid it won't be so easy next time. Hirako Shinji suppressed the emotions in his heart and sneered. They are not very clear about the current situation in Jingling Court. The Masked Legion just heard some news from Urahara Kisuke, for example, Jingling Garden has just experienced a big battle. Many ordinary Shinigami, officers, and even vice-captains were injured and have not yet fully recovered. This is undoubtedly great news for them. However, even so, they did not dare to slack off. Hirako Shinji and the others hadn't gone far when a loud footstep sounded in the distance, and Komamura Seijin had already rushed over with the 7th Division. Although his injuries were not completely healed, he was barely able to fight, but his strength was slightly reduced. At a critical moment when Godai 13 is so short of people, Komamura Seijin is naturally discharged from the hospital and returned to the team. The 7th Division, as the inner court escort team, had the responsibility of guarding the Jingling Court. The moment there was a strange noise from the west gate, they knew it. Hirako Shinji? I didn't expect that you guys would dare to come back here, I was really surprised. Komamura Seijin frowned after looking at the few people in front of her, secretly wondering in her heart. These people are all Shinigami wanted by Godai 13, but instead of hiding, they even rushed to the Jingling Court? Isn't this looking for death? Sure enough, the inner court escort was the first to come. Komamura, you came as fast as ever. Hirako Shinji said helplessly. Not long after they entered the door, they encountered obstacles. I am afraid that this trip will not end so easily. What nonsense! There is no time to delay, we don't have time to chat with him. Meguruma Kensei looked at Komamura Seijin impatiently and said. Seeing that you are still injured, get out of the way, or else I'll kill you. Komamura Seijin was injured in the battle with de Shenchen, and has not fully recovered from the injury. I understand, I did hear that Sarakini and Yachimaru were captured by Captain Great God a few days ago. Komamura Seijin didn't care, her eyes passed over the crowd, and she said coldly. So you are here to rescue them, right? But this old man can say that you can't save them. Komamura Seijin also knew about what de Shenchen brought back to Hiri and others. So after meeting Hirako Shinji and the others, Komamura Seijin understands why they are here at such a huge risk. It's a pity that de Shenchen is here, even if Hirako Shinji and the others are the former captains and their strength is extremely strong, they will never try to save people from the jingling court. Too much nonsense. Meguruma Kensei couldn't hold it any longer, jumped up, and rushed towards Komamura Seijin. Time waits for no one, and they cannot be delayed too long. Seeing Meguruma Kensei's shot, Hirako Shinji and others bullied themselves at the same time. Roar, God damn it! Seeing the 6 people attacking at the same time, Komamura Seijin's expression was solemn. Reiatsu poured out of his body, and Shikai directly Shikai his Zanpakuto. A huge blade came out of the sky and slashed on the ground. Komamura Seijin is very aware of his current situation, and the 7th Division alone cannot stop them. Only by making a big noise in 4.4 and attracting the captains of other squads. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the hurricane spread. The crowd scattered, not expecting that Komamura Seijin would go straight to Shikai's own Zanpakuto. Be ashes and ashes. Break the ground wind. Meguruma Kensei looked insolent, while Shikai took his own Zanpakuto. A green light emanated, surrounding the Meguruma Kensei, and the light wind turned into a shimmering thread, rushing towards the Komamura Seijin. Boom! Komamura Seijin didn't dare to regret his sharp edge, turned over and stepped back, and the ground he was on exploded with a bang, and was cut into cracks. The second Jinglingting invasion war has officially started. Chapter 155. The explosions and roars filled the ears of everyone, and Hirako Shinji reluctantly plucked his ears. Quangzai, what are you doing? Too much movement will cause trouble. Sorry, after all, I want a quick solution, so I can't help but increase my output. Meguruma Kensei grinned and said confidently, I'll fix this soon, leave it to me. As soon as the words fell, Meguruma Kensei immediately changed his face. His forehead suddenly burst into blue veins, and his fist made a click sound. Although Komamura doesn't seem to be healed, don't be too careless. Hirako Shinji said seriously. Meguruma Kensei bowed his head slightly, making it impossible to see his eyes. Did you hear me? You made me scolded. Even if you say 747 and get out of the way, don't blame me for disregarding the feelings of my colleagues. So, just let me down. Komamura. When he raised his head again, the whites of Meguruma Kensei's eyes had turned pitch black. The virtual mask covered his face, his pupils turned red, and even the voice of his speech made people shudder. Hollow. Zero. A crimson energy spewed out of Meguruma Kensei's mouth, and Komamura's pupils shrank. Shigami actually got the power of the virtual. He waved his hand to block the enlarged arm of Ming Wang, and the black armor and Zero fiercely competed. In an instant, the black armor shattered, and Komamura's face also showed pain. Hey, it's not over yet. Meguruma Kensei poured all the Reiatsu in an instant, allowing Zero's energy to gradually diffuse, and finally it became a scattering shape. The scattered energy spread throughout the audience, and most of them bypassed Myo's arm and attacked the Shinigami present. What? Shit. Ah! Help! How can the ordinary Shinigami of the 7th Division not know that these travel disasters can still hollow? Besides, even if they knew, it would be impossible for them to fight against the Zero played by the Captain Shinigami. Therefore, most people are simply unable to guard against it for a while, and can only make a mess on the spot. Avoid the reefs and rapids and become the master of the helm. Koi fishing in the sea. The deputy captain of the shooting range Tijimon stepped forward, Zanpakuto instantly Shikai, a large amount of thick fog emerged, and took over all the Zero. That guy in the shooting range, he really has the potential to become a captain, and he has become so strong. Meguruma Kensei was dumbfounded at this, and his careful all-out blow was finally given by Komamura Seijin and the shooting range Tijimon. I told you not to be careless. Well, there's not much time, let's go together. Hirako Shinji said solemnly, and suddenly he and Hachijin hollow together. Masks appeared on their faces, and the terrifying spiritual power of the captain level crushed the audience. 55. Two extremely terrifying beams of light swept across. Komamura Seijin's pupils shrank upon seeing this, and Reiatsu was also surging. Bankai Black Rope Scourge Myo. The huge body of Ming Wang blocked these two fierce attacks, but the injury left Komamura Seijin physically weak, so he could only grit his teeth and keep retreating. Team leader! Tessamon shouted loudly and was about to step forward to help when Meguruma Kensei was already in front of him by Shunpo. You just made me lose face, shooting range. 99. After all, he slashed with a knife. Dan Jifeng carried the green wind line and hit Zanpakuto and Tijamon, the shooting range, and blew him straight away while cutting through the thick fog. It is also Shikai, even if the shooting range Tijamon is a strong man who can take over as the captain of the 7th Division in the future, he cannot match the real captain after Hollow at the moment. Ku! Tetsuzamon screamed and was injured on the spot, leaving Komamura Seijin alone to resist the siege of the three captains. Captain! Stop blocking the attack for us! The rest of the 7th Division Shinigami saw tears in their eyes. They only hated themselves for not being strong enough and became a drag on Komamura Seijin. However, even if they wanted to do their best to help, there were also 3 powerful Reiatsu at the captain level who locked everyone in place. To shut up. However, how could a righteous person like Komamura Seijin let his teammates be left alone? The old man will never leave you alone. Komamura Seijin closed her eyes tightly, trying to use her body to take the 2 zeros abruptly. Not only that, Komamura Seijin held his breath and used the black rope to punish Ming Wang to force back the opponent's attack. Break it for the old man! Ah! After a loud bang, Hirako Shinji and their zero were scattered on the spot. As expected of Captain Komamura, he's amazing, but we're just a little bit of a test. Hirako Shinji was slightly surprised, and then Shunpo went over and slashed. At this time, King Ming of the Black Rope was in a stagnant period of forcibly repelling the attack, but he couldn't keep up for a while, and he could only watch Hirako Shinji attack Komamura Seijin. But minutes passed by, and the pain Komamura Seijin expected did not come. Open your claws and kill Jizo! A disgusting voice resounded in the air, and a Frankenstein in a feather-woven suit appeared in front of Komamura Seijin, blocking Hirako Shinji. Oops, can you do 4.4? Captain Komamura? Humph! Komamura Seijin snorted coldly, it's not your turn to take care of this old man's business, why are you here? If the calamity doesn't arouse your interest, haven't you never cared about it? Chapter 156. Quack quack! Since you all started fighting at the 12th Division's station, you still asked me why I appeared. With shrill laughter in the air, Kuroashi Mayuri explained, after all, I don't want the Technology Development Bureau to be smashed by some messy battle. Besides, I'm really interested in Shinigami who has obtained the power of the void, and it's an excellent research material. 35. And the captain of the great god now has the right to act as the captain. If I hadn't come to fight, maybe the research funding of the 12th Division would be difficult to say. Saying that, Kuroashi Mayuri's eyes burst out with a look called greed, staring at the masked army headed by Hirako Shinji. Anyway, I am very interested in these ready-made experimental materials 747. The 12th Division is very close to here, and with Kuroashi Mayuri's eccentric personality, it's not surprising to be here. Forget it, let the old man join forces with you. Komamura Seijin ordered to his subordinates, hurry up and inform the captain of the great god of the situation here. The next battle is not for you to participate in. Under the orders of Komamura Seijin, the team members scattered, leaving only Shinigami who had a seat. With one more Kuroashi Mayuri, will the battle situation change? Everything is still unknown, but the atmosphere on the battlefield is getting more and more solemn. It would be bad if they actually informed de Shenchen. Hirako Shinji still had a casual look on his face, but his eyes narrowed slightly. And this time there is another captain. Meguruma Kensei is gearing up and ready to go. Leave it to me. 1 or 2 is the same. As a researcher, Kuroashi Mayuri is very aware that his strength is only weak among all captains, let alone in front of a group of veteran captains. So, without hesitation, he resorted to Bankai. Bankai Golden killing Jizo. 35. As soon as the voice fell, a purple poisonous mist appeared in the air. When the poisonous mist dissipated, a huge baby face appeared in front of everyone, and the lower body was a blade like a centipede. Are you going to do your best from the beginning? Hirako Shinji's heart sank slightly. That's fine, then we won't have any psychological burden if we do it again. Bankai Tensā Zanjutsu. At this moment, the sky-high spiritual power suddenly surrounded Kurosaki Ichigo, and even Hirako Shinji, who was beside him, didn't expect Kurosaki Ichigo to come suddenly. It's still time to reminisce about the old love. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted, and the self-esteem of Bankai, who thinks he doesn't want to be besieged, is it as important as saving his comrades? Kurosaki Ichigo's anger changed everyone's mentality. Yes, now is not the time to take care of your own restraint. I have to say, Kurosaki has a point. Feng Qiao took a step forward, and the beak-shaped hollow mask appeared on his face. I'm going to intercept the players who notified de Shenchen. After all, Feng Qiao stepped out, and Love Ikawa directly pulled out Zanpakuto. Hollow. The ghost-like mask appeared at the same time as the flames on the knife. Crush him, Tengu. 99. This time, all the members of the Mask Corps are completely real. That's right. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed and attacked first. The crescent moon rushes to the sky. 9. The red-black slash was like a wandering dragon, circling and rushing towards the golden slaughter Jizo. Don't think about it. Komamura Seijin shouted loudly and smashed the crescent moon with a knife, but immediately became deadlocked with Hirako Shinji again. Fire-breathing cones. Heido number 88, Flying Dragon strikes Thief Thunder Cannon. Breaking the wind blade. Seeing this, Ikawa, Yujie Ashin, and Liucha all took action one after another, and the three powerful attacks suppressed the Golden Slaughter Jizo. When the Golden Slaughter Jizo confronted the attack of the three, Kurosaki Ichigo once again hit a crescent moon, and at the same time, Hollow's mask appeared on his face. The crescent moon rushes into the sky. Pf sounded, and purple blood spurted out. The golden killing Jizo was cut in half by the enhanced version of Crescent Moon Sky Chong. What? Kuroashi Mayuri was taken aback, and at the same time there were 4 hollow captains to deal with him, which had already reached an overwhelmingly weak combat power. Even if 3 of them didn't use Bankai, they still quickly defeated Kuroashi Mayuri's golden kill Jizo. And, this is just the beginning. Bankai Iron Fist breaks the wind. Bankai Adenma Tengameru. 35. Kurosaki Ichigo's words made both Meguruma Kensei and Love Ikawa no longer stingy to show their strength, and Bankai, who did their best, launched a fierce attack. Coupled with the onslaught of Akita and Kurosaki Ichigo, there are 4 full captain-level forces blessed by Hollow to crush the past. This terrifying torrent of energy directly penetrated the black rope and punished King Ming, killing the 2 captains behind. One of the 2 lost Bankai, and the other was injured, so it was too late to parry, so they could only take the blow abruptly. Boom dash! Several clicks sounded one after another, and countless 4.4 deep cracks were cut out of the ground. And Komamura Seijin and Kuroashi Mayuri fell unconscious, apparently completely incapacitated. Not to mention the 2 captains, the rest of the Shinigami in the 7th division were even affected by Yu Wei, and they could only lie on the ground and groan. You bastards! And you, Kurosaki Ichigo! Why commit the same crime again? The shooting range climbed up with difficulty, looking at them with anger in their eyes. Give it up, Feng Qiao said lightly, what can you do alone? Do you think Captain God will forgive you? The shooting range gritted his teeth, I think it's you who should give up. Because no matter how arrogant you are, you will definitely be suppressed by Captain Great God in the end. Chapter 157. I understand that de Shenchen is strong, but even so, there are some things I must do. So sorry, we really can't delay any longer, we can only start a little harder. Kurosaki Ichigo released Hollow and took a breath before speaking slowly. After all, we have companions that we must save, and we must enter the jingling court before the other captains come here. Otherwise, we probably haven't met de Shenchen, and we won't have enough physical strength to deal with the pursuit. Hirako Shinji glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo with a complicated look, obviously not expecting him to think so wholeheartedly for the masked army. Ichigo, it looks like I was right in choosing to train your Hollow. Looking at Hirako Shinji's hearty smile, Kurosaki Ichigo's heart was inexplicably relieved. Sure enough, it's better to have a partner. Companion. Kurosaki Ichigo's heart aches again when he thinks about the current situation of Sato Yasutara and Inu Orium. I want to rescue everyone from the masked army and defeat Tsukishima Shikuro. I must be able to do it by myself. Absolutely do it. Let's not talk about this for now, let's go quickly, otherwise the fighting momentum here may attract other squads. Hachigen was the first to break the mood, offering softly, don't waste our time. Although the Jingling Ting is very large, the Jingling Ting, which is still in the reconstruction period, does not have many building blocks, so the view is much wider. Just now, although they solved the two captains in a few moves, which is called the ultimate speed, but I'm afraid it really attracted de Shenchen. No matter how small this possibility is, it cannot be ignored. After all, the danger level of de Shenchen has long been known. Commit these crimes, where else do you want to go? At this moment, a somewhat immature voice came over coldly. Sit on the frosty sky, Hiren Meru. Everyone turned their heads in amazement, and it turned out that Hichuga Toshiro had rushed over with the 10th Division. As a patrol and guard team, the 10th Division is a bit like the security police of Jingling Court. After detecting the change here, of course, they will come to check it as soon as possible. This is the responsibility of the 10th Division. Just looking at the situation at the scene, Toshiro secretly thought that something was wrong. How long has it been since I heard the explosion? It's not even a minute. Komamura and Kuma have already been knocked down. 99. Toshiro's heart sank, knowing that it wouldn't work if he didn't use all his strength from the very beginning. The ice dragon spins its tail. An icy aura rose from the bottom of everyone's feet, and the ice dragon whizzed past in the distance, freezing the surrounding area. Staring at the frozen barrier in front of him, Hirako Shinji's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that he had to be beaten to get in. Toshiro, you can't stop the six of us by yourself. Just let us go. Kurosaki Ichigo put his hand on the hilt and tried to persuade Hichuga Toshiro to avoid fighting, but was stopped by Hirako Shinji. Ichigo, after all, this is a matter of saving our comrades, so leave it to us to deal with. Boy, when I was working at Godi I-13, I never saw you. Hirako Shinji said casually, you should have been the captain in the last 100 years or so. The most annoying thing about Hichuga Toshiro is that others treat him as a child, so he said bluntly with blue veins on his forehead. Do you think I'm inexperienced so I'm better to deal with? As a captain, I'm better than some captains who were kicked out? What an arrogant boy, it seems that he can't negotiate by words. Hirako Shinji sighed, then I'm sorry, we're in a hurry, so we can only make you suffer first. Don't talk like you can do it. 99 Hichuga Toshiro shouted, Bankai Daiguren Hiren Meru, 39. As if the ultimate cold air from Juyu Hell spread, the ice wings behind Hichuga Toshiro suddenly appeared, and a giant frost dragon protruded from under his feet, with a hideous color on his face. In the face of such powerful senior captains as Hirako Shinji, Hichuga Toshiro did not dare to relax. Zero. Hirako Shinji hollows again, and a beam of red light shoots out of his mouth. Boom! A loud bang came out, and the ice wall in front exploded instantly. Hichuga Toshiro rolled over and flew into the air, and Hiren Meru was about to attack with a volley. However, a figure had already rushed in front of him. The devil explodes. Love Ikawa drank softly, and a huge cactus-shaped mace appeared in his hand and smashed it at Hichuga Toshiro. Boom! Hiren Meru blocked the horizontal sword, and a muffled sound came out, and Hichuga Toshiro was instantly smashed and flew out. Cough! Toshiro hit the ice wall in the distance, blood spilled from the corner of 747's mouth, and a large hole was smashed into the wall. The crescent moon is rising. Kurosaki Ichigo slashed with his sword, and a crescent-shaped blade flew out, landing on the spot where Hichuga Toshiro had fallen. With only a bang sound, the violent flames exploded, and the ice wall was torn apart again. Dragon Rack! While the flames were burning, Hichuga Toshiro's angry voice came out, and the icy cold air spread, and the flames instantly froze into ice sculptures. Watching the ice spread, Meguruma Kensei threw his fists and hit the ground. The terrifying energy also condensed in front of Fengqiao, Zero. The attack that swept everything raged and shredded the rushing ice dragon on the spot, and continued to rush towards Toshiro. Heido number 63 Fiery Lightning Howl. Heido number 73, Double Lotus Kang Fire Pendant. The Hachijin Reiatsu bloomed, and also released a beam of thunder and flames at the same time, intermingling with the attacks of Meguruma Kensei and others. The amazing burst of Heido landed on Hitsugaya Toshiro's side, and a deafening explosion sounded, and the fire burst out. Foot. Hitsugaya Toshiro had not even emerged from the ice, but was once again submerged by a terrifying explosion. Chapter 158. Damn, is it still too reluctant? In the huge crater that exploded, most of Toshiro's ice wings were shattered, and the whole person was a little confused in the blood bath. At the same time attacking the top 6 captain-level masters at the same time, even Hitsugaya Toshiro is more than enough. It can't be like this anymore, there will only be more and more Shinigami coming, and we have to find Hiri as soon as possible. Hirako Shinji glanced at Reiatsu's rapidly weakening Hitsugaya Toshiro, and said in a deep voice. Hitsugaya Toshiro was already injured, and there was nothing to fear. But the longer they delay here, the more detrimental it will be to their rescue operation. After a long time, 3 captains were attracted. If it was delayed any longer, maybe even De Shenchen would come over. If De Shenchen personally took action, then with their strength, not to mention saving people, it is a question of whether they can retreat completely. 28. It looks like we are going to have to split up, with one team to save people and the other to get the attention of the other Shinigami here. Hachijin said softly after thinking for a moment. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up! Meguruma Kensei yelled. Who stays here to delay the pursuit? Kurosaki Ichigo frowned, looked at them and asked. Those who stay here will undoubtedly have to bear a lot of pressure. No one knows how many Shinigami will come, and if they can't stand it, they are likely to be caught or even die. I stay with Lujuro, after all, our ability will be more dominant when fighting in groups. Hirako Shinji thought for a while before speaking. In contrast, he and Odoribashi Rajuro were the most suitable candidates. Well, be careful. Hakijin's eyes were deep, and he said softly. By the way, according to my experience, De Shenchen has the ability to detect in a large area, and it is completely different from the general Kido. So if we want to go in, it's better to open a barrier that can hide our whereabouts on the physical level, which is safer. Kurosaki Ichigo remembered the past and said to Hachijin. Hachijin has created many Kidos, many of which are specifically designed to hide the whereabouts of the masked corps. To be safe this time, Ichigo felt that there should be some countermeasures. Judging from the experience of Kurosaki Ichigo and De Shenchen's contact, if De Shenchen shoots, there is no enchantment coverage. I am afraid that De Shenchen will find their location in an instant. You mean the general anti-Kido barrier doesn't work yet? Well then, let's go. Hachijin looked surprised, and then opened the barrier. They went in to find someone to save them, and naturally the later they were discovered, the better. Let's make a fuss. Watching Kurosaki Ichigo and the others leave, Hirako Shinji turned his head and said to Odoribashi Rajuro. As the former captain of Godi I-13, but now they are going to fight against the Shinigami, Hirako Shinji and the others are very uncomfortable. But now, there is no other choice. Captain, that's what we have collected so far. At De Shenchen's residence, a Shinigami reported to De Shenchen what happened to Zymen. The people of the Masked Legion turned into a calamity to invade the Jingling Garden? And even Kurosaki Ichigo is here. It's really all out 5. De Shenchen frowned and sneered. Unexpectedly, the arrest of Hiri and the others this time will attract these people too. However, De Shenchen was originally looking for the masked army, but now it's easier. With this thought, De Shenchen opened observation Haki, which instantly enveloped the entire Jingling court. Huh? Can't find it? Does this physically erase the whereabouts? Hakijin's self-created barrier is really powerful. However, contrary to De Shenchen's expectations, he found no trace of anyone other than Hirako Shinji and Odoribashi Rajuro. Shenchen quickly understands that this is the genius of creating his own enchantment, the work of former Deputy Keto Chief Aizen. Let Captain Unohana take the medical team to take care of the 3 captains, and then tell Captain Broken Bee to let her take people to deal with Hirako Shinji. As for the others, you brought Hiri and the others to the 3rd Division to imprison them. Aren't they trying to save people? That's just the bait. After thinking for a moment, Shenchen gave the order. Even if they are guarded against observation Haki, Shenchen can make them appear on their own as long as they know their goal. The jingling court is very large. If they insist on hiding themselves, it is not easy to find them. That being the case, it's better to wait and see. As long as Hiri and Kuna Mashiro are in Shenchen's hands, I'm not afraid that they won't show up. Yes. Shinigami, who was summoned, agreed and left quickly. These traitors! How dare they attack Jing 747 Lingting? 9. After receiving Shenchen's order, Broken Bee said in a cold voice with a look of anger on her face. Today, Hirako Shinji and the others are traitors of the Soul Society. Now they not only blatantly appeared in Soul Society, but also hurt people, which made the Broken Bee very angry. The whole team gathers. Let these traitors die without a burial. Broken Bee let out a loud roar and led the members of the 4th Division towards Ximen. On the other side, Zaraki Kenpeki also got the news, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. Hirako Shinji and the others came to Soul Society? Are they here to save people? 35. Never mind, it's best to have a fight. 9. Zaraki Kenpeki immediately got up and rushed towards the west gate. Captain, wait for us. Seeing Zaraki Kenpeki jumping up, the rest of the 11th team hurriedly followed and wanted to go to the west gate. However, Zaraki Kenpeki's figure has long since disappeared. Fortunately, they still know where Zaraki Kenpeki's destination is. I didn't expect to fight with my former colleagues here. Madarame Ikeku said a little depressed. Although Zaraki Kenpeki didn't take them, but his own captain went, how could they stay still? Chapter 159. Not long after, Broken Bee arrived at the west gate with his team members. Looking at the messy ground, Broken Bee's face became even colder. You traitors, you really don't know how to live or die. Looking at Hirako Shinji and Odoribashi Rajuro, Brobe said coldly. Hurry up and save people. Anohanaretsu also rushed over with the medical team, glanced at Hirako Shinji and the others, and immediately began to rescue. Kuroashi Mayuri had various means to save his life, but Komamura Seijin and Hitsugaya Toshiro were both seriously injured, and now they are lying on the ground and don't know what to do. Don't worry, we are still measured, they won't die for the time being. Hirako Shinji chuckled lightly. Their purpose this time is to save people, not to kill people. After all, they both worked together before. And if these Shinigami are killed, even if they save Hiri and others, I am afraid that there will be no peace in the future. None of you can leave today. Broken Bee gave a cold drink, Reiatsu bloomed, and rushed out. Instant open. Well done. Hirako Shinji jumped up, and the two collided in the air and separated. 0. After Hirako Shinji landed, he directly hollowed, shooting a red beam of light. Boom! Ferocious flames exploded, and the shock waves raged as the air waves rolled. Broken Bee and the others quickly dispersed, avoiding the impact of the explosion. How much can Shinigami increase in strength after hollow? At this moment, the figure of Zaraki Kenpeki appeared not far away, looked at Hirako Shinji Hollow's appearance, and chuckled lightly. Zaraki? Is the 11th division coming too? Hirako Shinji narrowed his eyes and spotted Zaraki Kenpeki. Up to now, 2 divisions have rushed over, and Hirako Shinji is already a little anxious, hoping that Kurosaki Ichigo and the others can find Hiri and the others as soon as possible. If they wait a little longer and more Shinigami arrive, the 2 of them will be doomed. Who? Zaraki Kenpeki's eyes turned cold, and he flew up. Zanpakuto cut across the space and slashed at Hirako Shinji. Sword press. The blade slid across the space. Zaraki Kenpeki groaned. The huge sword light was like a thin fan, with a whirring sound. Hirako Shinji's face turned cold, and he slashed with his sword, blocking Zaraki Kenpeika's attack. Are these people there? Odoribashi Rajuro leaped forward and swung Zaraki Kenpeika back with his sword. If they can bring in more Shinigami, Kurosaki Ichigo, the pressure on their side will be much less. Having not seen each other for so many years, the two of you are even more arrogant. Zaraki Kenpeika put Zanpakuto on his shoulder and said with a smile. Why are there only two of you? Didn't you say there were 6 calamities? The other members of the 11th team also rushed over. Madara Mikeku saw only Hirako Shinji and said suspiciously. Only 2 people are enough to deal with you. Hirako Shinji did not directly answer Madara Mikeku's words, but narrowed his eyes and raised his Reiatsu to the limit. Hirako Shinji and the others will undoubtedly be very difficult if they face it head-on, and the gap between the numbers is too large. Fortunately, they don't necessarily have to defeat their opponents, they just need to hold back the 2 teams. Why are you here? It's useless to deal with this guy's crowd. Zaraki Kenpeika saw Madara Mikeku and the others, and said a little unhappily. As colleagues, know each other's skills, so Zaraki Kenpeika knows Hirako Shinji's Zanpakuto ability. Bankai Evil 8 Treasures. The next moment, Hirako Shinji has freed his Zanpakuto. A scent emanated from the knife, shrouding the 2 squadrons of Smash B and Zaraki Kenpeika. With Shikai, Madara Mikeku, and others who were reversing, they only felt a flower in front of their eyes, and the 2 travel disasters did not know when they appeared by their side. Go to hell! Madara Mikeku roared, and Hojikamaru slashed out instantly, slashing at the enemy in his eyes. The others did the same, attacking the enemy in their eyes. Boom! 55. The ground exploded instantly, and Zaraki Kenpeika and Broken Bee jumped up, avoiding the attack of their team members. With Hirako Shinji's Bankai ability, both of their teammates have been altered to recognize Zaraki Kenpeika and Shatterbee as enemies. I didn't expect that after Hollow, your Evil 8 treasures could cover such a large area. Zaraki Kenpeika avoided the attack of the team members, turned his head to look at Hirako Shinji and said solemnly. Because of their early reaction, Zaraki Kenpeika and Broken Bee were not hit, but the rest of the team were not so lucky. The most important thing is that Hirako Shinji's skill attack range greatly exceeded the expectations of the 2. You guys just stay honest. Hirako Shinji said with a smile as he looked at the 2 who kept dodging because he didn't want to hurt his teammates. Get rid of the 2 of them before they dare not attack with all their strength. Light flashed in Odoribashi Rajuro's eyes, and he rushed towards the 2 of them. This guy really knows how to find time. Zaraki Kenpeika's face is extremely gloomy, and now his team members have launched a crazy attack on him. If the team members, Zhao Ma Zhao, are not injured, then Zaraki Kenpeika's battle will be handicapped. Now coupled with the siege of Hirako Shinji and the 2, it's even more of a dilemma. Sting as much as you like. Suzumibaki. 33. Broken Bee's expression was stern, and his body was like a fluff, and he rushed out of the attack range of his teammates. As long as they kill you, they'll be fine. Bumblebee turned into a shadow and rushed towards Hirako Shinji regardless of the pursuit of the players behind him. Defeat me can indeed save them, but do you have the ability? Today, no one can stop us from saving people. Chapter 160. Don't try to get in the way. 99. Odoribashi Rajuro snorted coldly, activated Zero, and a red streamer swept across the space, heading straight for the Broken Bees. Separate. The speed of the Broken Bee is extremely fast, and it displays its own footwork, leaving dozens of clones in the air. Zero slid across several separate bodies and shot into the distance to cause a big explosion. Boom! A muffled sound came out, and the 2 collided in the air, and a ripple visible to the naked eye appeared in the space. After Hollow, the strength of Odoribashi Rajuro has increased greatly, and under the head-to-head encounter, Broken Bee has no advantage at all. Bankai Jinshaluo Dance Company. Odoribashi Rajuro unleashes an astonishing Reiatsu, and a large group of dancers appear out of nowhere, surrounding the Broken Bees. First sound Sea Current. Odoribashi Rajuro gently waved the baton in his hand, and the dancers danced with them. Broken Bee only felt that there was a lot of water around her body, constantly surrounding herself, making herself unable to move forward for half a minute. Kendo double break. Zaraki Kenpeki saw this, the golden Reiatsu 747 was released, and Zanpakuto slashed out. Boom! The huge explosion resounded through the sky, the gravel flew over, and the ferocious air wave gushed out. Odoribashi Rajuro rolled over and flew out, and the dancers scattered. Whoosh! 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 However, as soon as the broken bee was freed, there were several sounds of breaking through the air behind him. It was the attack launched by his own team members. The broken bee didn't have time to dodge, and was shot and flew out in an instant. Don't run! Eat my knife! 35. Blooming wildly, glass-colored peacock. Behind Zaraki Kenpeki, everyone let out an astonishing roar and liberated their Zanpakuto. The violent Reiatsu poured out and rammed behind Zaraki Kenpeki. Material Reiatsu defense. 99. Zaraki Kenpeki's face sank, and the golden Reiatsu turned into a huge skull to protect him. However, the attacks launched by many players at the same time are also very powerful, and the collision of the two caused the world to shake. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and violent flames exploded. Although Zaraki Kenpeki unleashed his defensive skills, he was still blown away by this ferocious energy. Zero. Hirako Shinji seized the opportunity to release Zero, and a red light flashed across the space when the sky shot towards Zaraki Kenpeki. Boom! 35. Zaraki Kenpeki, who had just landed, had not had time to do anything else, and Zero had already fallen. Even more terrifying flames exploded, completely submerging Zaraki Kenpeki. Because they didn't want to hurt their teammates, Zaraki Kenpeki and Broken Bee, the battle was extremely difficult. Even if you want to knock them out temporarily, but a few Shinigami such as Madarame Ikeku are extremely powerful, and it is not so easy to be knocked out even in the face of the captain. Coupled with the two captain-level hollow Shinigami attacks, even the two of them are almost unable to resist. It's very dangerous, and they were almost freed from the 8 treasures by them. After releasing Zero, Hirako Shinji looked surprised and Reiatsu gushed again. Originally affected by the shock wave, Madarame Ikeku and the others, who were in a trance, waved Zanpakuto in their hands again to kill Zaraki Kenpeki and Broken Bee. But even after Hollow, Hirako Shinji is very reluctant to control so many Shinigami at the same time. It's really troublesome. The next moment, there was a muffled sound in the thick smoke, the majestic Reiatsu dispersed, and Zaraki Kenpeki shook the gravel out of him. It's just that Zaraki Kenpeki at this time is full of scars, and there is bloodline overflowing from the corner of his mouth. He was hit by the powerful attacks of several of his own teammates, and suffered a head-on blow to Zero, and the others died early. If it wasn't for Zaraki Kenpeki's terrifying Reiatsu, which he used for defense, I'm afraid he would be immobile now. It's even more exaggerated than Hollow, as expected of a guy who doesn't understand that liberating Zanpakuto is enough to defeat Bankai. 35. Seeing that Zaraki Kenpeki is still capable of fighting, Odoribashi Rajuro was really amazed at his monster level. Second ring, Volcano Messenger. He immediately unleashed another stage of Zanpakuto's abilities, and the dancing dancers waved their hands and unleashed ferocious flames. This kind of ghost, watch me break it all up for you. Zaraki Kenpeki laughed wildly, and Zanpakuto kept slashing out, trying to break the flames apart. However, his expression immediately became solemn, because this had no effect at all. What happened? Just when Zaraki Kenpeki was puzzled, under the control of Hirako Shinji, Madarame Ikeku and others attacked again. Zaraki Kenpeki was defending the flames in his eyes and could not see other people's attacks at all, and was hit by several attacks again. Boom! 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 Several deafening explosions came out, and Zaraki Kenpeki was knocked out in blood. This time, Zaraki Kenpeki was not so lucky. He was already injured, and now he is lying in the big hole he made, unable to move. Zaraki! On the other side, Broken Bee exclaimed when she saw this scene, and her face became more and more ugly. Odoribashi Rajuro waved his arms and controlled the dancer to pounce on the broken bees. Zaraki Kenpeki is now incapacitated, but there is one more. You are the only one left, how long can you last under the siege of 2 divisions? Hirako Shinji also rushed out at the same time, while distracted to control the other Shinigami, while killing the broken bees. The broken bee body is like a ghost, and after seeing the power of the dancer, he does not dare to approach it again. However, Hirako Shinji followed on the spot, Zanpakuto cut through the space, and kept attacking the broken bees. Second sound, Volcano Messenger. Odoribashi Rajuro took this opportunity to unleash Bankai's powers again. Hirako Shinji took advantage of the opportunity to push away, and the eyes of the broken bee were filled with fire. Get me down! Die! Farewell to death! At the same time, the attacks of Madarame Ikeku and others also came, passing through the dancers and hitting the broken bees directly. Cough! Just like when Zaraki Kenpeki was attacked, the broken bee was directly knocked out. Chapter 161. She slammed into the house in the distance, was buried by the collapsed house, and lost her movement. Finally killed. I hope Zhao Tian and the others can be faster. 35. Odoribashi Rajuro took a deep breath, came to Hirako Shinji's side, and said in a deep voice. Although they defeated Broken Bee and Zaraki Kenpeki, they also consumed a lot of spiritual power. In this situation, they don't know how long they can last. You 2 bastards! At this moment, Broken Bee collapsed into the ruins and stood up with difficulty. I can't be bothered to keep my hands on those guys anymore. Zaraki Kenpeki also had a gloomy face, and forcibly got up from the ground to face Hirako Shinji and Hirako Bashiro Juro. What? Hirako Shinji was taken aback. Can you fight again? Just quickly, he and Odoribashi Rajuro calmed down. Reiatsu can't be fooled, and now Zaraki Kenpeki and Reiatsu of Broken Bee are clearly showing, they are already at the end of the game. Ha! It is estimated that if you can stand in front of us, you have already exhausted your last strength. Does this count as trying to be brave? Feng Qiao shook his head. The current Zaraki Kenpeki and Broken Bee may fall down with just a push, let alone continue fighting. I didn't say stand up again, it's to fight you. I just want to better watch your miserable end. Broken Bee smiled coldly, and Zaraki Kenpeki also snorted. Although it's very uncomfortable, I don't want to look too ugly in front of that guy. 39. These words instantly changed the expressions of Hirako Shinji and Odoribashi Rajuro. What did you say? Could it be? That's right, although they defeated Zaraki Kenpeki and Broken Bee very quickly, Shenchen always knew the situation of the battle just now under the cover of observation Haki. Because Shenchen needed to arrange some back UPS for Uedao, he was not able to arrive at the first time for the time being, but he also planned to let people delay the other party first. It's just that Broken Bee and Zaraki Kenpeki were both dispatched together, but they still lost so quickly, which really surprised Shenchen. But, that's all. After completing the backup means to deal with Uedao, Shenchen finally freed up his hands and was free to go out in person. Whoosh! 35. After his thoughts were settled, Shenchen's figure moved and disappeared from the room. Just in mid-air, Shenchen has transformed into Lei Yanlong mode, rushing to the scene at a terrifying speed. Be careful! After hearing the words of Broken Bee and Zaraki Kenpeki, Odoribashi Rajuro immediately noticed a dark shadow coming from a distance, turned his head and shouted loudly at Hirako Shinji. But it's too late. Dragon Slayer Profound Truth, Red Lotus Thunder Blade. 35. Shenchen was extremely fast and was behind Hirako Shinji in an instant. The thunder, mixed with flames, was wrapped between Shenchen's hands, and fell on Hirako Shinji with lightning speed. So fast? 35. A muffled sound came out, and Hirako Shinji flew upside down with an incredible look on his face. Bam! His Zanpakuto even let go of it and was blasted out. Shenchen's speed was so fast that Hirako Shinji didn't even react, and was already hit. Hirako! Odoribashi Rajuro had a look of horror on his face, really afraid of what to do. They didn't want to meet Shenchen in the first place, and they couldn't avoid it. Shenchen's strength is too strong, just one blow can knock out Hirako Shinji, who is already hollow and is still in Bankai state. I'm afraid that just this blow has already severely injured him. And as Hirako Shinji was knocked away by Shenchen, the ability to reverse strokes also lost its effect, and Madarame Ikeku and others were freed from their hallucinations. This. What happened just now? Hasn't all the misfortunes been defeated by us? Madarame Ikeku and the others looked around in confusion, only feeling their heads dizzy, and some did not understand what happened just now. Flowers. Just a few of you dare to go wild where I sit. After hitting Hirako Shinji, Shenchen looked at Odoribashi Rajuro coldly and said disdainfully. Komamura Seijin and the others have not fully recovered from their injuries, but now they are healed and injured again. I don't know how long it will take to fully recover. Godi I-13 was already understaffed, and now it's even worse. Is this the power of Shenchen? It's beyond imagination. Odoribashi Rajuro's face was extremely gloomy, and he stared at Shenchen vigilantly, not daring to look away. He knew that Shenchen was tough, but it was the first time he saw how powerful he really was. This gap is too big. Now, Odoribashi Rajuro no longer expects to leave. He only thought that Kurosaki Ichigo and the others could successfully rescue Hiri and others, and then hurry up. The farther away from Shenchen the better. Are you scared? Forget it, grab it first and then talk about it. Shenchen looked at the sluggish Odoribashi Rajuro, shook his head and said. Electric field teleportation. 35. I saw Shenchen's figure must have disappeared in place. It's so close that I can't even see it at all. Odoribashi Rajuro suddenly changed his face, and manipulated the dancers to surround him, and the music kept coming out. First sound sea current. Because he couldn't be sure of Shenchen's movements, Odoribashi Rajuro could only release his skills against himself, and as long as Shenchen got close, he would be affected. Complete Susanoo. However, Shenchen did not get close to Odoribashi Rajuro. An icy voice resounded above his head, the mountain-like Susanoo appeared out of thin air, and the huge solace of his feet volleyed down. Odoribashi Rajuro looked up, and his vision was immediately filled with Susanoo's huge feet. Before he had time to react, the solace of his feet had already fallen, directly stepping him into the ground. Boom! The ground trembled for a while, and it burst open on the spot. Chuan. Chapter 162. The full-body Susanoo dissipated, revealing Odoribashi Rajuro lying below. At this time, his body was dripping with blood, and his arms had been trampled off. It's just that even though he was covered in blood, Feng Xiao still looked at Shenchen unyieldingly and opened his mouth with difficulty. Zero. The huge beam of light that gathered terrifying spiritual power swept across, and Shenchen's eyes were surprised. As expected of Master, Hollow's captain-level Shinigami is really durable. Thinking of this, Shenchen also opened his mouth wide, and the terrifying light of thunder and fire instantly converged. Lei Yanlong's roar. The condensed destruction laser directly penetrated Zero, Zhang Liang Feng Qiao's horrified eyes. Zero. Hirako's hoarse voice could be heard in the distance, and he tried his best to make up another Zero, only to dispel the remaining power of Lei Yanlong's roar. It seems that you are all very energetic. Hollow has indeed made you a lot stronger. Shenchen smiled coldly, this is the best way, I don't have to be afraid of accidentally killing you when I shoot. As soon as the words fell, the purple giants that covered the sky and the sun reconvened, and directly pulled out the huge double-edged blades on their wings. Complete Susanoo. Looking at the huge shadow that enveloped them, Hirako Shinji, whose mask was half shattered, gave a wry smile. Besides the captain, is there such a monster in Soul Society? The next moment, a violent slash burst out. Bang! Boom! Boom! Bam! 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 The terrifying sword light that could open mountains and crack rocks with every blow drowned the place in an instant. Even though Feng Qiao and Hirako have used the strength of milk to resist, they still only persisted for just a few breaths. Boom! With the last blow, the overlapping power exploded in an all-round way, and the entire west gate and surrounding walls were swept away by the remaining power. After the smoke cleared, Hirako Shinji and Odoribashi Rajuro had collapsed into the pit with their bodies tattered and passed out. This was because the Shenchen leaned on observation Haki, and accurately sensed the moment when they were powerless to resist, and stopped in time. Otherwise, even for a second at night, Hirako Shinji and Odoribashi Rajuro are very likely dead. Take them both away. Da Shenchen gave Odoribashi Rajuro a cold look and said to Madarame Ikeku and others who had recovered. Madarame Ikeku, Omada, and the others had almost understood what had happened at this moment, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they looked at the blood-soaked Bi and Zaraki Kenpeke. Unexpectedly, the enemy that the entire two squads were almost unable to deal with would not be able to support even half a minute in front of Captain Great God. SHH. Looking at De Shenchen again, Shunpo, who has been non-stop, left. Although both Hirako Shinji and Odoribashi Rajuro have been dealt with, there are still 4 intruders who do not know where they are. How are their injuries? Da Shenchen came to Anohanaretsu's side, looked at Komamura Seijin and Kuroashi Mayuri and Hitsugaya Toshiro who were lying together, and asked with a frown. These people and the Shinigami who belonged to the squad were all injured, and the injuries did not seem to be light, which gave Da Shenchen a great headache. The situation is not very good, and those traveling calamities have no mercy at all. Anohanaretsu's face was also very ugly. After checking it, he found that their situation was not optimistic. Captain Pinch has his own way to save his life, but Captain Komamura, Captain Hitsugaya, and several vice-captains and officers are really. Having said that, Anohanaretsu hesitated. Although he can't die, he can't continue fighting for a short time. It's really going to cause trouble for me. After Da Shenchen listened, he sighed helplessly. Originally thought that he was acting as the chief captain, so he is also Godi I-13's immediate boss, so he has to go to the front line himself without any problems, right? Where can I get it? In the end, Da Shenchen must make a move. Originally, Jingling Court's manpower was seriously insufficient, but now that it is better, there are even fewer subordinates that can be used. Give them good treatment, and none of the other misfortunes can escape. 35. Da Shenchen said in a deep voice, turned and left. If Kurosaki Ichigo, Ariakita, and the others were to save people, they would have guessed the trap that Da Shenchen set up. This is a conspiracy, even if they know it's a bait. Kurosaki Ichigo and Ariakita can only step on it. They are definitely going to the 3rd division, Da Shenchen just needs to go back and wait until they get caught. At this time, outside the dormitory of the 3rd division, Kurosaki Ichigo, Arakita, and the others avoided all the inspectors and quietly approached. I heard Shinigami talking just now that both Hirako and Lajura have been arrested. What should we do? Kurosaki Ichigo's face was extremely heavy, and he said to the other 3. When I came here just now, I could hear some Shinigami talking about the battle that took place at the West Gate. What they heard was, Da Shenchen shot out and grabbed Hirako Shinji and Odoribashi Rajuro with lightning speed. Damn it, it really was Da Shenchen. Otherwise, neither Hirako nor Fengqiao would have been defeated so quickly. 4.4 Love Ikawa, who loves to laugh, couldn't laugh anymore. Before the person he wanted to save was rescued, his own people were caught again. With the strong strength of Hirako Shinji and Odoribashi Rajuro, it should be possible to face any captain outside the country except Yamamoto Motonyashige. Only Da Shenchen can beat them in such a short period of time. It's really a leak in the house and it rains overnight, and it's unlucky to get home. But think about it the other way around. Da Shenchen isn't there now? If you say that, this is our best chance. Hachigen raised his brows and suddenly said softly. At this moment, a group of Shinigami appeared from the corner, escorting Hirako Shinji and Odoribashi Rajuro over. Chapter 163. Kurosaki Ichigo, Love Ikawa, and others hurriedly hid, and their conversation sounded in their ears. The captain of the great god is really powerful, and he took these 2 traitors directly in one shot. Yeah, these guys dare to come to Jingling Court, they are really courting death. I heard that they still know that there is a captain of the great god in charge. Isn't this a death sentence? The Shinigami team entered the 3rd Division's quarters while discussing. Hirako. It's Lajura. 95. When Ichigo and the others saw this scene, their expressions changed and they almost started. Do you want to start? Ichigo pulled out his Zanpakuto and said in a deep voice. Go. There was a change in Hakugen's face, and finally, he was ruthless and said angrily. 763. Hachigen had his own plans in mind. They now rely on the barrier to avoid De Shenchen's search, but if they want to save people, they must confront De Shenchen head-on. Originally, after hearing that De Shenchen quickly defeated Hirako Shinji, Hachigen didn't want to sit head-to-head with the great god for safety's sake, so the odds of winning were too low. However, if you think about it again, De Shenchen probably hasn't come back yet. If they act fast enough, before De Shenchen returns, Hirako Shinji and Odoribashi Rajuro, and even Kuna Mashiro and Hiri and Lisa will be rescued, and it will all be over. Don't hold back, be quick. Save everyone before De Shenchen appears. With his thoughts settled, Hachigen yelled at the three. Clear. $7. Kill. 35. The three agreed in unison, and Reiatsu poured out frantically. The 4 of them were hollow at the same time, and the masks that were only available when hollow appeared on their faces. The barrier was lifted in an instant, and the monstrous Reiatsu released by the 4 captain-level powerhouses at the same time set off a gust of wind. The storm swept around, the trees swayed with the wind, the leaves were flying all over the sky, and there was a sound of hunting. No, the calamities are here. All ready to fight. The faces of the Shinigami who escorted Hirako Shinji and Odoribashi Rajuro changed greatly, and they pulled out their Zanpakuto and waited. Zero. Meguruma Kensei made the first move and launched Zero directly. A stream of light fell on the edge of the crowd, the bursting flames exploded, and the ferocious air wave blew the crowd out. So you are here, thank you for being so obedient. At this time, De Shenchen had already returned to the dormitory of the 3rd Division. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth when he noticed Reiatsu erupting outside. Then De Shenchen moved and disappeared from the room. De Shenchen was like a ghost, like a teleportation, and appeared behind Hirako Shinji in an instant. Take them all away. De Shenchen grabbed the shoulders of the 2 and threw them to Shinigami in the distance. Is it the captain of the great god? Captain God has returned? Great! The Shinigami who were blown away by Zero got up from the ground, caught the 2 who were thrown by De Shenchen, and said excitedly. When they were attacked just now, they were really shocked. If the prisoners were snatched by the misfortunes at the gate of the 3rd Division, they would be guilty of a big crime. It's so fast. Love Ikawa's pupils shrank, it's like appearing out of nowhere. Can this really count as Shunpo? De Shenchen? Why did you come back so soon? Hakugen's face sank, he didn't expect De Shenchen to come back so quickly. Their plan to save the people before De Shenchen's return came to nothing. Hey, it's good to come. I want to see how talented you, the new captain, is. Meguruma Kensei's face is crazy, and his character is not at all cowardly. Since the fight cannot be avoided, let's fight. Bankai Iron Fist breaks the wind. Meguruma Kensei directly bankai his Zanpakuto and dashes towards De Shenchen. Bakudo number 63, Chain Lock. Hakugen's expression changed, and he released several chains, wrapping them around De Shenchen. The shadow of the Tree of People's Fame, De Shenchen's current reputation is not ordinary, and they dare not slack off. Heido number 63 Fiery Lightning Howl. Facing the Kido released by Hachigen, De Shenchen sneered and released Kido as well. A ball of light flashing with thunder quickly appeared and slipped from De Shenchen's palm. Boom! The violent thunder exploded, directly shattering the flying chains, and the turbulent waves also forced Meguruma Kensei back. Yan! Kurosaki Ichigo also attacked with a sword, and the sword light slashed De Shenchen's back. It's you scumbag again! De Shenchen's eyes moved, and red patterns appeared in his eyes, opening the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. All the actions of Kurosaki Ichigo, all emerge in the eyes of De Shenchen. Boom! De Shenchen dodged the sword blow and punched Ichigo in the arm. 35. Kurosaki Ichigo only felt the huge force passing through his body, and almost knocked the blade out of his hand. Bakudo 6-rod light prison. After shaking Kurosaki Ichigo back, Shenchen raised his hand and waved in the air, and his spiritual power turned into 6 shields of light, blocking Kurosaki Ichigo. Scorching Hammer. Meanwhile, at 4.4, Love Ikawa's attack also came. A huge fire fist slammed into the sky, and the scorching temperature burned the surrounding space with ripples. 200 million volts Thor. Shenchen groaned, turned into a huge thunder giant, and punched the flame fist. Boom! A muffled sound came out, the flaming fist was violently broken up, and the thunder fist continued to cast its force, slamming straight towards Love Ikawa. What? Love Ikawa held Tengumaru across his chest to resist the attack of the thunder fist. A muffled sound came out, and Love Ikawa flew in response. It's too late, it's too soon, it all happened in a matter of seconds. Facing the combined attack of the four, Shenchen showed his unparalleled fighting skills. Chapter 164. Shenchen continued to easily defuse the attacks of the four, and at the same time launched a counter-attack. 6 square ceiling formation. Hachijin frowned, and Reiatsu released it, creating a green columnar barrier in each of the 6 directions around Shenchen, covering Shenchen. Hi! In the green enchantment, holy light suddenly appeared, and a golden longsword appeared out of thin air in Shenchen's hand. A dazzling sword light burst out, directly tearing the green enchantment to shreds. The 78th of Hado, Zanhua Wheel. The moment the barrier was broken, Shenchen waved the holy sword in his hand and released Kido. He cut out an astonishing sword light, the sword light hit the ground, exploded directly in a radius of tens of meters, and the rebel flew. Boom! The violent air wave was extremely ferocious, sending the 4 of them flying out. What a strong Kido! Among the captains of Godi I-13, his Kido are all top-notch. Hachijin looked very solemn, stared at Shenchen, and said 28 times. In the previous information, I have never heard that he would use such a high-level Kido. He himself was the deputy head of the Kido community, and his research on Kido was much stronger than most of the leaders. However, in front of Shenchen, what he is proud of does not seem so great. His strength is stronger than before. How can it increase so quickly? Kurosaki Ichigo panted and said, even though I have been practicing hard, why does he become stronger than me no matter what? 35. Kurosaki Ichigo, who has seen the strength of Shenchen, feels more obvious in this regard. As expected of the man who was favored by Captain Yamamoto, he is really amazing. Love Ikawa sighed with a solemn expression. Although the time of the battle is short, it has shown too many things. Several of them knew very well in their hearts that it would be impossible to defeat Shenchen with just a few of them. If you are obedient, I can deal with you lightly. Shenchen looked at a few people with cold eyes and said in a light tone. The strength gap between the two sides is too great, and their failure is doomed. However, Shenchen's original purpose was to recruit them to fill the manpower. If he could defeat the enemy without fighting, then Shenchen would be very happy. Let's take it easy. You're thinking too beautifully. Meguruma Kensei laughed wildly and shot out again. Although there is a cloud and mud difference between strengths, several people had already realized before coming here. They would rather die in battle than give up their comrades and live. The 73 of Hado, Double Lotus Kang Fire Pendant. Shenchen's expression turned cold, and he raised his hand and swung out. The majestic Reiatsu turned into 2 streamers and rushed out of his palm, heading towards Meguruma Kensei. At the same time, the Wind King's barrier on the Sword of Oath of Victory erupted and turned into a hurricane to block the attacks of the others. Be careful! Seeing this scene, Hachijin hurriedly shouted, trying to stop Meguruma Kensei, but it was too late. A muffled sound came out, Meguruma Kensei was hit by the streamer. Although it's a high-level Hado, if it's just a blow, I'm also. 35. Meguruma Kensei forcibly resisted the wind with an iron fist, but from behind the smoke of the explosion, Shenchen's extremely fast cold drink of abandoning the chant came again. Hado number 88, Flying Dragon Strikes Thief Thunder Cannon. The seamless burst of high-level Kido made the thunderous Reiatsu explode, making Meguruma Kensei fly in response, spitting out blood. Meguruma Kensei is like a stone, hitting the wall in the distance, knocking the ground into a big crater. Cough cough. His body was dripping with blood, and it was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. Captain God is mighty. Faced with the attacks of the four calamities, the captain is still able to handle it with ease. Captain God is really strong. As expected of the captain, kill these traitors. Because Shenchen's battle was too loud, more and more Shinigami approached. It's just that so many captain-level Shinigami's terrifying melee, Yu Wei alone makes them unable to get close, and can only watch this battle from a distance. Seeing Shenchen's almost invincible fighting stance, everyone couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This kind of victory that can easily injure the enemy with one enemy and four, only Shenchen can do it except for Yamamoto Yuan Yuzhai Chong. Since you don't want to surrender, don't blame me. It seems that if you want to tame you have to suffer first. After knocking off Meguruma Kensei, Shenchen groaned and charged towards the three of Ichigo with Shunpo. His Kido level is no less than mine, everyone be careful. Hakijin's expression changed, and he shouted out the words he couldn't finish talking to Lu 763 Che Kuangzai just now. What did you say? Love Ikawa was taken aback when he heard the words. You must know that Zhao Tian was the deputy of Kido in the past. He was a genius who could have captain-level combat power by Kido alone. However, compared to Yu Zhao Tian, Shenchen still has those terrifying tricks and skills that he used in the intelligence. Now it seems that even if other abilities are excluded, Shenchen's Kido ability alone makes it difficult for them to cope. And as Meguruma Kensei was wounded by Shenchen, their strength was weakened again, making the situation even worse. The crescent moon rushes to the sky. 9. Kurosaki Ichigo roared up to the sky, and Reiatsu, who released black energy from Tensā Zanjutsu, turned into a blade of energy like a mote and slashed at Shenchen. Electric field teleportation. Shenchen transformed into lightning and moved within the electric field, instantly avoiding Tensā Zanjutsu's attack. It's really annoying, you're making trouble for me over and over again. Today, I'll just deal with you one by one. When Shenchen appeared again, he was already behind Ichigo. A brilliant golden light burst out from the holy sword, slashing towards Ichigo's back like a raging wave. Chapter 165. Oops! Hachijun has been keeping an eye on Shenchen, and the moment Shenchen disappeared, he knew that the situation was not good. Rising applause. His eyes turned to Ichigo, and when he saw Shenchen killed Ichigo, he immediately released Kido he created. Anti-ghost killing. Shenchen squinted his eyes and released Kido again to cancel each other out, causing Zaoshin's pupils to shrink. Although the name of Rising Applause is rather strange, it is undoubtedly a powerful Kido created by Zhao Tian. And anti-ghost killing needs to release the same quality of Kido to cancel each other. What does this mean? This shows that his self-created Kido was analyzed by Shenchen at the moment of use, so it can be offset by anti-ghost killing. This is not just the depth of Kido's cultivation, he must have some other means to assist in observing and analyzing Kido. When Akido was shocked, Kurosaki Ichigo barely reacted, dodging narrowly to avoid Shenchen's attack. 28 Boring struggle. Shenchen, who was dodged, just sneered, his eyes seemed to be saying, do you think you can really dodge in front of me? Heido number 99 5 Swirling Dragons of Destruction. 35. The next moment, 5 Reiatsu dragons emerged from the sky, wreaking havoc with incomparably terrifying power. Boom! 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 A burst of astonishing explosions came out, and the terrifying shock wave spread. The entire jingling court was under this force, and the ground shook. The bursting hurricane spread out and swept through all aspects of the jingling court, making people in the extreme distance feel unstable. Is this the 99th level Heido? It's the first time I've seen him. Abandoning chant. Can't think of the captain's Kido attainments so high? Captain God is really unfathomable. In the distance, the members of the 3rd Division and the other Shinigami watched de Shenchen and Ichigo's battle from a distance, and they all exclaimed in admiration. However, the battle of these few people is too great, and they are no longer able to participate. Although everyone was far away from the center of the battle, the shock wave generated by the explosion still shook them up and down, making them unsteady. Cough cough. Pfft. Aizen just got up from the ruins, and his face flushed, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The same is true for Love Ikawa not far away. Although he avoided the frontal attack of the 5 swirling dragons of destruction, he was still churned by the shock wave. We can't continue like this, otherwise we will not only fail to save people, but also ourselves. Aizen has a heavy face. How long has it been since the fight? In the blink of an eye, they were all injured. If you continue to fight like this, you will be defeated sooner or later, and the process will be very fast. I will limit his movements, you look for opportunities to attack. After thinking for a moment, Aizen spoke slowly. In contrast, his Kido abilities are stronger, making him more strategic. Because if the high-level Bakudo can hit de Shenchen, it can temporarily limit de Shenchen's actions. Only at this time can other people's attacks hit de Shenchen. It is good. Love Ikawa agreed, knowing that this was the only way to do it now. De Shenchen's speed is really too fast, if he can't even hit him, let alone beat him. The 99th of Bakudo, the second band Swastika. First song, Stop Stretch. Aizen raised his hands, Reiatsu poured out, and the black cloth rushed out from the ground and wrapped around de Shenchen. Whoosh! De Shenchen frowned and used Shunpo to disappear in place. However, the black cloth strips pursued and continued to extend, closely following behind de Shenchen. Full body Susanoo. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, de Shenchen's brows froze, and he showed his full body Susanoo. The huge mountain-like martial god appeared out of thin air, letting the black cloth wrap around his body. However, there were too few black cloth strips, and it only wrapped around the arms of the full body Susanoo, but could not fully cover the full body Susanoo. Break me! De Shenchen pulled it hard, and the black cloth strip broke. Even Bakudo of number 99 depends on who is using it. This level of power used by Reiatsu is not enough to control the full body Susanoo. Yan. 35. Then, a spirit blade appeared out of thin air, Susanoo slashed in the air, the spirit blade ripped apart the space, and fell to the ground. The hard ground was cut open like tofu, and the air waves rolled up, sending Aizen flying out. A terrifying deep ditch with a width of more than 10 meters and a length of hundreds of meters appeared on the spot. Virtual 763 Flash. 0. 35. Watch as de Shenchen's massive full-body Susanoo, Love Ikawa, and Meguruma Kensei and Kurosaki Ichigo unleash 0 at the same time. 3 streamers swept across the space and shot at the perfect Susanoo at the same time. Invert it, mirror it, the universe looks into the mirror. De Shenchen looked disdainful, they thought that Susanoo's huge body was the best target, but what they didn't know was that de Shenchen's ability was more than that. The orientation in front of de Shenchen was instantly distorted, and the direction of the 3 zeros was wrong, and they were all reversed or distorted. The next second, another de Shenchen appeared again, opening his mouth to spit out Lei Yanlong's roar. Even 0 can twist. The direction is reversed. Except for Kurosaki Ichigo who had seen this move, the expressions of Love Ikawa and Meguruma Kensei changed, exclaimed, and dodged to the side. However, the appearance of another de Shenchen was too sudden. They had just moved, and the beam of light had already fallen. Boom! Continuous huge explosions sounded, and the ground trembled. Bureau G. Chapter 166. Damn, he's using Shikai's tricks faster than before. Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth, is this a better understanding of Zanpakuto? In the bursting flames, the embarrassed figures of the 3 people flew into the distance with the help of the shock wave. Don't try to run. Looking at the direction where the 3 were scattered, de Shenchen raised his hand to condense the bow and arrow artifact in Susanoo form, and threw several arrows at each of the 3. The artifact arrow was extremely fast, and before the 3 of them landed, they had already arrived at their side. Boom! 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 The deafening explosion sounded again, and the three people who had not yet landed were blown away by the shock wave again. This guy! While easily dealing with the three captain-level powerhouses who can hollow, Kido is still completely unbeatable. 35. Yu Zhaotian got up with difficulty, looking at the scene in front of him with a look of horror on his face. It seems that my idea was completely wrong before. From this point of view, his Kido is not at the same level as me at all, but has completely surpassed me. After all, while separating so many minds against the enemy, he can continue to display all kinds of exquisite Kido. Even if there is Zhaotian, he can't do it at all. It's useless to think about anything else if you want to fight him, all you can do is fight for your life. Meguruma Kensei shouted, and also climbed out of the big hole in the distance. The four of them are now full of scars, but they are still unyielding to challenge the Shenchen. Boom! 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 The roar was almost connected, and after just a few dozen seconds of fighting, the virtual masks on the faces of the four were almost shattered. In the face of De Shenchen's various skill attacks, even if they worked hard together, they were still beaten and retreated. Cough cough. It's really amazing. Failed? It's a pity I couldn't save them. Obviously you have such a strong strength, why do you do such a thing? The smoke cleared, and Meguruma Kensei, Love Ikawa, and Kurosaki Ichigo each fell into a large pit. Their bodies were dripping with blood, their chests were heaving, and their mouths were constantly panting. Although I am very unwilling, the facts are in front of me. Their plan failed, and they caught up with themselves. And not far from them, Hachijin also gritted his teeth and tried to stand up from the ground. But soon he stumbled and slumped on the ground again. Although compared with these three, Hakijin's injury is the lightest. Kurosaki Ichigo, do you really want to die that much? You are making trouble for me so many times. 9. After the dust settled, De Shenchen looked up at Kurosaki Ichigo in the distance, killing intent in his heart. Hachijin and the others are not difficult to deal with, and now they are seriously injured, and De Shenchen wanted to subdue them, so there is no need to kill them. But Kurosaki Ichigo is different, which makes De Shenchen very unhappy. He really has troubles everywhere. You still have the face to say it. Inu and Sato are still the same, Tsukishima's ability has not been released at all. 35. What you promised me has never been accomplished. Your strength is so strong, it is impossible to defeat Tsukishima. Kurosaki Ichigo's face sank and said angrily. He obviously put down his dignity and asked De Shenchen, but De Shenchen didn't take it seriously at all, which made Ichigo the most angry. You said Inu Orium and Sato Yasutara? It seems that my inference is normal, and it is estimated that the time-consuming backhand arrangement will not be in vain. After hearing Ichigo's words, De Shenchen fell into thought, and then his expression became clear. It seems that after Tsukishima Kusuhide escaped, he really didn't stay idle all the time. When he met Hiri and Lisa in this world, De Shenchen had already sensed something was wrong. Now hearing Ichigo mention Inu Orium and Sato Yasutara again, De Shenchen fully confirms that this is a conspiracy. Are you all right? Can you still have the strength to escape? While De Shenchen was thinking, Kurosaki Ichigo turned his head to look at Hachijin and others not far away, and took the time to ask in a deep voice. Ichigo, this time we're the one who got you in the way. Go away. 35. With a look of pain on Hakijin's face, he looked at Ichigo and said. Now the injuries on his body are so severe that Hachijin is completely unable to fight, even to escape. But this time, if it wasn't to save the people from the Kamen army, Kurosaki Ichigo wouldn't be here either. They are ready to die for their comrades, but they cannot let Kurosaki Ichigo be buried with them. What are you talking about? I can't leave you alone. Ichigo looked heavy and wanted to continue fighting. You are definitely not his opponent. Going on like this is just suicide. Hachijin looked anxious, but Kurosaki Ichigo didn't listen to him at all. Kurosaki Ichigo struggled to get up from the ground and walked towards De Shenchen. Forget it, it's better to kill Zhao Wanghao first and kill you. De Shenchen has already figured it out, and intends to complete what he just said. He stared at Kurosaki Ichigo with cold eyes, and charged at Kurosaki Ichigo at high speed while charging the holy sword. The crescent moon rushes into the sky. Kurosaki Ichigo looked like he was going to die, and a pitch-black Reiatsu appeared on the Tensā Zanjutsu, slashing out a sword like a scorpion. Excalibur. The holy sword in Shenchen's hand burst out with golden light, and he slashed out with a fierce sword. One black and one gold, two different colored energies collided together, and the terrifying fire completely exploded. The entire jingling court was triggered by an earthquake, and Ichigo was directly thrown out by the shock wave. But while the others were still in the air, a laser of thunder and fire caught up with him and slashed Kurosaki Ichigo in half. Chapter 167. Ah! Kurosaki Ichigo screamed and sprayed out a lot of blood, and the lower body fell miserably to the ground, and the severe pain caused him to fall into a half-conscious state for a while. Boom! Kurosaki Ichigo, who fell to the ground, smashed a big hole in the ground, and finally woke up a little because of the pain, with an extremely unwilling look on his face. Me! His friends were by his side, but he couldn't save them, and a sense of powerlessness spread in Kurosaki Ichigo's heart. The vitality of Hollow is really amazing, is it still not dead? 99. Shenchen walked slowly towards Kurosaki Ichigo with a look of disdain on his face. But it's just you who want to go against me over and over again. Today's Kurosaki Ichigo is not his opponent at all, not even after practicing Hollow. Although Shenchen didn't take him seriously, but Kurosaki Ichigo's many unscrupulous actions made Shenchen feel impatient. Whoa! Right at this moment, the shock started. The dying Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly let out a startling roar, and Hollow's mask grew two sharp horns on his face. A hollow hole appeared in his chest, and his hair continued to grow, reaching his broken waist. Looking at the waist has grown back, and in the blink of an eye, new legs and feet appeared. Is this completely hollow? Shenchen was surprised when he saw this scene. Unexpectedly, in this case, Kurosaki Ichigo was forced to completely hollow. The full hollow Kurosaki Ichigo will be greatly enhanced, even stronger than the Espada level Arrancar after the second stage. Although he lost his mind and couldn't use Shinigami's combat skills, Hollow's own abilities have been enhanced to the limit. Swoosh! The next moment, I saw Kurosaki Ichigo release a swirl, and the figure suddenly disappeared in place, and appeared in front of Shenchen in an instant. Zanjutsu slashed Shenchen's face straight, but was blocked by the holy sword, and a muffled sound came out, which actually shook Shenchen back. Did you explode your full potential in the midst of a life and death crisis? But this power is not enough to defeat me. 35. Shenchen sneered, looked at Kurosaki Ichigo who was in madness in front of him, and said disdainfully. Whoosh! The electric field teleportation unfolded, Shenchen dodged to Kurosaki Ichigo's side, and the holy sword cut out phantoms in the sky, constantly attacking Kurosaki Ichigo. However, Kurosaki Ichigo's reaction was equally swift, and Zanjutsu swung up and drew out the sword light. Bam! Boom! Bam! 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 After the sound of a series of blade collisions, a groan of torn flesh sounded. The two passed by, and Shenchen came to Kurosaki Ichigo's rear. Pfft! I saw Kurosaki Ichigo standing in the air, his right body spurted a bloody light, and the small half of his body was blown to pieces. Gollum! Gollum! But even though there was a sound of granulation wriggling, the body that was chopped up by Shenchen was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. After a complete hollow, Kurosaki Ichigo has the ability of high-speed regeneration, and Kurosaki Ichigo's high-speed regeneration is even more powerful, and can even regenerate internal organs. Whoosh! Kurosaki Ichigo turned quickly, and the sharp horns on his head released a Siro. Shenchen dodged to avoid, Siro landed on the ground in the distance, exploded violently, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Boom! The storm swept through most of the quiet hall, and many Shinigami suddenly lost their voices when they saw this. Is this the true strength of Kurosaki Ichigo? 35. Why did it turn out to be exactly like Minos Grande? Isn't the increase in strength after Hollow too great? 99. Everyone looked up at Kurosaki Ichigo in the sky, and they all muttered to themselves in fear. No one could have imagined that Kurosaki Ichigo, who was completely hollow, would have such a strong strength. The power of the blow zero just now was too strong. I'm afraid it is no longer comparable to ordinary captains, right? Ah! Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Kurosaki Ichigo's figure disappeared again, roaring towards Shenchen. If you are dealing with regenerative abilities, it is best to burn as much as you can recover. Amaterasu Black Flame Dragon Mode. Shenchen's face sank, and a scorching black inextinguishable flame appeared on his body. Under the influence of Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan and Observation Haki, Kurosaki Ichigo's lightning-fast moving path has been completely taken over by Master Shenchen. Hei Yanlong's Winged Strike. Shenchen stretched out his arms, and black flames spewed out, turning into two huge wings and hitting the front. Boom! Violent flames exploded ahead, like a flame exploding in the air. In the midst of the dark fire, there was a crackling sound. Shh! However, in the bursting flames, Kurosaki Ichigo Reiatsu slashed with his sword and slashed the surging flames. After the flames were blown up, Kurosaki Ichigo slashed out a majestic sword pressure, as if to cut off the Zhao Wanghao space. Even Shenchen had to dodge the edge for a while, and Shunpo dashed out of the attack range of the sword pressure. The roar of the black flame dragon. The next moment, Shenchen appeared behind Kurosaki Ichigo, opening his mouth and spitting out a huge black dragon breath like a tsunami. A terrifying dark flame completely enveloped Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kurosaki Ichigo's body was rapidly melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 168. However, this attack still could not kill Kurosaki Ichigo. The ability of high-speed regeneration continued to activate, and the body melted by the dragon's breath recovered in the blink of an eye. At the same time, those discarded body parts that were contaminated with Amaterasu dragon flames also broke and fell, preventing the continued spread of the sun god fire. Although this unquenchable flame that burns everything is theoretically the natural enemy and nemesis of all high-speed regeneration, but Shenchen twitched the corners of his mouth as he watched it. Obviously, if his resilience exceeded the limit, he would be able to get rid of the Amaterasu dragon flames by relying on this resilience in turn. Whoa! After surviving Amaterasu's breath, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was undamaged, poured out a lot of milky Reiatsu. Those spiritual powers are like a ferocious beast, devouring them towards Shenchen. Bakudo number 81 Splitting Void. Shenchen's body leaned back slightly, and a transparent barrier appeared in front, blocking the milky white Reiatsu's attack. However, Kurosaki Ichigo's current state is almost insane, and if he misses a shot, he will kill again, and he has no idea what it means to give up. Shoo! Shat! 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 He quickly came to Shenchen, and the 780 knives were fired continuously, slashing out the light of the sword in the sky. Bam! Boom! Bam! 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 However, Shenchen's speed is faster, and the peak-level swordsmanship combined with observation Haki and eternal Mangekyo Sharinan is much stronger than Kurosaki Ichigo's swordsmanship. After some confrontation, Shenchen turned and chopped Kurosaki Ichigo into blood. Even so, Shenchen was still dissatisfied with the results. Although it seems to have completely suppressed him, it can't go on like this. He has high-speed regeneration, and normal attacks can't kill him at all. In the midst of the fierce battle, Shenchen's face darkened, and he thought to himself. However, when the Shinigami far away saw this scene, they were all shocked. How long have you been in a head-to-head confrontation with Captain Great God? They saw that Kurosaki Ichigo actually fought Shenchen, and even had a little envy and shock in their hearts. I didn't expect this Kurosaki Ichigo to have so much potential. It's also a talent, but it's a pity that he has changed into a crooked way. Yes, it is estimated that his power is obtained by becoming as inhuman as he is now. Although they were shocked that Kurosaki Ichigo had the ability to fight head-on with the Great God, and they were also envious of Kurosaki Ichigo's potential, but they all knew that it was definitely related to the power of the virtual. Although Shinigami can indeed improve his strength after hollow, the degree of such improvement like Kurosaki Ichigo is really ridiculous. So everyone is not surprised, and this also shows the potential of Kurosaki Ichigo from the side. There was a sudden loud noise in the sky, and Kurosaki Ichigo was smashed into the air by Shenchen's Dragon Slayer Profound Truth. His body turned into a streamer and fell to the ground, smashing the ground into a big hole. Shenchen was suspended in the air and stood against the wind, showing a state of arrogance. Even though Kurosaki Ichigo's strength has increased greatly after he completely hollowed, he still can't reach the point where he can defeat Shenchen. Excalibur. On the holy sword in Shenchen's hand, the dazzling golden light condensed and slashed down. A huge golden beam of light fell from the sky and fell on Kurosaki Ichigo like a punishment. Boom! The dazzling flames rose into the sky, and the ground seemed like an earthquake. The terrifying shock wave raged, overturning the already devastated earth once again. Roar! Amidst the billowing smoke, Kurosaki Ichigo's unwilling roar came. Shenchen squinted his eyes when he heard this, did not expect Kurosaki Ichigo to be conscious after such an attack. I have to say that Kurosaki Ichigo's high-speed regeneration and strength and vitality after full hollow are indeed still very powerful. Complete Body Susanoo. 39. After thinking about this, Shenchen released the sequel Ningu again. As soon as the full body Susanoo appeared, Kurosaki Ichigo released a swirl and came to Shenchen's side. His Zanpakuto kept slashing at Susanoo's body, making a bang-bang sound, and even the purple light armor quickly appeared cracks. Go away! 35. Shenchen controlled the full body and Susanoo threw a punch and directly knocked Kurosaki Ichigo out. Then the complete body Susanoo pulled out both knives at the same time, and two slashes caught up with Kurosaki Ichigo in the air. The powerful force of the mountain and cracking rocks poured out, breaking Kurosaki Ichigo's arms alive. Under Shenchen's attack, the bull's head mask, which had been cracked, actually broke, and one bull horn was broken. Wow! 35. Kurosaki Ichigo, who fell to the ground, let out a roar of unyielding anger, but now he has been seriously injured. After all, high-speed regeneration has its limits. In the face of the sword light that can flatten the mountain with every sword, Kurosaki Ichigo must constantly repair himself, quickly consuming his recovery ability. On the other hand, on Shenchen's side, under the protection of the complete body Susanoo, Kurosaki Ichigo's sword strike could not injure Shenchen at all. 0. Suddenly, all the Reiatsu from Kurosaki Ichigo was released, condensing into a zero that gathered all his remaining power. When Kurosaki Ichigo is completely hollow, even the zero shot casually is stronger than Espada's exclusive zero black zero. And at this moment, this zero, which has gathered all the spiritual power, is comparable to the zero that pierced through hell, and shot at Shenchen with the might of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Is this his desperate blow? Shenchen's expression changed and he realized that the danger was coming. Although he wanted to dodge, the full size of Susanoo was too large, which limited Shenchen's speed. Moreover, the energy fluctuations generated by the multiple explosions at the scene completely disrupted the electric field, making the electric field teleport unusable, so Shenchen could only take the blow. Chapter 169. Boom! Zero's light fell on the body of Susanoo, the complete body, and the terrifying energy exploded completely, even shattering the complete body Susanoo. The power that can shatter space can make the complete body Susanoo useless with just one blow, and there are even a lot of residual power swept towards Shenchen. Dragon Slayer Profound Truth Black Lotus Blazing Blade. Shenchen added a jet black flame vortex in mid-air, which was able to neutralize the full power of this zero. B. The huge complete Susanoo has suddenly collapsed at this moment, and Shenchen fell from the air to the ground, feeling a sense of thrill. If Susanoo didn't have his full body to hold it head-on just now, and then He Yanlong's Dragon Slayer Profound Truth forcibly counteracted it, I'm afraid this blow could penetrate the Soul Society space, right? Of course, this is only Shenchen's inference, and whether it can actually be done is still unknown. After Kurosaki Ichigo released this peak blow, he also slowly fell like ooze, and there was no movement. Captain God! Captain, are you alright? 780. When Kira and the other Shinigami saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly, and they rushed towards Shenchen with an exclamation. The power of Zero unleashed by Kurosaki Ichigo, who is completely hollow, is already very powerful, and the Zero that has gathered all his power is even more so. From Kurosaki Ichigo's current reaction, it can be seen that the blow just now undoubtedly drained all his spiritual power. Seeing that Shenchen was hit by such a powerful Zero, everyone was naturally panicked, for fear that something might go wrong with Shenchen. You must know that now there is only one person who has the strength and prestige to sit in a calm and peaceful spirit court. Shenchen is the only one. Captain! Are you alright? Kira first came to Shenchen's side, lifted Shenchen from the ground, and asked anxiously. It's okay. Shenchen waved his hand, indicating that there is no serious problem. Although the complete body Susanoo was broken, all subsequent attacks were wiped out by Shenchen with the power of Amaterasu Black Flame Dragon. So that Zero didn't hit Shenchen's body, and he didn't suffer any damage. Kira murmured, a strange smile suddenly appeared on her face. Puff! As soon as the sound of the flesh being torn rang out, a sharp blade pierced through Shenchen's chest, and red blood flowed down the wound. Shenchen pretended with an incredible look on his face, opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, and swayed a few steps back. Shenchen turned back slowly, and saw Kira laughing up to the sky, and quickly moved away from Shenchen. Kira, UBD! What the hell did you do? UBD, did you betray Godi 13? Kira, how dare you? Only then did the Shinigami who rushed together clearly see what happened, and all of them were shocked and angry. They pulled out their Zanpakuto furiously, stared at Kira angrily, and roared. Just now, Kira rushed to Shenchen's side, and they all thought that Kira was the vice-captain of the 3rd Division, and was specifically concerned about Shenchen's injury. Who knew he was going to take the opportunity to sneak attack on Shenchen? Everyone can see it clearly, Shenchen's heart was pierced, this is a fatal injury. Now that the first team and Yamamoto Yuanyuji are absent, Shenchen is the core of the entire Jingling court. If anything goes wrong with Shenchen, they are to blame. See, haha. This is all for Tsukishima-san. After Kira stepped aside, her state seemed unusual. He seemed to be in chaos, sometimes laughing wildly, sometimes kneeling with his head on his back, as if he was in great pain. As expected, it's you. Tsukishima Shikuro. Shenchen narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look into the distance. A figure appeared from the shadows in the distance, it was Tsukishima Kushuro who had disappeared for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Shenchen, you are still in my hands after all. Tsukishima Juxiolang laughed loudly, looking at Shenchen, who was covered in blood, in high spirits. How did you get to Soul Society? Shenchen stared at Tsukishima Juxiura and asked in a deep voice. As Tsukishima Kushuro, it is impossible to appear in Soul Society. Even with his ability, he couldn't do it at all. Unless he can attack the top powerhouses like Shihaorin Yoryuaki, Urahara Kisuke, and Tessai Tsukabishi with one blow. Wait, are you in a spirit state now? Even if Tsukishima Kyashura used his own abilities to control some ordinary Shinigami, and then came to Soul Society with the help of those Shinigami, it is theoretically very difficult to achieve. Because ordinary Shinigami doesn't have the authority to open the gate of crossing the world at all, and logically speaking, even if it is, there should be a record. It's impossible for Tsukishima Q's hide not to show a trace. Even if you think about it, you can't imagine how I got here. To kill you, I can do anything. At this time, Shenchen was seriously injured, and Tsukishima Juxiolang felt that Shenchen was no longer a threat to him, so he was not so anxious. Watching his enemy slowly die in front of him made Tsukishima Q's hide feel very happy. So that's it. Did you commit suicide? Shenchen narrowed his eyes and thought of a possibility. According to Shenchen's speculation, there is no way to enter the Soul Society without passing through the gate. It's just that the price of this approach is too great for human beings. That is suicide. Then, in the state of the soul, let Shinigami bury his soul and resurrect it in the Soul Society. With Tsukishima's ability and strength, he can completely attack Shinigami who is in charge of an area first, and then implant some false memories to let him help Tsukishima's soul burial after Tsukishima's suicide. Chapter 170. Such as Tsukishima and Jinjo, who possessed enormous spiritual power, can retain their original memories even if they are reincarnated in Rukanga. This can be seen from the 1,000 Years Blood War. And as long as you enter the Soul Society, with the strange ability of Tsukishima's Book of the End, it's easy to sneak into the Jingling Garden quietly. As expected of you, Shenchen. I thought of it so quickly. But it's too late, you are going to die after all. After listening to Shenchen's words, Tsukishima Kyushide also had to cite Shenchen's ingenuity, and he actually analyzed how he came to Soul Society. Although this method has huge risks, it is undoubtedly the most secretive. Up to now, finally, Huang Tian pays off. Today's Shenchen was mortally wounded in front of himself, and he was the final winner. Shenchen sighed suddenly and shook his head, as if very helpless. Hi! What do you mean? Tsukishima Juxiura frowned upon hearing this. Shenchen's tone seemed to be laughing at himself. Tsukishima Juxiura couldn't help but look down. Then his pupils shrank suddenly. I saw Shenchen, who was still covered in blood just now, and suddenly disappeared. Captain God! Why are you missing? Did you do something wrong? Only then did the many Shinigami surrounding Shenchen realize that Shenchen was gone, and they all looked around in a panic. But they didn't find anything, and then they all turned their hatred towards Tsukishima Kyushura. How is this possible? What is the trick? At this time, Tsukishima Juxiura was also confused, and he was a little confused about the situation. Shenchen, who was obviously seriously injured and on the verge of death, why did he disappear? A feeling of being calculated suddenly spread in Tsukishima's heart. /35. Suddenly, Kira did not know when he had come to Tsukishima Kyushide, and pulled out his Zanpakuto to chop at Tsukishima Kyushide. A muffled sound came out, and Tsukishima Juxiura pulled out his long knife to block, and his body was shaken and flew out. What the hell is going on here? Tsukishima Kyushide looked puzzled and roared in disbelief. Kira was clearly controlled by his own abilities, otherwise he would not have attacked Shenchen, but why did he suddenly attack him? Even if you plan everything, you still can't escape from my palm. Shenchen's disdainful voice sounded slowly, and Shenchen, who should have been seriously injured, now appeared on the roof in the distance intact. I already knew in advance that there was your shadow behind the whole thing. He stared at Tsukishima Kyushide with a playful face. How could I not be on guard against your conspiracy? Why are you okay? Tsukishima Kyushide said with a look of panic. This has turned around too fast. It was obviously a seriously injured person, but in the blink of an eye, he was completely intact, as if he had never been injured. Captain God, are you all right? Great. Captain God is fine. I knew it. How could the captain be attacked so easily? As expected of the captain of the great god. It's amazing. Many Shinigami saw Shenchen reappearing, and although they didn't know what happened, it didn't prevent them from cheering. Since Shenchen is fine, it means that Jingling Court will be fine. The change in this situation really shocked them all. But what happened? Yet. Just now we saw that Captain God's heart was pierced. Is it an illusion? Many Shinigami started talking, guessing what happened just now. Uedeo, you underestimate me too. Do you think no one knows everything? Unfortunately, I have already prepared. While Zaraki Kenpeki was fighting Smash B and Kamen Core, Shenchen took some time to set up in advance with the 3rd Division. Ask for her flowers. When I saw Hiri and Lisa before, I started to feel that something was wrong. So what you just saw is just a physical clone created by me with Shikai's ability. This is impossible. Tsukishima squinted. I have already investigated your Zanpakuto ability. The physical clone of Kinkin's mirror can only last for a few seconds. How could it just appear when Kira sneaks up on you? It was precisely because it was predicted that it could not be De Shenchen's clone, that after seeing De Shenchen dying, Youhabach dared to show up. Point 0. It's very simple, just need me and Kira to have a tacit understanding in advance, wouldn't he just give me a signal before the sneak attack? I guessed that if you want to use your abilities and specialties, you will definitely find someone close to me, such as my vice-captain. De Shenchen looked at Tsukishima Kyashura coldly and said disdainfully. That's right, it's not just Tsukishima that can control others, De Shenchen also has the ability. What De Shenchen did in the past was to use the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique to cast Kira and a group of Shinigami who might be controlled. Because he didn't know who Tsukishima would control, the surrounding Shinigami were all controlled by De Shenchen using the illusion of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Because of this, Kira has actually been hit by De Shenchen's illusion control, and Tsukishima's ability is directly covered by the new illusion. So, it's all just acting to lure you into appearing. Tsukishima's plan seems to be perfect, but how could De Shenchen, who knows his abilities, be unprepared? De Shenchen had already found out when Tsukishima Juxiura controlled Kira to get close to him. However, De Shenchen didn't expose him, he just took it upon himself. He used the ability of Kinkin to look into the mirror to create a clone. What Kira attacked just now was just De Shenchen's clone. Chapter 171. Are you plotting against me? After listening to De Shenchen's words, Tsukishima Juxiura's face was gloomy and seemed to be dripping with water. After planning for so long, I thought it was done. Who knows but fell into De Shenchen's trap. If you don't think you have succeeded, how can you jump out? De Shenchen chuckled lightly, and dashed towards Tsukishima Kushiro. It was hard to lure Tsukishima Juxiura out, and De Shenchen will destroy him completely this time. Damn it! Damn it! Tsukishima Juxiura had a ferocious look on his face and kept roaring. A sense of frustration spread in my heart, and I was still a little bit worse than De Shenchen. Boom! However, Tsukishima Juxiura would not sit still and slashed at De Shenchen with his long knife with 793. After all, Tsukishima is an extremely strong person who has been strengthened by the triple full blooming technique, and has also secretly learned De Shenchen's peak-level swordsmanship, otherwise he would not have easily attacked so many Shinigami. However, a muffled sound came out, and the golden light of the holy sword bloomed, and Tsukishima Juxiura was directly shocked and flew out. De Shenchen! Why don't you die? Tsukishima Juxiura stabilized his body and let out an extremely angry roar at De Shenchen. You are the one who will die. De Shenchen whispered. Lei Yanlong's ability was activated, and the violent thunder flames exploded. Lei Yanlong's iron strike. A huge energy fist slashed across the space and smashed towards Tsukishima Q's hide. Boom! The terrifying explosion exploded, causing Tsukishima Kyashura's body to burst with blood. Before Tsukishima Kushiro landed, De Shenchen had already performed Shunpo and came to his side. One more shot, Lei Yanlong's iron strike. De Shenchen punched him in the back. Tsukishima Juxiura opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, and flew out again. 2 million volts Thor. De Shenchen's offensive continued, and the billowing thunder surged, showing the body of the god of thunder. The palm-like palm was quickly sent out, and the flying Tsukishima Kyashura was slapped into the ground. Boom! Facing De Shenchen's all-out attack, Tsukishima Juxiura was completely at a disadvantage, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Just between 2 or 3 moves, Tsukishima was directly beaten into a state of near-death. This overwhelming force directly shattered all of Tsukishima's confidence, and even shattered all his escape routes. Cough cough. Pfft. How could I fail? In the sinkhole that exploded, Tsukishima Juxiura was lying inside, covered in scars, his eyes were absent, and his mouth kept mumbling. The blow of the failed plan was too great, and in the face of De Shenchen's attack, he was even more powerless to resist. At this moment, Tsukishima Q's hide was already in a dying state, and his spirit was about to be fooled. Your ability is really troublesome, I'll just crush you, a bug today. De Shenchen looked at Tsukishima Q's hide, who couldn't move, and said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Yanlong's roar burst out, blasting Tsukishima's head on the spot. "Clean up the scene," Shenchen ordered. When the Shinigami around saw this, they quickly surrounded him and took away the body of Tsukishima Kyashura. With Tsukishima Kyashura being resolved, this matter is finally over. In addition to those Shinigami who were injured, the buildings of Jingling Garden were lost. Several captain-level masters fought in Jingling Court, and their destructive power can be seen as Madara. The dormitory of the 3rd Division was completely destroyed. Fortunately, Hiri and Lisa had been moved away. Otherwise, they would have been beaten by the aftermath of the battle. "Hey, it's going to be rebuilt again. When will the Jingling Court be completed?" Looking at the surrounding ruins, Shenchen shook his head helplessly. The places that were destroyed after the battle with Grass Crown have not yet been rebuilt, and they will continue to rebuild now. Jingling Court is really a disaster. It is night, and the moon is on the tip of the head. In the temporary dormitory, Shenchen sat alone on the bed, closing his eyes and resting. The Masked Legion and the others have been imprisoned, and Jingling Court has temporarily restored its former tranquility. As for the damaged part, an orderly repair work has also begun. "I don't know what to expect this time." Shenchen suddenly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As a reward for surviving another day in Soul Society, Shenchen once again has a reward for drawing items. Congratulations to host for successfully surviving one day and get a lottery reward. The system panel appeared in front of Shenchen, which made him look forward to it. After experiencing the plot of Tsukishima today, and the attack of a full 6 captain-level masters, there should be a relatively good harvest. And after playing the Grass Crown last time, I only got the excellent Kido, which is bad luck in a sense. So according to the law of conservation of luck in metaphysics, Shenchen feels that his luck this time should be very good. Let's start the lottery. Shenchen tapped the lottery lightly, and the roulette wheel started to spin at high speed. After a while, the roulette slowly stopped, and the sound of the system sounded in Shenchen's mind. "Congratulations to host, you have drawn the perfect fusion talent." After hearing the prompt from the system, Shenchen showed a surprised smile on the corner of his mouth. "Perfect level? This level of 4.4 is. Although this talent-like skill can't immediately improve combat power at first glance, it actually plays a huge role. For Shenchen, who originally had peak-level fusion talent, he has undoubtedly experienced the benefits of fusion talent. And perfect level seems to be a higher level than peak level, and the fusion talent will definitely become more powerful. In this way, the existence of Reiatsu who is stronger than me like Yamamoto Shijikuni is probably the so-called perfect Reiatsu, right? If Shenchen speculates based on the name of this level, the perfection level may be the limit that the existence of Shinigami can achieve. It is for the great perfection. Chapter 172. In other words, the perfection level is a veritable Shinigami ceiling. Then my perfection level fusion talent, I really don't know what kind of miracles will be created. Shenchen can use this talent to combine more powerful skills. Before Shenchen possessed a lot of skills, under the peak level fusion talent, some more powerful skills have been fused. For example, Lei Yanlong mode and Black Flame Dragon mode are both Shenchen's signature abilities. But some skills are too esoteric, and the peak level fusion talents can't make good use of them. Alright, now, the fusion talent of perfection level should be able to thoroughly integrate all these tricks. However, this process still requires the great god 793 Chen to slowly test to see how the fusion should be carried out. Let's take a rest first, and we'll settle Hirako Shinji and the others tomorrow. Although the rewards have been drawn, it is not something that can be accomplished overnight if you want to integrate every powerful move of Shenchen. So Shenchen was not in a hurry, not to mention that after this battle, Shenchen was very tired and needed a rest. Without a word all night, Shenchen fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Shenchen came alone to the prison where the masked army was being held. Because Tsukishima Juxiura had already been defeated by Shenchen, his ability was also released. The 3 members of the masked army who were previously controlled by Tsukishima Kushuro have now fully recovered. So until now, they didn't understand what was going on. Of course, This was also because de Shenchen deliberately ordered them all to be locked together, giving them a chance to communicate with each other. It turned out that they were all calculated, and they didn't even know they were being used as gunmen, which made Hirako Shinji and the others very annoyed. Damn you Edo, how dare you plot against us? Hirako Shinji looked resentful, and as of now, they don't know what their future will be. It's all my fault. It's because I was manipulated carelessly that I got you guys arrested too. 5. Saragaki Hiri had a guilty look on his face. Yadumaro Lisa and Kuna Mashiro would not have been led by him if he hadn't been controlled by Tsukishima Kushiro first. Then they won't be attacked by Tsukishima, and there won't be any incidents of attacking de Shenchen together. Not to mention the fact that the rest of the Masked Legion didn't know the situation, so they rushed to the Soul Society to save people, and they were completely wiped out. This is the end of the matter, you don't have to be sad. Tsukishima's ability is unstoppable, and no one wants this kind of thing to happen. Hachijin comforted softly. Now that people are the knife and I am the fish, no amount of self-blame is useless. It's a pity, I've been hiding in this world for so long, but I can't believe that I ended up in the Soul Society. 35. Meguruma Kensei, who was usually very angry, seems to have accepted his fate now. He was lying on the ground with a very calm tone. They were originally Shinigami, and they have been running for their lives after being framed, and now they are captured back to the Soul Society, which is also a kind of destination. After hearing Meguruma Kensei's words, everyone fell silent. At the thought of dying at the hands of a former colleague, a feeling of helplessness spread in the hearts of everyone, and they could only sigh that the world is impermanent. Everyone's recovering well. It seems that my mercy was still effective. At this moment, a figure walked in from the door. De Shenchen, are you here to execute us? Or are you just here to laugh at us? Hirako Shinji's face darkened and asked in a deep voice. It was de Shenchen who came in, and they already knew that de Shenchen was the current acting captain. According to what they have done, de Shenchen is only afraid to issue a death sentence against them. Uedao has been killed by me, so his ability should be lifted. In this way, you must know the whole story. De Shenchen walked to the edge of the prison door, looked down at everyone and asked softly. I do know, but it's too late. Hachijin moved his eyes and said softly. Speaking of which, we also want to thank you, if you hadn't defeated Tsukishima, we would have been kept in the dark by now. Rather than not knowing the truth until death, it is better to die clearly, at least not so shameful. What's more, after de Shenchen appeared, he actually asked about it, which made Hachijin realize that de Shenchen didn't seem to be here to kill them. If you think about it carefully, if de Shenchen wants to kill them, he can kill them directly when he defeats them. Of course, they will not be imprisoned, and they will say unnecessary words such as show mercy. It's good that you know it, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, it's easy to talk about it. The attack on Soul Society by the Masked Corps is an added crime, but it is not an unforgivable crime. De Shenchen nodded slightly and spoke again. As long as you can do things for me, you can wash away your sins and use your loyalty to atone for your sins. Yes, the purpose of my 4.4 visit this time is not to kill you, but to hope that you will return to Soul Society and continue to serve as Shinigami. 99. After hearing de Shenchen's words, everyone exclaimed, unable to calm down any longer. You, what did you say? Return to Soul Society. Let's move on to Godai 13. How is this possible? We are wanted by Central 46. But they couldn't believe what de Shenchen said was true, after all, they were wanted by Central 46. Moreover, they have already been hollowed, and it is considered that they have stepped into the forbidden area. This is an unchangeable fact. Chapter 173. Don't be surprised, I won't deceive you, I know you were framed by Aizen Sōsuke. As the acting captain, I have the right to negotiate with Central 46 to remove your wanted status. De Shenchen seemed to have realized their reaction long ago, and spoke again. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone increased their breathing and stared at de Shenchen. Of course, the premise is that you are willing to return to Godai 13 and play for Jingling Court again. Shenchen reckons that he doesn't even need Yamamoto to go to Central 46, and he can do it all by himself. After all, the newly reorganized Central 46 has not yet established a firm foothold, and has just experienced the slaughter of its predecessor, and its attitude towards Godai 13 will definitely be much weaker. And these people were originally framed by Aizen, and the culprit who framed them is still Aizen Sōsuke, who is currently the most hated by Central 46. In other words, Masked Corps and Central 46 have a common enemy. Originally, the members of the Masked Corps did not voluntarily betray the Soul Society, so if there is a chance for them to return to Godai 13, Shenchen believes that they must be willing. Really, really? Sure enough, Meguruma Kensei got up from the ground excitedly, grabbed the cell door and said in surprise. The same is true for other people, if they can return to Jingling Court, they are very happy. If you can really go back, you are our great benefactor. Hirako Shinji couldn't calm down either, he looked at Shenchen and said, both excited and guilty. It was only now that they wanted to understand why Shenchen met Hiri, Lisa and others in this world. I'm afraid that the original Shenchen was just to find the masked army and let them return to the Soul Society. It's a pity that at that time, both Hiri and Lisa were already under the control of Tsukishima, so they would take action against Shenchen, and that's what happened later. Thinking about it now, if several other people had met Shenchen, there might not have been so many misunderstandings. They will not come to Soul Society to save people over their own strength, and they will all be seriously injured by Shenchen. If you agree, let's recuperate here for the time being, and wait until Captain Yamamoto returns before the captain appointment ceremony. Shenchen looked at the excited look of everyone, knowing that the matter was over, and they would not make trouble again. Immediately, Shenchen's eyes turned to Kurosaki Ichigo again. As for this guy Kurosaki Ichigo, this presence really annoys Shenchen, but it's not just because Kurosaki Ichigo troubles Shenchen many times. And even more so because of Kurosaki Ichigo's rapid progress, Shenchen even welcomed Kurosaki Ichigo to trouble him. After all, without Kurosaki Ichigo's full hollow, perhaps Shenchen's existential crisis wouldn't be high enough to draw the perfect fusion talent. Captain God, Kurosaki Ichigo is here to help us, please spare his life. Hirako Shinji looked at Shenchen's eyes, recalled Shenchen's killing intent before, and hurriedly asked. The members of the Masked Corps were all Shinigami of Godai 13, and they didn't make any big mistakes, so they were innocent. In addition, Jingling Court lacks manpower, so it is reasonable to let them return. However, Kurosaki Ichigo is different. He is not a member of Jingling Court, but now he is attacking Jingling Court, I am afraid that he will die. But Kurosaki Ichigo came to help them, so everyone in the Kamen army felt that they couldn't watch Kurosaki Ichigo be executed. Please spare his life, Captain God. Please. Kurosaki Ichigo is not intentional, he has no ill will towards Jingling Tae. 35. Ichigo was by no means willing, we forced him to come. Love Ikawa, Saragaki Hiri, and Meguruma Kensei all spoke at the same time, all trying their best to plead for Kurosaki Ichigo. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was sitting in the corner against the wall, without speaking, with a gloomy face that didn't know what he was thinking. As the saying goes, people are under the eaves and have to bow their heads, not to mention in Kurosaki Ichigo's mind, the terrifying image of himself being cut in half by Shenchen echoes from time to time. Hey! What are you doing? No entry! Stop! At this moment, there was the sound of pulling and pulling from the Shinigami who were guarding the gate. Let go of me! I want to see Shenchen! Shenchen heard the familiar voice and turned to look over. Ah Chen! No, Captain Great God! Sure enough, it was Rukia who rushed in from the door and also opened his mouth to plead with Shenchen. 793 Ichigo has indeed gone a bit too far this time, but for the sake of saving people, please let him go. Rukia followed Shenchen all the way after knowing that Shenchen was coming. She had been outside the door and didn't come in before, and now she couldn't bear it any longer when she heard that Shenchen looked like he was going to do something to Kurosaki Ichigo. Anyway, she and Kurosaki Ichigo are friends, and I can't watch Kurosaki Ichigo die like this. Kurosaki Ichigo is indeed a little impulsive this time, but there is no malice in his heart, and Rukia feels that he is not guilty of death. You. Shenchen looked at Rukia and the people of the masked army, frowned and fell into contemplation. Kurosaki Ichigo was really annoying in previous fights. At that time, Shenchen had indeed had the intention to kill him, but since so many people were begging for mercy, Shenchen would also seriously consider it. Chapter 174. The people of the Masked Legion will all be recaptained in Jingling Court in the future. If this matter makes them feel conflicted, it is not worth it. Shenchen's work in the future may also cause unnecessary trouble. Although Shenchen is not afraid of the enemy, he is also very tired to always be on guard for his own troubles. And the mood of Rukia and the others, Shenchen also needs to be considered as a friend. Most importantly, Kurosaki Ichigo is really useful as a tool to improve survival crisis. Since you are all begging for him, I will spare him this time. But if there is another time, I will kill him. With his thoughts settled, Shenchen said coldly, taking the opportunity to sell his favor to the members of the Masked Corps. More great God captains. Thank you. Thank you, Captain God. Ichigo, why don't you hurry up and thank Captain Great God for not killing him? 99. After listening to the masked army, all the people in the masked army were happy, and they thanked the god 28 Chen one after another. It's a double blessing now that not only will they be able to return to Godai 13, but Kurosaki Ichigo, who is with them, is also free from punishment. And all this is because of Shenchen's magnanimity, so now everyone is very grateful to Shenchen, and I think in my heart that I will repay Shenchen in the future. No need to thank you, you guys should take good care of your injuries, and remember to work hard in the future. 99. Shenchen waved his hand, turned and walked out. Kurosaki Ichigo has saved his life this time. Ichigo, when you are healed, I will send you back to this world. 95. Rukia looked at the scarred Kurosaki Ichigo and said worriedly. How powerful is Shenchen? Kurosaki Ichigo, who fought Shenchen, was injured much more seriously than others. If Shenchen wants to kill him, it's just a matter of flipping hands. This time it was all because of their intercession that Shenchen spared Kurosaki Ichigo, but I'm afraid I won't be so lucky next time. As a friend, and as a guide, Rukia doesn't want Kurosaki Ichigo to die. But there are some things and situations, she will feel powerless. After all, Shenchen's weight for Rukia is undoubtedly heavier. After Shenchen returned to the dormitory, he began to study the perfection level fusion talent. Because of the previous experience, Shenchen's speed is undoubtedly much faster this time. Time is slowly passing by in Shenchen's constant exploration. A few days later, the first team that escorted Wang Yan returned. Captain, the Commander-in-Chief is back, he asked you to come over. Abarai Renji came to Shenchen's door and said softly. Understood, I'll go right away. Shenchen opened his eyes and said softly. The biggest role of the perfection level fusion talent is actually to allow Shenchen to go further in strength, and now he has a vision. But since Yamamoto Shijikuni is back, Shenchen is the double captain of the 3rd and 6th teams, so he should go and see for himself. By the way, Shenchen also acted as the chief captain's authority during this time, and it is reasonable to report on the situation during these days. In the temporary station of the first team, Yamamoto Shijikuni quietly listened to the reports of the officers of the second team. Hearing about all the things that happened in Jingling Court during his absence, Yamamoto Shijikuni couldn't help but nodded slightly. Captain God did a great job. Although a large area of Jingling Court has been damaged again, Shenchen's handling of this matter is already very good. Shenchen not only killed Tsukishima Kushuro, who was the culprit, but also recovered the masters of the masked army to work for Godai 13. It can be said that both things have been completed successfully, which greatly alleviated the shortage of people in Jingling Court. The members of the Masked Legion master the power of Hollow, and their strength is undoubtedly very good. Among them, several Shinigami are still strong at the captain level, and with the strength improvement after Hollow, they are much stronger than ordinary captains. After the Shinigami of the secret mobile unit retreated, this time de Shenchen came lazily. De Shenchen, you really didn't disappoint this old man. You did not do anything wrong to entrust the authority of the commander-in-chief to you. Looking at de Shenchen who walked in, Yamamoto couldn't help but admire his country. If it wasn't for de Shenchen, Yamamoto Shijikuni couldn't imagine how much the jingling court would suffer this time. Yamamoto Shijikuni could not help but secretly rejoice. As a matter of fact, since the commander-in-chief is back, the Shinigami of the Masked Corps should also be able to appoint them, right? De Shenchen said lightly. Yeah, Yamamoto Shijikuni nodded, I will hold the team first meeting right away. As soon as the words fell, Yamamoto Shijikuni issued the Order 793 with Hell Butterfly in front of de Shenchen. It didn't take long for all the captains who could move and get up to gather here. Aizen returned to the Kido congregation and continued to serve as the deputy Kido chief. Yamamoto Shijikuni spoke up and announced his decision. As for Hirako Shinji, he will return to the 5th division and continue to serve as the vacant captain. Meguruma Kensei is also returning to the 9th division as the captain of the vacant 9th division. 39. Odoribashi Rajuro. You originally belonged to the 3rd division, but someone has already taken up the position of captain, are you still willing to go back? Having said that, Yamamoto Shijikuni glanced at de Shenchen. Needless to say, it is de Shenchen himself who is now staring at the positions of the two captains. Feng Qiao knelt down and said, even if I can't be the captain like I did in the past, I'm still willing to return to the 3rd division. After all, Feng Qiao was the former captain of the 3rd division, and he still had a lot of affection for the 3rd division. Very good, then you can go back to the 3rd division and be the vice-captain. Kira Izuru is downgraded to the 3rd seat. Love Ikawa should be the captain of the 13th division. After all, the former captain of the 13th division, Jushiro Yukitake, was seriously injured and has not recovered yet. Chapter 175. Listening to Yamamoto Shijikuni's words, everyone's eyes turned to de Shenchen again involuntarily. When de Shenchen fought Godi I-13 by himself, Jushiro Yukitake was indeed the worst hit by de Shenchen, so bad that one wondered how he survived. Of course they didn't know that if it wasn't for the Spirit King's right arm, Jushiro Yukitake would have died on the spot. However, considering that Jushiro Yukitake was already in poor health, everyone felt that it was normal for Jushiro Yukitake to be still bedridden. On the appointment of the vice-captain of the 3rd division and the appointment of the 3rd seat, do you have any opinion on the captain of the Great God? After Yamamoto thought for a moment, he continued to ask de Shenchen. Because in theory, the vice-captain and customary position within the squad are all appointed by the captain himself. However, de Shenchen himself is very lazy, and now there is a former captain who is a tool man in the position of vice-captain, and he can't ask for it. No problem, let's settle it. As soon as de Shenchen finished speaking, this matter was settled. Then Yamamoto Shijikuni arranged the ownership of the deputy captains such as Saragaki Hiri and Kuna Mashiro, so that they were basically all officials reinstated. One of the biggest changes was that the 3rd division had de Shenchen as the captain, so even if Odoribashi Rajuro came back, he could only be the vice-captain. However, everyone felt that this arrangement was normal. After all, the strength gap between de Shenchen and Odoribashi Rajuro was not that big. Odoribashi Rajuro himself has nothing to say about this. Regarding the appointment of Yamamoto Shijikuni, the other captains have no objection. The matter of adding combat power and manpower to Jingling Court was originally proposed by de Shenchen, and then they discussed and agreed. And now Jingling Court is indeed very short of manpower. Except for Love Ikawa, these people have all returned to their original squads. This does not have much impact on the power composition of other squads, so it is impossible for anyone to object. The 3rd and 6th teams are really exaggerated to the extreme. Kojiro Sasuke next to Yamamoto Shijikuni couldn't help but think to himself, after all, the vice-captains of these two divisions are peerless powerhouses who can bankai. And their captain, de Shenchen. The terrifying combat power is needless to say. Okay, let's go. Everyone go back. After the captain's appointment ceremony, Yamamoto Shijikuni said slowly. Everyone still has a lot of things to do. The appointment ceremony of the captain has ended, and the intensive work will begin. Moreover, the members of the Masked Corps have left Soul Society for a long time, so now they also need to familiarize themselves with their work and hand over to each other. Captain God, you are really our great benefactor. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have the chance to come back. After walking out of the door, Hirako Shinji brought the people from the masked army to Shenchen's side and said with a guilt-filled face. After the appointment was made, everyone in the masked army felt as if they had passed away. I can't believe that in their lifetime, they will actually be able to return to Godai 13 again. Finally, that kind of desperate life is over. And it's all thanks to Shenchen. If it wasn't for Shenchen, they probably wouldn't have had this chance. It's just a small matter, you just need to work hard in the future. Shenchen waved his hand indifferently, turned and left. As for the creation of new tricks by integrating talents, Shenchen has already taken a preliminary look. So Shenchen just wants to get it out now, and doesn't have time to chat with them politely. Shenchen also had his own ideas for bringing them back. After all, there are so many things in Jingling Court, it is impossible for Shenchen to do everything by himself. And with their participation, Shenchen would be able to avoid a lot of trouble. Time passed slowly, and days passed in the blink of an eye. It's been a while since the last match between Shenchen and Godai 13. With this period of training, Kiraku Shunsui was finally discharged from the hospital. "Hi, I finally recovered, I almost stayed on the hospital bed until it became moldy." Kiraku Shunsui looked at Nanao Ise who greeted him and shook his head with emotion. However, even if he lived in the hospital during this time, he could see from the various sounds from the outside that Jinglingting was not safe. Especially hearing Nanao Ise's slow remarks made Kiraku Shunsui sigh infinitely. "I didn't expect that Soul Society would have suffered so many disasters in a row when I was hospitalized." "Humph, you are quite leisurely, these disasters make us very uncomfortable." At the gate of the 4th Division, Kiraku Shunsui encountered a similarly recovered Broken Bee. She, Hichugaya Toshiro, Komamura Seijin, and other captains who were injured by the Kamen Corps have recovered from their injuries as they were not seriously injured. "Forget it, the leader of the Jing band was beaten harder by the captain of the Great God, and this is something that can't be helped," Toshiro said. "Hey," Kiraku Shunsui twitched the corners of his mouth, "don't make me seem inferior, hello Zhao." Just when they were about to shoot a few rounds of mouth cannons, all of a sudden, Chi-Chi's expression changed. Boom, one by one. An extremely terrifying momentum suddenly swept the entire Soul Society. "This is play. What happened? Such a powerful aura." Several people's expressions changed greatly, and from the building behind, Zaraki Kenpaku's figure also came out. "Haha, what does this feel like? Can I fight as soon as I recover?" "Everyone calm down, this old man reckons you won't be able to fight him, Captain Zaraki." 35. At this point, Komamura Seijin spoke up. "You don't need to panic, because if you feel it carefully, you will know that this is not a foreign enemy in this powerful breath, it is Reiatsu mixed with the captain of the Great God." Chapter 176. When everyone heard the words, they closed their eyes and sensed it, and found that it was indeed the case, and they subconsciously wiped away their cold sweat. "Fortunately, it's the captain of the Great God, but what happened to him?" Broken Bee also looked into the distance and said with concentration, "Does it mean that he has become stronger again?" This terrifying aura came and went quickly. It seemed that it was because of Shenchen's experiment or breakthrough that it was not suppressed and released for a while. Soon, the Soul Society regained its calm, and several captains also recovered from their shock. With a few of them back, Godai 13 is basically fully restored. The Jingling Court has returned to its former order, and everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. However, the peaceful days did not last long. Only a few days later, two figures in pale white clothes quietly set foot on the land of Soul Society. They were one large and one small, one male and one female, all dressed in rags and bare feet like beggars. Bam! 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 Suddenly 793, from the roof of the Technical Development Bureau of the 12th Division, there were several huge explosions. The thick smoke rushed into the sky with Reiatsu, who ran wild. Alert! Alert! Technology Development Bureau, there is an abnormality in the 7th Research Tower Reiatsu. It seems that someone is carrying out sabotage on the top floor of the test tower. The ultra-high-density aura cloud is spreading. Please support the Godi 13 team and the Keto people. A piercing siren spread throughout the jingling court, warning Godi 13 and asking them to carry out support operations. Captain. There is an abnormal situation in the Technology Development Bureau, please support. At the same time, Feng Qiao's anxious voice sounded outside De Shenchen's door. I really know how to choose a time. I haven't had time to familiarize myself with the new tricks. De Shenchen opened his tightly closed eyes and said a little unhappily. After this period of hard work, the integration of skills has basically been a perfect success. It's just that any new trick requires a process of mastering, master, but being disturbed at this time makes De Shenchen very unhappy. What exactly happened? The closed door opened with a bang, and De Shenchen walked out with a sullen face, looking at Odoribashi Rajuro in front of him and asking. Yes. It's an abnormal Reiatsu cloud, someone is sabotaging at the Technology Development Bureau. The only person accompanying Feng Qiao was an ordinary Shinigami, who looked at De Shenchen's angry expression, was taken aback, and said tremblingly. Captain, it was someone who destroyed the 7th Research Tower, causing the ultra-high concentration spiritual cloud to run away. Odoribashi Rajuro tapped him on the shoulder and helped explain the situation. What time has it been, and there are still people who dare to come to Jingling Court to be wild? De Shenchen frowned, not thinking about where and what happened for a while. After all, it had been more than 100 years since De Shenchen had crossed over, so it was impossible to remember everything so clearly. Forget it, anyway, my current strength is enough to deal with all the troubles, and when the time comes, the soldiers will come to block the water and cover the soil. 35. Thinking of this, De Shenchen said, I'll go check the situation. Whoosh! Before Odoribashi Rajuro spoke again, De Shenchen disappeared in place and flew towards the Technology Development Bureau. This is? Arriving at the 7th Research Tower, and seeing the cloud of spirits spreading in front of him, De Shenchen let out a startled surprise and understood what was going on. I remember. De Shenchen recalled that it was Kuroishi Mayuri who was attacked and his memory was cut off, so he went crazy. According to this situation, the next target is Rukia. If it's about cutting off memory, I'm afraid it's too late now. De Shenchen frowned, secretly thinking something was wrong. According to the time, Rukia's memory and existence should have been wiped out during the time when the great god sitting came over from the 3rd division. Everyone in Godi 13 forgot Rukia's identity in Soul Society, including Byakuya Kokaki. They don't even remember that there was such a Shinigami as Rukia. Could it be that because my real soul doesn't belong to this world, I wasn't implicated and I forgot Rukia? In the original historical development, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was closely related to Rukia, was also tragically forgotten by Godi 13. So that is to say, they are very likely to forget everything related to Rukia now, including those things that De Shenchen once did. Unlike Kurosaki Ichigo, my Shinigami's power doesn't come from Rukia Kokaki, so my existence shouldn't be forgotten. So, is it because I played against Godi 13 because of Rukia, will they forget it? And the fact that I became the captain. De Shenchen guessed and thought all the way, but now he has not met other Shinigami, so De Shenchen is not sure if his idea is right. De Shenchen's speed was extremely fast, and in a short while he entered the interior of the 7th Research Tower. Bam! Boom! Bam! 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 A huge explosion sounded from inside, and the amazing Reiatsu was being released from the top of the tower. Captain? What's wrong with you? What happened? Captain Nirvana. De Shenchen's figure moved and quickly rushed to the scene of the accident. It was the very center of the tower, and all the Shinigami could hear was a mixture of panic and puzzlement. In the middle of them, Kuroishi Mayuri seemed to go crazy, waving the Zanpakuto constantly, preventing his team from getting close to him. What do you want to do to me? Get away! Get away! Kuroishi Mayuri looked terrified, as if he had seen something terrible. Kurotsuki Mayuri, that embarrassed look is so ugly. 35. Chapter 177. Shenchen gave a cold drink, trying to attract his attention. As Shenchen's voice fell, Kuroishi Mayuri's eyes fell on Shenchen, and he even rushed over. Captain Haori? Are you the captain who came to capture me? I won't just grab it. Kuroishi Mayuri charged at Shenchen while roaring. Whoosh! 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 Shenchen's figure moved, avoiding all the attacks of Kuroishi Mayuri, and kicked him in the chest, kicking it out. At this time, Kuroishi Mayuri seemed to be in a daze, and the attack was incoherent. He was simply hacking and slashing indiscriminately, without any threat at all. Wow! With a piercing baby howl, Kuroishi Mayuri bankai his Zanpakuto surprisingly straight. A huge insect-like creature rushed towards Shenchen fiercely. Lei Yanlong's roar. Shenchen's body exploded with thunderous flames, and he opened his mouth to spit out a majestic dragon's breath. Boom! The furious dragon breath fell on the giant insect, blowing it directly to the ceiling. What? Kuroishi Mayuri was shocked. Is the captain of Godai 13 so strong? He only felt that his golden slaughter Jizo was almost crippled. Although he could continue to control the movement, he was undoubtedly hit hard just now. At the same time, the cloud of Reiatsu, thick enough to be solid, spread out, submerging Kuroishi Mayuri and rushing towards Shenchen. What kind of power is that? It's just one move to deal with Bankai. The surrounding Shinigami all exclaimed in amazement, but Shenchen ignored them and once again gathered the power of the Thunder Flame Dragon pattern in his hands. Lei Yanlong's Iron Strike. 35. A fist with terrifying power hit the Reiatsu cloud, and it was like a landslide and tsunami, blowing the milky white Reiatsu cloud away. However, the rapidly expanding Reiatsu cloud was too much and too fast, and the gap that was blown up was filled almost in a blink of an eye, causing all the Shinigami around to flee in fright. Can't you stop it? Shenchen's heart sank, knowing that the spread of Reiatsu's cloud could no longer be stopped. He immediately flew up and walked towards Shunpo outside. However, as soon as Shenchen landed, several Shinigami who escaped surrounded him and surrounded Shenchen in the middle. Who are you? How dare you blatantly wear the captain's Haori? How dare a normal Shinigami wear the captain's Haori? I don't know what to do. Everyone looked at Shenchen and said coldly. Don't you remember me? Shenchen asked lightly. You are. I always feel like I've seen it in the 6th division. But it doesn't seem to be a big man. When everyone heard the words, their faces showed doubts, as if they knew Shenchen, but at the same time they didn't seem to know each other. It seems that he may recognize me, but has forgotten a lot about me. It is estimated that Rukia's memory has been cut off. Shenchen squinted at them and thought to himself. As expected by Shenchen, Rukia may have been caught at this moment. The fact that these Shinigami will not remember that they are captains is the best proof. Because Rukia has disappeared from their memory, everything that happened because of Rukia has disappeared from their memory. Shenchen was in the process of rescuing Rukia and defeated almost the entire Godai 13, and finally revealed Aizen's conspiracy before becoming the captain of the watch. However, since the memory of Rukia has all disappeared, of course they will forget how Shenchen became the captain. Whoosh dash! Suddenly, a long knife that looks like a sawtooth volleyed into the sky. Shenchen turned slightly to the side, avoiding the blade's attack. Shenchen, your inexplicable appearance here wearing Captain Haori, is it related to what happened just now? 35. Abarai Renji rolled over and fell, looking at Shenchen and asking, he was the one who launched the attack just now. Although he forgot why Shenchen became the captain, Shenchen was also a Shinigami of the 6th division before that, so Abarai Renji vaguely remembered that he was a Shinigami of the 6th division. It's just at a time like this that a normal Shinigami would appear here wearing the captain's Haori, absolutely not normal. His behavior is so abnormal, it's definitely tricky. First arrest him and then talk about it. Be careful, he just attacked Captain Nai very easily. 35. The other Shinigami all turned cold and rushed towards de Shenchen. Bam! 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 The golden holy light suddenly appeared, and the holy sword in de Shenchen's hand swept across, sending everyone flying out. You really don't know what's wrong, you were obviously trying to save you just now, but the suppression of Kuroashi Mayuri turned into an attack on Kuroashi Mayuri in your mouth? De Shenchen sighed, but Abarai Renji was taken aback. What did you say? Does this guy have the strength of a captain? Nonsense. That's of course. De Shenchen scolded coldly. Because I'm the captain of Godi I-13. All of you sober up, is the captain's Haori wearing casual clothes? I'm the double captain of the 3rd and 6th divisions. Renji said, don't you care about making up nonsense? How could there be a double captain? Yet. What nonsense? We've never heard of you as a captain. Are we fools? The captains of the 3rd and 6th divisions are all held by someone. 99. It's stupid, if you're really the captain, how could we not remember you? The whole group of Shinigami also showed undisturbed expressions, and they all said resentfully. Because of the lack of memory, they all thought that de Shenchen was deceiving them, ignored de Shenchen's words at all, and continued to attack de Shenchen. Hey, sometimes the truth is so hard to believe, can't you really explain it? Chuan. Chapter 178. De Shenchen quickly backed away, distanced himself from the many Shinigami, and thought secretly in his heart. If that's the case, then don't explain it at all, let's retreat first and see the situation. Yes, the current situation is actually not bad for de Shenchen. Because the survival reward of the system is related to the difficulty of crisis, the current situation just creates a dangerous environment for the god Chen. This is a huge survival difficulty against Godi I-13, which can definitely increase the probability of de Shenchen's drawing getting good things. Wait until I use this to brush up on the lottery first, and then solve the culprit behind the scenes. It's such a happy decision dash. With his thoughts settled, de Shenchen was ready to leave. The strength of these Shinigami is average, and they can't stop de Shenchen at all. However, de Shenchen didn't want to fight them either, after all, fighting them would basically not increase the existential crisis. On the contrary, if they accidentally hurt them, it will take time to heal their injuries after their memories are restored. As a result, de Shenchen has a lot less manpower available. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. The next moment, the dazzling thunder rushed out of de Shenchen's body, turning into a ferocious dragon and roaring out. The thunder dragon exploded on the ground, and the furious lightning sent smoke and dust into the sky, obscuring the sight of many Shinigami. Whoosh! 39. De Shenchen turned into a black shadow, rushed out of the thick smoke, and disappeared into the jingling court. Damn, let him run away. That guy must have something to do with what happened here. Call up. He can't run very far, so he must be brought back. The thick smoke slowly dissipated, and everyone looked at the empty ground, all with resentful expressions on their faces. Now behind them, 1/3 of Jingling Court has been destroyed. Those areas were all covered with a layer of white stuff and turned into stone-like sculptures. It was the runaway Reiatsu cloud. As for those Shinigami who didn't have time to escape, they even turned into white statues, and they didn't know if they were dead or alive. In the first team, Yamamoto Genri Yusai sat in a chair and listened to his subordinates report on the damage. About 1/3 of the Jingling Garden is shrouded in white Reiatsu clouds. There is also a part of Godi I-13's Shinigami, which has also become something like a white statue, and I don't know if it is alive or dead. It can be said that Soul Society suffered heavy losses this time. By the way, did any of you meet a Shinigami wearing Captain Haori? Well, have you found out his identity? Why is he wearing the captain's Haori? After the report was over, Yamamoto Shijikuni spoke again and asked about de Shenchen. Like the rest of the Shinigami, Yamamoto Shijikuni has forgotten de Shenchen. Not yet, but his strength should be very strong, maybe he has a Reiatsu equivalent to the captain. Broken Bihue reported. According to other Shinigami's descriptions, that person suppressed Kuroashi Mayuri with absolute crushing strength, otherwise we would not have been able to bring out Kuroashi Mayuri so easily. Zaraki Kenpeki said with a frown. By the time Zaraki Kenpeki arrived, the Reiki cloud had already dispersed. However, at this time, Kuroashi Mayuri had already been knocked to the ground by De Shenchen, so Zaraki Kenpeki simply rushed out with him. His name is De Shenchen. He was originally a Shinigami of our 6th division, but he claims to be the captain of both the 3rd division and the 6th division, and we have no idea about that. Byakuya Kokaki remained expressionless and said softly. He really dares to say that, Odoribashi Rajuro sarcastically, to actually say that he is the captain of 2 divisions at the same time. In the past, Godi I-13 has never had a double-team captain set up, so what does Shenchen said is simply impossible. But Captain Kokaki, Captain Hohashi, although this team meeting was an emergency call, why didn't you two wear Captain's Haori? Ask for her flowers. Yamamoto Shijikuni looked at Odoribashi Rajuro and Byakuya Kokaki and asked in a deep voice. Because the memory of De Shenchen becoming the captain disappeared, both Byakuya Kokaki and Odoribashi Rajuro thought that they were the captains of the 6th and 3rd divisions. I don't know, under the urgency of time, I don't know why I couldn't find the Captain Yuri, who has always been collected. I can't remember, but I can't find Captain Haori anywhere, it's as if I lost it at some point. 35. The two of them shook their heads at the same time, and they all looked puzzled. Like Yamamoto Shijikuni, they both have a reasonable self-deficiency in their memories and believe that they are the captains of their respective teams. However, both of them were at a loss as to why they didn't wear Captain Yuri, and couldn't remember what happened. How could the Captain Yuri be lost? What a gaffe! Yamamoto Shijikuni valued the Captain Yuri very much, so he couldn't help scolding, but he felt something was wrong. Let's not mention Feng Xiao for the time being, but as the head of one of the 4 noble families, Byakuya, who always pays attention to interests, should not have such a thing happen, right? Forget it, that Shinigami named De Shenchen should have something to do with this incident, it's best to catch him. Yamamoto Shijikuni slowly opened his eyes and said. Although he forgot about De Shenchen, Yamamoto Shijikuni still felt a little appreciation in his heart as long as the name was mentioned. It's as if this Shinigami had done something in the past that made him very optimistic. Does the old man value him very much? Or is this just the old man's illusion? No matter what Yamamoto Shijikuni thinks, he just can't remember the relevant things. This De Shenchen shouldn't have met him before, right? Catch him? That De Shenchen? Can you find him? He must have something to do with this incident. Hearing Yamamoto Shijikuni's words, several captains started talking. Chapter 179. Between words, they also hoped to catch De Shenchen. It's just that at the same time as they said this, there was a suddenness in their hearts, and they became a little nervous for some reason. If you want to round up De Shenchen, you must fight De Shenchen. They had obviously forgotten what De Shenchen had done, but when they heard that they were going to fight De Shenchen, they couldn't help but get nervous. There is no doubt that De Shenchen's terrifying strength has left a shadow in their hearts before. This fear of De Shenchen has almost become the instinct of several captains. They all don't want to fight against a powerhouse like De Shenchen anymore, even if they have lost their memories of De Shenchen now, the subconscious reaction is the same. Why did you 793? Yamamoto Shijikuni looked at the faces of several captains and asked in confusion. Compared to others, Yamamoto Shijikuni has the lightest feeling for De Shenchen. Fine. Nothing. The few captains with some wrong expressions all hurriedly said, covering up their embarrassment. They don't even know why they are reacting this way. In this case, the task of rounding up him should be handed over to the 3rd Division, 6th Division, and 11th Division. You must make sure that everything is safe. Yamamoto Shijikuni nodded slightly and spoke again. Due to the strength that De Shenchen has shown, the number of people sent to round up him must be large enough. This is an idea that naturally arises in Yamamoto Shijikuni's subconscious. However, no one objected to this unprecedented rise in the power of 3 divisions being dispatched in order to capture one person. It was as if their instincts were telling them that Shenchen had to be dealt with on an unprecedented scale. Yes. $7. Understood. Byakuya Kokaki, Odoribashi Rajuro, and Zaraki Kenpeki all agreed and turned away. The other captains have arranged to investigate the cause of the incident, as well as sorting out the damage report of Jingling Court. Such a big thing happened in Jingling Court. If you don't find out the real murderer behind the scenes, you can't maintain order normally. At this time, in the Jingling Court, Shenchen hid in a house, quietly listening to Shinigami's conversation outside the window. Have you heard? This time, 3 captains were dispatched to join forces to encircle that Shenchen. The 3 captains joined forces? That's too much for him, isn't it? Who knows? But it seems that he hasn't found his place yet. I think the captain is too cautious. Then Shenchen seemed to be just an ordinary Shinigami of the 6th division. As the sound of Shinigami's footsteps outside the window faded away, so did their conversation. Only the 3 captains joined forces to catch me? There should be a limit to underestimate me. Shenchen chuckled lightly, a sneer at the corner of his mouth. If Shenchen wanted to, he could actually hide it all the time so they wouldn't find it, but that would be boring. Now that they all know their plans, there is no need for Shenchen to hide. Having 3 squads shooting at the same time can indeed make the system determine that the danger Shenchen has experienced has increased a lot. But that's not enough, Shenchen has other ideas. Since you all have amnesia, let me collect a wave of leaks. If this is normal, but it is not so easy to come across a good opportunity. With his thoughts settled, Shenchen walked out of the room. He broke out Reiatsu recklessly, deliberately exposed Chen's tracks, and then quickly disappeared into the alley. Captain, someone found Shenchen's trail. As Shenchen expected, Shinigami, who found his trace, quickly reported the information. Take us there at once. 35. Odoribashi Rajuro raised his brows, motioned for the soldiers of the 3rd division to gather, and informed the Shinigami of the other 2 divisions. I saw him enter the house. Shinigami, the messenger, brought Odoribashi Rajuro and the others to a place that seemed to have been uninhabited for a long time, and pointed to the house in front of him. Don't act rashly and wait for the other 2 teams to come over. Odoribashi Rajuro stopped Kira, who wanted to do something, and said in a deep voice. Although he found the seat of the great god, Odoribashi Rajuro still felt uneasy in his heart. He has an inexplicable fear of Shenchen. Although Feng Xiao is of course unwilling to admit this kind of mentality, he still intends to wait until the people from the other 2 teams come, and then work together. After all, Captain Yamamoto has specially ordered it, so make sure you are safe. Not long after, Zaraki Kenpeki and Byakuya Kokaki arrived with their team members. Is Shenchen right here? Yes, it's in there. Odoribashi Rajuro nodded slightly and said softly. They have been standing here and have not seen Shenchen come out. Go ahead. I can't wait to see how good this guy is. Zaraki Kenpeki groaned and signaled his subordinates to spread out, enclosing the room. Roar, Zabumaru. 95. Abarai Renji took the lead, and the snake tail 4.4 pills slammed out like a long whip, hitting the door in front and pulling the door straight out. Shenchen! Are you still not coming out? You can't escape. Odoribashi Rajuro shouted coldly. What's the hurry? It's a pity that I gave you time so you can call in a few more teams. Shenchen shook his head as if angry, and walked out slowly. What's the matter with your calmness? I think you don't know the strength of our squad? Only 3 squads are enough to arrest you. Feng Qiao shouted loudly, but Shenchen just returned a contemptuous sneer. I don't know about the 3rd and 6th divisions? What an international joke, I am the real captain of the 3rd and 6th divisions. Chapter 180. It's better to say that you and Kokaki, the 2 vice-captains, dare to do something to the captain of me. It's really courageous to dare to commit the following crimes. Shenchen's eyes swept across the crowd, and many Shinigami actually took a few steps back involuntarily under Shenchen's line of sight. You! What nonsense are you talking about? I'm the captain of the 3rd division. What a bunch of nonsense, the captain of the 6th division is me. Odoribashi Rajuro and Byakuya Kokaki frowned and said simultaneously. Then why aren't you wearing the captain's Hayori? Can't you find it? Shenchen sneered and spoke again. Of course I can't find it, because after you lost your position as captain, you handed in Captain Yuri long ago. Kokaki by 793Z and Odoribashi Rajuro were all stunned, and they were speechless by what Shenchen said. They didn't know why they didn't wear Captain Yuri, but in their hearts they really didn't want to admit that Shenchen was right. Why are you talking so much nonsense with this guy? Catch it first and then talk about it. Zaraki Kenpeka listened to the conversation of the three and was very puzzled. It's like what Shenchen said is true, but it doesn't seem to be true. No matter what, as long as Shenchen is arrested first, the other doubts will be cleared up sooner or later. I don't care what captain you are or not, show me the tricks first. Zaraki Kenpeka took the lead decisively, came to Shenchen in an instant, and Zanpakuto struck out. However, the golden holy light appeared out of nowhere, and Shenchen slashed Zanpakuto of Zaraki Kenpeka with his holy sword. Boom! A muffled sound came out, Zaraki Kenpeka's complexion changed, he only felt a huge force coming, and he was directly ejected. That Zaraki captain was actually caught in a head-to-head confrontation. Madarame Ikeka was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Don't say I'm really the captain. Even if I'm not the captain, you want to arrest me just because of your ability? How naive! Shenchen looked disdainful and said coldly while looking around the crowd. A madman. Humph! You are too arrogant. After everyone heard Shenchen's words, there was no doubt that all of them showed their faces. This is the strength of 3 entire divisions, but Shenchen dares to say that so many Shinigami can't catch him alone? In the eyes of Byakuya Kokaki and the others, this is simply arrogant to the limit. Flash flower! Byakuya Kokaki's eyes froze, his figure suddenly disappeared, and he turned back behind Shenchen. Senbonzakura drew a cold beam and stabbed Shenchen's back with great speed. Complete Susanoo! Shenchen's eyes moved, surging purple energy rose into the sky, and a figure like a mountain appeared out of thin air. Byakuya Kokaki slashed on top of the translucent armor, but only brought a fire, and then returned without success. What? Byakuya Kokaki quickly moved away from Shenchen, so hard. What is this? 35. So big. Bigger than Captain Komamura's Bankai. Is this his Zanpakuto ability? Everyone exclaimed when they saw Shenchen's gesture. The lack of memory made them forget many things, even the skills that Shenchen used. /95. The next moment, the spirit blade in Susanoo's hand slashed and slashed across the ground. Where the huge blade passed, the house was instantly split in half, and a deep ravine was cut out of the ground. Good, what a powerful force! Odoribashi Rajuro looked at the deep ditch on the ground in shock, and for a while he was dumbfounded. What's the matter, do you remember? This powerful power, you only tasted it not long ago. Shenchen looked at Odoribashi Rajuro's shocked expression, thought he had remembered something, and couldn't help but jokingly said. Odoribashi Rajuro was irritated by his tone of teasing kittens and puppies, and retorted loudly, "Stop bragging there. What's more, when did I fight you? There is no such thing at all." With that said, Feng Qiao waved his soul-chopping sword and attacked. In view of the hand that Shenchen showed just now, Odoribashi Rajuro didn't hold back anymore, and he used Chikai as soon as he came up. Play it! Jinshaluo! The golden soft whip fluttered unscrupulously in the air, but in the next moment it folded up extremely fast, and wrapped it up towards Shenchen. Others are not to be outdone, and no one will underestimate Shenchen until now. Almost at the same time, several attacks came as promised. Bankai Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Byakuya Kokaki used Bankai one step further, and countless Senbonzakura fragments roared like a tsunami. Zaraki Kenpeka then also fully used his spiritual power, roaring and rushing up, and a sword pressure slashed down the sky and the ground. Almost all at this moment, the terrorist attacks from Byakuya Kokaki and Zaraki Kenpeki and Odoribashi Rajuro have already attacked de Shenchen. I can't get close at all. What a mighty power, is this the power of a captain-level master? Even the leader of Zaraki 4.4 took off the blindfold at the very beginning. Is that Shinigami named de Shenchen really that powerful? 35. The Shinigami who were standing not far away did not expect that the battle would be in the white-hot stage as soon as they came up, and they couldn't help but sigh. What's more, it was directly overturned by the spreading airwaves to the ground. However, the entire three captains have already achieved that level, and de Shenchen will definitely be defeated. However, as soon as the words fell, everyone was shocked by the sudden change on the field. Facing this series of attacks, de Shenchen not only did not panic, but also stood there calmly and closed his eyes. Just when everyone thought he was about to give up his resistance, they saw that the other party suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 181. Amaterasu. Those pupils turned blood red directly, and there were mysterious patterns running at high speed. Flame control. As de Shenchen's voice fell, everyone saw a large black flame suddenly appear in front of him. The next moment, these flames changed into different weapon shapes, and rushed directly towards the attack of the three captains. This trick is. In just a few breaths, those strange flames were changing flexibly, burning all the attacks without a trace. The combined attack of the three captains didn't even touch a piece of de Shenchen's shirt. Even though I'm just Bankai and didn't use those powerful tricks, but even so, it's still too much for him to fight directly with just one look. Could it be that he's really that powerful? Byakuya Kokaki frowned, and de Shenchen had already spoken. This is the inextinguishable fire Amaterasu that can burn all things in the world, are you sure you have no impression? Zaraki Kenpeki muttered to himself, but still couldn't remember what the Amaterasu trick was. However, just speaking this name at de Shenchen, for some reason, he always has an inexplicable sense of vigilance in the depths of his soul. It's as if you've ever witnessed its power. But it was obvious that he had really never seen this trick before, so what exactly was this feeling? Speaking this kind of nonsense over and over again, it's as if he is completely at ease. 35. After hearing this, Odoribashi Rajuro on the side couldn't help but change his face. In fact, it's not just Zaraki Kenpeki who feels that way, he's been feeling that way since a while ago. The purple giant Tengu armor and the current Amaterasu seemed to be vaguely awakening some of his memories. But thinking about it a little further, Odoribashi Rajuro didn't know anything, and his mind became blank. Why does this guy's words make me feel that something is wrong every time? Could it be that he is playing tricks? Seeing Odoribashi Rajuro's uncertain face, Byakuya Kokaki could guess what he must have thought of. After all, Byakuya himself felt the same way. But out of the brain's automatic and rational filling of the missing memory, the three of them always subconsciously deny the fact. De Shenchen also tried several times because he remembered that in the original history, Abarai Renji would vaguely recall something through some related things. But now it seems that the result of de Shenchen's attempt has come out, and he can only do it to this extent. The two behind-the-scenes masterminds who have now devoured the power of the void are the culprits that caused these people whose memories have been erased. They can't remember what happened before unless they killed the culprit behind it all. These doubts, it is better to wait for you to be arrested, and then slowly interrogate it. 35. Byakuya Kokaki shook his head quickly, discarding the hesitation in his mind. Just as he was about to push Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi further, he saw de Shenchen move again. Since the last test is invalid, then I won't keep it anymore. The complete body Suzanu's double swords began to slash downwards mercilessly, and the sword energy that opened the mountains and cracked rocks covered the entire area vertically and horizontally. The broadness and length of the sword light of each sword is enough to cut through a range of hundreds of meters, and even the Shinigami of the three divisions are inevitably within the attack distance. Boom! 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 In an instant, countless Shinigami were shot high into the sky. They screamed and fell into the sky, as if in front of de Shenchen, the number of people was meaningless. Stop me! Zaraki Kenpeki roared angrily and charged up with his sword. Byakuya Kukaki also turned cold. Final scene, White Emperor's sword. The two captains attacked with all their strength and met the full-body Suzanu's double swords, and a fierce collision broke out. Bankai Jinshaluo Dance Company. When Feng Xiao saw this, he certainly would not miss the opportunity, and Bankai Zanpakuto, who also went all out. But when he was about to attack, he saw Da Shenchen's extremely cold eyes. Don't get in the way! Da Shenchen snorted coldly, Lei Ying. At this time, Feng Xiao noticed that a giant thunderball had already broken through the clouds in the sky, with a terrifying and oppressive feeling like the fall of a meteorite. What? 35. In the midst of Feng Qiao's shock, all Bankai's power could only be used to defend against Lei Ying, and it took a lot of Reiatsu to reluctantly withstand this thunder explosion. At the same time, Da Shenchen's collision with the other two captains also came to an end. Boom! 793. Boom! Two loud bangs rose in no particular order, and Suzanu's two knives were all smashed, but Byakuya Kukaki and Zaraki Kenpeki also flew out like missiles. This seems to be a lose-lose situation, but the next moment Da Shenchen's spiritual power is activated, and the complete body Suzanu recondenses a new weapon. As if Zaraki Kenpeki and Byakuya Kukaki just did nothing. Is this too exaggerated? Odoribashi Rajuro was shocked, he never thought that a person could be so strong. Of the three captains present, which one is not a peerless master? They tried their best to attack together, but they didn't let Da Shenchen lose a single hair. What kind of terrifying strength is this? The sense of fear that rose from the depths of his heart made Odoribashi Rajuro stagnate. And Byakuya Kukaki also frowned and climbed up from the ruins in the distance. Only a hint of eagerness appeared on Zaraki Kenpeki's face, patted off the rubble on his shoulders, and wanted to continue rushing over. But this reckless move was immediately persuaded by the 8,000 lu on his shoulder. Xiaojian, no, don't go. This man is too strong. Chapter 182. I know, I won't go to die. No, you don't seem to know at all. Byakuya Liu's rare tone became serious. This person. I can feel that if he really had the determination to kill you, I'm afraid you would have been seriously injured. 99. Hi. Zaraki Kenpeki raised his eyebrows. You mean, he's actually showing mercy? How is that possible? While Zaraki Kenpeki and Yachiya were still at a stalemate, Da Shenchen sighed. Actually, I advise you to run away quickly and besiege me with all Godi I-13, otherwise it won't bring me any danger. Besides, only fighting with the three of you really makes me a little bit constrained. I'm afraid I'll kill you if I'm not careful, so it's better to have more people. This statement shocked everyone, even Zaraki Kenpeki himself thought he couldn't be so proud of himself. However, looking at Da Shenchen's expression, it seemed that he was talking about this matter seriously. If you don't want to run away anyway, then, how about you, do you play together until you're exhausted, or do I just give you a treat? Byakuya Kukaki took a step forward, blocked Da Shenchen's face, and said blankly, although you are powerful, it is stupid to be so arrogant. 35. Even if you can defeat us, you will never be the opponent of the chief captain, so Da Shenchen, you should just grab it. Upon hearing this, Da Shenchen burst into laughter. Easy to capture? Deputy Captain Kukaki, what position do you take, and what kind of capital do you have to say such a thing to me? After speaking, Da Shenchen flashed in place, and his figure suddenly appeared dozens of meters away. Lei Yanlong mode. Da Shenchen was covered in terrifying lightning and flames, and attacked Byakuya Kukaki with great speed. No one saw how he made his move, and the speed of the electric field teleportation far exceeded the induction of the human eye. They only knew that when they came back to their senses, the area where Byakuya Kukaki was located had already raised a huge vortex of sakura flowers, shrouding both of them, making it impossible to see what was going on from the outside. But those who are familiar with Byakuya Kukaki know that Byakuya Kukaki must have been hit hard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big move, and the scope of Bankai has more than doubled. Who is this Da Shenchen? They didn't even see how the other party did it. Just when the battle situation was still unclear, just a few seconds later, everyone suddenly saw a person flying out of the Sakura vortex. Boom! The figure quickly smashed to the ground in the distance. The powerful impact made the ground tremble a few times, and a deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground. That's Captain Kokaki. Feng Qiao was stunned when he saw that, in just a few seconds, Byakuya Kokaki was already defeated. Zaraki Kenpeki also saw his pupils shrink, and he realized that Yachiya was right. Complete body Susanoo. 35. At this moment, the purple giant just now reappeared, and a terrifying coercion burst out suddenly. From the vortex of Sakura that gradually dissipated, there were suddenly several slashes of the spiritual child. Each sword light is full of power, so that it can flatten the power of the mountain and attack everyone violently. The Shinigami who had learned from the previous experience hurriedly avoided, but the range of the spiritual blade was too large. Boom! Almost more than half of the Shinigami could not escape, and they were blown up hundreds of meters away, vomiting blood, and the surrounding ground was directly destroyed. After the first stage of the attack was over, even the vice-captains were all devastated, and it took all their strength to stand. However, so far, no one has died, which shows De Shenchen's exquisite control of power. After all, there were two subordinates of De Shenchen, so De Shenchen decided that it was enough to beat them until they could not start again. Don't continue to be a burden and get in the way here. You should spread out and inform the other squads. The wounded Zaraki Kenpeki rushed out of the thick smoke and shouted at the scattered Shinigami. De Shenchen is really too strong, this body is like a mountain, and every blow has the power to split the mountain and break the mountain. The three teams shot together, and now one of the captains has been seriously injured. I'm afraid he and Feng Qiao will not be De Shenchen's opponents. Team Leader. Captain Zaraki. Let's retreat first. Some members of the 11th Division who were barely able to move, looked at Zaraki Kenpeki who was extremely embarrassed, and couldn't help but persuade him. The difference in combat power between the two sides is really too big, and it is best to preserve the strength first. Retreat? How is that possible? I'm not going to run away. Rather, the strength of this guy excites me. 55. Zaraki Kenpeki smiled wildly, ignoring the team's persuasion at all. De Shenchen's strength is indeed strong, but this is not the reason for Zaraki Kenpeki to leave. What's more, this is Jingling Court, and, Zhao Youhao, and he is the captain, where can he escape? Whoosh! Before the other team members could speak again, Zaraki Kenpeki had already rushed out and attacked De Shenchen again. You still listen to what Captain Zaraki said, hurry up and leave. The battle here is no longer for you to participate in. If you continue to stay here, it will only increase the casualties. On the other side, Odoribashi Rajuro crawled out from the ruins covered in blood and said to the Shinigami of the three divisions. Ordinary Shinigami are too weak to be of any help at all. It seems that Kokaki is not right, De Shenchen's strength may have already caught up with the captain of Yamamoto. But even so, today I will definitely fight to the end. 99. The voice fell, Odoribashi Rajuro jumped up, put on the mask of hollow on his face, and the Reiatsu inside his body gushed frantically. Chapter 183. 0. When the person was in the air, a red light shot out from Odoribashi Rajuro's mouth, and the dazzling light swept across the space, causing ripples in the air. Tips for carving insects. De Shenchen had a look of disdain on his face, and the whole body Susanoo swung out the spirit blade in his hand, and the rays of light that hit him directly split it into two halves. And the rest of the power of the knife light slammed directly into Feng Qiao's body, causing him to cough up a large mouthful of blood again. Another spirit blade slashed towards Zaraki Kenpeki in a volley, a muffled sound came out, the sword light exploded violently, and Zaraki Kenpeki flew out. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. The next moment, De Shenchen roared, and a ferocious thunder dragon rushed out and slammed into Zaraki Kenpeki. At the same time, De Shenchen released his full body Susanoo and charged towards Odoribashi Rajuro with a flash of lightning around his body. If you commit the following crimes, you won't change it after repeated teachings. It's time to fight. 99. The figure of De Shenchen appeared in front of Odoribashi Rajuro with the dazzling thunder. He had long since released the Thunder Flame Dragon mode, and the thunder and flames raged on his fist, hitting Odoribashi Rajuro's face. What? Odoribashi Rajuro didn't even react, he just felt a flower in front of him, and De Shenchen punched him in the face. Before he even came to the 793 defense, he felt a huge force and severe pain coming together, causing him to fall to the ground like a meteor, smashing the ground into a big hole. Boom! 33. The smoke cleared, and Odoribashi Rajuro lay in the pit, bruised and unable to move. On the other side, the ferocious thunder dragon slammed into Zaraki Kenpaki's body, and the violent thunder raged, completely submerging it. Little sword! Yachiria was blown away before he had time to shout, and then Zaraki Kenpaki also fell down like a piece of junk. Cough! Zaraki Kenpaki was in better condition, but was seriously injured. After the smoke cleared, Zaraki Kenpaki half squatted on the ground, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. That's why I said it, you'd better bring more captains. De Shenchen looked down from above and shook his head helplessly. Otherwise, you see, isn't the winner already decided in just 10 seconds? Just when De Shenchen used the full-body Susanoo to kill the quartet, several pairs of eyes had already discovered the situation here in the other directions of Jingling Court. What the hell is that? With such a huge body, who is Zanpakuto Bankai? Broken Bee looked into the distance and said with a frown. But, I've never heard of anyone's Bankai being so exaggerated. In a Japanese-style garden, Komamura Seijin rushed out with a gloomy expression. What's the matter with this size? It's even bigger than the size of my black rope scourge Ming Wang. He jumped on the roof and looked into the distance, wondering what was going on there. There are Reiatsu like Hohashi and Zaraki. Did they meet De Shenchen? 99. It's really interesting that there is such a big commotion. It seems that this De Shenchen is no ordinary Shinigami. It's weird, De Shenchen is just an ordinary Shinigami, why is he so powerful? 99. The other captains were also very puzzled, and some were confused about the situation. Seeing that the movement in the distance was getting louder and louder, they couldn't bear it any longer. You stay here to preside over the situation and maintain the work in the team. I will go and see. They invariably gave orders to their respective vice-captains, and they rushed towards the center of the battle. In the current situation where 1/3 of the Jingling Court is destroyed, each squad must have a person with sufficient weight to preside over the overall situation. They, vice-captain, who is only under the captain, is undoubtedly the best candidate to replace the captain. But the main reason is not this, the real reason that prompts every captain to make the same judgment is that the battle movement from a distance is too terrifying. The battle of this scale made the hearts of several captains very clear, and I feared that Shinigami, who was below the captain's level, would not be able to help even if he went. On the contrary, they are likely to be unable to protect themselves, and even if it passes, it is just a death in vain. Captain Hirako. Captain Zaraki and the others can't stand it anymore, that De Shenchen's strength is too strong. On the way with Shunpo, Hirako Shinji encounters Shinigami, who is called for help by the 11th Division. What? Not even that Zaraki, what about the others? Hirako Shinji has a puzzled look on his face, that's all 3 captains. Could it be that Chengdu was defeated? Simply incredible. The life and death of Captain Kokaki is unknown. Captain Zaraki and Captain Hohashi are also seriously injured. 35. But they're still fighting De Shenchen desperately, trying to stall the time. Let's come out for help. 35. The panic on Shinigami's face has not completely subsided, and he said in a panic. He was the first Shinigami to leave, so he met Hirako Shinji first, and that's why he didn't witness the subsequent battle. Are you serious? Even so, Hirako Shinji was shocked to hear it. Although only a few words, but it shows the seriousness of the matter. De Shenchen has the power to suppress 3 captain-level Shinigami at the same time. What exactly happened there? Hichugaya Toshiro also rushed over from the station and asked in surprise after seeing Hirako Shinji. Captain Hichugaya, Captain Zaraki, they're probably going to die. 35. That Shinigami spoke again. Let's go over there. 39. Hirako Shinji's brows furrowed, and he realized something was wrong. The two of them didn't make any stops, they jumped up and rushed towards the battle center. Is it finally here? In the center of the battlefield, Shenchen, who opened observation Haki, noticed the movements of the other captains, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let me try this time and sweep all the captains of Godai 13 at once. Chapter 184. Just thinking about it, Shenchen is thinking about the further future. But after this matter is over, if you want to deal with the aftermath, it will be a little troublesome. No, you can't fight in Jingling Court anymore, otherwise, you will simply fall into an infinite reconstruction hell in the future. Looking around, Shenchen jumped up and flew towards the outside of Jingling Court. The people of Godai 13 only lost their memories temporarily, and everything has to be restored in the end. If they continue to fight within the Jingling Court, with Shenchen's destructive power, I am afraid that the remaining Jingling Court will be destroyed. It would be too much trouble to rebuild later, so Shenchen decided to pull the battlefield outside the Jingling Court. Since all the captains have been chased out, Shenchen believes that they will not give up so easily. Huh? Shenchen's Reiatsu went to the outside of Jingling Garden? Is it a trick? At the first team's station, Yamamoto Genri Yusai looked into the distance like a torch. In his induction, he saw Shenchen flying towards the outside of Jingling Court, and he couldn't help showing a look of doubt on his face. Originally he wanted to chase after him, but he hesitated after seeing Shenchen's actions. In 793 Jingling Garden, too many things happened during this time. The abnormal Reiatsu cloud broke out, and now there is another ordinary Shinigami, but has more super captain level strength. These kinds of continuous emergencies do not allow Yamamoto Uenyujai Shijikuni to think carefully. If this is Shenchen's plan to move the tiger away from the mountain, then if they all chase out the Jingling Court, they will undoubtedly fall for it. So Yamamoto Genri Yusai intends to guard the Jingling Court and see the situation first. As long as Yamamoto Genri Yusai is here in Jingling Court, it will be fine even if all the other captains go after Shenchen. On the other side, in the battlefield, Anohanaretsu came first. How did you guys get hurt so badly? Where's Shenchen? Seeing the three captains who had been carried out by the team members, Anohanaretsu looked surprised. These three are truly powerful captains. But to deal with a little-known Shinigami, it is really incredible to be beaten like this. That guy ran out of the city. Feng Qiao coughed a few times and said with a guilty look. Hey, don't move, just lie down first. Anohanaretsu looked at Habashi, who was still trying to stand up, and hurriedly pinned him to the ground. Feng Qiao was the least injured, but he also broke many bones. His Reiatsu is even more sluggish, and it's better not to move. What happened? At this time, Hitsugaya Toshiro, Hirako Shinji, and several other captains also rushed over. They looked at the few people lying on the ground, their pupils shrank, and they asked with a frown. Shenchen's strength is very strong, you all have to be careful. Feng Qiao said indifferently. Although reluctant to admit it, they did fail. It turned out to be like this, you should have a good rest first. It really has everything, the 6th division is hiding such a powerful Shinigami, but you don't know it. Stop arguing. Procrastinate a little longer, and Shenchen will be gone. The captains looked at the three people lying on the ground, and all expressed their opinions. They were shocked and surprised, and most of them were puzzled. Judging from the current situation, Shenchen's strength is definitely at least the level of a top captain. Although he did wear the captain's Haori, among the memories of all Godai 13 members, there is no memory of Shenchen becoming the captain. This is really suspicious. Captain Uzuhawa, just treat them here, and leave Shenchen to us. I don't believe he can escape from so many captains. Years. Bumblebee glanced at Anohanaretsu and said softly. Afterwards, everyone jumped up and chased in the direction where Shenchen left. It can only be like this, after all, there are too many casualties, you go to inform the people of the 4th division and let them all come. Anohanaretsu glanced at the people who were leaving and said to Katetsu Aizen. In addition to the 3 captains who were seriously injured, many other Shinigami were also seriously injured, and she alone could not save them. Outside the jingling court, Shenchen led the chasing captains across the Rukanga area. In the end, Shenchen stopped in a barren mountain. 7 captains are here, it's not bad. Shenchen stood in a clearing and waited quietly. It's finally here? Too slow. The closed eyes suddenly opened, and Shenchen's mouth showed a slight smile. He looked up into the distance and saw several shadows coming quickly. Shenchen! Where else can you escape? Meguruma Kensei volleyed down, looked at Shenchen coldly, and said angrily. Several other captains also fell around Shenchen, and they surrounded Shenchen. The captain who came this time, as Shenchen's observation Haki sensed, was a total of 7 people. They are the captain of the 2nd Division, Hirako Shinji, the captain of the 5th Division, the captain of the 7th Division, Komamura Seijin, the captain of the 8th Division, Kiraku Shunsui, the captain of the 9th Division, Meguruma Kensei, the captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Captain, and the captain of the 13th Division, Love Ikawa. Almost all the captains who can come are here, and the captain of the 12th Division, Kuroashi Mayuri, is still in custody. This power can be said to be Jing Lingting's full strength. No matter what enemy it is dealing with, it can definitely fight against it. But Shenchen looked around, but his face was relaxed, without the slightest sense of urgency to be besieged. It's all here? That's right. Chapter 185. Speak your purpose, and then you will be captured, and we will reduce your guilt as appropriate. Love Ikawa looked at Shenchen with deep eyes and said slowly. Although there were a lot of them, looking at Shenchen's calm face, their hearts were still inexplicably tight, and they subconsciously didn't want to fight Shenchen. What does Fei say? Just arrest him. If you don't believe him, don't say anything. Meguruma Kensei growled irritably. Like everyone else, Meguruma Kensei had an unfounded fear of Shenchen in his heart. In order to hide his uneasy emotions, Meguruma Kensei could only cover it up with words. If it weren't for me, the 2 of you would still be wanted. If you don't thank me now, but you're so disrespectful, you deserve a fight. The great god 793 Chen Shi Shiren sneered, and his eyes fell on Meguruma Kensei and Love Ikawa. What nonsense are you talking about? Both Meguruma Kensei and Love Ikawa were shocked and hurriedly shouted. There are clearly no such things in my memory, but after listening to Shenchen's words, I have a feeling that what Shenchen said is right. What the hell is going on? Hirako Shinji, who was beside him, was also suddenly in his heart. Although Shenchen was speaking to the other 2, he also felt as if he was speaking of himself. Shenchen, no matter how eloquent you are today, under the siege of our captains, there is absolutely no way you can escape. Hitsugaya Toshiro immediately noticed that something was wrong with the people, and looked at Shenchen and scolded coldly. Just shut up, you are the same name that benefits from me, but forgets it. Shenchen rolled his eyes, shook his head and said, when you restore your memory in the future, you will be very ashamed. If it wasn't for Shenchen, Hitsugaya Toshiro might have ended. Humph. Just do it. Broken Bee obviously didn't want to wait any longer, because no matter from which point of view, Shenchen would never be caught without a fight, and he still had to fight. Enjoy the sting. Suzumibaki. The next moment, Broken Bee directly Shikai took his Zanpakuto. Whoosh dash. When she saw a golden finger PK appear on her hand, Shun coaxed it out, bent down and rushed towards Shenchen. Because of Zaraki Kenpeki and the others, they were still very cautious even though they had an advantage in numbers. Humph. The guy who only talks nonsense. Meguruma Kensei let out a cold snort, and also rushed up together. The King of Wind Hammer. The holy sword instantly appeared in Shenchen's hand, blocking the attack of the Broken Bee with a wave of his hand, and blasted it out with force. Be ashes and ashes. Break the ground wind. Meguruma Kensei was now approaching Shenchen, and the green wind raged, slashing towards Shenchen with a blade. Electric field teleportation. Shenchen turned on the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, had a panoramic view of all the battles, and was out of Meguruma Kensei's attack range in an instant. The manic wind hit the ground, making a big hole in the ground. Shenchen turned over and distanced himself from the two, looking at the other captains. It's actually only the two of them who shot? The others do not want to join forces with others to besiege because of their own restraint. Shenchen immediately guessed what they were thinking, because he found that although one or two captains also wanted to do it together, the rest basically just stood there and watched. They had no intention of cooperating and beating, as if Shenchen was already theirs. This is no wonder, after all 7 captains are now surrounded by Shenchen, whoever sees Shenchen is like a beast fighting. Suffer to death. 35. Seeing Shenchen being pushed back by himself, Meguruma Kensei jumped into the air with a roar of rage. It's a headache. It seems to make you realize that the only way out is to besiege me. 55. Shenchen's eyes narrowed, and a gust of wind rushed out of him, stirring up dust in the sky. Amidst the dust, the wind and sand blocked Meguruma Kensei's sight, and a terrifying energy brewed behind him. Excalibur! In this thick smoke, Shenchen roared, and the golden holy light rose into the sky. An incomparable beam of energy ripped apart the gust of wind and slashed towards Meguruma Kensei in the air. Damn, what kind of trick is this? Luo! Meguruma Kensei's face changed greatly, and he slashed at Jin Guang with his sword, trying to block Shenchen's attack. But he also knew in his heart that he, who had no time for Bankai and Hollow, would never be able to stop this blow in a hurry. Zero. While on the ground, Hirako Shinji and Love Ikawa hollow at the same time, along with the massive Reiatsu release, and both zeros shoot into the air together. Boom! Boom! At the moment when the holy light is about to hit Meguruma Kensei, the light of Heli Zero hits it, and the amazing explosion spreads all over the field. A ferocious shock wave raged, sending Meguruma Kensei flying out. Bang! 39. However, the remaining residual power is still very amazing, which caused Meguruma Kensei to smash a big hole on the ground after landing. Cough cough. Can't even the 3 of them work together to completely offset this power? Meguruma Kensei 4.4 climbed out of the pit, coughed a few times, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. With the help of Hirako Shinji and Love Ikawa, Meguruma Kensei avoided a head-on hit, but was hit in the aftermath. Although he was slightly injured due to being too close, this situation is much better than being directly hit by this terrorist attack. 2 hit kills. On the other side, Broken Bee had moved from behind to Shenchen's back, and Suzumibaki's fingertips glowed coldly, stabbing Shenchen's back. However, with the help of Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan and Observation Haki, Shenchen knows the attack route of Broken Bee like the back of his hand. How dare you come over to melee combat? Shenchen sneered, let's first let you recall the fear of being dominated by me today. Chapter 186. He turned over with a sword, the sword light bloomed, and the attack of the Broken Bee was easily disintegrated. What level of swordsmanship is this? 35. Broken Bee's pupils shrank, but she did not retreat. I saw Broken Bee's soft body lying on the ground like a loach, kicking up Shenchen's chest. Roll! Shenchen snorted coldly, and the Lei Yanlong mode was activated instantly, and he punched Shattered Bee's legs in the chest. Lei Yanlong's iron strike. 99. Only a muffled sound was heard, and the violent energy exploded, directly knocking the Broken Bees out. Now Shenchen uses the perfection level fusion talent to develop new tricks, while also exercising his own inherent trick control to an unparalleled level. He can enter the corresponding 793 mode and exit at the moment of making a move, so as to achieve instant release in the true sense. Fall down. Reverse strokes. Hirako Shinji also rushed up at this time, and after Shikai reversed, a strange fragrance spread towards Shenchen. However, Shenchen had long known about their Zanpakuto abilities and naturally took precautions. Complete Susanoo. Spiritual power surged out from Shenchen's body, a towering giant appeared out of nowhere, and the huge blade fell, directly slashing Hirako Shinji out. And under the protection of the complete body Susanoo, the fragrance of the reversal was dissipated by the crack of the knife light before it could get close to the Shenchen. Boom! Boom! It was too late, but it was too soon. With two muffled noises, Smash B and Hirako Shinji each fell to the ground, smashing the ground into two big pits. The smoke and dust rose from the sky, making it impossible for people to see the situation of the two of them. Is this his ability to defeat the bigger ones? Really big? Bigger than my Zanpakuto Bankai. 55. This does Shenchen, really? The other captains looked at the full-body Susanoo and exclaimed in amazement. Now 3 captains have taken action, but does Shenchen still performs with ease, which is really amazing. The powerful Broken Bee and Hirako Shinji were blown away in the blink of an eye, which made their hearts extremely dignified. Break it, Tengameru! Love Ikawa jumped into the air as soon as he moved, and after Zanpakuto Shikai, turned into a weapon like a giant mace, hammering at Susanoo, the perfect body. Although he was very shocked, the attack in Love Ikawa's hands did not stop for a moment. Boom! 35. Complete body. The spirit blade in Susanoo's hand is like a celestial sword slammed out, the mace is bounced out, and Love Ikawa can't even make a move. Bankai Iron Fist breaks the wind. Love Ikawa was still vomiting blood in the air, and Meguruma Kensei's attack had already been picked up, hitting Da Shenchen with Bankai's strongest stance. A green hurricane erupted from Meguruma Kensei's body, like countless blades, constantly cutting through Susanoo's armor. Boom! 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 However, even with bursts of fire, Susanoo's armor is still intact. How could? Meguruma Kensei was stunned. This is my full blow after Bankai. Don't continue to be embarrassed here. Da Shenchen turned around abruptly, and Susanoo's palm, which was as large as a grinding disc, opened his entire body and slapped Meguruma Kensei out with one palm. Okay, it's amazing. This is no longer an ordinary captain-level powerhouse. 39. It can't go on like this, we have to do it together. If we don't join forces, there's no chance of winning him at all. I can't think of it. We even have a time to join forces to deal with an enemy. Komamura Seijin, Kurako Shunsui, and the others looked at each other, and both saw worry in each other's eyes. They saw the battle just now, and Da Shenchen showed an almost invincible attitude. He easily defused the joint attack of several captains, and made an incomparably sharp counter-attack. It is absolutely impossible for any of them to do this. Therefore, they also understand that if they don't let go of their reserved cooperation at this moment, I am afraid they will never have a chance to win Da Shenchen. Sit on the frosty sky, higher in Meru. Hitsugaya Toshiro's face froze, his body was cold, and Shikai took his Zanpakuto. The flowers are chaotic, the flower gods cry, the sky is chaotic, the demons sneer, Katen Kyakotsu. Bankai Black Rope Scourge Myo. Kurako Shunsui and Komamura Seijin, who were on the side, also released their own Zanpakuto. Bankai Jakuho Rakuben. Meanwhile, Broken Bee got up from the ground, gritted her teeth, and Bankai took her own Zanpakuto. The PK of her fingertips turned into a giant shoulder-mounted rocket, aimed at Da Shenchen above the sky. Whoosh dash! A huge shell, dragging a long tail, was fired at Da Shenchen. At the moment when the Broken Bees attacked, Komamura Seijin, Kurako Shunsui and Hitsugaya Toshiro rose into the sky together and attacked Da Shenchen. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Da Shenchen's mouth, and Hua Guang suddenly appeared behind him, and he also released his Zanpakuto. Mirror it, turn it upside down. The universe looks in the mirror. Two gorgeous mirror-shaped light and shadows appear on the upper and lower sides of Da Shenchen and spread out quickly. 4.4 This is where Shikai took his own Zanpakuto, and a physical clone appeared in front, facing the cannonballs fired by Broken Bee. Excalibur. Da Shenchen's mirror clone let out a shocking roar, and the holy sword in his hand burst out with brilliant golden light, slashing out a huge golden beam of light. The golden light shines on the world, as if to split the sky in half. Even if we join forces, it's still a long way off. The main body continues to maintain the complete body Susanoo, with two huge spiritual blades like a heavenly sword, slashing mightily at Komamura Seijin and Hitsugaya. Boom! 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 The golden light from the holy sword collided with the cannonball, and a terrifying explosion resounded through the sky. Chapter 187. The light like the sun fills the entire sky, making people unable to look directly. Damn it! Shui Feng gasped and muttered to himself, I can only attack once a day at most, but I was actually. I saw that the energy of the explosion produced an extremely terrifying shock wave, passing through the sky like an ocean wave. The clouds on the entire sky originally looked like a calm lake, but now a stone has been thrown into it, causing waves of intense ripples. In front of Shenchen, Zanpakuto of the three captains collided with the two spirit blades. This is 55. Varied. They only felt an extremely terrifying force coming from Zanpakuto, and their bodies flew out involuntarily. 793 At the same time, the shock wave of the explosion behind Shenchen came, and the two forces were superimposed together, and the three of Komamura Seijin were blown away several kilometers away. Not only did he block Bankai's attack, but he also had enough power to knock the three captains into the air. 35. Hirako Shinji shook his drowsy head violently, dignified. Shenchen is like a god of war, showing an almost invincible posture. His speed is too fast, he must be restrained, otherwise our attack will not hit him at all. Just limiting his speed is useless, make him unable to attack, or our attack will be blocked. Komamura Seijin and the others flew back quickly and analyzed it. Shenchen is stronger than them both in power and speed. And even if they attack together, if they can't complement each other, it is useless. It would be much easier if he could be confined to the ground. After Kurako Shunsui thought for a moment, he said in a deep voice. Shenchen is now flying in the air, like a ghost, coming and going without a trace. But, if he doesn't want to fight, no one can keep up with his speed. Love Ikawa frowned and thought. They all felt Shenchen's strength. If Shenchen didn't want to fight, then with Shenchen's speed, they couldn't even touch Shenchen's clothes Kakuzu. Let the three of us restrain him, as long as we use Zero together, even he has to defend. 99. After thinking about it for a while, Hirako Shinji said in a deep voice. He's talking about himself and Love Ikawa and Meguruma Kensei, all three of whom can hollow and unleash a powerful Zero. If it is a continuous release, it can open a Zero net. In theory, it should be able to limit the speed of Shenchen. Okay, success or failure depends on this move. Kurako Shunsui said with a firm expression. Oh, do you still need to continue to struggle? 35. Above the sky, Shenchen chuckled softly. 0. 0. 0, 35. However responded to Shenchen's 3 dazzling rays of light. I saw Hirako Shinji, Love Ikawa, and Meguruma Kensei spread out in an instant, showing a triangle shape and wrapping Shenchen inside. Their Reiatsu was pushed to the limit, firing streaks of Zero. Shenchen raised his brows, avoided Zero's attack while moving, and with a slight wave of the holy sword in his hand, smashed Zero, who was attacking again. Taste the wrath of King Ming. The ice dragon spins its tail. At the same time, Komamura Seijin jumped up with Hitsugaya Toshiro and jumped over Shenchen's head. The huge King Ming descended from the sky, and the huge blade slashed at the top of Shenchen's head. And beside Ming Wang, a giant frost dragon roared fiercely and slammed into Shenchen. Bankai, Katen Kyakotsu Katsuki Heart. On the ground, Kurako Shunsui finally Bankai his own Zanpakuto. The first paragraph, hesitant to share the trauma. When Shenchen was about to attack the top, Kurako Shunsui released the first skill. Shenchen's body was churning with blood, and the injuries on Kurako Shunsui fell on Shenchen's body. Excalibur, 99. Shenchen's face sank, and the holy sword slashed out a shocking golden light that fell on King Ming's body. Boom! The golden waves raged, the sky burst into ripples, and King Ming flew in response. The frost giant dragon on the side was also blown up on the spot under the impact of this energy. Kurako Shunsui's attack caused Shenchen to be lost for a while, but Shenchen responded and blocked the attack of Komamura Seigen. The third paragraph, Broken Fish Abyss. Looking at the golden light that exploded in the sky, Kiraku Shunsui's face was extremely gloomy, and the Reiatsu in his body gushed out. With the sound of a stream of water, Reiatsu turned into a stream of water, submerging Shenchen's body. Can you have more Reiatsu than mine? Shenchen looked at the constantly flowing water around and said disdainfully. In layman's terms, Kiraku Shunsui's trick is much better than Reiatsu's. If Reiatsu is exhausted and still in the water, the enemy will surely die. Shenchen's Reiatsu, however, is much stronger than Kiraku Shunsui. Who said I was going to compete with you, Reiatsu? A scheming smile appeared on Kiraku Shunsui's face. He knew very well that his Reiatsu was definitely not as much as Shenchen's, but this time he was not fighting alone. Click. Click. 4.4 click. Above the current, Hichuga Yatashiro fell, and Hiren Maru stabbed into the water. Bankai Daiguren Hiren Maru. It seems that the cold air from Juyu Hell is spreading, and the surrounding water is frozen into ice cubes in the blink of an eye. At the moment when the ice cubes formed, Love Ikawa and Meguru Makensei rushed up at the same time. They all knew in their hearts that it was impossible to trap Shenchen for too long with this level of freezing. If they can't establish a chance to win in this cut-off time, they will be a complete failure. Iron Fist breaks the wind. Meguru Makensei condensed his Reiatsu into his fist and delivered a blow that contained all his Reiatsu. The ice layer was instantly filled with cracks, and terrifying power spread along the cracks, impacting Shenchen. Chapter 188. Scorching Hammer. 0. And after Meguru Makensei's attack fell, so did Love Ikawa and Hirako Shinji's attack. Boom! The cracked ice layer exploded in an instant, turning into pieces of the sky and flying out. The scorching flames raged, turning Shenchen's location into a hell of flames. Vacuum Ice Blade. Hichuga Yatashiro swung a stab of ice from the sky and shot into the flames. Komamura Seigen also summoned King Ming again, and the huge blade stood in the flames. After finally getting this opportunity, several people did not have any reservations, and did their best to release their own attacks in an attempt to defeat Shenchen. Success. Is it successful? A piece of dirt was opened, and Kiraku Shunsui climbed out of it, looking at the blazing flames in the distance, and said in surprise. By the time the ice spread, Kiraku Shunsui had escaped from the current and escaped from the ground. And the attacks of the other people were almost completed in an instant. They don't think 28 Shenchen is still intact in this situation, otherwise it would be a monster at all. However, until they saw it with their own eyes, they still felt that they had to be vigilant. Suddenly, a fierce Reiatsu storm rushed out. Once the terrifying Reiatsu dissipated, the flames were blown away, and a gust of wind was created around. The gust of wind whistled, turned into a storm and rushed straight into the sky, stirring the clouds above the sky, and the whole sky seemed to be a lot darker. Don't you know that asking this kind of thing at this time is just a simple flag? Shenchen's faint voice came out, and a new power that had never appeared in front of everyone broke out. After obtaining the perfection level fusion talent, Shenchen has been thinking about how to become stronger. And not long ago, Shenchen's research finally came to fruition. My two strongest forms at present are the Thunder Flame Dragon mode and the Black Flame Dragon mode, so I just need to combine them into one. Shenchen successfully combined the Thunder Flame Dragon mode and Amaterasu Black Flame Dragon mode into a new skill. Shenchen calls it Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King mode. This is the strongest mode that combines Amaterasu's Flame, Thunder Fruit, and Fire Dragon Slayer magic, these three powerful skills. What a strong Reiatsu! Isn't it? 55. What kind of skill is this? Not only is he okay, but is Reiatsu even stronger? This still makes people live. Everyone's face changed greatly, and their hearts were terrified. In front of this unprecedented horror Reiatsu, they all involuntarily took a few steps back, as if their bodies instinctively wanted to escape from the envelope of Reiatsu. It seems that we have really forced an incredible monster. Splinter B muttered to himself. Such a terrifying sense of coercion, they had only felt it on Yamamoto Uenyuji Shijikuni in the past. Now there is a second person, that is de Shenchen. Do you think you have the upper hand in the battle just now by attacking together? De Shenchen sneered, as everyone knows, this is just the death knell for yourself. 35. The situation is already obvious, de Shenchen is not only fine, but in turn has become even more terrible. The 7 captains present were all stunned. After taking such a strong attack, it's fine that you didn't get hurt much, so why did you become stronger? Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King Mode. On. I only heard de Shenchen roar up to the sky, and 3 different colors of energy burst out from his body at the same time. Thunder Fruit's Azure Thunder, Amaterasu's Black Inextinguishable Flames, and Fire Dragon Killing Magic's Red Dragon Flames, 3 energies intertwined to form a brand new power. In the end, lightning and flames converged into a colorful Madara flame. The surrounding space is under the burning of this energy, making a burst of crackling sound. Hearing de Shenchen's roar, everyone trembled involuntarily and took a few steps back. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and the pressure in their hearts was even greater, it just felt like they were facing a wild beast. Since you are so persistent, let's let you experience my newly integrated skills. It's an honor, you are the first Shinigami to experience it yourself. There was a slight sound of footsteps, and de Shenchen slowly walked out of the Tiankang, without any scars on his body. At the moment when the ice layer spread, de Shenchen switched the positions of himself and the physical clone, perfectly avoiding their attacks. Therefore, the seemingly continuous attacks just now all hit the air, and none of them could land on de Shenchen. Not good. We're not his opponents, we'll soon. Kurako Shunsui's face changed to 793, and just as he was about to speak to let them escape, de Shenchen's figure had already disappeared. Whoosh! Kurako Shunsui only felt a flower in front of his eyes, and de Shenchen appeared in front of him in an instant. Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King's Collapse Fist. Boom! The fist covered with lightning flames landed on Kurako Shunsui's chest. Kurako Shunsui's face instantly turned red. Cough! Kurako Shunsui opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which crashed into the distant mountain like a shooting star. Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King's Wing Strike. It was too late, but it was too soon. When Kurako Shunsui was kicked away, no one else could react. De Shenchen drank softly and spread his arms. Suddenly the thunder and flames skyrocketed and turned into a huge wing. The flame wings swept out like a heavenly sword, slashing at Komamura Seijin, Hitsugaya Toshiro, and others. The edge wall. Black rope. Seeing this, everyone panicked and released their attacks, but they had only used half of their moves when de Shenchen's attack had already fallen. Boom! Chapter 189. Huge flame wings slammed into everyone, and the bursting energy shot up into the sky. Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King's Roar. De Shenchen made another blow with extreme speed, and immediately the vast beam of light swept across the front, triggering a new big explosion. Boom! Under the impact of energy, several figures that had not moved, flew out like rags. Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King's Brilliant Flames. De Shenchen chased after the victory, aimed at the place where they fell, condensed a sun-like 3-color fireball, and threw it fiercely. This blow is like a nuclear explosion. The intense light and heat swept through everything around, and both soil and stones were instantly vaporized on the spot. In an instant, the world was silent, because the roar almost deafened everyone's ears. How could it be, such a victory? Broken Bee, the farthest away, looked at this scene in shock. Even she was affected by the strong shock. Now her internal organs were injured, and blood was overflowing from the corner of her mouth. I didn't expect de Shenchen to hit all 5 captains at once with such an extremely fast 3-hit combo. In order to attack de Shenchen, Meguruma Kensei and Love Ikawa and Hirako Shinji have all released their Reiatsu completely. Now that they are hit by de Shenchen's attack again, they have no defense at all. Therefore, the 3 of them are in similar situations. Their bodies are covered with scorch marks, as if they were scorched, and the smell of flesh wafts out. This is also because they have the resilience of Hollow, they are not killed immediately. The situation of Hitsugaya Toshiro and Komamura Seijin was better, but only a little bit better. The 2 of them were covered in blood at the moment, and they could only use Zanpakuto as a crutch to keep themselves from falling. Crash! Crash! In the distance, Broken Bee came to the edge of the broken mountain and pulled Kurako Shunsui out of it. At this time, Kurako Shunsui was completely unable to move, and his left arm drooped down, as if he had lost consciousness, and it was obviously broken. It's really strong. I'm afraid only Old Man Shan can deal with him. Kurako Shunsui opened his eyes tremblingly, looked at de Shenchen with a miserable smile, and said helplessly. Kurako Shunsui was the only one among so many captains who did harm to de Shenchen. With his Zanpakuto characteristics, he returned his injuries to de Shenchen. It's a pity that Kurako Shunsui has no strength at all now, he doesn't even have the strength to hold a sword. Otherwise, it would be great if Zanpakuto's abilities could be used to return his current injuries to de Shenchen. It's a pity that Kurako Shunsui can only think about it right now. The following fouls, this is the end. In the distance, de Shenchen was suspended in the air like a god, and the flames of the Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King burned on his body, adding a bit of power. Why, in front of him, I actually lost the courage to fight. Hirako Shinji reluctantly opened his bloody eyes and muttered unwillingly. From the very beginning of the battle, there seemed to be a voice in his heart that kept saying that he was not de Shenchen's opponent. If he continues to fight, he will only have a dead end. Obviously, as the captain of Godai 13, their psychological quality should be very strong. But when they faced de Shenchen just now, they seemed to have been defeated by de Shenchen before, and they couldn't even have the courage to fight. The current situation seems to have verified his previous thoughts. Meguruma Kensei and Love Ikawa on the side, have fallen into a coma. Of the 7 captains who besieged de Shenchen, 6 were seriously injured. There was only one Broken Bee left at the scene, and the injury was relatively light, but because there was not much spiritual power left, there was no threat at all. The power of the Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King mode can be said to be fully displayed, and it is indeed the ultimate form that de Shenchen has put a lot of effort into integrating. TTE. Broken Bee stared at de Shenchen, opened his mouth, and fell into silence. No matter what they say now, nothing can change the outcome of their failure. Even though 7 against 1 were beaten like this, Broken Bee couldn't help but wonder if he was worthy of being the captain. Huh? Why did Smash Bee and Komamura and their Reiatsu suddenly become so sluggish? 5. In the jingling court, Yamamoto Uenyuji Shijikuni suddenly narrowed his eyes, secretly thinking that something was wrong. Are they all defeated? How is this possible? Although he couldn't see what was happening on the battlefield, Yamamoto Genryusai could still feel the boiling Reiatsu in the distance. Originally, the 7 captains rounded up de Shenchen in the past, and Yamamoto Shijikuni thought that the matter was basically settled. Today's development is far beyond Yamamoto Shijikuni's expectations. Yamamoto Shijikuni can feel that their Reiatsu has dropped a lot, which is not good. No. The old man really still has to go and see. After thinking for a while, Yamamoto Uenyuji Shijikuni jumped up and rushed towards the outside of Jingling Court. Originally, Yamamoto Shijikuni was worried that this was de Shenchen's trick, so in order to prevent him from being diverted from the mountain, he didn't pursue it together. But now, compared with the safety of those captains, even if, Zhao Nyohao, this is a trick, Yamamoto Uenyuji Kongwo can only jump in. After all, Godai 13 can't afford the huge loss of killing 7 captains at once. Play. Outside Rukonga, the battlefield has been razed to the ground. De Shenchen. You were clearly Shinigami of the 6th Division, why did you betray Jingling Court? The blood-covered Komamura Seijin was lying on the ground, staring at de Shenchen, and said with a hatred of iron. With your great strength, you can definitely become the captain. Why are you fighting against Godai 13? Because of memory loss, Komamura Seijin and the others thought that de Shenchen was deceived, and they still thought that de Shenchen betrayed Jingling Court. So these people are extremely heartbroken. Obviously de Shenchen should be the pillar of Soul Society. Chapter 190. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I explained it before, but it's still useless. De Shenchen pouted. In terms of de Shenchen's strength and attire, he is the captain, but because of memory loss, they really have no impression at all. Originally, they wanted to use their strength to capture the Shenchen, and then carefully interrogate the suspicious points. But now they find that they can't beat the Shenchen at all, so they want to play emotional cards. But the Shenchen doesn't eat this set. Are you really the captain? Hirako Shinji, whose head was a little confused, suddenly looked up and asked the Shenchen. Perhaps it was the fight just now that stimulated Hirako Shinji, and some fragments flashed through his mind, but because there were so few, Hirako Shinji wasn't sure yet. Are you amnesia or deaf? It's already been said so many times just now. However, the Shenchen did not answer his words directly, but shook his head with a sigh. Afterwards, the Shenchen turned his head to look to the other side again, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Finally coming? My most anticipated dish. Under the perception of observation Haki, the Shenchen found that Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni was coming fast. Among the current Godi I-13, only Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shigeo has the strength to fight the Shenchen head-on. In the jingling court, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni quickly left the first team's station. When passing Anohanaretsu, Yamamoto Shijikuni couldn't help but stop. How are their injuries? Yamamoto Shijikuni looked at the three of Byakuya Kokaki and asked softly. The three captains were all seriously injured, but there is no fear of their lives, which makes people feel a little strange. It's like. Anohanaretsu bowed slightly and said. It's like that De Shenchen didn't make a killing move, but avoided the key point on purpose. But having said that, Byakuya Kokaki and their injuries are still very serious. Even with Anohanaretsu's treatment, I couldn't get out of bed for a few days. Is that so? Yamamoto Shijikuni narrowed his eyes. Forget it, Captain Anohana, your task now is to send them to the hospital. After that, you should stay in Jingling Court and don't go out, to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of it. The old man is going to see how the current situation of arresting De Shenchen is going. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded and said softly. Could it be that all 7 captains could not catch De Shenchen? Hearing Yamamoto's words, Anohanaretsu asked with a surprised look on his face. There must be something wrong with the 7 captains who were chasing, and Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni had to be dispatched. However, the 7 captains have all joined forces to attack, but still can't catch De Shenchen, then this De Shenchen's combat power is too pervert? Hopefully nothing goes wrong. 39. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni sighed lightly, turned and hurried away from the jingling garden. He didn't want anything wrong either, but judging from what Reiatsu was feeling, it didn't seem like things were going well. Not long after, Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni felt the battlefield and fell from the sky. What's going on? Everyone has been defeated. This De Shenchen, does it really have such strength? Yamamoto Shijikuni fell beside Kurako Shunsui, frowning at the scene around him. This scene in front of you may not be believed by anyone. Of the 7 captains, except for one who was fairly good, the others were covered in scars. Yamamoto Genryusai couldn't help but wonder, is this still the captain of Jingling Tae? When did Godi I-13's captains become so weak? De Shenchen, you are also a Shinigami, why did you betray Jingling Court? Immediately afterwards, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Kongwo's eyes fell on De Shenchen again, and asked in a deep voice. Even though he lost his memory, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni still had a slight affection for De Shenchen. So despite seeing so many seriously injured captains, he still didn't choose to do it directly. Flowers. I already said it, how many more times do you want me to say it again? De Shenchen said helplessly. No matter what happened, you can go back with us to investigate. When the investigation is clear, you will be cleared. Yamamoto Genryusai said with a frown. The most important thing is that De Shenchen's strength is absolutely impossible to be unknown. Combined with the Captain Yuri on him, and Anohanaretsu's statement about keeping his hands, Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni also believed a little. However, after all, there is no evidence to prove De Shenchen's identity. The best way now is to bring De Shenchen back and investigate slowly. If you want to investigate, just do it yourself, I'll just say it straight, there's no way to get any results. 99. Shenchen chuckled lightly and said lightly. What is the use of investigation? As long as the abilities of those two siblings are not removed, no one will recover their memories. If that's the case, then a battle is inevitable. After listening to Shenchen's words, Yamamoto Yuanyuzhi Kongwo sighed helplessly and said softly. Immediately afterwards, Yamamoto Shijikuni hesitated a little, and made a proposal that he himself thought was nonsense. However, since you didn't kill them, you probably didn't have the intention to kill, so the old man wants to let a few of them leave before the war. How about that? 35. Whether what Shenchen said was true or not, he couldn't let Shenchen leave like this. However, if there is a fight, these seriously injured captains are likely to be affected and killed. It's just that if Shenchen is really the captain, then he shouldn't want to take their lives. That's why Yamamoto Yuanyuzhi Shijikuni proposed to let them leave first. It doesn't matter, I didn't want to kill them in the first place, otherwise they would have died long ago. Shenchen waved his hand and said yes. After all, Shenchen wants to get rid of the culprits behind the scenes. If the captains like them die, then when the dust settles, Jingling Court will have a large number of people less, and then the shortage of people will be even more. Chapter 191. What's more, if Shenchen wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have waited until now. Okay. Your style of conduct is fair enough. Even if you are an enemy now, this old man pays tribute to you. Yamamoto Yuanyuzhi Shijikuni nodded and said to Broken Bee, who was still able to move. Broken Bee, you bring them back to Jingling Court and heal them. Yes. Be careful. Broken Bee agreed, supported the severely injured person who could not move, pulled the person who could barely walk, and walked towards the Jingling Court. Seeing that everyone had left enough distance, Yamamoto Yuanyuzhi Shijikuni slowly turned around and looked directly at Shenchen. I thought you would stop them from leaving, but I was really surprised, but I didn't expect you to actually agree. Yamamoto Genryusai slowly drew out his Zanpakuto, the scorching flames blazing, and the terrifying Reiatsu was released from his body. The majestic Reiatsu has set off a hurricane wind, blowing smoke and dust all over the sky. If the 7 captains are still here, then Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni will undoubtedly be tied up in battle. He could never have imagined that Shenchen could agree to let them leave with his seemingly nonsense proposal. This made Yamamoto Yuanyuzhi Shijikuni a little surprised, but also looked at Shenchen with admiration. To have this kind of bearing, is definitely not a junior. If they are still here, how can we let go? Shenchen raised his head with a long laugh, looked at Yamamoto Genryusai and said. The siege of several captains did not make the system much more likely to draw treasures for Shenchen, who was currently strong. But Yamamoto Genryusai is different. The strength of this old guy is not ordinary. His Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka is Zanpakuto with the strongest attack power, the highest temperature and the largest attack range among all Shinigami. Although you may not remember, let's continue the last battle that didn't result in a result. Just use you to try out what my new tricks can achieve. The eyes of the two fell on each other and did not move away. Whizzing. After a while, Shenchen and Yamamoto Shijikuni both flashed and disappeared in place at the same time. Boom! When the two reappeared, they had already collided. The Holy Sword and Ryujin Jaka collided, and the majestic Reiatsu squeezed each other, making a violent detonation sound. Between the flashes of light and stone, the two separated from each other, and they had a dozen sword confrontations. The strength and swordsmanship are not inferior to me at all, and Reiatsu is only a little worse than me. It's difficult. After the separation, Yamamoto Yuanyuzhi Kongwo's heart sank, secretly thinking that something was wrong. Before the battle, he knew that Shenchen was strong, and the blow just now proved Yamamoto Genryusai's idea. In terms of basic strength and swordsmanship, Shenchen is not at all lost to Yamamoto Yuanyuzhi Kongwo. Looks like I have to do my best from the very beginning. Bankai Remnant Fire Sword. The next moment, Yamamoto Yuanyuzhi Kongwo's face showed a hideous color, and he directly Bankai his Zanpakuto. Violent flames soared into the sky, reflecting it like a fire god. Direct Bankai Zanpakuto? So cranky? De Shenchen looked at the surging flames in front of him and chuckled lightly. With the strength of Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shogun, who can make him Bankai's own Zanpakuto at the beginning of the battle, I am afraid that there is only one De Shenchen besides Youhabach. The Sword of Fire. I saw the remnant fire sword lightly splayed in front of the chest, and the violent flames around it gathered in an instant and merged into the sword. The next moment, Yamamoto Jinayuzai Shijikuni gently waved forward. The bursting flame burst out in an instant, like a firestorm, hitting De Shenchen. Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King's Roar. De Shenchen's reaction was equally swift. The latest fusion skill was activated instantly, opened his mouth and spit out an extremely violent dragon breath, and the two energies collided together. Boom! 4 flowers. A huge explosion sounded, and the violent energy raged. It was like a small sun appeared in the sky, dazzling fire illuminating the 4 directions. Originally, he wanted to block the skills released by Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni after Bankai Zanpakuto, but the power of ordinary tricks is not enough. However, the Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King mode, as De Shenchen's latest fusion of skills, is very powerful, and even the power after the move can overwhelm the Sword of Fire. The clash of 2 high temperature and high heat ultimates made the temperature of the entire Soul Society rise a lot. On the other side, the captains who have left far away can clearly feel this scorching energy. What a strong energy fluctuation! The battle just now wasn't even De Shenchen's full strength. Broken Bee, Toshiro, and the others turned their heads suddenly, looking at the small sun that appeared behind them with a look of amazement, and they were all shocked. This place is already in the outskirts of Jingling Court. Even though it is so far away, I can still feel such strong energy fluctuations. They really can't imagine what kind of pressure the people in the center of the battlefield are under. Cough cough. It turns out that he didn't use all his strength before. Although Kiraku Shunsui was seriously injured, he was still conscious and felt the movement behind him, and he was shocked. They have all attacked with all their strength, but they haven't even tested De Shenchen's full strength. It's a failure. Has the chief captain fought De Shenchen already? Hope the chief captain is alright. Inside the Jingling Garden, Anohanaretsu also felt the movement in the distance. She looked up and saw that the sky was red, as if the sunset was coming. It's just, the ultimate confrontation between the flames. Anohanaretsu always felt a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But the impression is a little different, Anohanaretsu murmured to himself. It seems that the flames on the side of the Commander-in-Chief's hostile side are much stronger than before. Chuan. Chapter 192. I heard that De Shenchen is just an ordinary Shinigami of the 6th Division. Why does he have the strength to fight with Captain Yamamoto? The other Shinigami members of the medical team also let out a jaw-dropping sigh. Who knows? Anohanaretsu is also very puzzled, but this is not something they need to think about, and saving people is the most important thing at the moment. Yamamoto Genryusai's position among Shinigami is undoubtedly very noble. Not only because of his identity, but also because of his invincible strength. And they were in the Jingling Court so far away, but they all felt the fluctuation of the battle in the distance, which can only mean that Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni has Bankai his own Zanpakuto. Then the strength of De Shenchen can be imagined. 793. In the center of the battlefield, Yamamoto Genryusai's heart was dignified. Have you been blocked by him? Ferocious flames swept past him, rushing in all directions. When you really fight De Shenchen, you can feel the horror of De Shenchen. Yamamoto Shijikuni believes that his strength is absolutely invincible in Soul Society. After all, there is still a 0 team, but there must be few opponents. However, De Shenchen, the young Shinigami's strength, has already shown similar performance to Yamamoto's heavy country, which is really incredible. The old man believes in your words now. If you are really the captain, maybe. With his thoughts settled, Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni flashed, dashed away the flames in front of him, and rushed towards De Shenchen again. Remnant Fire Sword West, Remnant Sun Prison Clothes. Before he got close to De Shenchen, a surging flame appeared on Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni, which turned into a flame coat and enveloped him. The attack just now made Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni realize that if he couldn't release stronger attack skills, he would not be able to pose a threat to Shenchen. But now that the battle has just begun, Yamamoto Jinyazi Shijikuni didn't dare to consume Reiatsu recklessly, so he decided to use close combat. For his own swordsmanship, Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni is still very confident. This move of Yamamoto Genryusai can turn his Reiatsu into a 15 million degree flame, with the power to burn the world. Coupled with the swordsmanship and fighting experience he has accumulated over the years, Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni does not believe that this young man Shenchen will have a stronger fighting consciousness than himself. That's what makes it interesting. Shenchen raised his brows and chuckled. Only Yamamoto Yuanyuji, who is in this state, can put pressure on Shenchen. In this way, the system's lottery probability can increase sharply under the soaring survival crisis. Facing Yamamoto Yuanyuji Kongwo, who was shrouded in flames, Shenchen was surrounded by thunder and dragon flames, and Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King mode was fully open. If it was in the past, Shenchen really didn't dare to collide with Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni in this state. At the beginning, Shenchen relied on the characteristics of Amaterasu Heianlong to reluctantly fought against Yamamoto, but after the war, he still had scalds and burn marks all over his body, and Yamamoto only used half of his Bankai skills at that time. But now it's different. Shenchen, who has comprehended new skills, already has the means to resist this flame coat. The two collided with each other, and the ferocious air wave rolled out, blowing the clothes of the two of them. The next moment, swords, lights, swords, and shadows fill the sky. The power of Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King and the light of the Holy Sword are all attached to the blade, so that the Holy Sword can show stronger power without being melted. Clang, 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 clang. The two of them have arms like electricity, sword shadows like dragons, and they keep slashing together. The swords, lights, swords, and shadows are like a mess, entangled together, and the figures of the two cannot be distinguished. He is not afraid of the temperature of the flame? And the swordsmanship is so powerful. Does such a genius really exist in this world? The more Yamamoto Genryusai fought, the more frightened he became. Shenchen can not only block the high temperature of 15 million degrees around him, but his swordsmanship is even more powerful, not weaker than himself. No. With the help of observation Haki and eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, unknown to Yamamoto Shijikuni, Shenchen's swordsmanship even seemed to be overpowering him. Yamamoto Shijikuni knew that if he hadn't had more combat experience, he might not have been able to stop Shenchen's continuous onslaught. No, I can't fight like this anymore. When his thoughts were settled, Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni understood that he was difficult to win in the swordsmanship competition. If you fight again, you might even get injured. In the face of such a strong Shenchen, it would definitely not be a good thing if he was accidentally injured. Boom! At this point, Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni's body suddenly burst into flames, and the residual fire Tachi was slashed on the holy sword. A muffled sound came out, and with the help of this impact, Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni took advantage of the situation to distance himself from Shenchen. The old man recognizes your strength, so I will do my best to take over. You should also use all your skills, otherwise don't blame the old man if you die. Yamamoto Genryusai stared at Shenchen and said slowly. 4.4. Although the two are now antagonistic, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni still involuntarily reminded him. In Yamamoto Genryusai's eyes, Shenchen is just like a super genius Shinigami. Even if he was not the captain in the past, if he can join Godi 13 in the future, it will be a great thing for Jingling Court. Although let the horses come. I also want to see how strong your full strength is. Hearing the words of Yamamoto Yuanyuji Kongwo, Shenchen's face froze and he said in a deep voice. Seeing Shenchen's expression, Yamamoto Genryusai nodded slightly, with the residual fire sword in front of him. Remnant fire sword, north, ashes of heaven and earth. With his strongest ultimate move, he rushed out in an instant. Chapter 193. Invert it, mirror it. The universe looks in the mirror. Shenchen narrowed his eyes, clearly understanding the power of this move. He instantly Shikai his Zanpakuto, and a mirror image clone appeared in front of him. Yan. As soon as the mirror avatar appeared, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Kongwo came to De Shenchen, and the residual fire dagger slashed across the mirror avatar's waist with lightning speed. Watching De Shenchen be cut off by himself, Yamamoto Genri Yusai realized that something was wrong. If De Shenchen was so easily defeated, then he wouldn't have to be so cautious. Immediately, Yamamoto Genri Yusai's figure was stagnant, and he wanted to get away from the blasted mirror image, but it was too late. Bankai 793 De Luiyang Bronze Heaven and Earth Mirror. De Shenchen drank softly, and behind him a gorgeous halo appeared out of thin air. 8 small mirrors surrounded him and flew out in an instant, shrouding Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni. Excalibur. With the golden holy sword in hand, De Shenchen slashed out a dazzling sword light towards the mirror. 8-dimensional re-entry. The sword light that contains huge energy is constantly refracted and counter-attacked in the 8 small mirrors. Every refraction attack can weaken the flames on Yamamoto Genri Yusai. What is this Zanpakuto? How come I haven't seen it before? In the center of the 8 mirrors, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni constantly resisted the sword light that was refracted back and forth, and kept thinking in his heart. Yamamoto Genri Yusai has lost his memory, so he is a little confused about De Shenchen's Zanpakuto ability. The most important thing is that De Shenchen has released too many skills, and each of them is not weak. And these 8 small mirrors are even more so, giving him a very dangerous feeling. The Sword of Fire. The flames on Yamamoto Genri Yusai suddenly converged into the residual fire sword, and then a sword was slashed out, and the terrifying flames exploded, forcibly sending the 8 mirrors flying. Burn the city on fire. At the moment of leaving, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni turned around and cut out a huge wall of flames. The flames were like the palm of a hand, wrapping De Shenchen and 8 mirrors in it. The sound of crackling flames continued to spread, and the scorching high temperature continued to erode De Shenchen. Yamamoto Genri Yusai didn't expect this move to do anything to De Shenchen, but just wanted to delay De Shenchen's time so that he could distance himself. Boom! At the moment when Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni left, a dazzling golden light shredded the flame wall directly. De Shenchen, like a circle of divine light floating behind him, emerged from it, and wiped the corner of his mouth at the same time. Thank you for your hospitality, the taste is still as good as ever. What is he talking about? Yamamoto Shijikuni was stunned when he heard this, but he had long forgotten that De Shenchen could devour flames. Since the consumption of so many captains' battles just now has been replenished, then. In the divine light, De Shenchen held the holy sword and pointed at Yamamoto Shijikuni. It's time for me to fight back. As De Shenchen's voice fell, the 8 small mirrors behind him recircled, and the round mirror made him seem like a god, setting off the incomparably mighty Haki. As expected of a character who can defeat so many captains in a row, it's really extraordinary. Looking at De Shenchen's appearance, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni couldn't help but admire. Thinking of the captains who were defeated by De Shenchen before, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni felt that they were not wronged. Once again, old man, go back with me now and tell me what happened this time. 35. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni looked up with hope in his eyes and said to De Shenchen. In this way, the old man may still be able to let go of the past, otherwise, we can only have a life and death battle between us. After thoroughly seeing De Shenchen's strength, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni understood that it was almost impossible to capture De Shenchen intact. It is only possible to defeat De Shenchen with a life-threatening attack. But there are too many accidents in that kind of battle, and it can be said that life and death are changing rapidly. Under such circumstances, no one can guarantee that they can control their own power. It seems that you still haven't figured out the current situation. First of all, you may not win against me, and secondly, I won't sit still, and I won't pin my hopes on others. De Shenchen said with a sneer. Yamamoto Genri Yusai still wants to buckle his gloves and White Wolf, how is this possible? If De Shenchen was caught so easily, what crime would they say? If the murderer is found successfully, it will be fine. If the murderer is not found, Central 46 will use de Shenchen as a scapegoat, and then it will be a complete idiot. If that's the case, let's fight. Hearing de Shenchen's words, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice. Although the proposer was him, Yamamoto Shijikuni didn't want de Shenchen to agree to his request. After all, if de Shenchen gave in so easily, then such will and spirit would not be in his sight. Fortunately, de Shenchen was unmoved and only believed in himself, which is also a very good toughness in Yamamoto's view. Be careful. Remnant Huo Tadeo South, Huo's 10 trillion death burial formation. In the next 4.4 ticks, Yamamoto's Reiatsu on Motorianai Shijikuni was raised to the limit. Zanpakuto was inserted into the ground, the bursting flames spread, and the surrounding area seemed to be a fiery purgatory. Click. 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 There was a sound of bones colliding, the ground covered with flames turned over, and skeletons emerged from the flames, roaring and rushing towards de Shenchen. Splitting stealth. De Shenchen sneered, the surrounding light distorted, and the figure disappeared. Missing. Yamamoto Genryusai squinted his eyes, and suddenly thought that something was wrong. When de Shenchen disappeared, the skeletons he summoned lost their targets and could only wander aimlessly. Chapter 194. I don't believe you can run away. After Yamamoto Genryusai pondered for a moment, the bursting flames rose into the sky and spread out around, trying to force de Shenchen out. Although de Shenchen was nowhere to be seen, Yamamoto Genryusai believed that de Shenchen must still be here and definitely did not escape. If he wanted to escape, he would have already escaped, and he would not have run away halfway through the fight here. Got you. At the moment when the flames spread out, a part of the flames seemed to be separated as if they had encountered some obstacles. Yamamoto Genryusai knew right away that it was de Shenchen. Go. Surround him. Immediately, Yamamoto Shijikuni raised his hand and waved, and the almost endless skeletons roared and rushed over. Excalibur. 35. Facing the attacking skeleton, the holy sword in de Shenchen's hand was raised high, and the golden light burst out, slashing out an incomparable sword light. Boom! An astonishing explosion sounded, and 28 skeletons were blown to pieces, and a gap appeared in the army of skeletons, but more skeletons were immediately added. Everyone killed by this old man will become a member of the army of skeletons. Even I don't know how many people I have killed. So it's almost infinite. Can you kill all these skeletons? Yamamoto Genryusai had a look of disdain on his face. The number of this army of skeletons was innumerable, and he didn't even know how many there were. Yamamoto Shijikuni does not believe that de Shenchen can kill all the skeletons. And if he didn't kill the skeleton, de Shenchen couldn't get close to him at all. Really? This skeleton has no life and no self-awareness, but no threat to me. De Shenchen chuckled and raised one hand to gather the dazzling little sun. Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King's brilliant flames. This meteor-like energy ball slammed down, and even Yamamoto Shijikuni could only protect himself with flames at this moment. Boom! The explosion that swept through everything swept the entire army of skeletons. Although it could not be wiped out with one blow, the entire army of skeletons was weakened for a moment. Mirror World Seal. 35. Immediately, the light circle suspended behind de Shenchen appeared together, causing all the rushing skeletons to plunge into the light circle, and then there was no movement. With so many skeletons, de Shenchen wouldn't kill them one by one, that would have to be exhausted. However, the big Luoyang bronze mirror after Bankai has the ability to rely on the mirror world to seal. As long as they are beaten until they lose their ability to resist, no matter how many skeletons, de Shenchen can be sealed. The skeletons have disappeared? You're more and more surprising to me. Yamamoto Genryusai looked at the skeletons disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was uncontrollably shocked. Without knowing de Shenchen's Zanpakuto abilities, Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni had no idea what was going on. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer skeletons, Yamamoto Genryusai knew that this move was no longer a threat to de Shenchen. Whoosh dash! Immediately, his figure flashed, disappeared in place, and continued to attack de Shenchen without stopping. However, in this level of battle, the decisive factor is the battle between the strongest, 5. At this time, Broken Bee and the others had already supported each other and returned to the jingling court. With the help of the Shinigami at the gate, the wounded were taken to where Anohanaretsu was. "Why are your injuries so serious?" Looking at the injuries on several captains, Anohanaretsu said in surprise. "Because I didn't go there personally, I don't know the situation there, but looking at the state of a few of them, I know that the battle is very fierce. It's abominable, to actually lose to that little-known kid." Meguruma Kensei roared unwillingly. In fact, everyone has this idea in their hearts. After all, in their current memory, de Shenchen is just an unknown little Shinigami. However, it was this unknown Shinigami who actually defeated 10 captains in a row. Why hasn't Captain Yamamoto come back after so long? Could it be that he... Kiraku Shunsui looked into the distance with a gloomy expression and said in a deep voice. "Impossible. How could Captain Yamamoto be unable to beat that little Shinigami?" Broken Bee's face turned cold, and she said displeasedly, but she couldn't help but worry in her heart. After all, they have all returned to the jingling court, and the battle has started for a long time, but there is no sign of the end. From time to time, there will be loud explosions in the distance, and the searing waves of air swept across Rukonga one after another. All these signs show that Yamamoto Genryuze Shijikuni is still fighting against de Shenchen. 793 And this battle is by no means one-sided, at least it is evenly matched. Don't think too much, everyone, believe in the strength of Captain Yamamoto. Let's heal first. 35. Seeing everyone's depressed expressions, Anohanaretsu hurriedly said. After all, the battle over there is no longer under their control, and all they can do is wait. Remnant Fire Sword East, Rising Sun Blade. Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King's Roar. The torrent of energy that swept away everything, slammed into the sword of ultimate that could erase everything, and for a time, relying on the advantage of long-range attack, the heavy country of Yamamoto could not move forward. Be careful of your surroundings when fighting. Hearing Yamamoto's cold snort, de Shenchen was slightly startled, only to see that after losing his suppression, the endless army of skeletons continued to kill and return. Humph, this kind of miscellaneous soldiers are all the same. 99. De Shenchen's fist ignited three-colored terrifying energy. After all, the enemy who will be killed by you, how can it threaten me? Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King's Collapse Fist. The ground shook again, and the army of skeletons was immediately emptied out of the blank area of over 1,000 meters. Chapter 195. With the old man, it's not necessarily. However, the Yamamoto Shijikuni at this time had already reached behind de Shenchen with Shunpo and collided with de Shenchen, who turned around and swung a wing strike. Boom! 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 The huge explosion that shattered the sky continued to rise into the sky, and the violent aftermath alone was enough to destroy the entire jingling court. Up to now, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Kongwo can be said to have all his moves, but he can't defeat de Shenchen. This made Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni realize that he may not be able to decide the winner if he fights again. Unbeknownst to Yamamoto Shijikuni, however, de Shenchen started to sweat slightly behind his back. Sure enough, there is still a gap on Reiatsu. If I continue to fight, maybe my spiritual power will not be able to keep up with the output. 55. When de Shenchen just thought of this, he suddenly felt that the pressure that 28 was facing disappeared without a trace. Why don't you fight? De Shenchen looked at Yamamoto Yuanyujai Kongwo, who fell not far in front of him, but did not attack, with a puzzled look on his face. De Shenchen originally thought that Yamamoto Yuanyujai Kongwo would continue to fight, but who knew that he just changed a position closer to him, but did not continue to fight. This undoubtedly makes de Shenchen very strange. Enough is enough, let's make a truce. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni slowly put away Zanpakuto and said in a deep voice. Enough? The outcome has not yet been decided. De Shenchen raised his eyebrows, feeling a little surprised. He didn't quite understand what Yamamoto Yuanyuji was thinking. There is no need to decide the winner. There are two reasons for this old man's truce. Yamamoto Shijikuni raised two fingers. One is that in the battle just now, the old man and you had a heart-to-heart with you, and I didn't feel the slightest malice from your sword. Combining with the various signs that the old man has observed before, the old man can be sure that you have no ill will towards Jingling Court. 99. Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni put away one of his fingers and continued to explain. Fighting hearts with swords? It's such a method again. Sure enough, people with high sword skills can feel each other's emotions through fighting. Shenchen shook his head and said to himself, it's not surprising that Yamamoto Yuanyuji would have this kind of means, enough to feel the enemy's malicious intentions from the battle. The second is the old man has to admit that your strength is very strong, and it is so strong that the old man dare not guarantee that he can beat you. 99. So even if I want to defeat you, I can't do it in a short time, but if we continue to fight, it will be very detrimental to Soul Society. Yamamoto Genryusai spoke again and explained his thoughts to Shenchen. I think you should also be able to feel that the surrounding ground has turned into sand under the high temperature, and the entire space here is completely dead. If we continue to fight, this situation is likely to spread to the entire Soul Society, and the Soul Society without a trace of moisture will undoubtedly be destroyed soon. Shenchen didn't pay much attention to the surrounding environment because he was too focused during the battle just now. Now that he took a closer look, he found that the situation was more serious than what Yamamoto Yuanyuji said. Shenchen looked around and saw that the surrounding area for at least 100 kilometers had turned into a sandy field. Just a gust of wind blowing, can set off a sky of smoke and dust. During the battle between the two, the original rocks and peaks had been melted into sand. And the scene of the battle is more like having experienced a nuclear explosion. I am afraid that there will be no life again for hundreds of years. If they continue to fight with all their might, there will only be more and more places like this, which is not a good thing for Soul Society. That's it, what are you going to do now? Shenchen raised his brows, looked at Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni and asked. Although he will not fight for the time being, Shenchen doesn't believe that Yamamoto, who hates evil and hates hatred, will make such an understatement. That's right. This weird situation has to be resolved after all. If you know the truth, I hope you can tell me. 99. Yamamoto Yuanyuji Zongguo looked at Shenchen and nodded lightly, as if he was very satisfied with Shenchen's decision. The reason why Yamamoto Shijikuni stopped the war was not to destroy the Soul Society. And Shenchen obviously didn't want Soul Society to be destroyed, otherwise he wouldn't agree with his idea. Would it have been better? I do know something about this matter. Shenchen said with a smile after thinking for a while. Now Shenchen's purpose can be considered to be achieved, and he used Yamamoto Genryusai ruthlessly to avoid a wave of survival crisis. 793. And Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni is right, if the Soul Society is destroyed, it will not be good for Shenchen. As for Ling Xiun's runaway, those two siblings didn't escape from Soul Society, and it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Since we have to know sooner or later, Shenchen just took this opportunity to say it in advance. I saw a man and a woman come out of the Technology Development Bureau, and they kidnapped Rukia Kokaki. Ah, by the way, Rukia Kokaki is also a Shinigami, just wiped from your memory. Immediately afterwards, Shenchen explained the connection principle behind it, explaining to Yamamoto Shijikuni why he became the captain was forgotten. So, as long as you find the two of them, you should be able to know what happened. Shenchen finished speaking softly, he only needed to slap on the side like this, and with Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni's brain, he could understand it at a moment's notice. One man and one woman? Sure enough, it was premeditated. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded lightly, and he had probably understood in his heart. This incident really has nothing to do with Shenchen, and Shenchen is very likely indeed the captain of Godi 13. Chapter 196. After all, judging from Shenchen's strength and Captain Yuri, there is nothing wrong with these. Why don't you go back with the old man first? This time is different, the old man will treat you with courtesy until the truth is found out. 35. Yamamoto Genryusai said with a look of hope after thinking for a while. And you keep saying that you are the captain, then as long as you find the mastermind behind the scenes, everything will be revealed. I hope you can agree. Since De Shenchen is innocent, there is no problem in returning to Jingling Court. At that time, as long as the source is solved, everything that happened here will be able to know whether it is a misunderstanding. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni was secretly happy. Godei 13 actually has such a strong captain, and he has the successor of Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni. Alright, let's go together, it's time to end this farce. De Shenchen agreed with Yamamoto Genryusai's idea. After all, the existential crisis is basically over. De Shenchen was originally the real captain in command of the two squads. If it wasn't for the difficulty of survival this time, he would have gone to those two brothers and sisters long ago. Yamamoto Genryusai nodded with satisfaction, and rushed towards Jingling Court with De Shenchen. After the two arrived at Jingling Court, this scene undoubtedly shocked countless people's glasses. Then, that's De Shenchen. Why did he come back with the captain? He also defeated the commander-in-chief of the difficulty? How is that possible? 39. Anohanaretsu, Broken Bee, and the others saw De Shenchen who came back with Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni, and they were all surprised and had no idea what happened. Didn't Yamamoto Genryusai go to catch De Shenchen? How did you come back together so peacefully now? They were just utterly bewildered. Captain, what is this? Anohanaretsu quickly put on a fighting stance, staring at De Shenchen with an inquisitive look in his eyes. The other captains were injured, and now, aside from Yamamoto Shijikuni, the only ones who can fight are Anohanaretsu and Sōsuke. Anohanaretsu still had to be vigilant because it wasn't clear what was going on. Don't be nervous, you can quickly treat others. Yamamoto Genryusai waved his hand, signaling Anohanaretsu not to get excited. Anohanaretsu looked puzzled and wanted to say something, but seeing Yamamoto Genryusai's expression, he stopped speaking. Is this a peaceful truce? You can actually convince Old Man Shan that you really belong. Kiraku Shunsui looked at De Shenchen and said with a smile. Since De Shenchen followed, it means that Yamamoto recognized him as no problem. Otherwise, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni, who trampled on the righteous, would never be forgiven, and De Shenchen would never have been allowed to follow him. You better lie down, De Shenchen said with a chuckle, isn't it enough to be beaten? Many of the captains were seriously injured by De Shenchen, like Kiraku Shunsui, who was completely unable to move and could only barely speak. De Shenchen, you should have a wide-ranging means of finding enemies, right? Please find the positions of those two people. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni turned his head to De Shenchen and said. He had discovered this during the previous battle. De Shenchen not only found himself from a long distance, but also seemed to have eyes behind his back when fighting at close range, so it was inferred that De Shenchen definitely had some powerful perception skills. Well, let me take a look. De Shenchen is not hypocritical, his eyes narrowed, observation haki spread out, and instantly enveloped the entire Jingling Court. They're at the Tech Development Bureau, and where's Rukia? De Shenchen's eyes suddenly opened, and he said in a deep voice. Under the perception of observation haki, the two siblings cannot hide at all. However, their position is not very good. There is a place where the cloud of spirits erupts, obviously trying to kill all the Shinigami in one go. I'll go first, otherwise it might be too late, just follow up later. Thinking of this, De Shenchen let out a low voice, and a dazzling thunder light burst out from his body, turning into a thunderbolt and rushing out. After all of them are resolved, the memories of others will be restored. Why is there such a hurry? What did he find out? Yamamoto Genryusai's face was startled when he saw this. He didn't expect De Shenchen's reaction to be so excited, and he flew away. Captain Yusohana, you continue to heal them here, and the other Shinigami go to the Technology Development Bureau with the old man. When his thoughts were settled, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni said to the people behind him, then jumped up and ran towards the Technology Development Bureau. De Shenchen's figure was like electricity, and it didn't take long for him to come to the Technology Development Bureau, directly smashing the Lingzi cloud in front of him, and entering the 7th Research Tower. Who? Shinigami. The two brothers and sisters looked startled, and turned their heads to look in unison. When they saw the Captain Haori on de Shenchen, they looked disgusted. Rukia, what are you doing? Wake up soon. Looking at Rukia surrounded by two people, Zhao Youhao, de Shenchen frowned and shouted. You are? 99. The moment he saw de Shenchen, a few fragments flashed in Rukia's mind. Because of the deep friendship between the two in the past, even if the memory was cut off, Rukia still remembered something the moment he saw de Shenchen. I'm de Shenchen, Rukia, do you remember? Looking at Rukia's appearance, de Shenchen turned into a soft voice. This kind of memory cannot be completely erased. After all, it is something deep in the soul, and they just let Rukia forget it. Rukia might recall it if there was something they cared about. Rukia, don't think about it and play. Rukia, what's wrong with you? Chapter 197. The two brothers and sisters looked at Rukia's pained expression, and thought something was wrong in their hearts. If Rukia had completely forgotten about de Shenchen, this would not have happened at all. But looking at it now, Rukia seems to be in great pain, and it is very likely that she is about to remember something. I don't want Rukia thinking about those damn Shinigami again. Among them, the elder sister collapsed, and the younger brother's expression changed when he heard it. Sister, do you want to be one with Rukia? Rukia will disappear. 99. That doesn't matter. As long as I can be with Rukia forever. Well. Come on then. The two siblings looked at each other, and the Reiatsu on their bodies was released together, rushing towards Rukia. They are afraid that Rukia will think about Shinigami, so they plan to merge Rukia directly, and become one with her forever. How dare you say that Rukia is someone important to you, even if you don't care about Rukia's life and death for your own sake. 99. De Shenchen sneered, and the lightning flashed before disappearing in place. Crack! The dazzling thunder exploded between the two, and the two siblings flew out in an instant, and Rukia was supported by a generous arm. But you actually want to do this kind of thing in front of me, do you have the stupid confidence that you can go faster than the speed of light? In just a split second, de Shenchen interrupted their fusion and knocked them all out. What? How could it be so fast? No. No. All Shinigami be damned. 35. The two brothers and sisters looked incredible, no matter what, they didn't expect this kind of result. They could never have imagined that de Shenchen's speed had reached such a speed. The distance of dozens of meters, he only needed to arrive in an instant, and by the way, he knocked them all away from Rukia's side. It's really pitiful, but some poor people are indeed hateful. De Shenchen looked at the two of them with cold eyes, and said lightly. These two sisters and brothers are also pitiful people, but it is a pity that they found the wrong person. They were killed by Su to save Rukia when they were young, and because of their ability to move in space, they were taken to a Hueco Mundo between life and death. But they thought it was Shinigami who killed them, and now they come back to find Rukia. But sadly, their motives were wrong from the start. I'm going to kill all the Shinigami. No one can stop us from being with Rukia. The elder sister suddenly roared, pulling the younger brother and ramming the starter that had been prepared. Seeing this, de Shenchen wanted to continue to shoot, but found that although the two were separated just now, they were already connected by a black Reiatsu. After all, electric field teleportation can only go straight for a one-time light speed movement, so when the great god was sitting and saving Rukia, at most, he could only blow up the two of them with the escaped energy, but he could not kill them accurately. Boom! Hearing a muffled sound, the majestic Reiatsu was instantly released. The two actually merged together and turned into a real spiritual cloud, which spread rapidly to the outside. Whoosh! De Shenchen frowned, took Rukia out of the 7th research tower, and appeared on the ground outside. It's moving again. What a big monster! Ling Ziyun is actually alive. Outside, Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni has rushed over with the Shinigami. Many Shinigami looked at the constantly twisted cloud of spiritual children, and they were all shocked. Is she the Rukia Kukiki you speak of? Yamamoto Genri Yusai frowned. At this time, Rukia had passed out in a coma and was held in De Shenchen's arms. Yes, but the mastermind behind the scenes has merged with Lingzi Yun, and we must find a way to destroy this Lingzi Yun monster, otherwise the entire Jingling court will be destroyed. De Shenchen nodded and said. You don't need to say it, anyone can see this situation. Yamamoto Genri Yusai nodded solemnly, raised his hand with a wave, and issued an attack order. 66 kill. Come on! From behind Yamamoto Shijikuni, countless Shinigami rushed out one after another, pounced on the spirit monster that kept twisting in front of him. Bam! 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 There was a loud explosion, and the monsters that looked like big snakes were cut off by Shinigami, but the effect was not obvious. This octopus monster looks like the evil god of Thulhu, and its tentacles seem to be able to grow indefinitely. Every time one is cut off, more big snakes will rush out. There were also some little monsters with wings that broke away from the main body and spread out to wreak havoc everywhere. The attack power of these monsters is not very strong, but there are a lot of them, and they can regenerate, so they are very difficult to deal with. Everything in Vientiane is ashes, Ryujin Jaka. After observing for a while, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shikai jumped up and Shikai Zanpakuto in a whisper. Burn it up here. 35 Yamamoto Shijikuni suddenly slashed out a majestic flame. Boom dash. A muffled sound, Zhao Youhao, came out, and the flames exploded on the spot, shattering a huge white snake. However, after just a few seconds, the Lingzi cloud surged frantically, and 2 new white snakes grew again. It's actually proliferating. It's really hard to deal with. Yamamoto Genri Yusai rolled over and landed on the ground, said solemnly. By his side, De Shenchen had already handed Rukia to the other Shinigami and asked them to take Rukia to rest and play. The regeneration ability of this thing is too strong, it must be fatally hit with one blow, and it will be completely smashed into ashes, otherwise it will not be able to kill it. De Shenchen frowned and looked at the monsters that were raging in the distance, and said his judgment in a deep voice. Otherwise, this evil god monster is like a cloud of spirits. Even if only a small part remains, it can survive and regenerate quickly. Chapter 198. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni obviously already knew the strength of the monster in front of him, and the reason why he still said this is to seek De Shenchen's opinion. De Shenchen is not hypocritical, and directly explains all the points clearly. This old man also understands that the old man's Zanpakuto is also very suitable for this kind of thing after Bankai, but there is a huge difficulty in it. Although the residual fire blade is very powerful, this monster is too large, and this old man can't guarantee that it can be completely eliminated in one blow. Yamamoto Shijikuni said solemnly, and as you said, as long as even a piece of debris is not destroyed, it can be regenerated with the help of the spiritual cloud. The most important problem is that if the old man makes a full effort, the jingling court itself will not be able to resist, and will be destroyed by the attack of the old man. If that's the case, isn't the cart before the horse? How can we destroy jingling court in order to protect jingling court? It's better to let this white monster continue to wreak havoc. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni expressed his worries with a sad face. With 840 borrowing the strength of Yamamoto Yuanyujai Kongwo, there is absolutely no problem in breaking this spirit monster. However, in the process of breaking it, there will be many problems. Now the huge size of the white spirit monster has enveloped 1/3 of the jingling court. If you want to destroy it with one blow, then the attack cannot cover at least 1/3 of the jingling court. However, if the powerful tricks erupt, Yu Wei's destructive power and coverage are also very amazing, and the remaining 2/3 of jingling court will definitely not be spared. If this blow is really hit, the monster may not be destroyed, but jingling court is really about to be destroyed. In this way, it is indeed putting the cart before the horse. Not necessarily, De Shenchen laughed confidently, I have corresponding countermeasures. 35. Oh? Do you already have a plan? Seeing the indifferent expression on De Shenchen's face, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni's eyes moved and questioned. Actually, there is a method, that is, after you launch the attack, let another person launch an attack of the same power a little later. This late attack can be delivered from a special angle, so that while mixing your attack energy, the power of the big explosion is all shot into the air. Then, this 2-in-1 unprecedented terrifying attack will explode on the empty sky, and the burst energy can be prevented from destroying the jingling court. Shenchen chuckled lightly and explained his plan unhurriedly. This plan is impossible. No one can knock the old man's attack away. You, wait. Yamamoto Genryusai said without hesitation, but only halfway through the words, he suddenly stopped. After that, Yamamoto Shijikuni's eyes fell on Shenchen, and a hint of joy appeared on his expressionless face. Yamamoto Genryusai immediately understood Shenchen's plan, which was undoubtedly feasible in theory, but this plan was indeed a bit crazy. As long as there is a slight error, I am afraid that the entire jingling court will be destroyed. If this was in the past, no one would dare to propose this method, and Yamamoto Shijikuni would not think in this direction at all. Because no one has enough strength, the power within one blow can match his full attack, or change the direction of his full blow. But now it's different, there is one person who can do it, and that is Shenchen. After the previous battles, Yamamoto Genryusai has seen that Shenchen is no less powerful than himself. If it was a fight to the death, I might even lose to Shenchen. With this level of strength, he can definitely seize the opportunity, and after his attack hits the white monster, he will hit the white monster together. How? Is my plan okay? Looking at Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni's expression, Shenchen knew that he understood what he was thinking. In theory, this plan can be successful. As for whether it can be executed or not, it depends on whether Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni believes in himself or not. After all, this is betting the entire jingling court. If you fail accidentally, the entire jingling court will be destroyed by the combined attack of Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni and Shenchen. I can't believe that the old man is so old, but he still has to make such a crazy bet. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shogun looked up at the white monster in the distance, and his blood boiled a little after a long absence. He also understands the pros and cons of this plan. If he fails, he is the sinner of the entire Soul Society. But since I heard Yamamoto Shijikuni say so, Shenchen knew that Yamamoto Genryusai agreed with his plan. Okay. Then I'll go to the side to stand by, and when you feel my Reiatsu, you can attack. Shenchen laughed, jumped up, and flew towards the other side of the white monster. If you want to hit Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni's attack into the air, even Shenchen has to find his own position, otherwise it will not be successful. Seeing the back of Shenchen leaving, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni closed his eyes and tried his best to calm down. With such a big bet, even he couldn't help feeling excited. Buzz. 99. Moments later, Shenchen's Reiatsu roared in the distance. The time has come. Yamamoto Genryusai suddenly opened his eyes filled with determination. Shenchen, the safety of Jinglingting is all on you. The Reiatsu on Yamamoto Genryusai was instantly raised to the limit, and he muttered to himself. Bankai Remnant Fire Sword. As Yamamoto Genryusai Bankai took his own Zanpakuto, a sense of panic spread out, covering the entire jingling court. Yamamoto Genryusai unleashed all his Reiatsu. Chapter 199. The next blow will be Yamamoto Genryusai's full blow. And with the outpouring of this Reiatsu, the Shinigami who were fighting the white snake stopped one after another, all with expressions of horror on their faces. In front of Yamamoto Yuanyujai Kongwo who broke out with all his strength, they only shivered, and they didn't even have the courage to fight. Although Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni's goal was not them, they couldn't bear it just because of the momentum. Fortunately, those white snakes were also suppressed equally, and it was difficult to continue to attack the Shinigami under huge pressure. This Reiatsu. On the other side, at the station of the medical team. Several captains lying on the bed felt the Reiatsu released by Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni, and no doubt all of them were shocked. Does Old Man Shan want to destroy the jingling court together? Captain, what is this for? 35. If this blow is hit, I'm afraid the entire Jingling court will be affected. It's the commander-in-chief, this Reiatsu is too strong. They seldom saw Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni break out with all his strength, and they were naturally shocked when they felt this power now. The commander-in-chief won't even destroy the Jingling court in 840. Damn it, no one will survive this blow. Damn. Is this going to hurt 1000 enemies and self-destruct 800? On the side, some of the Shinigami who helped Anohanaretsu heal all looked dead. Some weak Shinigami even collapsed to the ground in fright, trembling uncontrollably. No one can remain calm in the face of life and death, not even Shinigami. Don't panic, the captain's move is definitely not to destroy Jingling court. Seeing the embarrassment of his subordinates, Anohanaretsu didn't bother to scold them, and said firmly. They have been frightened by Yamamoto's momentum, and they can't work properly at all. But there are still many wounded here, and their help is indispensable. Well, we have to trust the captain. Yes. The commander-in-chief will never abandon us. Under the persuasion of Anohanaretsu, some Shinigami came back to their senses. They stood up from the ground with difficulty and started busy again. In the distance, Yamamoto Yuanyuji's beard is flamboyant. The Reiatsu in his body surrounds his body, as if he has an entity, tugging at his clothes and making noises. Remnant fire soared north, ashes of heaven and earth. The next moment, Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni Reiatsu restrained, condensed on the residual fire sword in his hand, and immediately cut it out. The void trembles, and the flames are in the sky. The flames like the scorching sun rose into the sky, reflecting the entire Jingling court. Boom! The extremely hot flames instantly enveloped the white monster in front of it. The white snake that first touched the flame was vaporized in an instant, unable to withstand the temperature of the flame at all. That sun-like fire shrouded and melted the body of the white monster. Even if it had a strong regeneration ability, it couldn't resist it at all. Those regenerated bodies are just repeating the process of being melted. And under Yamamoto Shijikuni's full force attack, the flame melts faster than it regenerates. The commander-in-chief actually attacked with all his strength. Anohanaretsu looked back suddenly, her eyes filled with red light. Even her body took a few steps back involuntarily, and her whole body felt dry. Although Yamamoto Genryusai did not attack them, the temperature of the flames released by the attack was extremely high, and it had already affected this side. The water they used to wipe the bloodline on the wounded was instantly evaporated. And the bloodline on those people's bodies turned into dust. On the ground, some dry and flammable cotton wool started to spontaneously ignite without wind. Haha, as expected of a teacher, how dare you do it? Kiraku Shunsui stared at the distant firelight and smiled. If you're not careful, I'm afraid he, the founder of Godei 13, will become the eternal sinner of the Soul Society, right? Yamamoto Shijikuni's attack was obviously aimed at attacking the white monster, but after they felt the Reiatsu unleashed, they all understood a thing. Even if this blow can kill the white monster, it will definitely destroy Jingling court in the end. However, until now, even if they don't know why Yamamoto Shijikuni did this, they have no choice. No matter what Yamamoto Shijikuni wants to do, there is no way they can stop it, all they can do is resign. However, they also believe that Yamamoto Yuanyuji Shijikuni will not destroy Jingling court in any case. Since he decided to do this, he must be sure, but they didn't know who Yamamoto had pinned on his hope. Could it be? Kiraku Shunsui thought suddenly, that does Shenchen. Some are happy, some are sad. Not every Shinigami is like a captain with such a strong mentality. Is it going to die? This will definitely be affected, right? Could it be that the commander-in-chief wants to destroy Jingling court? I don't want to die, woo woo. 99. Some ordinary Shinigami collapsed to the ground the moment they saw the flames erupt, frightened by the terrifying power. Some even fainted on the spot. After all, in the face of Yamamoto Shijikuni's full release of Reiatsu, if you don't have a certain strength, you can't bear this pressure at all. As expected of Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni, such a huge Reiatsu is really amazing. On the other side, Shenchen felt Reiatsu released in the distance, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. This Reiatsu was so terrifying that even Shenchen felt depressed. However, my strongest attacking move will never be inferior to this. All of a sudden, Shenchen's face turned straight, and the Reiatsu in his body instantly increased to the limit. Dragon Slayer Profound Truth Amaterasu Thunder King Dragon Flame Sword. Chapter 200. The Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King mode was fully activated on the spot, and the colorful Madara flames spread to the hands, rendering the hands into colorful energy blades. Boom! 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 The moment the Reiatsu erupted in Shenchen's body, the evil spirit monster in front of him had already been torn apart by the flames of Yamamoto's heavy country. That scorching flame like a volcanic eruption came from the surface, and was about to pass in front of Shenchen. Cut! Only when I heard Shenchen shouting angrily, the Dragon Slayer Profound Truth wrapped in bright colors in his hands brazenly cut out. An energy blade like a mote hit the sky overwhelmingly. The Amaterasu Thunder King Longian Sword, carrying the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, hit the flames that were about to pass, and the 28 and 40 energies collided instantly, and the deafening explosion sounded all over the world. The burst of fire suddenly stopped, and it was smashed at the moment it was about to erupt, and it rushed towards the sky quickly. Under Shenchen's attack, the ashes of heaven and earth launched by Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni had no ability to move forward at all, and was abruptly reversed the track. The evil god monster was still regenerating, but under the impact of the two energies, it was completely uprooted. Boom! The two terrifying energies merged with each other in the collision, and from a distance, I saw an energy beam with a thickness of nearly 1,000 meters rising from the ground. On one side is the crimson color like the sun, and on the other side is the Madara color that is intertwined with various energies. The entire jingling court was rendered into two different colors under the light of this energy, which also illuminated people's jaw-dropping faces. This is Shenchen's Reiatsu? What a mighty Reiatsu! Sure enough, it's him. You actually hit the attack in the air. Who can do this to such an extent? Anohanaretsu, Broken Bee, and the others looked at the sky-piercing beam of light rising in the distance in shock, and they were speechless for a while. Although they guessed that Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni must have his own plan, they still couldn't believe it when they saw the scene in front of them. This plan is crazy too. That's right, after seeing the beam of light rising into the sky, they already understood what Shenchen's plan was. However, even after I knew what was going on in my heart, I was even more surprised. They never thought they could do this. How much courage does it take to do so? This is taking the entire jingling court as a bet. Boom! 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 Two beams of light of different colors shot directly into the sky, forcibly sending the evil spirit monster to the height of the atmospheric stratosphere. The intertwined light of destruction exploded tens of thousands of meters above the jingling court. A gigantic fireball appeared in the sky, and the rapid spread was like a sun dying. The white monster was torn to shreds in an instant, and it couldn't stop the joint attack launched by Shenchen and Yamamoto Shijikuni. Then, the scorching storm raged, and a layer of flame ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the entire sky, spreading out to the surrounding. 9. The scorching hot air waves rushing downwards swept across the entire jingling court. Even if they were separated by tens of thousands of meters, people could still feel the scorching heat of this ultimate. The lakes and wells exposed on the ground were evaporated in the blink of an eye, and the water on the building surface was evaporated immediately. Shinigami, who was a little closer, was blown away by the impact of the storm. Obviously there is a weakening of the enchantment around the jingling court, but they can't even resist the aftermath that has been reduced by many times. As expected of the two of them working together, it really has great courage. Love Ikawa said with a sigh, he never thought that things would turn out like this. I never imagined that the captain would choose to fight with Shenchen. Anohanaretsu sighed with emotion, many things today were unexpected, and it is even more so now. The other captains who were still awake were also dumbfounded and shocked. Because everything happened so fast, they didn't even have time to feel it. Is this too much? What if you miss it? 9. Can't be offended, it's scary. Now after the explosion, several captains reacted like waking up from a dream. Among the energies that erupted just now, in addition to Reiatsu of Yamamoto Jinyazai Shijikuni, there is also Reiatsu of de Shenchen. Because they had fought with de Shenchen, they could clearly feel it. Although they knew that de Shenchen's fighting power was very strong, they never dreamed that de Shenchen actually had the strength comparable to Yamamoto's heavy country. Looking at the raging storm in the sky, they couldn't help but admire in their hearts, these two are really big-hearted and dare to do anything. After the shock wave has spread, everything is settled. Before the shock on everyone's faces dissipated, they only felt that their brains were suddenly confused, as if they were dizzy, but they recovered quickly. At the same time, there was an unbelievable look in the eyes of everyone without exception. What the hell happened? Why am I going to round up Captain Great God in 4.4? Hirako Shinji took the lead in recovering the clear color, and muttered to himself in shock. He looked at Meguruma Kensei and Love Ikawa on the side again, and finally his surprised expression changed to a wry smile. No wonder, then it's normal to be in such a tragic situation. As the siblings who merged into the evil god monster were killed by de Shenchen and Yamamoto Shijikuni, the Shinigami's memories began to recover, and they remembered things about de Shenchen. Therefore, they are really full of flavors, and their hearts are full of emotion. Especially the members of the masked corps such as Hirako Shinji and Meguruma Kensei, they all rely on de Shenchen to return to the jingling court, but they unexpectedly went to round up their benefactors before. Chapter 201. What a shame! It turned out to be like this. Can't you think that the gap between me and him is so big? Kiraku Shunsui also regained his previous memory and exclaimed with a look of surprise. He now sees the gap between himself and de Shenchen once again, even more exaggerated than before he was admitted to the hospital last time. It is inevitable that Kiraku Shunsui will be shocked, but more of it will be a sigh. Haha, I said, how can ordinary Shinigami have such strong strength? Zaraki Kenpeki raised his head with a loud laugh and said cheerfully. The other people also looked happy. Losing to de Shenchen was not a shame. If de Shenchen is really ordinary Shinigami, then they are the real shame to throw home. But after remembering de Shenchen's identity and past, they relaxed inwardly, as if losing to de Shenchen was a matter of course. On the other hand, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni also recovered his memory. Captain God, you really didn't disappoint this old man. He looked at the bright fireworks slowly blooming above the sky, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With the existence of 840 descendants such as de Shenchen, Soul Society will have no worries. Fortunately not humiliated. Not long after, de Shenchen walked leisurely from a distance, went to Yamamoto Genryusai's side and chuckled lightly. Well done! From now on, Soul Society will be your young people's world. 35. Yamamoto Yuanyujai Zongguo's eyes were flat, his face was slightly happy, and his mood was extremely comfortable, as if the pressure on his body had been relieved. Now that his memory is restored, he remembers the previous battle, and what happened during this time. Yamamoto Genryusai suddenly feels that he can retire. Godai 13 has de Shenchen, Soul Society is undoubtedly the successor, he has never been so relaxed. Haha, you should keep the position of patroness of the Soul Society for yourself. De Shenchen looked up to the sky and laughed, looking at the distant sky with a relaxed smile on his face. But what others think, de Shenchen has his own purpose. After the dust settled, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni and de Shenchen went back to their respective teams to rest. The rest of the finishing work is handed over to other lower-level Shinigami. From the beginning to the present, de Shenchen has also consumed a lot of Reiatsu, and needs to take a break, and there will be a system lottery today. This time, he challenged the entire Godai 13 alone, because with the addition of Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni, de Shenchen faced a crisis of survival. So if you think about the rewards that you can draw today, it should also be very good. As night fell slowly, de Shenchen sat up from the bed. After sleeping for a few hours, the Reiatsu he had consumed had fully recovered, and it was time for the draw. Congratulations to host for successfully surviving one day and get a lottery reward. After de Shenchen called up the system panel, he simply ordered, "Start the lottery." 99. A dial with invisible options appeared in front of Shenchen's eyes and quickly turned. Congratulations to the host, you have drawn a perfect level Reiatsu. The sound of the system resounded in Shenchen's mind, and at the same time, an incomparably amazing Reiatsu emanated from Shenchen's body, instantly covering the entire jingling court. The resident of the first team, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni, is closing his eyes and resting. This is 35. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying Reiatsu attack. This Reiatsu's strength has made Yamamoto Shijikuni absolutely impossible to ignore, and it is a level that must be visited in person. It is also because Reiatsu is too strong, so anti-see, which makes it impossible for people to detect reality and reality, making it difficult to distinguish the breath of Shenchen. Oops! If this is the enemy, then it should not be weaker than this old man. Yamamoto Shijikuni's face sank immediately, his figure moved, and he disappeared in place in an instant. Is this Reiatsu, the feeling of being the captain of the great god? On the other side, the busy Anohanaretsu suddenly raised her head with a look of astonishment. She was frightened by this Reiatsu and didn't know what was going on. It's just that Anohanaretsu, because of Grandmaster Kaido, has a much better perception of subtleties, and even noticed the breath of Shenchen before Yamamoto Shijikuni. Ah, not good. Shenchen, the perpetrator himself, also noticed this. If one is not suppressed, it may cause some misunderstandings. Thinking of this, Shenchen took the initiative to amplify his own breath in Reiatsu so that everyone could clearly perceive it. Is that actually Shenchen's Reiatsu? The several captains lying on the hospital bed are all shocked now, and their mood in the few seconds just now can be described as a roller coaster of ups and downs. When I suddenly sensed such a huge Reiatsu, I thought it was another powerful enemy. They didn't feel better until they felt the breath of Shenchen in this Reiatsu. This guy has become stronger again, which is really surprising. Is there anything else he can't do? With him, Soul Society will have no worries for thousands of years. Although the captains were very emotional, Shenchen's sudden explosion of such a strong Reiatsu still startled them. You lie down soon, please don't move, or the wound will open. 35. Looking at the excited captains who wanted to stand up, Anohanaretsu said with an unhappy expression. No matter what happened, it was not something that the wounded could manage. Cough cough. Lost. Haha, there's no way, such a powerful Reiatsu, Captain God is going to scare people to death. 35. The captains all laughed, and lay back on the bed again. On the other hand, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni appeared in the resident of the sixth team. He went straight to the door of Shenchen's room with a very wonderful expression on his face. Is it really him? Yamamoto Genryusai looked at the closed door in front of him, felt the spread of Reiatsu quickly converge, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 202. Although he had already sensed Shenchen's deliberate breath from Reiatsu in the middle of the journey, Yamamoto Shijikuni couldn't help coming. After all, this Reiatsu is too strong. Yamamoto Genryusai can clearly feel that this Reiatsu is much more powerful than Shenchen's previous level, and can be compared with his own Reiatsu. To be able to achieve this at the age of 100, Shenchen is truly a genius that the Soul Society 10,000 years has never seen before. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Shijikuni even suddenly had the urge to give up the position of the Godai 13 captain to Shenchen and take a back seat. It's just that reason tells him that now is not the best time. Oh, it will be the world of young people from now on. 840 Yamamoto Yuanyujai Kongwo didn't bother Shenchen, he got up and went back with a chuckle. Yamamoto Genryusai felt that as long as Shenchen did not betray the Soul Society, no matter what Shenchen did, he would not stop him. Inside the room, Shenchen also sensed Yamamoto Shijikuni's arrival. But seeing that he didn't speak, Shenchen didn't care, all his attention was now on this perfection level Reiatsu. It's really timely to send pillows when you're drowsy, this skill is too timely. Shenchen is in a happy mood. To be honest, Shenchen discovered a big problem after he first tested the Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King mode. Although the original peak level Reiatsu is already very strong, he can even support the Sword of Oath of Victory and Thunder Flame Dragon mode or the full-body Susanoo's tricks, but there is no doubt that, as does Shenchen's current strongest state of Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King mode, while the combat power is upgraded, the consumption also breaks through. When does Shenchen is in Amaterasu Thunder Dragon King mode, it will consume a huge amount of spiritual power. Although it is not impossible to use, there will undoubtedly be huge hidden dangers in battery life. To be honest, if Yamamoto Shijikuni hadn't stopped yesterday, it would have been the result of the battle that I used up my air power later. Shenchen shook his head with emotion. His spiritual power is no longer weaker than Yamamoto's power, and the only Reiatsu shortcoming is gone. Shenchen believes that even if there is a protracted battle like before, he will definitely fight until his opponent is defeated. The next day, Shenchen left the station and walked towards Rukanga. It's time to go to Rukanga and see if the Skyushin members are here. According to time, those Fullbringers killed by Shenchen should have been reincarnated into Soul Society by now, but I don't know if they have awakened past life memories. The battle in Jingling Court did not affect Rukanga very much, but under the huge shock wave, some streets were also destroyed. Fortunately, the damage to the building is not very serious, and it can continue to be used after a little repair. After spending a day wandering around, Shenchen came back in vain, not finding any dead Fullbringers. There are 80 districts in Rukanga, which is many times larger than that of Jingling Court. Even observation Haki is far from being able to cover it. According to Shenchen, either they haven't reincarnated in Rukanga yet, or they are hiding on purpose. The most important thing is that Rukanga is so large that it is impossible for Shenchen to find every place. Shenchen decided to leave them alone. Anyway, after hiding for a long time, sooner or later, they will be exposed. Let's see what rewards can be drawn today. After rationalizing his thoughts, Shenchen returned to the house and began to collect today's survival rewards. Congratulations to host, you have drawn Mountain Spring Water of Uruk. As the sound of the system sounded, a water cup appeared in front of Shenchen, and there was a clear mountain spring water in the cup. Even though there is really no danger today, but what I got was too perfunctory, right? Looking at the water glass on the table, Shenchen looked helpless. Never thought I'd get something like this. Guru. Shenchen picked up the water glass on the table and drank it. As expected of the spring water in the environment of the Age of God, the taste is quite good. When the spring was under the water, Shenchen's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but speak. This Uruk is likely to be the Uruk of the Age of Gods in a certain world. Even a glass of water in that environment is better than ordinary well water. After taking today's survival reward, Shenchen sat upright and began his daily practice. The Reiatsu in his body exploded instantly, and the terrifying Reiatsu swept through the space, wrapping the entire Jingling Garden in the blink of an eye. After continuing for a while, Reiatsu instantly converged and disappeared. Shenchen also needs a certain amount of time to adapt to the new skills he has just drawn. Otherwise, when using it, it would be difficult for him to exert his due power. I'm going. What is this for? Again. We are wounded, so you scare us. In the hospital, several captains, including Kurako Shunsui and Hitsugaya Toshiro, who were already resting, suddenly woke up with cold sweat on their foreheads. The Reiatsu that broke out from Shenchen is too strong, no one can sleep peacefully under this Reiatsu. Even if you fall asleep, you will definitely wake up. After all, if a Reiatsu of this level is at a close distance of 4.4, it can even shock Shinigami, who is at the level of a vice-captain, into a coma, and Nanao Ise is the best example. Okay, since you are also the captain, what's so exciting? Do you still want to recover? Hurry up and rest. Anohanaretsu, who was doing rounds at night, looked at the shocked expressions of several captains and said speechlessly. Meguruma Kensei, Hirako Shinji and the others looked at each other, only Shinigami who is also a monster like you would not care. Chapter 203. Time passed slowly, and Shenchen's cultivation situation was getting better and better. After half a month, the few captains whose injuries were not very serious are almost healed and can be discharged from the hospital. The injury has finally recovered to 70-80-80, and I have been suffocated to death these past few days. At the door of the hospital, the broken bee stretched his waist and sighed. Really? I will never fight that guy from the great god again. Toshiro also looked at ease. After recovering their memories, they were helpless when they recalled what they had done before. Every time I fight with de Shenchen, I have to be hospitalized, and I can't do this again in the future. Hey, do you guys still want to fight with Captain God? Does Reiatsu make you realize the gap these days? Love Ikawa smiled and looked at a few people and said. In this battle, he was relatively lightly injured, so he recovered earlier than the other captains who used to be masked corps. You don't need so much nonsense. When I practice 28 in the future, I will be able to catch up with him one day. 35. Toshiro looked at Kuroashi Mayuri and said contemptuously. Okay, the old man is going to leave first. I haven't returned to the station during this period of time. There are still a lot of things waiting to be dealt with. Komamura Seijin, who was also recovering, apparently did not want to participate in the argument, and just as he was about to leave, a hell butterfly flew over. Captains, the Commander-in-Chief asked you to go to the first team station to participate in the team's first meeting. Team first meeting. After learning the news from Hell Butterfly, several people looked at each other and saw the doubts on each other's faces. There are still several captains who have not been discharged from the hospital, so they have to go to the meeting, and they don't know what the hell they are doing. But since the order has been conveyed, they have to go. De Shenchen and Yamamoto Genri Yusai were already waiting when they arrived at the first team station. Captain God, you really make us sleepless and dreamy these days. Haha, sorry. Several people nodded after seeing De Shenchen, and their eyes were still a little unnatural. So many captains besieged De Shenchen alone, but he was beaten like this. No matter how you look at it, it is really a shame. You've just been discharged from the hospital, so you still need to rest. But calling everyone here today is also a routine captain's meeting. 5. Yamamoto Genri Yusai watched everyone return to their places, and said slowly. The old man hopes that after returning home, everyone will take this as a warning to strengthen their defenses, so that similar things will not happen again. Although this incident did not cause any substantial loss of personnel, the Jingling Court had to be rebuilt on a large scale. This is not a good thing for Jingling Court, which has a backlog of problems. Nowadays, each division has a lot of backlog of official business. Although there are assistant captains and officers, if the captain is away for a long time, there are still many decisions that cannot be made. Yes. Understood. Never let this happen again. Several captains said one after another that they would definitely pay attention when they went back. Especially Kuroashi Mayuri, this time it started from him. The most important thing is, they don't want to be beaten anymore. If they forget about De Shenchen, they might be sent to the hospital again. Captain, this kind of thing that relies on attacking one Shinigami and causing the other Shinigami to lose their memory is something that ordinary defense can't prevent. Seeing that everyone else had nothing to say, De Shenchen spoke suddenly. Whether it was the grass crown last time, or the sisters with special abilities this time, they all came from Hueco Mundo and have special powers that cannot be prevented. Plus, Aizen Sōsuke is now also king in Hueco Mundo. I'm afraid this will happen again in the future. I highly doubt that it was Aizen who helped the grass crown learn Bankai. Such quiet days are not good for De Shenchen, so De Shenchen wants to do something. Therefore, in order to reduce the loss of Jingling Court in the future, I suggest that Godi I-13 can take the initiative to solve the troubles in advance. 35. If you want to get a lot of existential crises, then as things stand, Hueco Mundo is definitely the way to go. You mean, take the initiative, attack Hueco Mundo? Yamamoto Uenyujai Shijikuni frowned upon hearing this, and fell into deep thought. Hueco Mundo is indeed a hidden danger, and it is the enemy of Shinigami, but the strength of Minos Grande in it should not be underestimated. And there is also an Aizen Sōsuke. If they attack, they may not be able to take advantage. What? Attack Hueco Mundo? Although that guy Aizen is hateful, he has to say that his strength is not ordinary. 35. What are you afraid of? It's long overdue to kill Aizen. For the person who betrayed Jingling 857 court, he cannot be allowed to continue to live freely. 35. Several captains, including Komamura Seijin and Zaraki Kenpei, began to argue, and their opinions differed. Some captains felt that de Shenchen's plan was completely feasible, while others felt that they had to be cautious. Not to mention that there are many Minos Grande in Hueco Mundo. Aizen Sōsuke's own strength is terrible, and he must not attack rashly. The scope of Hueco Mundo is very large, and it cannot be cleaned up in one siege. Although Aizen is hateful, his strength should not be underestimated, especially his Zanpakuto ability makes us unable to fight. Yamamoto Genri Yusai opened his eyes and looked at de Shenchen and said softly. Originally de Shenchen's proposal, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni did not want to refute. However, considering some factors, it seems that it is not the best plan to attack now. As long as I can fight Kyoka Suijutsu's ability, it's enough. Aizen is a tumor that needs to be removed after all. We can't give him too much time to grow. It's better to kill the danger in the bud. 5. And we're too passive now. Can't you see clearly? Jingling Court can't stand the toss anymore, it's better to take the initiative instead of sitting still. Chapter 204. De Shenchen's eyes swept across everyone's bodies and said in a deep voice. We have to take the initiative to create an advantage, detonate the battle that is likely to happen in the future, and transfer its battlefield to a Hueco Mundo, instead of waiting for the enemy to hit the door in Soul Society. While attacking Hueco Mundo has de Shenchen's own purpose, it's also a good thing for Jingling Ting. After all, if every battle takes place in Jingling Court, the damage to this place is too great. Often, the place that was destroyed in the previous battle has not been repaired, and a new battle sweeps the place, resulting in a larger area of damage. If this endless cycle continues, the waste of human and material resources is unimaginable. Jingling Court is already understaffed, and if it continues like this, it will only be a vicious circle. If you say that, it really makes sense. After listening to de Shenchen's words, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni fell into silence again. De Shenchen was right, what happened during this period of time could be described as wave after wave, which made him a little bit overwhelmed. Seeing the eagerness to fight in de Shenchen's eyes, Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni suddenly figured it out. Isn't this what he looked like when he was young? Eager to fight and kill, eager to make achievements, eager to do something for Jingling Court. Today's de Shenchen is stronger than he was when he was young, and he is not even weaker than he is now, and he has enough confidence to do anything. So if de Shenchen doesn't have a bit of spirit, how will he protect Jingling Court in the future? That said, but I agree with Captain God's plan, Aizen is indeed a cancer. I think it's better to be cautious. At the same time, several other captains were talking about each other and holding their own opinions. Okay. Captain Great God is right, instead of sitting still, it's better to take the initiative to attack. Jingling Court can no longer be a battlefield. Yamamoto Genri Yusai drank softly, stopping everyone's discussion. Seeing that the captains were all looking at him, Yamamoto Shijikuni said again, Captain God, I will give you full responsibility for this matter. 5. You can choose any personnel, form an expeditionary force, choose a day to attack Hueco Mundo, and eradicate traitors for Jingling Court. Hearing the words of Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni, the captains looked at each other and understood that there was no need to argue anymore. Yes. At the same time, they also realized that de Shenchen's status in Yamamoto Yuanyujai Kongwo's heart is as high as it has ever been before. If this matter is proposed by others, it will definitely be dismissed. After all, this kind of major event is no more than other, and it needs to be cautious and cautious. But de Shenchen was different. As Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni's proposal to succeed him, Yamamoto agreed with just a little thought. It can be seen that Yamamoto is very interested in de Shenchen's opinion, and his trust in de Shenchen is unparalleled. De Shenchen obeys. You are now appointed as the Marshal of the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force. You can choose any Shinigami within the scope of Godei 13, and follow you to fight the Hueco Mundo. This trip must show the momentum of Soul Society, let them understand that Jingling Court is not a place where they can come. Yamamoto Shijikuni put his eyes on De Shenchen, suddenly stood up and said solemnly. Everything was handed over to De Shenchen, since it was his plan, he should be ready. All you have to do is support. Okay, I get it. De Shenchen was stunned for a moment, then got up and said the same. Unexpectedly, Yamamoto Kongwa was so powerful, and he gave him an appointment directly. De Shenchen thought he needed to continue to argue for a while. De Shenchen has the highest decision-making power for this expedition. When making judgments based on the situation on the spot, his orders will take precedence over the orders of the old man's captain. 99. After a momentary pause, Yamamoto Shijikuni threw another thunderbolt. Varied. After seeing this scene, the other captains secretly glanced at each other and replied in surprise. Yes. 35. All right. Since Godai 13 was founded, Yamamoto Shijikuni has never given any order a higher priority than his own commander-in-chief. Therefore, everyone couldn't help but be shocked, but after thinking for a while, they became a little bit clearer. In their opinion, this may have been discussed by De Shenchen and Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni long ago, and he was just acting for them just now. Yamamoto Shijikuni's words are already obvious, as long as this action is ordered by the great god, they can't refuse. And after reaching the virtual circle, their lives are handed over to De Shenchen. After the captain's meeting, De Shenchen left first. Several captains walked to the door of the first team, watching the back of De Shenchen leaving, there was a taste of vinegar in their hearts. I didn't expect that the commander-in-chief would agree to such a proposal, and he also delegated so much power to De Shenchen. Broken Bee said with emotion. Aren't you scared? Love Ikawa sneered. Qianli Zhao, humph, who would be afraid? Broken Bee snorted coldly, a little unhappy. Although a little upset, De Shenchen has too much power, but if he wants to go, he will not be afraid. Everyone, go back and prepare, this trip to the virtual circle may be dangerous or dangerous. 35. Komamura Seijin frowned, and after he finished speaking, he got up and left. No matter what they think, Yamamoto Shijikuni has given the order. If De Shenchen came to them, they couldn't refuse. Furthermore, they all knew in their hearts that in order to fight Hueco Mundo, Shinigami must be strong enough. Because the weak Shinigami used to die, and the captain was undoubtedly the most suitable person. As for how many people to go, it depends on De Shenchen's plan. Chapter 205. De Shenchen, who returned to the station, also sighed a little. Yamamoto Shijikuni's hand was so beautiful that he put the burden on him alone. Yamato Shijikuni's boldness was beyond my expectations. 35. De Shenchen wants to come now. I am afraid that Yamamoto Shijikuni has already realized the problem of Hueco Mundo. It's just that due to various considerations, it can only be left alone for the time being. Now that I have seen De Shenchen's strength, and De Shenchen actually volunteered to fight for Hueco Mundo, Yamamoto's heavy country will be smooth sailing. No matter what, my plan can go smoothly. No matter what Yamamoto Yuanyujai Shijikuni planned, for De Shenchen, everything was going according to his plan. It's useless to go to the normal Shinigami, and even the vice-captain is useless against the Arankar of the Espada level, so the number of people is not too large, just bring a few strong captains. 35. After thinking for a while, De Shenchen decided on the candidate for the expedition. The next day, De Shenchen came to the 2nd Division's station. Hello, Captain. Shinigami passing by saw De Shenchen and all saluted. Word has spread about the formation of the Hueco Mundo Expeditionary Force, and even the stupid Shinigami now knows De Shenchen's status. Captain Great God came to visit specially, do you want me to join the expedition? Broken Bee came out of the room, looked at De Shenchen and chuckled. After returning yesterday, Broken Bee arranged other affairs for Omada. Because she vaguely felt that she would not be able to escape this expedition. After all, there are still some captains lying in the hospital, and only a few of them can be discharged from the hospital to fight. And the extremely dangerous places like Hueco Mundo are not for everyone. That's right, so get ready, Broken Bee. De Shenchen nodded slightly. Just like that, De Shenchen notified the 4 captains, Hichugaya Toshiro, Komamura Seijin, Love Ikawa, Anohinaretsu, one by one. Including the initial broken bees, their expedition force has almost been formed. Captain, I'm here to borrow someone. Afterwards, Shenchen went straight to the first team's station and explained his purpose to Yamamoto Shijikuni. Is it Kojiro? Yamamoto Shijikuni looked at Shenchen and knew who he was looking for. There is no doubt that Yamamoto Shijikuni himself has to sit in a calm and peaceful court, and it is impossible to participate in the Hueco Mundo expedition. In addition to the other captains, there is only Bankai's Kojiro Sasuke in the first team, who has enough strength to play Hueco Mundo. Go, no matter what happens or fail, you must come back safely, yours is the foundation of Godi I-13. Yamamoto Shijikuni nodded to show his agreement, but he still asked. After the virtual circle, everything will depend on Shenchen themselves. Although Yamamoto Shijikuni agreed to Shenchen's plan, he was still a little worried. Captain, don't worry. Shenchen waved his hand, turned and left. Have you heard? Jinglingting has formed an expeditionary force to fight Hueco Mundo. It seems that the captain of the great god proposed, he is the marshal of the expeditionary army. It's amazing. It's only been so long, and you've already become such a handsome position as a marshal. I heard that all captains have to obey his orders. This kind of thing has never happened before. As Shenchen informed the captains of the various divisions, the news of the expedition force also spread in the Jingling court, and many Shinigami were shocked. Everything seemed so abrupt, and suddenly an expeditionary force was formed to attack Hueco Mundo. This kind of thing would never have happened before. What? To attack Hueco Mundo? The expeditionary force? Why is there such a lack of me? In the 6th Division and the 11th Division, Abarai Renji and Madarame Ikeku, after hearing the news of the expedition, showed their eagerness to try. However, the two of them waited for a long time, but they didn't wait for Shenchen to come to them. In the end, the two of them couldn't bear it any longer and took the initiative to find Shenchen. Abarai, are you here too? You're not the same. At the gate of the 3rd Division, Abarai Renji and Madarame Ikeku met. The two looked at each other and understood each other's purpose. Immediately, they stopped speaking, and after the notification entered the station of the 3rd Division. What are you two doing? Renji, aren't you going to help Byakuya with the 6th Division's official business? Shenchen looked at the two people standing at the door and asked suspiciously. These two are of average strength and are not within the scope of Shenchen's consideration. Captain, I've already learned Bankai. I hope to go to Hueco Mundo this time, and you can take me there too. I also learned Bankai. Please think about me too, Captain God. Abarai Renji and Madarame Ikeku both stepped forward and spoke at the same time. I don't know when, the two have quietly learned Bankai. Oh, have you learned Bankai? But even if you are Master Bankai, your strength is still too weak. The great god, Qian Zhaohao, squinted his eyes, but he was not surprised. He has long known that both of them can be Bankai, but in this case, they can only barely meet Shenchen's selection criteria. After all, their Master Bankai time is too short, and it is far from enough in terms of power. Captain, I know our strength is not enough, but I also want to know how big the gap is with you. Abarai Renji's face was stagnant, uncontrollable, and a little unhappy, and then he said. Captain God, you have never seen our Bankai's appearance, maybe it will change after you look at it. The same goes for Madarame Ikeku, who is very arrogant. Compared with the senior captain, the strength of the two is indeed weaker, but after learning Bankai, their strength has undoubtedly been greatly improved. Chapter 206. What's more, even if they are weaker than those senior captains, they think they should already have the strength of captain level, which is completely different from the rest of the Shinigami. You mean, you want to fight me? Shenchen said with a chuckle. Yes. Captain, please do it. 39. Let's ask the captain of the gods for guidance. Both of them bowed slightly and said expectantly. Okay, then I'll do what you want, use all your strength, or I might die. 99. Shenchen said with a smile after thinking for a moment, the terrifying coercion immediately enveloped the audience. If there are only a few captains, the number is indeed a bit small. If the two of them have a decent level of control over Bankai, it's not impossible to take them. Yes, please be careful. We've seen you fight so many times, we can't be stupid enough to retain our strength. Abarai Renji and Madarame Ikeko looked at each other, and Reiatsu rushed out together, directly Bankai's own Zanpakuto. Bankai Ryaman Hojikameru. Bankai Baboon King Zabumaru. Hojikameru instantly transformed into 3 huge blades, one carried on Madarame Ikeko's back and 2 held in his hands. And Abarai Renji's Zanpakuto 890 turned into a long bone snake that surrounded him and looked very powerful. Sure enough, I can Bankai, but I don't know how much. Shenchen smiled slightly and gave a satisfied affirmation. With Reiatsu of the 2 and Zanpakuto of Bankai, they have undoubtedly reached the captain level and can follow Shenchen to play Hueco Mundo. Captain God, don't underestimate us. A wild smile appeared on Madarame Ikeko's face, he drank in a deep voice, swung his sword, and threw himself at Shenchen. I know we can't be your opponent, but we are not weak after Bankai. The same is true for Abarai Renji, he flicked it gently, and the huge skeleton snake came out of the sky and rammed towards Shenchen. Whoosh! 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 Madarame Ikeko came to Shenchen in an instant, and the big sword danced in the wind, interweaving a net of swords, wrapping Shenchen inside. I saw Shenchen with an indifferent smile on his face, and easily avoided Madarame Ikeko's attack. Too slow. Shenchen sneered. The next moment, Madarame Ikeko rolled over and the huge Zabumaru came out of the sky and crashed into Shenchen. The two work so well together. Shenchen stepped on Shunpo and disappeared instantly. Boom! A muffled sound came out, and Zabumaru knocked a large hole directly into the far wall. Abarai Renji retracted Zabumaru and looked around with a wary expression, looking for Shenchen. Behind you! Suddenly, Shenchen's voice sounded behind him, followed by a fierce kick. So fast! Abarai Renji's face changed greatly, Zabumaru quickly hit behind him, but it was too late. He only felt a huge force hit, and he flew out like a missile in an instant. Boom! Abarai Renji crashed directly into the house in the distance and was buried by the collapsed house. Drink! 99. Madarame Ikeko's face sank when he saw this, and a big sword fell from the sky. Under the precise control of observation Haki and the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, Shenchen managed to dodge Madarame Ikeko's attack with just a slight side of his body. Immediately, Shenchen kicked him on the chest without discrimination and kicked him out. The two have just learned Bankai and are not familiar with the use of their own abilities. Shenchen can play the two of them at will, see. It can be said that the offensive mode of Abarai Renji and Madarame Ikeko is completely in the master of Shenchen. In addition, with Shenchen's perfect fusion talent as the core, the coordinated combination of white hits, shunpo, and swordsmanship can easily knock them off. You too, remember to pay for the damage here. Luo. But that wasn't enough, I saw a flash of lightning on Shenchen's body and instantly disappeared in place. Lei Yanlong's iron strike. He rushed behind Madarame Ikeko and punched him in the face. Madarame Ikeko, who had not yet landed, was sent flying again. The baboon cannon. On the ground, Abarai Renji burst out of the ruins, and Zabumaru opened his mouth and spat out a beam of light. Wind, roar! The holy sword appeared in Shenchen's hand, and he just turned over and slashed the beam of light on the spot. Excalibur! The next moment, the holy sword was covered with intensely blooming golden light energy, slashing out an astonishing sword energy. Boom! A loud, earth-shattering sound rose, and after the slash hit the ground, a big explosion was created, and the shock wave directly blew Abarai Renji out. Do you want to keep fighting? Shenchen slowly landed, put away the sword of victory, and looked at the two with a smile. Although the battle was short, the gap between them was clearly demonstrated. Neither Madarame Ikeko's melee combat nor Abarai Renji's Zabumaru could pose any threat to Shenchen at all. Shenchen also clicked to the end, and didn't make a heavy move, otherwise the two would not be able to go to a Hueco Mundo. Cough cough. If I don't fight, I won't be able to touch you. It's amazing. I thought I could catch up a little after Bankai, but I didn't expect the gap to be so big. Abarai Renji and Madarame Ikeko climbed out of the rubble, both exclaimed. The two of them are not fools, of course they understand that it is de Shenchen who has left. Otherwise, the two of them would not be standing here at all, but lying on the ground. However, the result of this battle also made them a little disappointed. They didn't expect that after Bankai, they were still beaten like this. De Shenchen looked at the expressions of the two and said with a chuckle, "Okay, it's good that you can learn Bankai. Go back and have a good rest. We will meet at Ximen tomorrow." Chapter 207. Although it is a little worse than himself, he has undoubtedly reached the level of a captain and can take him as a member of the expedition. What? Are you taking us? Can you really take us? We thought. Both Abarai Renji and Madarame Ikeko looked overjoyed and looked at de Shenchen in disbelief. They thought that de Shenchen would not take them with them if they lost so fast, but de Shenchen agreed in the end. What? Could it be that you don't want to go? De Shenchen frowned. No. Of course we're going. I'm going back to rest. The two finally understood now that de Shenchen was just testing their strength. After being approved by de Shenchen, both of them left overjoyed. Hueco Mundo, somewhere. Nilu, how are you? Ulquiera, I'm stronger again. In this way, our 890 won't be afraid of those guys' pursuit. A confident smile bloomed on Nilueru's face. A few days ago, if it wasn't for Ulquiera's power, the two might not even be able to escape from the pursuit of Aizen's men. But now, her strength has also made a qualitative leap, and it's time to sound the horn of the counterattack. However, the happy moment did not last long, and the two felt a majestic Reiatsu approaching them at almost the same time. Aizen Sōsuke. Ulquiera looked at Nelly and the corners of her eyes trembled. Nelly L bit her lower lip, and couldn't help but stomped her feet. That guy is really entangled. 35. Ulquiera looked at the sky in the distance of Hueco Mundo and murmured, I wonder if Aizen and Aiken are stronger or weaker. This Reiatsu. I'm afraid Aizen has surpassed Ah Chen. Nelly L said worriedly. While they were talking, Aizen's figure flashed above the two of them. I saw Aizen smiling at the corners of his mouth, looking down at the two of them nonchalantly. Hi. Nilu Ai Lu, see, have you gone a step further? You are indeed a talent I like. Well, should the two of you also accept my invitation to become a member of Espada? I have clearly rejected you before, Aizen. Ulquiera said lightly. Nilu Ai Lu also said coldly, Aizen, don't be delusional, since we rejected you once, it is impossible to agree to your invitation again. 35. Aizen chuckled and said, that's not what I said, Nelly L. I did underestimate you before, I didn't expect you to complete Arankar without Hogyaku. 99. So to express my apologies, I am alone this time, and I have come to face you both in person and invite you to join my team. 35. I can even assure you here that Espada's number 2 and number 3 positions belong to you. How? Nelly L stared at Aizen coldly and did not speak, but Reiatsu, who was rising all over her body, was undoubtedly the best answer. Aizen sighed softly, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Oh, that's a pity. He didn't draw his sword, and still stared at the two of them with the attitude of confacing the world. His Reiatsu, even rare, disappeared. Nelly Lu can ignore this set. Aizen has conquered several Swartolds in a row before, and his strength was Megatron Hueco Mundo before. Therefore, even if it is clear that during the battle, Aizen restrains Reiatsu abnormally, she will never despise her at all. At the moment of attack, she will do everything she can. Ulquiera, get ready! Nelly L shouted loudly, drew her sword in her hand, and called out, praise the Akira, Antelope Knight. 35. Block it, Blackwing Demon. Not to be outdone, Ulquiera immediately released the sword. Oh? It's actually possible to return to the sword, you are all considered geniuses in the virtual world. Aizen laughed. Neither Ulquiera nor Nelly L answered, only two huge Reiatsu soared into the sky. Void Knight Palace. Oh? Are you awake, Codius Darke? Starkey was sleepy, rubbed his eyes, but didn't say a word. Is it still the same attitude, because I hate me? Ichimaru-jin put his hands in his arms and looked lazily in the direction of Reiatsu's explosion. His serpent-like smile was still hanging on the corners of his mouth, and he murmured, "It's such a pity that I managed to rely on my own strength to reach this point." Nice Reiatsu. Aizen remains unmoved, but is that the limit? 35. Stop talking too much. Nellie L's right hand held a bright green beam of light, and a piercing roar suddenly erupted. Emerald shotgun. This is one of Nellie Lu's stunts after returning to the blade. The huge power burst out from the javelin that rotates at a high speed can penetrate the opponent's powerful ability even if it is defended by the opponent. At the same time, the black-winged demon Ulquiorra also showed its incomparably powerful basic abilities. While running at high speed, he dodged behind Aizen in an instant. SHH-. I saw Ulquiorra holding an infinitely usable thunderbolt javelin, the thunder spear, and shot Aizen's back mercilessly. The two cooperated with each other in the front and back of the attack, and if they were replaced by others, it would have become a deadly situation. However, Aizen stole Hogyaku's power, and his strength is no longer in the same dimension compared to the two who returned to the blade. Boom! Boom! Two loud bangs sounded one after another, and the smoke and dust that covered Aizen due to the strong explosion undoubtedly indicated that the two had hit a Nirvana stunt. Seeing this situation, the two of them couldn't help showing a relaxed expression on their faces. It's too lax, that's not okay. 35. This voice, which seemed to be whispering in the ear, suddenly sounded faintly behind Nellie L. Nellie Lu can guarantee that the shock caused her body to stiffen for only a moment. After that, she immediately reacted and used the maximum speed that her liberation posture can invoke. Chapter 208. Super Acceleration. With this move, she was confident that even Ulquiorra could not catch up. However, it is still too slow. Everything is too slow for Aizen. Void Knight Palace. Don't be so cold, who do you think will win this battle? Starkey yawned, rolled over and lay back, but his eyes couldn't help but secretly peaked. I don't know where Aizen-sama's limit is, but the two Arankars I have played against are both top players who can rank among the top players in Espada. Confronted by Starkey's somewhat nonsensical answer Ichimaru-jin shook his head. The answer is already clear, but you still haven't fully seen Captain Aizen. Starkey shrugged noncommittally, as if too lazy to speak. As the leader of Espada, what do you think you should watch out for when fighting Captain Aizen? Ichimaru-jin laughed. When did Captain Aizen release Kyoka Suijutsu? Or his desperate Reiatsu? Or Kido, who he was so good at? No, it's useless, all the abilities of Captain Aizen are beyond anyone's reach. There is no doubt that Ichimaru-jin's words succeeded in attracting Starkey's attention again. Worried about Kyoka Suijutsu? Useless, caught off guard. Worried about other abilities? Useless, or caught off guard. Whether it's a collapse of the sky or a crack of the earth, even if everyone concentrates their wisdom to eliminate disasters and prevent disasters, Captain Aizen's strength is still unstoppable. So what? Starkey couldn't help asking. So Captain Aizen is invincible. Ichimaru-jin shook his head, this is the conclusion. Nilu. A rare wave finally appeared on Ulquiorra's face without waves. Although Ulquiorra rushed towards the two of them with all her strength the moment she saw Aizen appearing behind Nellie, it was too late. He could only watch Nilu slowly fall down under Aizen's swipe. Too fast, really too fast. The Shinigami Shunpo in front of him is completely beyond his imagination. It seems there is no way. Ulquiorra's expression sank, even though the trick was still not proficient, but it was now, and he was not allowed to choose at all. Second stage returned to the blade. The soaring Reiatsu burst out of the sky, and Ulquiorra's appearance changed drastically again. Oh? Is this your true form? Aizen couldn't help but smile. Not only can you Arankar without the help of Hogyaku's power, but you also have the powerful power of the second stage return blade. I really appreciate you more and more, Ulquiorra. It would be a pity if you died here. Ulquiorra looked at his demon-like figure and the power that brought despair and terror to others, and did not answer Aizen. He suddenly really felt that the current self might be exceptionally strong. Wang Tsu's flash. With a dark green beam of light rising into the sky, Hueco Mundo suddenly rolled up the sky with yellow sand. Under the silent night sky, even the space seems to be distorted by terrifying power. In the Void Night Palace, those Arankars who had long since surrendered to Aizen all looked at the direction of the flashing light. At this moment, there was only one expression left on their faces, the expression called shock. Hueco Mundo, the dead knight. Even at this point, still unwilling to give in, Ulquiorra. Aizen had already put away his long sword and looked down at Ulquiorra, who was seriously injured and lingering. A bloody slash on Ulquiorra's body slashed from the left shoulder collarbone to the right lower rib, and the wound continued to seep blood, making him have to kneel on the ground, gasping for breath. However, the light that flickered in those dark eyes was still staring at Aizen's location with his unyielding will. And in an instant, the wound on Ulquiorra's body returned to normal. What about high-speed regeneration? That's surprising. Ask for her flowers. Aizen smiled and said, whether it's white hits, swordsmanship, ringing, you've all performed beyond my imagination. 35. Not to mention your extremely powerful Reiatsu, and the thunder gun that can be used indefinitely. The most important thing is that you can still retain the ability of high-speed regeneration on this basis. As long as you submit to me, I can assure you that your power will become stronger. Aizen reached out to Ulquiorra, come on, join me, Ulquiorra Sifur. I refuse. 35. Ulquiorra slammed his right palm over, and the thunder spear suddenly plunged between the two. 0. Aizen couldn't believe that Ulquiorra would rather take such a deadly play than surrender to himself, and frowned. Why? Ulquiorra, why are you rejecting me over and over again? You should know that as long as you are Hueco Mundo for one day, the only way is to follow me. Aren't you really afraid of death? Aizen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. My existence already belongs to me. 35. Ulquiorra said indifferently. De Shenchen is where I belong. What? You said De Shenchen, that mere Shinigami. Stop joking. Aizen held the sword in his hand, and saw a flash of blue light, Kyoka Suijutsu brazenly unsheathed. With a cold murderous intent, Aizen freed his Shikai. Shatter, Kyoka Suijutsu. Ulquiorra's expression was solemn, but without hesitation, he immediately used the thunder spear again. But this time was unusual, he even forcibly used 4 thunder spears at once. Although the thunder spear is a powerful killing move that can be used almost infinitely for Ulquiorra, who has returned to the second stage, there are still many limitations. For example, under normal circumstances, Ulquiorra should only be able to cast 1 thunder spear at a time. And forcibly summoning 4 branches like now, not only will the stability become worse, but it will also cause a great burden on his body. Chuan. Chapter 209. But Ulquiorra knew in his heart that just now Aizen had blocked his second Dan return blade almost lightly. Now that the other party is motivated to kill, it is impossible for him and Nelly to retreat from his Shikai. Ulquiorra has already made up his mind that his only chance for survival with Nelly L is before Aizen's Shikai is completed. So, as soon as he heard Aizen say the liberating language, he immediately rushed towards Aizen. At a very close distance, he could not control the power of the thunder spear. In other words, in this case, the purpose of using the thunder spear to overload is only one. Explode. Boom. 35. The airwaves and damage caused by the violent explosion of the 890s immediately threw Ulquiorra himself out. Rao has high-speed regeneration and steel body protection, and he is still seriously injured by his moves. But the effect is gratifying, at least, his purpose has been achieved. In mid-air, Ulquiorra tried his best to stabilize his body, and immediately moved towards Nelly L. In this duel with Aizen, although Aizen has an overwhelming advantage, he cannot master Ulquiorra's ability after all. It was the intelligence discrepancy that made Aizen miss their best chance to kill them. Unwind. The moment he picked up Nelly, Ulquiorra immediately used this move to tear space, allowing Arankar to move freely between the world and Hueco Mundo. Ulquiorra jumped into the black cavity without hesitation. Goodbye, Hueco Mundo, by Aizen. OM-. The explosions caused by the 4 thunder guns have not yet dissipated. But an unparalleled Reiatsu suddenly formed a huge wind pressure, immediately blowing away everything caused by Ulquiorra's moves. Aizen stared at the place where Ulquiorra disappeared, and said indifferently, "Did you miscalculate? I didn't expect him to have the ability to open the black cavity at will." Void Knight Palace. Captain Aizen is back? 39. Ichimaru Jin greeted them with a smile. Their Reiatsu just disappeared. It seems that Captain Aizen has killed them both. No. There was no emotion in Aizen's tone. Oh. Ichimaru Jin was slightly startled, and couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? Did Captain Aizen let them go? Aizen sneered, Ulquiorra escaped by virtue of his own ability, he is a man to be built, but unfortunately. Ichimaru Jin was even more surprised when he saw that Aizen's reaction did not seem to be fake. What method did he use to escape in front of Captain Aizen? Aizen chuckled, isn't it incredible that this Ulquiorra can open a black voice at will? Then what should we do next? Send 8, 9, and 10 espadas, and immediately go to Soul Society to hunt down Ulquiorra and Nelly L. The two of them were seriously injured, to the extent that even high-speed regeneration was difficult to recover, and they could hardly continue fighting, so this task shouldn't be too difficult. What? Ichimaru Jin was surprised. Captain Aizen, did you say something wrong? Soul Society? Why did the 2 Arancars escape to Soul Society? Humph, I can't believe it. During Ulquiorra's fight with me, I heard a surprising name when it came to why they didn't want to join me. Who? Da Shenchen. Rao is Ichimaru Jin's psychological quality, and he almost lost his temper when he heard the name. Fortunately, this guy usually looks like a fool, but it doesn't matter. But he still couldn't help slandering in his heart, what's going on, Lord God? Does even Su dare to accept him as a younger brother? I really don't know what he thinks. Silver. Aizen glanced at Ichimaru Jin vaguely, then I'll leave it to you to arrange the next thing. As ordered, Captain Aizen. Ichimaru Jin bowed his hands to Aizen and hurriedly backed away. Soul Society, Jingling Court. Have you heard, Abarai and Madara have also joined the expedition. Huh? They? That's right, the 2 of them used Bankai to challenge Captain de Shenchen and passed the test. So, the expedition force has added 2 more captain-level combat power? The Shinigami expedition Hueco Mundo with 9 captain-level strengths, isn't it a bit overkill? It's not like that, the strength of the expedition army is naturally stronger, the better. That's right, Hueco Mundo is the enemy of the Soul Society. 35. There was still a lot of discussion about the expedition in Jingling Court, but De Shenchen, the central figure in this discussion storm, quietly came to the 4th division. Miss Kokiki. Your injury is not yet healed, please continue to lie down and rest. De Shenchen stopped outside the door and said cheerfully, Yamada, I have heard your voice from afar, you are in good spirits. Yamada Hanataro did not expect De Shenchen to appear in the 4th team's hut at this moment, and couldn't help being surprised. 4.4. He hurriedly saluted, I have seen the captain of the great god. Unexpectedly, the captain of the great god actually knew his name, which made him extremely honored. As for the object of Yamada's advice just now, Rukia Kokiki, she couldn't help but be a little stunned when she saw De Shenchen. Yo, Rukia, are you okay? Feeling the sadness in Rukia's body, De Shenchen subconsciously restrained his emotions and said lightly, I'm here to see you. 99. Thank you, Ash. Rukia's face was still very pale, looking very haggard. She squeezed a smile at De Shenchen, and looked into the distance again, and in that direction she could see a blue sky. And that's where De Shenchen beheaded the 2 siblings. Chapter 210. I know you're still sad, but cheer up, Rukia. They left, but didn't they find each other? K. Rukia bowed her head, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes again. This was the name of the unnamed sister and brother she had not yet had time to tell. I'm sure they want you to cheer up as soon as possible, Rukia. De Shenchen put the flowers prepared for Rukia beside Rukia and turned to leave. Ah Chen. Rukia wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, Don't worry about me, I will come out. I understand, what kind of character do I have yet? Shenchen smiled slightly. At the same time, outside the jingling court, 2 strands of Reiatsu, who belonged to the Phantom, quietly appeared in the Soul Society, and only the strength of the captain level can be vaguely informed. The closest to them at the moment are Abarai Renji and Madarame Ikeku, who have just returned from the 4th division. Their challenge to Shenchen was not without cost. During the battle, they were beaten by Shenchen on the premise of not affecting their actions, but they could not avoid it anyway. It's just that even though the 2 were injured, Shunpo went over without hesitation as soon as he sensed it. Outside the north gate of Jingling Court. Is that the Aaron car that Captain God mentioned? It's so interesting that we can't think of such a thing. Mr. Yujiao, although these 2 Aaron cars seem to be seriously injured, it seems that Reiatsu is not weak, so be careful. Both Abarai Renji and Madarame Ikeku saw Aaron car for the first time and couldn't help but be amazed. Please wait. Nellie L quickly explained, Mr. Shinigami, we are not here to start a war. We are here to find a Shinigami named Shenchen, do you know him? Madarame Ikeku and Abarai Renji looked at each other, and Abarai shouted, if you want to trouble the captain, pass me first. Nellie L repeatedly defended, no, we are not here to trouble him, we are friends of Shenchen. Stop talking nonsense. How could the captain of the great god be friends with you, Aaron Carr? Don't slander the captain. Ulquiera frowned and said, Nilu, stop talking nonsense with them. 99. That's right. Madarame Ikeku grinned, and immediately drew his sword and slashed. Fortunately, Ulquiera and Nellie L have recovered a little Reiatsu in the process of escaping Soul Society through the black cavity, so they will not be powerless to resist. Immediately they rolled out, avoiding Madarame Ikeku's slash. But Madara didn't give up when he saw Zhang Kong, as if he had expected the other party to use the ring, he immediately rubbed his body and entangled Ulquiera. Among the 2 of you, the strongest is you. Ulquiera did not answer. 0. As Ulquiera pointed out with his right hand, a small black zero condensed on his fingertips in an instant. That light just flashed in front of Madarame Ikeku, and the dark green zero immediately passed him. Boom! Zero lands, causing a big explosion behind Madarame Ikeku. Mr. Corner. This was the first time Abarai had played against Aaron Carr. He never expected that Aaron Carr could shoot such a powerful zero just by raising his hand. But Ulquiera didn't want to fight, and he didn't want to entangle with the 2 Shinigami in front of him, so this time he didn't kill, but deliberately missed. But in Abarai's view, this time Zero was clearly a challenge to the 2. Damn, careless. A figure in a corner fell from the air, and it fell hard enough. Abarai Renji hurried Shunpo to a corner and helped him up. Mr. Yujiao, are you okay? 35 Abarai Renji asked with concern. Fast Zero. Pushing Renji away with a corner, he grinned and said, Aaron Carr, you are indeed very powerful, but since I haven't fallen yet, it means that the battle is not over yet. I don't know how high the sky is, can't you see that I am showing mercy? Ulquiera jumped behind a corner, drew his knife, and chopped. The corner did not expect the other party to come so quickly, and hurriedly rolled forward to avoid the knife. He immediately restrained his mind, and no longer dared to underestimate the Aaron Carr in front of him. It's amazing, what's your name? 66, 99. Then remember my name well, I am the 3rd seat of the 11th team, Madarame Ikeku, the one who is about to take your life. 66.99. Ulquiera didn't answer any more, speeding towards Madarame Ikeku. Despite the inconvenience, it seemed that the 2 Shinigami had to be dismissed first. Stretch out, Hojikameru. Seeing that the long sword in Madarame Ikeku's hand suddenly turned into a long spear, Ulquiera snorted coldly and said, Grandma. With a flip of his palm, the long knife that was originally slashing changed its stance and stabbed out. Although this change was quick, one corner had been through 100 battles after all, so he quickly buckled the long spear's head and tail inward, and the long spear instantly turned into a 3-section stick. Ulquiera was about to get a stab, and was immediately caught by the chain of a 3-section stick. After being pulled hard by a corner, the long knife involuntarily deviates from Ulquiorra's established trajectory, and it stabs in the air. Ulquiorra sneered and raised his finger again. 0. This 4.40's momentum is really no small thing, but Abarai, who was watching the battle, was also deterred by the aftermath, and he went back again and again. Ulquiorra immediately cast a ring, grabbed Nellie L's hand, and fled to the jingling court. Looking at Nellie L's expression, Ulquiorra said lightly, "It's just a little trick." The flash passed, and the corner at the center of Ciro's strike tightly protected his head, looking a little funny, but unscathed. Abarai said with concern, "Mr. Yujiao, are you all right?" Madara checked her head up and down, and then she couldn't help but smile bitterly, "I was tricked by him." 55. Why does it seem like there is no hostility? Are they really old acquaintances with the captain? Chapter 211. Abarai scratched his hair, confused. Whether it's an old acquaintance or not, finish the task first and catch them. 35. The two were about to start Shunpo's pursuit when, at this moment, there was a buzzing sound, a gap was suddenly torn in the blue sky, and a black cavity slowly opened. What's the matter? Is it New Year's Day today? Why are the enemies still coming one after another? 3 figures slowly walked out of the black voice, and one of them, a rude big man with a face full of flesh, laughed wildly. "Oh, is this the jingling court? It is the 8th Espada whose ranking has changed significantly from its original history, Yami." Following the other party, he seemed to notice the 2 people standing under the black voice, and asked, "Hey, the 2 Shinigami below. Did you see the 2 Aaron cars just now?" 5. Abarai Renji said angrily, "I'm afraid we should be asking you, what is your purpose in coming to Soul Society?" Madara Ikeku thought hesitantly at 28, could it be that the plan of the expedition force was exposed? Aizen attacked Soul Society ahead of schedule. "Hey! What the hell are you babbling about? Haven't we heard? Did you 2 see the 2 Aaron cars?" The voice was bright and crisp, and it was clearly a girl's voice. The 2 looked at the sound and saw a woman Aaron car with purple wavy braids standing beside Yami, with water drop marks on her face and dark purple lips. Then I heard a heroic voice saying, "Hey, Tairudi, don't worry, I think these 2 Shinigami are probably scared and stupid by our Reiatsu, we must give them a little time to relax." Dare to say. Madara Ikeku was furious when he heard the words, and immediately used Shunpo to jump up, dodging above the 3 Aaron cars, and Hojikamaru slashed violently. Seeing this, Yami couldn't help grinning and said, "Ha ha ha ha, it should have been like this." As he said that, he clenched his right fist, and a red light suddenly burst out from his palm. Following the wave of Yami's right hand, a red ball of light in his palm smashed towards the corner of the blade. Bang! 99. The blade balls collided, and the ball of light suddenly burst out with a huge amount of energy, which could not be resisted in one corner, and immediately flew out. Yami roared, too weak, too weak. Are you Shinigami this level of trash?" Following his wave of both hands, he shot out countless red light balls in an instant, hitting the corner of his swaying figure. Madara Ikeku's life may not be saved if all these misses hit. At this moment, Renji stepped forward. Bankai Baboon King Zabumaru. A huge long-boned snake suddenly lay between the phantom bullet and a corner, and all the phantom bullets exploded, rolling up a dust mist in the air. Damn it! Seeing that his attack was blocked, Yami was furious. The veins on his face were bulging, and the Reiatsu on his body had a slight upward trend. At the same time when the Baboon King Zabumaru intercepted Yami's virtual bullet, Abarai Renji also took the opportunity to come to a corner and save him. "Mr. Yujiao, are you alright?" Abarai Renji asked with concern. Madara Ikeku forced a smile and said, "This little injury is nothing to worry about." After saying that, he struggled to push Renji away, but it seemed that he wanted to continue fighting. Abarai Renji comforted, "You just fought with the captain just now, and you fought against the Aaron car who escaped just now, leave the following matters to me." 39. Who would have thought that as soon as these words came out, the corner even said angrily, "Stop joking. Don't underestimate our 11th team. And aren't you the same? Because you just fought with Captain God, you are covered in bruises just like me. But your spiritual power consumes more than mine, right? Renji said, isn't it even possible to use Bankai now? Obara was about to persuade again, but suddenly felt a huge Reiatsu attack. He hurriedly pushed away a corner and followed Zabumaru, the king of baboons, to wrap himself up. Boom! Unexpectedly, the flickering red light erupted with huge energy, and it shattered Obara Renji's Bankai in an instant. Obara Renji was caught off guard, and before he had time to react, suddenly a dark shadow approached like a dark cloud over the city, and it came to him in the blink of an eye. He hurriedly raised his hand and shouted, the 31 Hado, Chi artillery. He expected that the red artillery was astonishingly powerful, and he intended to use it to repel the enemy. Who would have thought that the figure would not even avoid it, letting the red artillery bombard him? In the end, Obara Renji only had time to see the moment when the red artillery dissipated, and a number was clearly engraved on the exposed body of the torn opponent's clothes, 8. Ku. 35. Then he was punched out by the opponent and smashed into the ruins. BD, you broke my clothes. Yami complained, grinning. Okay, Yami, since 890 has resolved each other, let's move on. Yami squinted at the two Shinigami below, eyes full of contempt. What a disappointment, there's not a single one who can fight. Yami muttered with some dissatisfaction. Stop. I haven't been knocked down yet. Madarame Ikeka growled at the three standing in midair. You. Yami sneered, raised his hand and threw a false bullet. Then it'll be fine if you can't stand up again. Bone cannon. I saw a red light suddenly spew out of the ruins that Obara Renji had smashed into, and the virtual bullet swung by Yami was devoured in an instant. The ruins also turned to ashes at the moment when the red light spurted out, revealing the figure of Obara Renji. I saw his clothes shattered, revealing half of his upper body, bent over and bowed his legs, as if he was barely standing, obviously he was seriously injured. Chapter 212. Renji yelled at Yami, hey! Our battle isn't over yet. I can't even finish the wounded one, so it looks like you're not doing well. Yami grinned, it's not bad, rubbish. Saying that, he slammed his fists, and was about to step towards Obara. Yami, let me deal with this guy. Duradoni stopped Yami. Oh? What do you mean? Yami said with some dissatisfaction. My generation sees that he is seriously injured at the moment, but still has high fighting spirit. Although he is only a mere Shinigami, he is really an admirable hero. Let me personally kill him. 5. Tairuyuti couldn't help but said, hey, you two, I want to remind you that we were ordered by Lord Aizen to come to Soul Society to deal with Ulquiera and Nellie L. If the two of you are patronizing and fighting, and you miss the order of Lord Aizen, I won't take care of you. Duradoni smiled and said, that's right. Then I'll leave you to find someone, and I'll end the lives of these two soldiers. Don't worry, I'll catch up with you soon. Whatever you want, hurry up. Tairuyuti said impatiently. Hey, then you are responsible for crushing them. Duradoni waved his hand, made a loud turn, and came to Obara Renji. This admirable Shinigami, tell us your name, all great warriors deserve to be remembered. Rest assured, I will kill you in an instant without leaving any pain. Obara Renji gritted his teeth, I don't remember that I said I would let you three go. I saw Obara Renji's wrist flicked, and the huge snake bone skeleton immediately shattered and exploded. The baboons will bite. The scattered snake bones danced wildly in the air under the control of Obara, with an unparalleled speed, and they attacked three espadas at the same time. Yami and Tairuyuti, who had left originally, were furious at the same time, courtesy of death. In the blink of an eye, three zeros of different colors shot towards Obara Renji's position at the same time. Die! After zero, the ground of Jingling Court was filled with smoke, which could not be dissipated for a long time. But all three felt that Obara Renji's Reiatsu had rapidly weakened like a candle in the wind. Watching all this happen, Madarame Ikeka couldn't help hysterical, roaring in pain, bastards! I'm going to kill you! Noisy! Yami raises his hand and hits a false bullet, which is thrown at Madarame Ikeka. Madarame Ikeka was not afraid, and even straightened up with the knife, and greeted the flying virtual bullet. Just when this room couldn't be released, there seemed to be a soft sound of boom in the air, and the vain bullet hurled towards Madara was like a rippling water pattern, and disappeared out of thin air in mid-air. Madara Ikeku could not help but stop, stunned and speechless. Although all of your 11th division are all stupid militants, if you just died in such a vague way, I can't explain it to your captain. A lazy voice said. Big Captain, great God! One corner felt a little unbelievable. Who else but me? Before he finished speaking, Shenchen's figure appeared out of thin air like a ghost, and looked at Madara with a smile. Although the battle took place outside the jingling court, the alarm of the barrier was not triggered, but it failed to escape the detection of Shenchen observation Haki. Who are you guys? Yami asked. Did you just stop my attack? However, Shenchen didn't even look at Yami, as if Yami was just air to him. Hey, I'm asking you something. A hole. This made Yami furious, spewing a huge red light from his mouth, which was Yami's own Zero. Just as Yami's Zero was about to approach Shenchen, there was another boo sound in the air, and Zero disappeared without a trace, exactly the same way that Zero just disappeared. Did you do it? Yami said angrily, why did my Zero disappear? Shenchen smiled and said, oh? Are you looking for your Zero? Look back. As soon as he finished speaking, Zero, who had just disappeared, seemed to have been summoned by Shenchen, and unexpectedly emerged from behind the three espadas. Varied. Flash away. In an instant, the three espadas burst out with the strongest swivel they could make, and only then did they avoid this sudden blow, but they looked extremely embarrassed. But all this in front of Madara Ikeku seems very strange. Captain Shenchen clearly just stood there and didn't do anything at all. But when he said the words look back, the three Arankars fled as if they were under some great threat. Seeing that appearance is even more lingering, as if you don't escape, you will be seriously injured. But Madara really didn't understand, what were they hiding? Captain Shenchen hasn't even released Reiatsu yet? What the hell did you do? Yami asked. I didn't do anything, you don't want to smear people's innocence out of thin air. Shenchen shrugged, only the blood-red, Qian-Nyo's, pupils and mysterious patterns in his eyes were slowly spinning. It was obviously a powerful illusion. Yami. Stop talking nonsense with him and be careful what he says. Tairudi snorted coldly, I think this guy's Zanpakuto's ability must be a reflection of Zero's ability, we should be careful not to release Zero easily from now on. Having said that, Tairudi himself didn't want to understand, even if the other party could reflect Zero, how could Zero suddenly appear from behind him and others? What's even more bizarre is that this is 100% caused by this guy who suddenly appeared in front of him, but why hasn't his Reiatsu been released? Who are you? Tairudi couldn't help asking Xian. Shenchen said loudly, I am the captain of the 3rd and 6th divisions of Jingling Court, Shenchen. Chapter 213. 2. The captains of the two squads. Haven't you heard of it? Before me, I've never seen the existence of a double captain. Shenchen smiled. Madara Ikeku couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, you are really not humble at all, Captain God. Returning to his senses, Madara Ikeku suddenly remembered that Abarai Renji seemed to be still alive and dead, and quickly said, Captain God, Abarai he. Shenchen couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard this. I said Madara, don't you trust my strength? Do you think I will watch my subordinates suffer? Saying that, Shenchen pointed back. Madara Ikeku looked in the direction of Shenchen's fingers, only to see Abarai Renji lying on the ground covered in scars except Bankai, and waved at him with difficulty. Senior one corner. Hi. UBD. Madara Ikeku looked helpless. What, is that guy okay? Luo. 3 espadas shocked again. It stands to reason that this guy's sudden appearance is weird enough, not to mention that he somehow reflects Yami's Zero. But now it seems that he has saved another Shinigami in an instant before that. And while doing all this, he didn't even release Reiatsu. Then, this is the end of the gossip. Let the three of you go together, so that we can not waste time so much. Hey, What are you talking about? Shit Shinigami. Yami grinned, are you saying that you can get rid of the three of us Espada alone? Duradoni said, this Captain Shinigami, I think you still don't understand, we are not ordinary Arrancar, but Espada selected by Lord Aizen. That is, the power of each of our Espada. It's all above the captain, isn't it? Shenchen scratched his ears arrogantly. That's Aizen lying to you, idiot. Duradoni laughed and said, I think you probably don't understand our power at all. With that said, Duradoni pointed at Abarai Renji and said, the power that this Shinigami used just now is Bankai, right? According to Aizen-sama's information, this is the ability of the captain-level Shinigami talented master. However, he was easily defeated by us. So what? Shenchen said speechlessly, you want to say, am I at his level at most? Ah, do you think that's what I meant? Duradoni grinned and said, I mean this captain, don't look down on me. Spin. Storm Baron. This is. Madarame Ikeka felt that the Reiatsu on the opponent's body suddenly soared along with that chant, and its power was completely incomparable to the Reiatsu just displayed. Could it be that Espada has power beyond the captain, isn't it just casual? I saw Duradoni's shoulders grow a horn-like thing, the overall image is closer to the virtual, rather than the previous image of a human uncle. I just listened to Duryodhani's indifferent explanation, this Captain Shinigami, this is the power that we Arrancar call the Return Blade, which is the most original form of our power, how? 99. Is it just you? Shenchen couldn't help yawning. What? Duradoni was slightly taken aback. I mean, hurry up and liberate together and save me some time. You. Duradoni laughed angrily, it's not your fault that Captain Shinigami is ignorant, but you should know that arrogance comes at a price. You are annoying. Shenchen was already standing behind Duradoni at some point, remember next time, stop talking nonsense. So fast. Duradoni didn't have time to react at all, and only felt a chill in the back of his head, as if a breeze was blowing. He fought back with all his strength in a cold sweat, but he hit in vain.